This is the place. Two figures emerged in the void, traversing effortlessly through space itself. The old man in a green robe pointed ahead. A massive, perfectly rectangular gate floated in the void with the surrounding space flowing like water, yet exuding a suppressive force that pinned it firmly in place. Silver light flashed across the eyes of the young man in purple as he attuned himself to the intent of space permeating the area. He then swept his gaze around and exclaimed in admiration, "Senior truly deserves the title of Lord of Space. You have gathered all the space of this region into a single point and forcefully suppressed it, so that the Devil World Gate cannot move while it still believes it is drifting freely in the outer void." This feat required not only the power of space, he could sense that space and time had been fused into one. It seems Senior Yang Mei had concealed his true depth quite well. When one ventures abroad, how could one possibly go without a trump card? Yang Mei chuckled softly. Guangchengzi, now at the 9th level of Honghuang, and one who had also proven the Tao through space, could naturally perceive it. Guangchengzi lifted his head, exchanging a knowing smile with him. Indeed, when one travels the vast worlds, who would dare step forth without hidden means? In Guangchengzi's outstretched palm, myriad silhouettes of living beings appeared, their united will so powerful that even the surrounding space began to tremble. Above the auspicious clouds, the Kongtong Seal roared with the cries of 9 dragons. Guangchengzi's aura surged higher and higher, swiftly breaking through a critical threshold and shining with extraordinary brilliance in this outer starry sky. "Good lad," Yang Mei exclaimed in delight. It seemed the Honghuang heaven and earth had indeed granted him considerable benefits this time. When Guangchengzi had borrowed the power of the human Tao, before his strength had never been this overwhelming. Now he was nearly approaching the mid-stage of Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal. And this was in the outer starry sky, where the powers of heaven, earth, and man were weakened by distance. If they were in the Honghuang, he could contend with Yang Mei on equal footing by relying on the human Tao alone. Guangchengzi smiled and drew back his surging aura, his entire presence becoming calm, almost indistinguishable from that of a mortal. "Senior, let us enter." At his words, the willow branch in Yang Mei's hand trembled lightly. A layer of silver gauze draped itself over both of them, and as the colossal gate rippled faintly, the two figures vanished without a trace. Across billions of miles stretched the demonic abyss, black winds whipping up blood-stained miasma, demonic chi surging like an incoming tide. The void split open into a vast silver gate from which 2 Taoists stepped out before the portal receded back into the void and vanished. Before their eyes lay the eternal night demon domain. A black sun hung overhead, a blood moon loomed in the sky, demonic clouds pressed down like a prison. A sea of blood churned and roared, mountains of bone stretched unbroken into the distance, and billions of heavenly demons shrieked as demonic chi surged to the heavens, as though to pierce straight into chaos. "With the power of space upon us both, Rahu will not detect this poor Taoist," Yang Mei's voice sounded by Guangchengzi's ear. Guangchengzi nodded lightly. This senior's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the Devil World's heavenly Tao. Yet the sight of this Devil World was far beyond his expectations. Here there were no lunar star and sun, star, no 4 seasons, no alternation of day and night. Only an endless heaven of eternal demonic night. The sky dome was pressed low, a blend of inky violet and dark crimson, like a tattered cloth soaked in blood, from which hung down billions of strands of demonic mist, baleful chi, and resentful force. Guangchengzi could feel that these negative powers were still gathering ceaselessly, far more than he had ever imagined. "This is the doing of the heavenly Tao," Guangchengzi murmured. When this poor Taoist assisted Sister Hutu in evolving the netherworld, the blood sea was entirely devoured. With no place left to resolve the negative forces of the Honghuang, they have all been drawn into the Devil World. Yang Mei's expression grew solemn. The hands of the heavenly Tao truly reached far. No wonder it became the first to awaken in the Honghuang. Back then, when Rahu so easily established this Devil World, the heavenly Tao's contribution was anything but small. After all, he was a pig they themselves raised, Guangchengzi replied indifferently. However, Rahu himself must not be faring well either. This Devil World was meant to be the foundation of his Tao. What he sought to evolve should have been a demonic Tao standing in opposition to the immortal Tao. Yet with all the negative chi of the Honghuang gathered here, this demonic Tao has long since ceased to be pure. Yang Mei nodded in agreement. The two men lifted their heads. Several blood-colored broken moons and shadowy black suns hung above their cold light, as sharp as blades, casting no warmth at all, only stretching every form into twisted, ferocious, elongated shadows. The ground was a wasteland of withered black demonic soil, where not a single blade of grass grew, with fissures from which demonic earth, fire, and ghostly poisonous miasma constantly erupted. In the distance loomed ranges of bone mountains, corpse ridges, blood rivers, and demonic chasms. White bones piled up into peaks, blood rivers surged and boiled, their surfaces strewn with shattered divine souls, broken Tao foundations, and unscattered grievances. The wind here was demonic, slicing at the soul like knives. Every gust carried the wails, curses, screams, and manic laughter of countless living beings. The void was riddled with unstable spatial rifts that at times devoured all things, and at times spewed demonic flames. Laws were in chaos, causality warped, order shattered. This was a realm Rahu had forcefully torn open through slaughter and destruction. What a twisted realm this is, Guangchengzi muttered to himself. Everything here stood in direct opposition. Any being who set foot in the devil world would find their cultivation rising of its own accord, killing intent surging wildly. The firmer one's Tao heart, the greater the torment. The more chaotic one's Tao heart, the stronger they would become, until they lost themselves entirely in slaughter and became nourishment for the devil world's growth. Let us first sense the situation, Guangchengzi said after a moment's contemplation. But we must be properly disguised. If Rahu has merged with the devil world's heavenly Tao, drawing his attention would be most troublesome. They did not fear him. What worried them was that he might hide away. In this devil world where they were strangers to the land and its people, searching for someone would be far too troublesome. You do it, Yang Mei said with a nod. Understanding, Guangchengzi let a streak of pitch-black light bloom at his fingertip, like a curtain unfurling to enshroud all the laws in this area, veiling them from sight. The two quietly extended a thread of their souls. Under the covering of the dark law, their auras became entirely indistinguishable from those of the denizens of the devil world. They exchanged a glance, then both probed toward the deepest reaches of the realm, seeking that vast will, the devil world's heavenly Tao. They were far from ordinary. Their divine sense threaded through the void, spreading outward until they saw a distant scene. Towering columns of demonic cloud rose into the heights, connecting directly to the heavenly demon hall. Their demonic chi had congealed into tangible form, becoming black lotuses, demonic patterns, and apocalyptic shadows that pressed down upon the soul with crushing might. It is actually manifesting so openly. Guangchengzi was slightly taken aback. Upon first entering the devil world, they naturally dared not expose themselves. Now that they had prepared to seek out the devil world's heavenly Tao, he had not expected it to already lie within the range of their sight. It was as if a cultivator walked swaggering through the Honghuang, without even wearing Taoist robes. Yet this was the heavenly Tao itself. Yang Mei was left speechless as well. The heavenly Tao of the Honghuang at least maintained an air of majesty and existence utterly unreachable in the eyes of the beings of that world. Yet in the devil world it so brazenly exposed itself before demonic eyes. Perhaps it has no need to hide, Guangchengzi mused. Senior, a single probe will tell. At his words, Yang Mei stirred his divine sense and looked toward the distant horizon. The devil world's heavenly Tao did not take on human form, but only appeared as phenomena. All the demonic mist between heaven and earth suddenly converged into a single black rainbow spanning billions of miles. Within that rainbow, a world-destroying black lotus, a spear of slaughter, and an eye of inner demons emerged together. Guangchengzi sighed softly. The heavenly Tao of the Honghuang governed order, balance, life, nurture, and merit, whereas the devil world's heavenly Tao presided over chaos, slaughter, destruction, and karmic sin. This place was the very aggregation of all negative laws: slaughter, destruction, devouring, resentment, inner demons, and chaos, all intertwined within it. It truly lived up to the name of devil world. No wonder the devil world's heavenly Tao has no need to conceal itself, Guangchengzi observed quietly. For what this realm venerates is the triumph of the strong, the devouring of the weak, proving the Tao through killing and evolving through consumption. A glint of amusement flickered in Yang Mei's eyes. Rahu's relationship with the devil world's heavenly Tao is even closer than we had imagined. Indeed, Guangchengzi inclined his head. He transformed the immense karma and vast burden of slaughter and destruction into demonic fortune and the merit of a demon ancestor, using it to rapidly elevate his cultivation. Though the demon realm is no longer pure, Luo Ho still walks a frank and upright demonic path. He is worthy of being called a hegemon of his era. One who survived beneath the hands of both Patriarch Hongjuan and Yang Mei is indeed no simple figure. The true foundation of this demon realm still lies in Luo Ho's law of slaughter, attaining the Tao through killing, taking slaughter, baleful chi, grudges, and karmic burden as the bedrock of cultivation. The more one kills, the stronger one grows, and this is the creed most devoutly upheld by the denizens of the demon realm. Next comes the path of inner demons. Inner demons form another cornerstone of the demon realm. As long as the Tao heart does not perish, inner demons will not die. As long as sentient beings possess hearts, the demonic path will endure. Even now, within the great desolation, there remains what is known as the tribulation of inner demons. After that is the path of devouring all power, soul's laws, and even the origins of worlds with no upper limit. This path is connected to the demon realm itself. The devouring demons within seem to have been bred by the demon realm, autonomously serving as a source of its power. All of these together weave the demon realm's chaotic disorder, negating order and morality, taking reversal as the Tao and disorder as the norm, standing in stark opposition to the heavenly Tao of the Great Desolation. When everything develops to its peak and immeasurable tribulation descends, at that time the demon realm's power will reach an unprecedented height, and all the chi of destruction from the Great Desolation will converge here. Sentient beings will perish while the demon realm plunges into frenzied revelry. The heavenly Tao of this demon realm favors Luo Ho so greatly, yet its aura remains restrained. It seems we have arrived at just the right time, Yang Mei murmured, sensing the demon realm's chi. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. He may well be in the midst of a breakthrough. Upon entering the demon realm, he too was heavily constrained. Fortunately, he was not one of the three-path saints. As a Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortal, he could still move freely anywhere. Only the power of the human path was once more suppressed, leaving him with merely the strength of a Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal. Even so, it was enough. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Mei spoke coldly. As the heavenly Tao of the demon realm grows stronger again, Luo Ho will naturally realize that the Great Desolation has changed. Our long absence has just given him time to break through. Senior speaks true. Guangchengzi's gaze was as cold as starlight as he locked onto the distant heavenly Tao of the demon realm. If he breaks through and the demon realm's heavenly Tao cooperates so closely, he may even be merging with it. Reasonable, Yang Mei said with a sudden jolt of alarm. Indeed, the demon realm's heavenly Tao had only one suitable candidate to employ. At the very least, within the demon realm, they could sense no other saintly aura. Luo Ho clearly wished to monopolize the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, and would never allow other demon clans to share its power, for this demon realm's heavenly Tao could at least sustain 3 saintly thrones. Then let us act at once, Yang Mei said, his expression turning grim. You came too late and granted him time. If he truly fuses with the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, he will become all but immortal. Even the two of us will be unable to wrench him free. After all, to do so would injure the heavenly Tao itself. Yet their journey into the demon realm was precisely for that object. If the spoils of war were damaged, would that not be a grievous loss? Guangchengzi let out a soft, mocking laugh. It is already too late. Our host is merely waiting to invite us into the urn. Yang Mei frowned. Why has this poor Taoist sensed nothing? The heavenly Tao of the demon realm did not feel like one under another's direct control. Guangchengzi lifted his palm and gently closed his fingers. Countless strands of demonic chi dissolved into nothing. My realm of light and darkness is particularly adept at isolating laws, and the divine radiance of the green lotus sweeps directly through the source. Thus, I am somewhat more sensitive to such things. After the Western expedition ends, the West will be restored, and the Great Desolation will once again be whole. At that time, the demon realm should rise with it. With his ninefold Honghuang cultivation having offended the two of us, he would naturally seek a retreat path. You mean he threatened the heavenly Tao of the demon realm? Yang Mei asked hesitantly. Exactly. Why else call him demon ancestor? He does not even place the heavenly Tao in his eyes. Guangchengzi smiled with a hint of amusement. He himself seemed little different, yet such details no longer mattered. The two of us were destined to come to the demon realm. The heavenly Tao would never believe we came merely to glance around and leave. The corners of Guangchengzi's mouth lifted as he smiled with narrowed eyes. In the demon realm, only Luo Ho is suited to merge with the Tao. Only he can unleash the demon realm's full might. A cold glint flashed through Yang Mei's eyes as he looked toward the distant heavenly demon hall. Indeed, he has deliberately crafted this facade, waiting for us to walk right into his snare. Truly worthy of the sly and despicable Luo Ho. Let us attack, heathen. Yang Mei let out a cold laugh. At this point, there was no need for further probing. The willow branch in his hand trembled lightly as spatial power coiled around it. Though it appeared supple and fragile, the might upon it was unimaginably vast. With a single strike, it could tear open the skies of the demon realm. Guangchengzi shook his head. We came to the demon realm to smash the place. Does Luo Ho have such face as to sit proudly in the heavenly demon hall waiting for this poor Taoist to walk in? Is he worthy? Guangchengzi sneered with open disdain. Yang Mei's expression softened at once, and he chuckled. True. Even with the heavenly Tao of the demon realm as his aide, he may not be this poor Taoist's match. How could he warrant such grave attention from the two of us? Then what do you propose? A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Yang Mei's eyes. This one had never been known to walk the usual path. Guangchengzi smiled unhurriedly. My radiant seal has not displayed its might in a long time. I fear not even the chi of tribulation. Why should I fear mere demonic miasma? Weighing the radiant seal in his hand, he seemed to smile. I have my own way to make Luo Ho restless enough to step out on his own. Then this poor Taoist shall watch closely. Yang Mei stepped back, interest gleaming in his eyes as he glanced at the radiant seal. Guangchengzi swept his gaze around, then cast the radiant seal out. His voice drifted lightly as he uttered 3 words, world-purifying seal. A sudden pressure erupted from the radiant seal, enveloping the entire demon realm. Milky white divine light flowed from its surface, condensing into a smaller seal-shaped imprint. The void split open abruptly as white radiance cascaded down. This was no immortal light, but the world-purifying seal, condensed from the purest, most unyielding essence of heaven and earth. The moment this seal appeared, the darkness of the heavenly demon realm was forcibly driven back by billions of miles. Wherever the white light passed, the dense, tangible demonic mists melted like frost under blazing suns, sizzling away. Filth-ridden demonic chi was purified on the spot, transformed back into the clear chi of heaven and earth. Within the demon realm, anguish screams rang out unceasingly as the entire heavenly demon realm heaved in violent upheaval. The demonic seas boiled, demonic mountains crumbled, chains in the demonic prisons snapped inch by inch. Polluted space was restored layer by layer beneath the white light. Demon souls that had been mired in depravity for eons cried out and found release in the purifying radiance of vicious demonic chi was forcibly stripped of its bloodlust, returned to primal chaos. Yang Mei stared in stunned amazement. This was absolute restraint. At the same realm, even he would find these demonic miasmas troublesome if he were tainted by them, able only to forcibly eradicate them. Yet Guangchengzi's world-purifying seal acted like a natural nemesis, dissolving demonic chi and converting it into the very origin of clear chi. What impudent brat dares run wild in this seat's heavenly demon realm? A furious roar rolled out from within the heavenly demon hall as the demonic origins surged. The heavenly Tao of the demon realm manifested. A phantom black lotus, world-ending demonic radiance, the law of slaughter and torrents of inner demons interwove to form a colossal demonic shadow, 10,000 zhang tall, its pressure blanketing all heavens. Yang Mei focused his mind, the willow branch in his hand swaying lightly. Luo Ho had finally been driven from his seclusion. Sensing that aura, the world-purifying seal flared even brighter, its engravings flowing like the verdict of the heavenly Tao, like the collective prayers of all beings. Golden light poured down like a waterfall. Fierce demons were stripped of their balefulness, resentful souls found rebirth, foul lands were restored to clarity, and corrupt arts unraveled of their own accord. A towering man in black emerged, his long black hair swirling like countless ink dragons intertwined with world-destroying black flames that danced without wind, shattering the void. His face was chiseled like a knife with high cheekbones, and his pair of astonishingly bright black eyes exuded an air of arrogance and indifference, as if looking down upon all realms. Guangchengzi and Yang Mei fixed their gazes on the fiery pattern dancing at his brow, which burned with an intense heat emanating a world-destroying aura. This guy is truly insane, Yang Mei murmured to himself. To align oneself with the heavenly Tao of the demon realm is one thing, but to use his own body as a vessel and place it at the brow, where the sea of consciousness resides, is dangerous. If the heavenly Tao of the demon realm were to make any moves, Luo Ho would instantly become a puppet of the heavenly Tao, leaving behind only a husk. Guangchengzi nodded and coldly remarked, he must have had no other choice, otherwise he could not save himself. By embracing the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, even if Luo Ho survives this calamity at their hands, he will not be able to escape as easily as the ancestor Honghuang did from the source of the heavenly Tao. Honghuang used the Panga Jade plate to bear the heavenly Tao, and the Earth Mother used the reincarnation plate to bear the Earth Tao. He used the Kongtong Seal to bear the human Tao, while Luo Ho used himself to bear the demon realm, which shows he has run out of options. Guangchengzi expressed some regret, prompting Yang Mei to look over. I should have borrowed the Excalibur formation from Master Tantian. Are you trying to infuriate Luo Ho? Yang Mei's lips twitched. However, if that's the case, it would indeed be entertaining, as the Excalibur formation once took the lives of 2 old friends. Since when did you become a lapdog of the primordial? Luo Ho laughed domineeringly, looking at Yang Mei with derision. It truly is impossible for a dog to speak of ivory. Guangchengzi scoffed. Senior Yang Mei is a distinguished guest of the primordial world. You were expelled from the primordial by your master and Senior Yang Mei, and you only survived by swearing an oath to the great Tao. How can you now look down on others? Yang Mei was about to teach Luo Ho a lesson directly, but upon hearing Guangchengzi's words, he burst into laughter. Sure enough, this guy knows how to insult. What are you even worth? Luo Ho's face turned grim. You are merely a junior. You have no right to point fingers at me. During my years of dominance in the primordial, your master was still hiding in Kunlun, afraid to come out. I should have dealt with you more harshly and wiped you out back then. Luohua's eyes flashed with killing intent. Letting you live until now has allowed you to cause me trouble. Senior, restrain him. Guangchengzi shouted coldly, and Yang Mei immediately understood, summoning a spatial corridor in his palm to lock Luohua in place. A flash of purple gold light suddenly appeared, transforming into a foot-long Honghuang measuring ruler that accurately struck forward. Crack! A sound of flesh striking echoed, and Luohua cried out in pain, two bloody teeth flying from his mouth. Subsequently, demonic energy erupted, causing the entire demon realm to tremble. Luohua glared furiously at the two, but dared not act rashly. Guangchengzi beckoned, and the Honghuang measuring ruler flew back, a cold smile on his face, while Yang Mei held the spatial corridor, coldly watching Luohua. Do you still dare to boast? Guangchengzi sneered. You are merely someone who transformed before my master did. What are you trying to pretend to be? Ahem. A cough came from beside him, and Guangchengzi whispered, Senior is naturally different from him. Your immortal demeanor and Taoist bone make you a model for primordial cultivators. Indeed. Yang Mei nodded in satisfaction, while Guangchengzi's expression turned cold, a chilling glint in his eyes. What are you worth to mention my master? If my master were here, you would have been toppled long ago. I have a saying, old but not dead is a thief. With a staff striking your shins, it describes you perfectly. My master Tai Ching happens to have a coiled dragon crutch which would be just right to cripple one of your legs. Should I capture you and put you on display in the primordial? Luohua's expression changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. If that were the case, then the demon ancestor Luohua would truly become a laughingstock for millennia in the primordial. Even Yang Mei couldn't help but cast a sideways glance. This guy truly knows how to attack the heart. Any cultivator facing such humiliation would wish they had never been born. If you dare to speak recklessly and insult my master, I will knock out all your teeth, and see if you can truly only spit out dog teeth from that dog mouth of yours. Guangchengzi gently stroked the Honghuang measuring ruler, a flame of bright light burning fiercely, dispelling the demonic energy that clung to it. Luohua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, despair evident in his eyes. He had already aligned himself with the heavenly Tao, could draw upon the power of the entire demon realm, yet he was still subdued in an instant by these two. Had they directly struck hard earlier, the demon realm would likely have suffered a heavy blow. However, this is good news. They fear the heavenly Tao not out of dread, but out of concern for damaging it. And this was precisely his opportunity. Thinking of his trump card, Luohua immediately felt his anxiety lift. What is he planning? Guangchengzi exchanged glances. Yang Mei shook his head. He must be thinking of a way to deal with both of us. If he can escape from this, then it truly is the great Tao opening its eyes. Guangchengzi said with a smile as the pure world seal above continued to emit light, transforming the demonic energy. Yang Mei scanned around. The heavenly Tao of the demon realm was now under Luohua's control. In such a short time, the demon realm had already changed significantly, with 1/10 of the demonic energy purified, creating an appearance almost like that of an immortal realm. Luohua truly could endure. As Guangchengzi increased the infusion of divine power, Luohua's expression began to change as well. Although the negative aura of the primordial was driven into the demon realm, polluting his demonic path, the demon realm had indeed grown stronger because of it. Now that the demonic energy was being purified, he, as the master of the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, felt the power he could draw upon beginning to dwindle. No wonder you are a disciple of Hongjuan. Luohua's face was filled with defiance as he glared fiercely at Yang Mei. During the Tao Demon War, if not for the bias of the heavenly Tao supporting Hongjuan, the victor would have been my demonic path. The primordial should have been dominated by my demonic path. Guangchengzi blinked. Are you alright? You cultivate the law of slaughter and have destroyed the earth veins of the primordial, yet you still dare to dream of taking over the heavenly Tao, eh? If the primordial truly became a world of slaughter, no matter how the demonic tribe rampaged and plundered, they would surely be destroyed long before the calamity of boundless calamities arrived. Yang Mei nodded in agreement. Old friend, let's not say such laughable things. Back then we sided with Hongjuan for 2 reasons. One was our friendship, and the other was that you were far too fierce. If we had tried to befriend you, we would have surely been sacrificed by you at the first opportunity. Luohua's eyes flickered as he looked at Guangchengzi. How about you come to my demon realm? I am willing to cede the position of demon ancestor to you. At that time, cultivating both Tao and demon, you will surely reach the pinnacle of the great Tao. Have you gone mad? Guangchengzi exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Luohua, who did not seem to be joking. This guy must have never seen the heavenly Tao. If I were willing, I could manipulate all 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity in the primordial. Seeing the puzzled expression on Guangchengzi's face, Yang Mei smiled slightly and said, this guy has no real trump cards left, just trying to tempt you. Let's not talk about anything else. As long as you are willing to take charge of the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, it would be a slap in Hongjuan's face. The disciple of the ancestor of the immortal Tao turning to the demon Tao would be enough for others to laugh at. Guangchengzi was somewhat speechless. Is this what he thinks will entice me? Yang Mei replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. Before he even achieved the Tao of primordial unity, he was driven to the demon realm by me and Hongjuan. Without ever having been to the chaos, what good things could he have possibly encountered? Yang Mei. Luo Hao's voice came through gritted teeth, his gaze filled with hatred fixed firmly on Yang Mei. His lineage of the demon Tao had been utterly destroyed since that battle. In today's demon realm, it could only be considered a place of his mere survival. Damn the heavenly Tao. In the primordial order, it has twisted my demon realm beyond recognition. My demon Tao is also a legitimate great path. Guangchengzi chuckled softly. Indeed, the heavenly Tao had completely treated this place as a garbage disposal center, throwing everything here. It's no wonder Luo Ho was angry. The once pure great path had been sullied, which was intolerable to think about. You can make your move now. Guangchengzi tilted his head. Let me see how powerful this former demon ancestor of yours really is. To be frank, I have no intention of letting you go after all. You didn't spare me back then. This is merely revenge. Luo Hao's face revealed a look of humiliation. To Guangchengzi, he seemed like a plaything for amusement. However, he had no intention of negotiating with them today. Since that's the case, let me show you what a demon ancestor truly is. A cold smile crept across Luo Hao's lips as a flash of red light flickered in his eyes, a killing intent bursting forth. Guangchengzi's eyes glazed over. The law of slaughter. Once you fall, the law of slaughter will enable me to achieve the Tao as well. Yang Mei glanced at him speechlessly. Indeed, the demonic flames around Luo Ho surged, and the guy became even angrier upon hearing this. The other party had not even fallen yet, and you were already eyeing their laws. Luo Hao's expression had turned emotionless. After being provoked by these two, he truly had no energy left to engage in conversation. Let the battle begin. Countless demonic patterns lit up around Luo Ho, the source of the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, manifesting from nothingness, the black-purple demonic light, piercing through time, the rules of the great path collapsing and being reformed in his hands. He reached out and grasped, causing the entire heavenly Tao of the demon realm to violently contract, refining into a great halberd that pierced through heaven and earth. The halberd body was entwined with the black flames of annihilation, its tip devouring and consuming the demonic light, and the shaft was inscribed with runes of the demon ancestor, each pattern representing a path of destruction. Demonic energy spread from beneath his feet. Wherever it passed, life was extinguished. The void became a dead realm. Even space cried out in agony. The annihilation demon halberd hung quietly, not striking a blow, yet it exuded an unparalleled ferocity that could topple the heavens and obliterate the great paths. Yang Mei and Guangchengzi displayed looks of disbelief. This was the heavenly Tao. Although neither of them cared much for the heavenly Tao, it was still the embodiment of the rules, an order in existence supreme in the primordial world, governing the fates of countless beings. Guangchengzi had once provoked the heavenly Tao, and Hongjuan had also merged with the Tao. Although they both now looked down on the heavenly Tao, they still held it in some respect. The heavenly Tao of the demon realm was severed from the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, and it could be considered supreme and noble, yet it willingly became a blade in someone else's hand. It seems that this heavenly Tao of the demon realm has already been tainted. Yang Mei frowned, his gaze fixed on the great halberd. There must be a reason for the heavenly Tao to assist me. Luo Ho chuckled coldly. This is the annihilation demon halberd formed from the heavenly Tao. You too should feel its power well. As Luo Hao's words fell, Guangchengzi and Yang Mei felt a repulsive force. This was indeed the demon realm, and as the heavenly Tao, it was naturally capable of expelling outsiders. Unfortunately, their strengths were too great. Just relying on this was insufficient, and it could only slightly suppress their power. Luo Ho gripped the annihilation demon halberd formed from the heavenly Tao with one hand, its tip pointing towards the ground, the black-purple demonic light flowing from the shaft, silently collapsing the heavens. Millions of demonic patterns floated on the shaft, each one a path he had crushed. Countless demons felt this aura and trembled as they knelt, shouting, "Holy Ancestor!" Luo Hao's eyes were filled with obsession. To control the entire demon realm was truly this kind of feeling. Although he was the lord of the demon realm, he was still balanced by the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. Today, this heavenly Tao finally bestowed all its power upon him. Everything in the demon realm belonged to him. With a mere thought, he could alter heaven and earth. The annihilation demon halberd pointed horizontally, and wherever its light passed, time and space were directly cleaved into, the past collapsing, the future obliterated, and the present shattered inch by inch. The void tore like thin paper, revealing the endless chaos and darkness behind it. Stars exploded like shattered tiles, turning into a sea of flying ashes, and the laws of the Great Path were ignited by the demonic flames, howling as they turned to nothingness. The distorted laws surged towards Guangchengzi, and an overwhelming, chaotic, bloodthirsty, and destructive will descended like a storm, crushing his spirit. Guangchengzi felt the formless demonic sound pour into his sea of consciousness, stirring all the greed, anger, ignorance, and obsessions he had faced on his path of cultivation. The demonic energy around him surged even more violently, frantically eroding his immortal bones, staining his immortal essence black, as if it wanted to assimilate him into a part of this demon realm. Eldest brother, second brother, spare these disciples. I have my own considerations. You may return to the mountain, he said. Third brother, disband the interception. Those with fur and horns are unworthy to step onto Kunlun Mountain. Tong Tian pleaded, but Laozi remained indifferent, and Yuanshi was arrogant. The faces of the three clear ones appeared in Guangchengzi's mind, their hostility towards each other escalating into battle, shattering the primordial world and being suppressed in the Zixiao Palace. Scenes flashed before his eyes as black mist surged around Guangchengzi. He remained motionless, seemingly immersed in the demon realm, his immortal light dimming, his form swaying as if about to fall. Yang Mei looked puzzled. It was merely an illusion of the inner demon. With Guangchengzi's strength, he shouldn't take this long to overcome it. Guangchengzi, you are not only my disciple, but also the continuation of my life. You should know that no matter how the three of us are, we could never bear to harm you, Tong Tian said with a smile, his voice resonating in his ear, while Laozi and Yuanshi looked at him gently. Guangchengzi's eyes gradually regained clarity, and the radiant imprint in the void shone brightly, dispelling all demonic energy. Truly worthy of being the ancestor of the path of inner demons, directly targeting the most vulnerable spots of a cultivator's Tao heart. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, yet his eyes were filled with killing intent. You were actually deceived, eh? Yang Mei asked in disbelief. Without relying on humanity, just relying on the Tao heart to resist, Guangchengzi replied calmly. It seems I have indeed emerged from that nightmare. He felt his Tao heart was stable. The three clear ones would never abandon him. Even if the scene were to reappear, he felt it was merely an act. Luo Ho trembled at the shock, unable to deceive him even with the power of the inner demon of the heavenly Tao. Truly worthy of being the one who had repeatedly thwarted his plans since he was weak. Based solely on my own realm, I am indeed not your match. Guangchengzi looked on with great interest while an aura enveloped him, the Kongtong Seal, unleashing the roar of 9 dragons, dispelling all demonic energy. Luo Ho let out a cold laugh, stating that it was merely a matter of being in the same realm, but this is the demon realm, the battlefield of the master. The annihilation demon halberd swung down, annihilating all beings, severing all causal ties, reversing yin and yang, and shattering the 5 elements, as even the laws of heaven and earth were violently cleaved to create an immense chasm of desolation stretching millions of miles. The entire land of the demon realm, the demon mountains, the underworld river, and the heart of all demons trembled in unison as an invisible demonic law descended from the 9 heavens, vast as an abyss, as oppressive as a prison. A massive beam of halberd light slashed towards Guangchengzi, who shifted his gaze slightly, causing the 9 dragons to soar and transform into a cage that trapped it. Golden light scattered across the dragon scales, constantly neutralizing the demonic energy, both sides at a stalemate, causing Guangchengzi to furrow his brow. Interesting, I truly underestimated the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. It seems there is indeed an advantage to fighting on home turf. Guangchengzi smiled as the will of all beings began to manifest from the 9 dragons, continuously emitting a sound of intimidation. The halberd light gradually dissipated, but the golden dragon was quickly losing its divine radiance. Do I need to take action? He raised an eyebrow and turned to ask, if this continues, it will deplete the luck of the human race. Luo Ho doesn't care, but the people of the 9 provinces. Guangchengzi shook his head. I am merely testing it. The 2 forces cancel each other out, and indeed the power of humanity is not weak. However, they haven't yet used the power of the laws. As the words fell, the 9 golden dragons simultaneously unleashed a breath of dragon energy towards the halberd light, forcing it to halt in midair as the 9 dragons soared upwards, merging directly to reveal a black-eyed golden dragon emanating an aura of profound darkness. A look of ease flashed in Yang Mei's eyes. This young man rarely used the dark laws, and in the demon realm, he was in his element. Devour. Guangchengzi let out a low shout as the giant dragon surged towards the halberd light, its mouth wide open, swallowing even the surrounding space into its belly, causing Luo Hao's eyes to widen in shock as he lost all connection with the halberd light. The giant dragon circled in the void as the Kongtong Seal flew out, landing upon the dragon's horn, infusing a stream of divine power, while Guangchengzi's momentum began to rise steadily. Burp. Guangchengzi let out a satisfied belch, smiling, as he said, "Thank you, Luo. Ho, my dark laws have actually begun to improve. This is a situation I have never encountered before. It seems that the demon realm is indeed fated to be connected to me." Yang Mei couldn't help but curl his lips in a smile as demonic flames ignited around Luo Ho, indicating his anger. "You will fall here, naturally connecting with the demon realm." A flash of crimson appeared in Luo Hao's eyes as the laws of slaughter permeated, spreading through the entire demon realm with the power of the heavenly Tao. Countless demons began to wail, and all beings of the demon realm incessantly bowed down, their flesh, primordial spirits, Tao foundations, and souls disintegrating layer by layer under the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, turning from flesh and blood to divine souls, from laws to origins, into the purest essence of the demonic path, consumed by the earth, feeding back into the demon realm. Luo Hao's aura surged dramatically as Yang Mei's expression grew serious. He had now reached the mid-stage of the Honghuang Tai Chi Golden Immortal level. This guy is truly ruthless, sacrificing the beings of the demon realm, truly worthy of being the demon ancestor. Guangchengzi's eyes didn't even flicker, as they were not beings from the primordial era. Oh, what did it have to do with him? As long as I am here, as long as I am alive, the demon realm will not disappear, and the demon race will reappear. Luo Ho said with a cruel smile, spreading his arms wide, his face filled with delight. What a powerful force it is. Guangchengzi nodded. Indeed formidable, having almost drained the demon realm, and now he could only barely protect himself, relying on the power of humanity. Both of you stay here with me. Luo Ho roared in anger as the demon realm gradually began to shrink, transforming into a black lotus shape, with raging demonic flames burning, seemingly wanting to refine them. A small tower flew out from behind Luo Hao's head, landing atop the lotus flower. The tower's body was cast from pitch black jade with no flaws, yet emanating a faint, desolate black light. It was composed of 9 tiers stacked one upon another with octagonal eaves, and hanging demonic bone wind chimes that chimed without wind, their sound capable of corroding the Tao heart and disturbing the soul. The tower was of unknown height, reaching the core of the demon realm below and piercing the chaotic heavens above. Its body was covered in ancient demonic runes, the primal marks of the heavenly Tao of the demon realm writhing like living snakes. Destruction. Black Lotus Heavenly Demon Tower. Yang Mei explained to Guangchengzi. Originally Luo Ho detonated the extermination sword array, and the god-slaying spear was picked up by Hongjun. He swore to the great Tao, establishing the heavenly demon realm directly with the 12th grade destruction Black Lotus. And the heavenly demon tower is his proof of Tao, a treasure ruling over the demon race. Over the years it has been nurtured by the demon realm, its power rivaling that of innate supreme treasures. Guangchengzi nodded. Indeed formidable, but it was still too early to boast. Luo Ho, my friend, we all know each other well, so let's refrain from boasting. Yang Mei smiled faintly. He was the master of space, and not only could Luo Ho not kill him, even with the power of the heavenly Tao in the demon realm, he could not match him. In the same realm, if he wanted to leave, no one could hold him back. Oh, except for Pangu. Luo Hao's face turned dark as he looked at the two trapped in the destruction Black Lotus, filled with rage. The heavenly demon tower above churned with black mist, surrounded by the waters of the underworld river, forming a protective sea of magic as black waves crashed against the shores, stirring up countless vengeful soul illusions. As the tower's demonic patterns ignited, the black light soared into the sky, gathering all the demonic energy from the entire demon realm, forming a cloud of annihilation that pressed down upon the myriad realms, bearing the full power of the demon realm towards the two. Luo Ho seized the opportunity as the annihilation demon halberd struck down repeatedly, and the entire demon realm began to exert its power, vowing to take this chance to eliminate Yang Mei and Guangchengzi. The surrounding space was forcibly solidified as Guangchengzi's surroundings turned into a demonic path, prison time slightly stagnating, and divine power struggling to operate, while his holy power was being forcibly drained by the heavenly Tao. If this continued, he would truly be defeated. Yang Mei waved the willow branch in his hand lightly as space began to flow anew. He chuckled. The space is under my control, so there's no need for my friend to go to such lengths. The chaos pearl appeared between Guangchengzi's brows as a suppressive force surged forth, accompanied by the sounds of cracking, revealing fissures around them, dispelling the sense of confinement. Senior, you are no match. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. With Yang Mei in front of him, he could strike directly. The chaos pearl in its peak state could suppress the chaos itself. Oh, what was the mere suppressive force of the demon realm worth? You can actually mobilize the full power of the chaos pearl. Luo Ho couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as the energy surrounding him was not demonic energy, but the annihilation black flame. Within the black flames surged shattered stars, collapsed realms, and the wailing remnants of the demon race. This was the mountain of corpses and sea of blood left from his sacrifices of the beings of the demon realm. Wherever the black flames passed, time and space melted away, causal ties severed, and vitality extinguished, leaving only absolute silence and destruction. Now the entire demon realm was utterly devastated. I have always possessed the Chaos Pearl. Why should you be surprised, Taoist Luo? A hint of mockery flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. Immediately he feigned realization. I forgot, Taoist friend, since you were trapped in the demon realm, you have never witnessed the power of the Chaos Pearl in my hands. You wouldn't think this treasure is just a decoration in my grasp, would you? Luohao's lips trembled. The Chaos Pearl has completely recognized its master. No wonder Yang Mei valued him so highly. Go! Guangchengzi, sneered the Kongtong Seal, and the Honghuang Qinquan ruler were unleashed in succession. Yang Mei followed closely, lightly flicking a willow branch as the demon tower and the 12-grade destruction Black Lotus continuously emitted mournful cries, cracks beginning to appear on their surfaces. No matter how precious the treasure, Leho, already injured, was naturally no match for their combined might. This, a look of heartache flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. Senior, please be gentle. This is my spiritual treasure. Pooh! Luoho couldn't hold back and spat out another mouthful of blood, glaring at Guangchengzi with resentment. Even Yang Mei couldn't help but glance aside. The person was not yet fallen, yet it was already your spiritual treasure. Guangchengzi remained unbothered. It was only a matter of time. With a light wave of his sleeve, the realm of light and darkness manifested again, trapping the destruction Black Lotus and the demon tower directly. Luohao's face changed dramatically. These two spiritual treasures had been in the demon realm for countless epochs, connected to the source, and were his proof of enlightenment. Yet he felt not a shred of connection. But Guangchengzi did not give him a chance to speak further. The Honghuang Qinquan ruler directly struck down, leaving a bloody mark on his face. The Kongtong Seal smashed down, and Luoho immediately flew out like a shrimp, curling his body, continuously spitting blood. What followed was a one-sided, brutal beating of Luoho. The ruler's imprint fell in succession, and Luoho soon found himself gasping for breath. Enough, if you continue like this, he will truly run out of breath. Yang Mei blocked Guangchengzi, feeling a chill in his heart as he looked at the murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, Luoho was integrated with the heavenly Tao. Should he truly perish, he would resurrect from the heavenly Tao, but then the power lost would be that of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, he understood why Guangchengzi acted this way. During their journey to the west, they had captured the six-eared macaque. Had it not been for Guangchengzi's caution, Sun Wukong would have long fallen into Luohao's schemes. This fellow was avenging his son. Guangchengzi gestured with his hand, and the two spiritual treasures returned to Qingyun. A flicker of divine light passed over him, and he resumed his demeanor of a modest gentleman. But Luoho was in a dire state, his hair disheveled, bloodstained, and stuck to his cheeks. His usually indifferent and cold demonic eyes were now shrouded in a layer of darkness. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth, and the flame on his brow seemed to flicker weakly. The world-destroying demon halberd had long since dissipated. Looking at Luohao's feeble condition, Guangchengzi calmed down and even smiled. This trip didn't require much effort, especially with Yang Mei backing him. What do you wish to do? Yang Mei turned and asked. Once a Taoist friend, however, since they had already taken action, they must eradicate the roots. You cannot. Luoho struggled to raise his hand. If you kill me, then Sun Wukong will also perish. Slap. Guangchengzi slapped down, and Luohao's gaze was already starting to fade. Yang Mei couldn't help but sigh. Why bother? Wasn't he just asking for a slap? Guangchengzi revealed a blue lotus in his hand with a black dragon swirling inside. He chuckled softly. Is this what you meant? Do you think the hidden hand you left can fool me? You want a bit of the demon ancestor's demeanor, trying to threaten me by controlling Wukong. What are you thinking? If this matter was not resolved, could he so easily step into the demon realm? At that time, he would directly unite with the three masters, descending with the fury of thunder to suppress Luoho. How could he now have the leisure to confront Luoho? Luoho let out a miserable smile, which triggered a series of coughs. It turned out his schemes had long been seen through. Just attack directly. Yang Mei lowered his head to glance at the source of the heavenly Tao within the blue lotus, a look of incomprehension flashing in his eyes. Guangchengzi nodded. Luoho had relied too much on the power of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the heavenly Tao of the demon realm could not stop the two of them. However, this was still the demon realm, and Luoho was in harmony with the heavenly Tao. He stroked his chin, his palm gently clenched. Luohao's physical body shattered like glass as disbelief appeared in his eyes. Clearly, he did not expect Guangchengzi to act so decisively. Even Yang Mei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, exerting force with his palm, turning Luohao's divine body into powder which scattered in the wind. Watching his unconscious soul connected to the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, Guangchengzi's blue lotus emitted divine light sweeping across. However, when the divine light fell upon Luohao's soul, nothing happened. Indeed, Yang Mei sighed. Luohao's life-saving trump card was that as long as they did not destroy the demon realm and annihilate the heavenly Tao, he could retain a semblance of life. Guangchengzi snorted lightly. The realm of light and darkness manifested in accordance with his will, and the blue lotus again shined out, launching a dual-pronged attack, yet still no change occurred. Forget it. Guangchengzi felt a bit helpless. After all, he was a Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal, far beyond what he could currently contend with. With the power of humanity, he could confront it in combat, but ultimately his realm was insufficient and his essence was lacking. To separate Luohao's soul from the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, he must wait until he also attains enlightenment. Looking at the heavenly Tao of the demon realm filled with evil energy, Guangchengzi's gaze flickered. This was not easy to swallow. Do you have a plan? Yang Mei questioned, puzzled. Why did this fellow look so profound? Although his strength surpassed the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, he was not skilled in methods of separation, and in the face of this situation, he was at a loss. I do have some ideas. Guangchengzi furrowed his brow. I still plan to directly break through my realm, but once I break through the heavenly Tao of the demon realm will be useless. Moreover, if left here, Luoho will slowly recover. If taken back to the primordial age, the heavenly Tao will probably go berserk. Yang Mei nodded. Indeed, taking it back, the heavenly Tao will surely pounce on it like a piece of fatty meat, eager to devour it. Yes, two completely opposite things. Guangchengzi was taken aback, suddenly raising his head, staring at Yang Mei in astonishment. Opposite heavenly Tao. The realm of light and darkness appeared in his palm, its powerful aura shaking the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. 3,000 great Tao principles. Those who comprehend opposites when fused yield tremendous power. The power of the heavenly Tao of the demon realm and the primordial heavenly Tao is not just completely opposite. Yang Mei was also stunned, exclaiming, yes, if the two were to merge, it may surpass even me and Hongzhi. Guangchengzi's gaze deepened. When the heavenly Tao first descended upon him with a manifestation, it was when he comprehended both light and darkness to their peak and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Was it simply because he had done too much for the primordial age, or had he comprehended two entirely opposing laws? Moreover, what about Master Hongzhi? Why was the heavenly Tao so fearful of him back in Kunlun when he possessed the Hongzhi heavenly Tao and the 3,000 principles? He looked down at the heavenly Tao of the demon realm in his palm, his eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. It seems we have underestimated the primordial heavenly Tao. Do you mean to say that the primordial chaos and the demon realm are like the yin and yang, one being positive and the other negative, balancing each other? Yang Mei exclaimed in shock. Guangchengzi's expression grew serious. In the beginning, I only comprehended the law of light. Although I considered my strength considerable, if I were to attain the Tao, I could only match any one of the three pure ones. However, after the fusion of light and darkness, I am confident that I can suppress any one of them. Yang Mei's lips twitched. You are truly too filial. Moreover, the heavenly Tao is favoring me just as I am about to break through to the Honghuang Taiyuo Golden Immortal stage, especially after incorporating the law of space, forming the realm of light and darkness, which can actually isolate the laws. Guangchengzi raised his head. Have you ever seen such a transformative great law, senior? Yang Mei finally became serious. As the saying goes, water and fire cannot coexist, but yin gives rise to yang. When water and fire are one, they can unleash even greater power. The heavenly Tao is the same. It must be inspiration from Master Hongzhi for the heavenly Tao. Guangchengzi's eyes sharpened. The heavenly demon realm established by Luo Ho was merely a hiding place for the demon realm, but after I cleared the blood sea, all the negative energy from the primordial chaos was integrated into the demon realm, with the primordial chaos being positive and the demon realm being negative. Yang Mei sighed, gazing deeply at the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. This has separated from the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos. We thought that when the immeasurable tribulation arrives, the heavenly Tao would devour it to replenish itself and thus dominate. But it seems now that it still harbors intentions of breaking through. One positive and one negative will definitely overpower the heavenly Tao of the earthly beings. As for Luo Ho, he will not be able to stir up any storms. The two heavenly Taos are essentially one, especially since the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos is the main body with the earthly being's heavenly Tao as support. Guangchengzi inhaled a breath of demonic energy and disdainfully purified it. With the law of light, the earthly being's heavenly Tao aids the heavenly Tao in devouring the demon realm, allowing the heavenly Tao to grow directly, becoming stronger than before, as if yin and yang are merging. Once strong enough, it will have sufficient strength to suppress the earthly being's heavenly Tao. With the heavenly Tao dominating the earthly beings, heavenly Tao will be under its command, and with the destruction of the primordial chaos, it will leap forward. Yang Mei was horrified, and both of them noticed the shock in each other's eyes simultaneously, saying great Tao transcendence. Guangchengzi's eyes stirred with turbulent waves, and no wonder the three pure ones exhibited the most intense behavior when establishing the immortal path. Moreover, he could not wait to leave Master Honghuang, recalling the heavenly Tao of Hongjun he witnessed in Kunlun. Although the heavenly Tao was not opposite, it could complement each other. The heavenly Tao could not have been a technique learned from the master. Fearing that the master would devour him, he sought out a mere cultivator like him. Just right, his light and darkness were also opposing laws which would help in comprehending the unity of the heavenly Tao, facilitating the integration with the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, he might merely be an object of observation. No wonder he did not mind when the heavenly Tao encountered trouble with Luo Ho. He only showed anger when discussing matters related to the heavenly Tao, but this was also under the deterrence of Master Hongjun. With his style of acting, he would never commit the act of destroying the heavenly Tao. The three pure ones established the immortal path, which to some extent can also restrain the heavenly Tao. Is this a self-rescue of the primordial chaos, or a favor from Pangu? One by one, Guangchengzi could not help but show a bitter smile, not expecting that reaching the peak of the primordial chaos would still involve so many mysteries. What are you thinking? Yang Mei calmed his thoughts and looked at Guangchengzi, whose expression changed continuously, as if he were making some significant decision. Guangchengzi exhaled deeply. Who cares about anything else? As long as I can break through and become strong enough, all conspiracies are merely paper tigers. This demon realm also needs to be purified. Guangchengzi did not answer Yang Mei's question. Anyway, the demon realm could not be destroyed. Even if it became filthy in the future, it looked comfortable for now. Yang Mei was taken aback upon hearing this. Looking up at the sky, the purification seal was still continuously emitting purifying light. Guangchengzi pointed, and the purification seal merged into the radiant seal, suspended in the sky of the demon realm, like an eternal sun tearing apart the boundless darkness with a beam of heavenly light, enveloping the entire demon realm in purifying light. The thick ink-like demonic energy transformed upon encountering the light, emitting a hissing wail, dissipating into wisps of green smoke. The dark demon sky was torn apart, revealing a bright blue dome, and the golden crow broke through the clouds, showering warm sunlight. With all impurities gone, no evil spirits remaining, darkness retreating, and the world becoming clear again. Under the radiant seal, the dark sky was continuously devouring the essence of the demon realm, soon gently trembling and landing in Guangchengzi's palm. Guangchengzi looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Only the pure laws of the demon path remain. Even Luo Ho would thank me for this. Indeed. Yang Mei chuckled. The impurities in this demon realm had been baptized by the law of light, and other negative energies had been devoured by the darkness. The current demon realm is exactly what Luo Ho desires. Then only he is left. Yang Mei pointed at the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. What do you plan to do? No matter whether the speculation is true or false, I will never allow the heavenly Tao of the demon realm to be handed over to the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos. Guangchengzi said solemnly. Yang Mei said nothing, waiting for his solution. I need the heavenly Tao of the demon realm to break through, utilizing the power of the heavenly Tao for this. It concerns a future plan of mine, so it must not be done after the breakthrough. A cold smile flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. If that's the case, I will conduct an experiment to see if the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos truly has this intention. Speak. Yang Mei said with a smile. I knew this guy had plenty of tricks. At this point, the heavenly Tao cannot avoid getting hurt. Guangchengzi sighed. You and I will work together to sever the essence of the heavenly Tao connected to Luo Ho. I will use the remaining essence to break through. As for Luo Ho, we will see how the heavenly Tao reacts. Watching him take out the essence of the demon realm originally entrusted to the heart of the six-eared macaque from the Qinglian, the heavenly Tao of the demon realm suddenly began to tremble, clearly sensing a familiar aura. Yang Mei nodded. It can indeed be done. Let's do as you say. Guangchengzi looked at the heavenly Tao of the demon realm solemnly, saying, you should understand our intention. Force Luo Ho out, only allowing him to carry 1/10 of the essence. I will give you this essence as compensation. The heavenly Tao did not respond. Guangchengzi sneered, reinforcing the power of humanity. Do not force me to take harsh measures. If it were not for a certain speculation, he would indeed be ruthless enough to destroy the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. Buzz, a black dragon floated up with laws of slaughter, chaos, and destruction, becoming extremely active as Luo Hao's soul was gathered at the dragon's tail. Yang Mei chuckled. Indeed, you are afraid of the strong and bully the weak. This can be considered a desperate struggle for survival. I will empower you with the Chaos Pearl. You may take action, Senior. After Guangchengzi finished speaking, Yang Mei nodded, as he could also utilize the power of the Chaos Pearl now. The Chaos Pearl appeared on Guangchengzi's forehead, a power that was hard to describe in words connected to Yang Mei. He felt the vastness of time and space, as if he had transformed into chaos with fragments of time and space opening up within him. How marvelous a power it was. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. This was the power of the past from the Chaos Pearl, and he had his own great path to follow. Yang Mei condensed a blade of time and space in his hand, and fiercely slashed down towards the black dragon's tail. It was a broken blade, only the length of a forearm, a sword of time and space condensed from the laws of the universe, its blade shifting like flowing water, the edge revealing fragmented shadows of temporal turbulence. With a raised brow, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and the tip of the sword of time and space glimmered coldly for an instant as it thrust directly toward the tail of the demon dragon. With a single stroke, the galaxy hung upside down. Time flowed backward. The sword of time and space sliced through the ancient illusions, severing the past, present, and future in a single sweep. Even the heavenly Tao of the demon realm was forcibly ripped from the river of time. Guangchengzi blinked as if he saw time continuously retreating, witnessing the chaotic collaboration between Luo Ho and the heavenly Tao of the demon realm merging into one. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as if nothing had happened, yet the heavenly Tao of the demon realm began to change. A strand of its origin was suddenly severed, and the entire realm emitted a cry that was nearly extinguished. The once surging demonic clouds froze. The blood-red sky, cracked with fine dark patterns, as if fragile glass was shattering. The divine light dimmed, and the laws fell into disarray. The earth trembled violently. Demon mountains collapsed. The abyss of the demon realm flooded back. Countless demon veins withered. The fires of the earth extinguished, and the demonic energy turned from rampant to mournful. The rules of heaven and earth loosened. Causality became chaotic. The sequence of time reversed, and the boundaries between life and death blurred. Yang Mei let out a long breath, the sword of time and space dissipating in his hand, and a glint of silvery light flashed in his eyes as he attained a higher understanding of time and space. Truly the Chaos Pearl. Guangchengzi's brow twitched slightly as the Chaos Pearl vanished, allowing Yang Mei time to survey the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. Fragments of the laws fell like rain, small spatial fissures visible everywhere in the void. The demonic energy thin life ceased, and the once fierce and vast demon realm was now left with a scene of twilight, desolation, and impending collapse. His expression unchanged. The heavenly Tao controlled the demon realm, and now that it was damaged, the realm naturally began to decline. However, this strand of heavenly Tao's origin was enough to create a primordial golden immortal. Here, take this. Yang Mei tossed the spirit of Luo Ho from his hand, while Guangchengzi held the realm of light and darkness, isolating it. The little black dragon from the blue lotus flew out and merged into the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, compensating for its weakened origin, causing the demon realm to cease its collapse, though many fissures still remained. Looking at the waning heavenly Tao of the demon realm, Guangchengzi smiled. The loss of origin was enough to deal a heavy blow to the demon realm, while the heavenly Tao would require countless yuan to restore. How do you plan to take it away? Yang Mei asked, knowing that if he used the Chaos Pearl, Guangchengzi would not have put it away. Of course I will use this item to carry it. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, the Tianma Tower appearing again. With Luo Ho now on the brink of death, he had no fear of using this item for anything. Yang Mei nodded. This item can be considered a spiritual treasure of the demon realm. It may even nourish the heavenly Tao. Guangchengzi pointed at the Tianma Tower, looking at the heavenly Tao, and coldly commanded, "Enter." The heavenly Tao, already filled with fear, did not dare to hesitate, diving in like a swimming dragon. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered as the 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus below enveloped it. Thinking it still wasn't enough, the Hongmeng measuring ruler and the Tiandi Xuanyuan Linglong Tower appeared simultaneously, directly isolating all the auras of the Tianma Tower. "You seem well prepared," Yang Mei remarked with some surprise. "After all, coming to the demon realm, Master Taiching must have been a bit uneasy, so he lent me the Linglong Tower." Guangchengzi smiled slightly. Yang Mei pondered for a moment, then said softly, "I have previously studied the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Its power is no less than that of an innate supreme treasure, and the Linglong Tower emerged alongside it. Together their combined power is only beneath that of a chaos supreme treasure. In the future, do not reveal it lightly." Guangchengzi tightened his hands. "Does that mean there too?" "Shu." Yang Mei smiled mysteriously. "I haven't said anything." "Thank you, Senior." Guangchengzi cupped his hands, realizing that when they reached that place, these two items would indeed have unexpected uses, as Yang Mei had advised. "Are you leaving, Senior?" "Indeed, I have done what I needed to do. I should leave with Hongjun," Yang Mei said gently. I consider this preemptive. It is still peaceful there, and you will soon be able to break. Saying this, he unexpectedly laughed. When you arrive, it will soon become chaotic. I believe in your ability to stir things up. Guangchengzi's expression darkened. He was indeed the most polite one. The 12-petal destruction black lotus flew from his hand, merging into the land of the demon realm, establishing the entire realm upon this item. Unless the demon realm was to be destroyed, this item could not leave. Let's go, Yang Mei nodded. Guangchengzi scanned the demon realm. There were already few demon tribes left, as Luo Ho had sacrificed the lives of 6 out of 10 demon beings, especially his close subordinates, who had all perished. The two stepped out and reappeared in the outer starry sky, where there were still no living beings, only the howling of fierce winds and constant collisions of star fragments. Senior, help me out. Oh, I want to take the demon realm with me. Yang Mei paused, turning to look at the demon realm's gate, which remained fixed in place, and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" Besides the two of them, no one else could find it, and he wouldn't take the gate of the demon realm. Guangchengzi could enter at any time in the future, so what use was there in taking the demon realm? I plan to merge it into the Honghuang. When the demon realm was born, it was the power of the Honghuang that separated it. At that time, neither the earth nor the human Tao had awakened, so the heavenly Tao acted as the leader. Why should I let it have it? Guangchengzi's expression was cold. The heavenly Tao had previously injured him and his 3 masters, and it was very likely plotting something grander, so it could not be allowed to continue growing. Yang Mei paused, sensing Guangchengzi's desire for revenge against the heavenly Tao. He had no way to speak further. He was not a saint of the Honghuang and had no ties to the heavenly Tao, so there was no need for more words. This is quite a major undertaking. Yang Mei sighed, a corridor of space appearing in his palm as he threw it toward the gate of the demon realm. The entire outer starry sky began to change, the space collapsing continuously, revealing a void black hole. It seemed as though something was being forcibly excavated from between heaven and earth. Guangchengzi watched intently as Yang Mei's willow branch emitted streaks of divine light. After an unknown amount of time, half of the outer starry sky had disappeared, countless stars being swept into that void by the fierce winds. A black lotus appeared on the silver gate of the demon realm atop, which floated a small black orb radiating powerful energy. This was the entirety of the demon realm. With a wave of his large sleeve, Yang Mei shrank the gate of the demon realm to the size of a palm, and then tossed it to Guangchengzi. Take this. Once you settle the demon realm, give this spatial door to Kongxian. I haven't guided him yet, but with this item it will be enough for him to comprehend space. Guangchengzi bowed slightly. Thank you, senior. Yang Mei shook his head. It's a small matter. The space here will gradually recover. Let us go. Oh, I need to head to the Zixiao Palace. Do you want to accompany me or return to Kunlun alone? Looking at Yang Mei with curiosity, Guangchengzi smiled slightly and said, You must certainly inform the ancestor, so I shall refrain from intruding. All right then, Yang Mei sighed. Regardless, we will inform you before we leave. Amidst their banter, the two had already stepped out into the outer starry sky. The celestial lords each took their places, and with a flick of Guangchengzi's fingertip, a stream of light flew towards the heavenly court and the Ziwei star. From then on, there was no need to guard the outer starry sky anymore. Without the demon realm, this place was merely an ordinary forbidden land. Should any cultivators seek opportunities, they could enter, as long as they were not afraid of perishing here. 5,000 years have already passed, Guangchengzi remarked in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. The flow of time in the demon realm is different from that of the primordial chaos. We have concealed our aura, so the heavenly Tao should still be unaware. Are you truly not planning to let me and Hongjun assist you? Yang Mei asked once more, knowing that if Guangchengzi were to merge into the demon realm alone in the primordial chaos, the heavenly Tao would certainly be enraged, as it could not sense the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. Guangchengzi smiled confidently. Having entered the primordial chaos with the human Tao in hand, and the 3 pure ones present, I have no fear of him. Moreover, the merging of the demon realm into the primordial chaos enhances the essence of the primordial world. The earth and human Tao will naturally aid me in resisting the heavenly Tao. Yang Mei smiled helplessly and said, Then I shall take my leave for now. Guangchengzi nodded, and the space silently split open a gap. In the blink of an eye, Yang Mei's figure had vanished. Guangchengzi scanned the heavenly court with his divine sense, raising an eyebrow, noting that the cultivation levels of the gods had significantly improved over the years. Yang Jian and Neza had astonishingly broken through, while Yaoqi had taken command of the heavenly court. Her aura considerably deepened. The primordial chaos was also teeming with life, showcasing a scene of all things thriving. Kunlun, the ancestral home of myriad mountains where dragon veins converged, shrouded in clouds with manifestations ascending. The ethereal forms of the three pure ones enveloped Kunlun with three beams of light shooting into the sky, carrying the vast power of laws, the essence of transcendence, enveloping all present. The sounds of the Tao echoed, and the disciples below listened, entranced, their own paths gradually resonating with that of the three pure ones. Within Kunlun, the rare birds and extraordinary beasts that heard the sounds of the Tao respectfully bowed towards the peak of Kunlun, for being born in Kunlun was undoubtedly their great fortune. Suddenly the sounds of the Tao came to an abrupt halt. The many disciples below froze in place, feeling as if they could neither breathe in nor out. The three pure ones simultaneously opened their eyes, and Yuan Shi smiled as he looked at the side. Has Shida returned? Indeed, Chanjiao and the others showed joy on their faces. The only one who could evoke such words from the master was a singular individual. The space split open, and the purple-robed Taoist stepped out. He had no aura whatsoever, appearing like an ordinary person, yet he captured everyone's attention like the only light in the darkness. Yes, the first thing I did upon returning was to meet with the three masters, Guangchengzi said, with a smile, bowing deeply. After tens of thousands of years apart, I truly missed my masters. You speak too freely, Yuan Shi lightly reprimanded, but the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his true feelings. Come sit down. A cloud bed floated beside Tong Tian, who eagerly patted it, signaling Guangchengzi to come over. Did you suffer any grievances while in the demon realm? The master even forgot to give you the extermination sword array. It was nothing. With Senior Yang Mai's assistance it was resolved easily, Guangchengzi said with a smile as he sat on the cloud bed. Tong Tian looked him up and down again, indeed not sensing any injuries, which eased his mind. As the two conversed passionately, Laozi sighed, helplessly looking at the dazed disciples, and waved his hand. You all go ahead and comprehend for now. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged furtive glances, suddenly feeling a bit guilty as they realized they had neglected their disciples. Go on. Tong Tian maintained a serious expression and said with feigned authority, listen to your senior uncle. Chanjiao and the others sighed inwardly. The three masters were still the same, treating no one with regard. As soon as their senior brother appeared, everyone respectfully bowed to Guangchengzi, then lowered their heads respectfully, saying, We take our leave. Yuan Shi then looked over, awkwardly smoothing his Sambao jade rui. With Guangchengzi's return, his attention had been entirely on him, similarly forgetting his disciples. Guangchengzi felt warmth in his heart and chuckled. How long have you been giving lectures, master? The realm of the Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal is too difficult to break through. Even though the three of us have the support of the immortal Tao, and our cultivation continues to rise, we still don't feel any sense of breakthrough. As for my own Tao, you are aware of the situation. I can only suppress it with the immortal Tao, and dare not cultivate further. Yuan Shi sighed bitterly. We give lectures once every 10,000 years, which serves to sort out the immortal Tao, and helps your junior brothers and sisters to elevate their cultivation so that they may soon unite with the three pure ones and attain the Tao to become saints. Tong Tian sighed helplessly. It has been tens of thousands of years, yet not a single one has attained the Tao. They truly lack insight. Laozi shook his head. The sacred realm isn't so easy to attain. These disciples have already formed a connection with the three pure ones over the years, and they can only rely on time to grind it out, or perhaps they will have a moment of enlightenment. With the three pure ones present, these are all matters of time. Why should the master be anxious? Guangchengzi also offered some comfort. This time I dealt with the demon realm, and after merging it into the primordial chaos, the essence will once again be enhanced. The immortal Tao may just usher in an opportunity for a breakthrough. The three pure ones were delighted. This was indeed a good method. Guangchengzi looked over and said, The heavenly Tao will certainly make an appearance this time, and I happen to have some matters to inform my masters. The three pure ones were taken aback, their expressions becoming serious. Guangchengzi's solemnity indicated that it was certainly no trivial matter. The Qing Lian reappeared, covering this place entirely. When he did not produce two innate treasures, Laozi's eyes flashed with confusion. Guangchengzi remained motionless and softly said, The three treasures of opening heaven. The faces of the three pure ones immediately darkened. They knew this matter was undoubtedly related to the heavenly Tao, and it required the use of the three treasures of opening heaven to conceal the heavenly secrets. The Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and Chaos bell appeared in succession. When the three met, a giant axe that suppressed the primordial chaos emerged. Under the three pure ones' suppression, it did not emit the slightest aura of power, yet it pushed aside all the laws at the peak of Kunlun, leaving only the three pure ones and Guangchengzi present. Speak then, Yuan Shi said, his expression stern. Guangchengzi recounted everything that had happened after entering the demon realm, then shared his speculations with Yang Mei. Watching the heavenly demon tower sealed in the hands of the three treasures, the expressions of the three pure ones continuously changed. If what Guangchengzi said was true, then their attitude towards the heavenly Tao would have to be more cautious. In that case, we shall proceed as you suggest. Tong Tian's eyes flickered with cold light. What a heavenly Tao daring to scheme against my disciple. If you push me too far, I will reopen the earth, water, fire, and wind. I will see if this heavenly Tao can still exist. Before that, I need to first merge the demon realm into the primordial chaos, so I seek the three masters to protect me in this endeavor. You can rest assured. Yuan Shi looked coldly at the Pangu axe above. If he dares to make a move, let him taste the axe of breaking. Guangchengzi's eyes held a smile. Master is imposing. From now on, with the demon realm, losing Luo Ho, and the heavenly Tao, everything will rely on the three masters. You and I as master and disciple need not be so polite. Laozi nodded with a smile. But where do you plan to place the demon realm? Above the netherworld, celestial flowers rained from the heavens, golden lotuses surged from the earth, and violet chi streamed eastward for 30,000 li. Countless auspicious omens manifested. Multitudes of sentient beings attained physical form, and heavenly tribulation lightning dissolved beneath the boundless auspicious radiance. 3 nine-dragon sandalwood palanquins carved across the void. The Honghuang yumming palanquin flickered and vanished in an instant. Innumerable cultivators paused mid-step and bowed reverently. It had been tens of thousands of years since these celestial lords last emerged from Kunlun. What urgent matter could draw them forth all at once? Greetings, esteemed Taoist friends. Ho Tu emerged from the ghost gate, her expression grave. Why had they come together again? Was someone about to be confronted? The curtains parted slowly as Guangchengzi stepped forth, laughing heartily. It has been many ages since I last saw elder sister, so you have not yet broken through after all. Ho Tu's face darkened. Does this fellow know how to speak at all? Where are Di Jiang and the others? Guangchengzi asked calmly. Ho Tu faltered. Were they not here for her? The three pure ones had also arrived. Could it be that the ancient affair atop Kunlun was nearing completion, and her elder brothers were finally ready to ascend? For a moment, Ho Tu's heart churned with conflicting emotions. Joy for her brother's imminent Dao attainment, yet trepidation for what lay ahead. I shall summon them back at once. She bit her lip and sent forth a streak of radiant light. Her brothers had already made their choice. In the blink of an eye, tempests, thunder, wind, and lightning erupted. The 12 ancestral Deva warriors descended alongside primordial laws themselves, drawing the focused gaze of all celestial sages across the multiverse. Nu Hua and Xuanyuan followed closely behind, clearly recalling the events of that fateful day. Guangchengzi withdrew an object no larger than a palm. The 12 ancestral Deva warriors' expressions shifted instantly, a power so immense that even the Honghuang heaven and earth trembled in response. Such a realm, if not sealed by Guangchengzi's own force, would have been expelled outright by the cosmos itself. Ho Tu's wheel of reincarnation materialized in her palm. Her eyes locked unblinking upon the artifact as she exhaled heavily and uttered 2 words, the demon realm. Even the realms forged by the three pure ones paled beside its might. And only one realm, spoken of in legend but never seen, could match such power while remaining within Guangchengzi's grasp, the demon realm. Precisely, Guangchengzi smiled faintly. The blood sea has been absorbed by the netherworld. The negative energies of Honghuang now coalesce within the demon realm. Thus it shall be anchored adjacent to it. You mean? Ho Tu hesitated. Surely he did not intend to merge it into Honghuang. Though originally severed from Honghuang, this realm possessed its own great Tao cultivation. It stood as an independent world connected to Honghuang, yet far less integrated than the three pure one's celestial realms. Boom! A thunderclap split the void. Invisible forces gathered in the air. Every celestial sage perceived the heavenly Tao manifesting repeatedly, a surge of wrath aimed squarely at Guangchengzi and his entourage. Ho Tu's pupils contracted sharply. Her gaze darted between Guangchengzi and the heavenly Tao. What was happening? Had the heavenly Tao itself grown hostile toward Guangchengzi? Yet this was her domain, the netherworld. Divine light flared across her wheel of reincarnation as she stepped before Guangchengzi. Privately, he was her younger brother, and soon to aid her elder brothers in attaining the Tao. Publicly integrating the demon realm would fortify Honghuang's primordial essence. The heavenly Tao had no right to rage here. The three pure ones observed Ho Tu's action and gave a slight nod. Their Tao attainment artifacts shimmered into view as they gazed coldly upon the heavenly Tao. Nu Hua and Xuanyuan likewise took position behind Guangchengzi, declaring their allegiance unequivocally. With representatives of the earthly and human Tao present, and the three pure ones assembled, the immortal Tao subtly resonated in support. At last the heavenly Tao retracted its aura, leaving only the sea of laws suspended silently in the void. Saints remaining in the western Kunlun and Huiyun cave exhaled in relief, thinking war might erupt anew. I shall integrate the demon realm into Honghuang. This opportunity belongs to you all. Guangchengzi swept his gaze across the assembly. The 12 ancestral Deva warriors nodded eagerly. Nu Hua and Xuanyuan's faces glowed with excitement. Enhanced primordial essence meant new breakthroughs in cultivation. Truly following Master Guangchengzi, or Junior Sect Master Guangchengzi, was like feasting thrice daily. Proceed. Yuanshi held the three-jewel Rui scepter, turning his back on Guangchengzi. All three watched the heavenly Tao, intently guarding against any surprise. Ho-Tu stood shoulder to shoulder with them, signaling the 12 ancestral Deva warriors to array themselves behind her. Guangchengzi chuckled softly and extended a finger directly toward the demon realm's gate. Upon sensing his aura, the veiling force dissipated instantly. Emerging from within floated the 12-petaled destruction Black Lotus. With a subtle twist of his palm, the spatial gate vanished into his sleeve. Demon realm, integrate. Guangchengzi commanded in a low, resonant voice. The 12-petaled destruction Black Lotus expanded rapidly, its aura swelling with terrifying intensity. Even Nu Hua, Xuanyuan and the assembled celestial sages paled. This pressure transcended their very life essence, belonging to a tier entirely beyond theirs. No wonder the three pure ones and Guangchengzi treated this matter with such solemn gravity. Soon the destruction Black Lotus merged beside the netherworld, sinking steadily. The netherworld recoiled instinctively, but at Ho-Tu's silent will it stilled. The demon realm began radiating its power. Only its gate remained standing nearby, while the entire realm flowed inexorably into the Honghuang heaven and earth. Earth, water, fire, and wind raged violently. Primordial yellow qi saturated the cosmos. Sun and moon reversed positions, stars shifted from their courses. The stellar sovereigns swiftly activated the Zhou-Tian star array to restore celestial order. The Honghuang continent convulsed wildly. Divine immortals manifested across the heavens, as streams of light poured from the celestial court to soothe and protect all living beings. Mountains soared, oceans swelled, lakes deepened, forests surged upward. Countless hidden realms burst forth from the earth. Laws strengthened, countless cultivators shattered their cultivation barriers. Nu Hua's aura ascended steadily. Then her gaze sharpened as she fixed upon the Honghuang land. New life has emerged. At her words, divine senses swept across the realm. Beings imbued with demonic energy, yet bearing unmistakable traces of Honghuang's essence. Most astonishingly, no heavenly tribulation descended upon them. These are Honghuang's own children, Nu Hua murmured, spontaneously born of Honghuang itself, infused with demonic qi. When a realm of such magnitude integrates, the cosmos must inevitably transform. Ho-Tu spoke calmly, gesturing toward a nearby forest. Those are demon trees. They absorb Honghuang's killing energy, as my perception confirms. The cosmos governs itself, selecting only those species fit to endure. A flash of divine light shimmered across Nu Hua's form, then erupted into overwhelming power. Congratulations, younger sister. Laozi's eyes gleamed with rare admiration. Seventh-tier primordial unity. Guided millennia ago by our master, you have finally broken through today. Nu Hua smiled warmly. All thanks to Junior Sect Master Guangchengzi. Without him, I would have needed tens of thousands more years to ascend. The three pure ones nodded in unison. Nu Hua sighed inwardly. Of course you'd relish hearing praise for Guangchengzi. Thereafter Honghuang expanded ceaselessly, its heavens and earth soaring in power, its primordial essence thickening profoundly. Xuanyuan advanced one full cultivation tier. The heavenly Tao retreated into the void, wary beyond measure. Yet even so, its own aura rose markedly. The 12 ancestral Deva warriors stood, serene, eyes closed, suspended in the void. Yet any attempt to sense them with divine consciousness revealed utter emptiness, as if gazing upon pure void itself. Divine light pulsed around the three pure ones as they suppressed their own cultivation. Seeing Guangchengzi's success, they jointly guarded the demon realm's entrance. In Honghuang, 12 colossal silhouettes began to materialize as pillars of law shot skyward, bathing the 12 Zuwu in their light. Space and time, metal, wood, water, and fire, wind and rain, thunder and lightning, the implements of war. 12 supreme laws wove together into a net that shrouded heaven and earth. The 12 Zuwu howled as one, subduing the chaos. Their essence blood fused utterly with the laws of heaven and earth, their true spirits shattered and dissolved into it. Their auras swelled as they rose into beings of law, becoming gods of principle. Heaven and earth trembled before them. 12 towering figures stretched across Honghuang. They were no longer merely gods of law, but living laws walking the world. Wu, Wu, Wu. In Mingjia and the Pangu Dian, members of the Wuzu knelt in endless worship, eyes fevered. Such overwhelming momentum. They felt able to command the power of the laws at will, and the world itself began instinctively to draw close to the Wuzu. Hail the saints! Countless beings kowtowed. Even the celestial saints appeared one by one, their gazes complex as they regarded the 12 Zuwu. Though no outward anomaly swept the realms, the oppressive majesty they bore, the addition of 12 saint-level pillars of law to Honghuang, all attested that the 12 Zuwu had attained the Tao and become saints. Huta smiled through tears. Such a result she had not foreseen. Even Guangchengzi's face betrayed. Indeed, the 12 Zuwu had succeeded in their ascension, each in the Hunyuan First Heaven realm. Yet their true spirits had been merged directly into the Honghuang world. Remember, Zuwu possess no Yuanshan. Their most sacred possession is their essence blood, an inviolable presence for the Wuzu. For all beings of Honghuang, the true spirit is paramount. No matter how many times one is reborn, as long as the true spirit endures, it marks the trace of existence. No exception for the Wuzu. It was Guangchengzi who during the Wuyao War once took their true spirits, enabling them to return in the guise of gods of law. He had never expected that in this attainment the Zuwu would themselves meld their true spirits into Honghuang. It was like the celestial saints branding their Yuanshan into the three paths of heaven, earth, and man with tokens. Only the Zuwu had done it with even greater ruthlessness. The advantage was clear: they had become the laws themselves. By virtue of their ancestral Wuzu bloodlines, the Wuzu within Honghuang would find it far easier to comprehend the corresponding laws and could even draw upon the 12 Zuwu's principles. The drawback was that once they fell and the true spirit ceased to exist, they would be transformed into nourishment for the Honghuang world. If Honghuang were destroyed, the 12 Zuwu would perish with it. Yet if the world were ever restored, they could return anew in the guise of gods of law. Huta sighed softly, uncertain whether this would prove boon or bane for her elder kin. The fluctuations of law across Honghuang gradually stilled. All eyes turned to Sanqing. Even Tiandao began to stir. Guangchengzi pressed upon the Majia gate. The great door opened slowly, and a solemn breath surged forth. Huta's eyes flashed cold. The Luanhui Pan was thrust forward. The Majia lay beside her Mingzhu for Tiandao to act. So was a grave slight to the Earth Tao. Stop! Guangchengzi barked. Huta's form froze, divine light spilling from her palm as she watched a solemn aura pour in from the Majia gate. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, prepared to enjoy the spectacle. Sure enough, before long, a terrifying aura issued from the Majia. Even above Honghuang, thunderclouds gathered and thunder rolled. Countless cultivators stared into the void in horror. Everyone could feel it. Tiandao was enraged. Huta's eyes shifted as she turned to Guangchengzi. What have you done to anger Tiandao to this degree? I merely took what it sought, Guangchengzi replied. Guangchengzi smiled lightly. The celestial saints frowned. What could be worth Tiandao's such upheaval? Was it the demon ancestor Luoho? A breath drifted forth without sound and settled before Guangchengzi. The Kaitian Sambao instantly flew forth. Their cutting presence forced Tiandao to curb its momentum. Though Guangchengzi could only perceive a sea of principles, he felt Tiandao emit a pitiable aura. I Tiandao still have use for that thing. Do not hope for it, the Tao declared. A curt refusal. Tiandao unleashed a powerful aura, but before it could touch Guangchengzi, it dissipated of its own accord. The Kaitian Sambao shimmered with divine light and faltered for a moment. Guangchengzi could only laugh and cry. What was this, a petulant flare of anger? He had expected Tiandao to rip open the heavens and fight him outright. Perhaps Tiandao feared the multitude on his side and so restrained itself. As Tiandao hung again in the sky and a faint aura of Xianhuang merit appeared in the void, Guangchengzi was surprised. He had thought Tiandao would hoard those merits. Unexpectedly, it was willing to give. The merit gained from this fusion with the Majia should rival that once used to mend the Western Earth veins. After all, the Majia contained the power of Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortals. Even the combined hand of the Sanqing could not have fashioned so potent a world unaided, for it requires maintenance. This revealed how much Honghuang's primordial source had been elevated. The celestial saints advanced together. The immortal Tao was nearly fully condensed, and with 12 new saints, Honghuang reaped great benefit. Yet Guangchengzi, the architect of the Majia fusion, remained utterly unconcerned. Master, begin. The Sanqing nodded and glanced at Tiandao. An imposing aura rose from them as they intoned, the Majia merges, Honghuang shall prosper. Yet with the Majia Tiandao absent, we Sanqing cannot bear to leave it without suppression. Today we dispatch avatars to enter and impose order upon the Majia. Hutu and the others' eyes widened in astonishment. Sanqing entering the Majia, what spectacle was this? Guangchengzi smiled as a Sanqing master split off an avatar and stepped into the Majia. A cultivator gleaming with purple gold light stood in the void, his divine sense like an axe that cleaved the Majia heavens. He proclaimed, I am Yuan Tianma. I set no doctrines, accept no disciples. I only enforce the Moji's law. Demons may slay, but must not profane the primal source. Demons may contend for supremacy, but must not destroy heaven and earth. Demons may rage, but must not defy the great Tao. Those who follow my order the Majia will accommodate. Those who defy my rules the Tianma will execute. An elder wrapped in pitch-black, chaotic demonic chi stood in the boundless realm, commanding the sources of myriad demons. He spoke calmly. I am Taishang Maju. I teach no creed, grant no formulas. I only determine the root of the demon way. Demons are born of chaos and return to the boundless. There is no good, nor evil, no right nor wrong. Only the great Tao to be followed. If demon sources riot, they shall be self-subdued. If the Majia should topple, it shall be self-stabilized. The last bore a halo of martial demonic light, and sword chi rent the air. His voice was indifferent. I am Tongtian Maju, an impartial, neither intimate nor aloof. I only guard the balance of heaven and earth. I open no sect gates, accept no fiends. I merely protect the Moji's continuation. Do not force demons into virtue. Do not coerce them into righteousness. Do not slay their combative nature. Do not extinguish their ferocity. Only ensure the Majia is not destroyed. When 10,000 demons clash, I shall not interfere. Only when the realm is about to fall will I step forward. 3 figures stood in the void and gradually merged with the Majia. Their auras rose as a vast voice echoed across Honghuang. We 3 Sanqing, do not enter Majia causality, do not found Majia sects, do not recruit Majia disciples. We only pacify the Majia, uphold Majia order, and protect Majia essence. Those who follow this way the Majia will survive. Those who oppose it all heavens shall execute. Everyone was stunned by Sanqing's approach. Only Guangchengzi wore a faint smile. Yuanshi, Tianma Taishang Maju Tongtian Majuan. The 3 masters each sent forth an avatar to take charge of the Majia. By harnessing their primordial source, they could fashion 3 saintly emanations and hold the Majia firmly in hand beyond Tiando's interference. Boom! The primordial world was dyed in a golden hue with a vast cloud of merit descending from the sky. Guangchengzi received the lion's share, taking 7 parts, while the remaining merit power was dispersed among others. This is enough for me to refine a supreme treasure of merit, Guangchengzi mumbled. The others were somewhat speechless. With so much merit you only think of refining treasures. If given to them, it would be enough to elevate their realms by 2 levels. Congratulations to the 3 Dao. Ho-Tu clasped her hands, secretly admiring Guangchengzi. Truly he could seize any opportunity, directly allowing the Sanqing to gain 3 incarnations of saints, which were also linked to the demon realm. In a sense it was all one with the primordial world, as the demon realm had already merged into the primordial. While his brothers had paid a hefty price to achieve sainthood, the Sanqing had it so easily with the demon realm as a support. Moreover, even if the incarnations fell, the main body would not be affected. Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction. Even these insignificant incarnations possessed the strength of saints. The essence of the primordial world was truly profound now, but it also counted as a division of the demon realm. I say, as long as one finds the right method, achieving the Tao is quite easy. In the demon realm, countless demons emerged from the gate of the demon realm. Upon seeing them, the others showed expressions of disgust. With so much karma, they truly lived up to their reputation as demons. Rumble. The heavens and earth began to tremble. The West Queen Mother stood in the void, surrounded by radiating thunder, exuding a powerful pressure. Her pupils flickered with tribulation energy, her expression emotionless, a true saint wielding the power of heavenly tribulation. Bolts of lightning descended continuously, striking the demons. They were torn apart, reduced to ashes under the mighty force of the righteous thunder, even their demonic energy purified. Finally, no more demons emerged from the gate of the demon realm. As the thunder subsided, the West Queen Mother gazed at the merit energy descending from the void and slightly bowed to the Sanqing, saying, "Thank you, 3 Dao friends. This is your duty, no need to thank me." Yuanshi chuckled lightly. He looked toward the primordial world, his voice echoing through the 3 realms. The demon realm has been established. In the future, cultivators who comprehend the laws of slaughter and destruction may enter the demon realm for cultivation. Thank you, Saint. Sparse voices echoed from all over the primordial world. Naturally, there were cultivators who understood such laws in the primordial world, but compared to the multitude of cultivators, they were a mere fraction. The overall laws of the demon realm leaned more towards darkness, allowing them to cultivate at a faster pace. Guangchengzi glanced at the demon realm, which could already be described as nearly empty, with barely a tenth of the beings remaining. This matter is concluded. He was about to say something, when suddenly red snowflakes floated down from the void, landing and transforming into blood. Countless ferocious beast shadows appeared, and the ground began to tremble. Ho-Tu showed a delighted expression, and everyone simultaneously looked towards the underworld. Someone had achieved the Tao again. A sea of blood manifested in the void with blood waves roaring like enraged dragons. The crimson chains of law spanned the netherworld, causing the souls to tremble and the evil spirits to prostrate, while the fierce aura from the depths of the 18 layers of hell was drawn back into the sea of blood. The Lord of the Underworld sat on a blood lotus with blood light soaring to the heavens, staining the dark sky. The law of blood unfurled, defining the boundaries of the hell path. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, carefully observing everything. Even the others watched with great interest as the Lord of the Underworld achieved the Tao. Such an anomaly was vastly different from others. Ho-Tu lightly tapped her fingertip, directly connecting the 18 layers of hell, granting its management to the Lord of the Underworld. Since there was already this omen, it would be better for him to manage it. The law of blood. Nua's expression turned serious. Others only saw this path leaning towards evil, but as a saint of creation, she naturally understood its power. Guangchengzi chuckled. Uncle Master, you are indeed a saint specialized in the path of creation. The Lord of the Underworld is quite interesting. The characteristics of the law of blood are to feed on blood, use killing to achieve the Tao, and refine the body through karma, controlling all bloodthirst, resentment, and the power of the dead in the netherworld. However, the Lord of the Underworld actually has such discernment. I take blood as the path, killing as the fundamental principle, and the netherworld as the foundation, achieving the law of blood to govern the hell path. The Lord of the Underworld's voice reverberated through the heavens and earth, and the sea of blood in the void became more solid, almost indistinguishable from an illusion. Upon these words, all beings in the primordial world, whether celestial, mortal, demon, witch, or ghost with flesh and blood, found their blood under uncontrollable influence. The human race's heart pulse raced, their bodies aching with blood flowing chaotically. The bloodlines of the demon race's flying beasts and terrestrial creatures boiled and roared, their demon cores vibrating, instinctively kneeling, while the bloodlines of high-level demon beasts resonated faintly, seemingly suppressed by a higher life source. For the witch race, the changes were immense. The 12 ancestral witches looked solemnly towards the Pangu Hall. The witch race took pride in their bloodlines. They were noble descendants of Pangu. Yet now their bloodlines roared, their bodies trembling. The celestial cultivators felt their essence blood enveloped by the law of blood, while the netherworld, being closest to this law, saw countless souls in blood and resentful blood stirring wildly out of their control. The yellow springs surged, the sea of blood-boiled blood waves reaching millions of feet, staining the dark sky crimson. The chains of the law-colored blood red spanned the void, enveloping the hell path, and locking the lifeline slaughter and karma, causing the 18 layers of hell to shudder in unison, with millions of ferocious souls and wicked spirits prostrating and wailing, not daring to move recklessly. In the void, countless blood patterns appeared, the source runes of the blood path imprinting the heavens and earth. As the blood waves stirred, the hell trembled. As the blood light receded, thousands of ghosts fell silent. Guangchengzi watched quietly as Xuanyuan sighed. More and more great powers were rushing to this place. Nua and Ho-Tu exchanged glances, both moved. The path of blood has actually reached this stage with him. In the void, the sea of blood gradually contracted, disappearing from sight. This was indeed an anomaly of achieving the Tao, as the Lord of the Underworld condensed his own laws, summoning the blood sea illusion that had once merged with the netherworld. He suddenly opened his eyes, the blood light piercing through the three realms. All beings of heaven and earth, those with blood, are all within my path. The saints rolled their eyes, merely boasting. Who wouldn't say such things? If you still had the sea of blood, you could indeed achieve this. Now, with the assistance of the netherworld, you do possess this strength. But if you dare to do so, Ho-Tu will undoubtedly strike your head off. The third level of the saint realm. Xuanyuan's mood was complicated as he smiled bitterly. But this is also what this guy deserves. Guangchengzi nodded. The Lord of the Underworld's fortune and strength are quite impressive, but he just missed a bit of opportunity. Born from the sea of blood, possessing 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, and comprehending the blood godchild divine ability. Had he not opened the netherworld to devour the sea of blood, this guy would have definitely survived for a long time. However, he also gained a fortune from misfortune, establishing a connection with the netherworld. This time the netherworld was truly generous, opening up the laws for him to comprehend, allowing him to leap directly to the 3rd level of chaos and surpass several saints. I hope he doesn't stray onto the wrong path, Nua said lightly. The path of blood points directly to the source. If he has ill intentions, he could directly grasp the lifeline of all beings in the primordial world. With Ho-Tu watching over him, he wouldn't dare. Guangchengzi chuckled, observing the Lord of the Underworld stepping out of the netherworld. He continued, Tao friend, you actually did not achieve the Tao through the law of slaughter. The law of slaughter. As Guangchengzi spoke these words, the other saints glanced over, their eyes oscillating between him and Mingi. As the former Lord of the Sea of Bloodborne with the two swords of slaughter Yuan II and Abai, it was only natural for Mingyi to comprehend the law of slaughter. Once he had witnessed the sword trials in the vast wilderness, and Mingyi was indeed a rare sword master worth noting. If he were to attain enlightenment, it would undoubtedly be the law of slaughter. Mingyi continued forward, approaching the assembly, and first paid his respects to Hutu, saying, "Thank you, There's no need for such formality. In the future, as you suppress the path of hell, I shall entrust you with the 18 layers of hell. Just do not disappoint my intentions," Hutu responded with a smile. Mingyi nodded and turned to Guangchengzi, saying, "The Celestial Master is jesting. Currently the law of slaughter is still held by someone else, and with the Celestial Master present, how could this humble one dare to covet it?" Guangchengzi looked at him deeply. The expressions of the saints were complex. Mingyi certainly knew how to conduct himself. Only the Sanqing nodded in satisfaction, indicating that after enduring hardships, Mingyi had indeed grown. Initially, during the formation of the myriad immortals, Guangchengzi had comprehended the law of slaughter, which Mingyi was the first to discover. Now that the demon realm had merged into this land, it was clear to all that Luoho had likely fallen into Guangchengzi's hands. Though Luoho would undoubtedly fall, the law of slaughter remained, and its successor would surely be Guangchengzi, whom Mingyi dared not contest. Since the time had come, he would directly attain the law of blood, and as for slaughter, it would no longer concern him. "Indeed, you are wise, fellow Taoist." Guangchengzi nodded with a smile, saying, "What belongs to this humble one need not be touched by others, even if temporarily." Mingyi cupped his hands in salute, and returned to stand behind Hutu, giving a slight nod to Zenyuzi and Shinno. "My vast wilderness has gained another sage. This humble one feels deeply gratified," Guangchengzi remarked with a smile. "This matter is settled, and many new beings have emerged in the wilderness, yet they are innately close to the demonic path and require proper guidance. The human race and the heavenly court must pay close attention lest the demonic creatures disrupt the wilderness." Xian Yuan's expression turned stern. The demonic creatures lived throughout the vast wilderness, putting the human race at the forefront. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "My disciples will communicate with the Taoist sect's disciples to subdue demons and eradicate evil." Hao Ian chuckled lightly, saying, "Emperor Guangcheng is currently thriving in the heavenly court, and the emergence of the demon race is perfectly suited for training the heavenly army. You may proceed as you wish." Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction, turning to Hutu. "Sister, may I have a word? Then I shall take my leave." Yuan Shi finished speaking, and the Sanqing disappeared together. The other saints bowed and hurried back to their respective sanctuaries. Within the Pingshan Palace, Guangchengzi handed an item to Hutu, and soon departed the underworld. In the chaos, the Sanqing stood still, when suddenly a beam of purple light surged in, dispersing the surrounding chaotic energy. Disciple pays respects to the three ancestral masters. As the purple light descended, three figures appeared, two of whom bowed respectfully. Yuan Shi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "There's no need for such excessive courtesy." Tantian looked at Guangchengzi, saying, 30,000 years ago Kong Xian was able to unify the three corpses and attain Tao, but at that time you were still in the demon realm. He insisted on not attaining Tao until your return, leaving us no choice but to seal him first. "It is my fault for delaying you," Guangchengzi replied with a hint of embarrassment. Kong Xian spoke earnestly, "Master, do not say such things. I was taught solely by you. It has only been 10,000 years. I merely wish to show you that taking me as a disciple was certainly the right choice." Seeing the pride on his face, Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. This was very much like Kong Xian. "Second brother, I am about to attain Tao. We share the same mother and have received the same teachings from our master. I hope you can gain some insight and swiftly cut off your obsessions." Kong Xian looked at Jin Peng, speaking with deep emotion. Over the years, Jin Peng still had not completely severed the corpse of his obsessions. He had not witnessed anyone attaining the mixed origin of the great Luo Golden Immortal in the vast wilderness these years, let alone the unification of the three corpses. "Elder brother, do not worry. I will be cautious," Jin Peng replied, cupping his hands and stepping back behind Guangchengzi. "Master, ancestral masters, I shall begin now." Kong Xian bowed, then his expression turned resolute as he stood within the chaos, a dazzling five-colored divine light shimmering behind him. The true form of the peacock, spanning billions of miles, sat majestically, its wings dropping like pillars supporting the heavens. The five fundamental tail feathers, green, yellow, red, black, and white, flowed ceaselessly as the innate Tao rhythm rolled through the chaos. With a clear cry piercing the primordial chaos, he suddenly flapped his wings wide open. The five tails shone brilliantly, and the divine light surged into the skies, no longer the fierce and oppressive force that suppressed all beings, but instead reversing towards the deepest chaos, returning to the roots of the Tao. The green light transformed into it, giving rise to endless vitality in the dead silence of chaos. The red light transformed into fire, incinerating all false karmic obstacles. The yellow light transformed into earth, immensely heavy, suppressing the chaotic turbulence. The white light transformed into gold, sharp and piercing the skies, cutting through the shackles of the heavenly Tao. The black light transformed into water, nourishing all beings, converging all rivers into the sea. The five elements rotated, mutually generating and aiding each other as the chaos trembled. The five-colored divine light surged into the skies, transforming the chaos into a world of the five elements. Three figures descended from his auspicious cloud, merging into the three flowers, and a sudden pressure arose, revealing the realm of the five elements behind him as chaotic energy surged wildly in. It has succeeded. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly as Jin Peng's eyes sparkled with the rhythm of the Tao, constantly flashing with the light of the five elements, and the aura around him continued to rise. Kong Xian suddenly opened his eyes, the light of the five elements shooting from his pupils. His tail feathers suddenly trembled, and the five-colored divine light soared into the heavens, gradually merging into a chaotic five-element primal divine light that spanned the chaos. Where the divine light touched, the essence of chaos surged in like a flood, pouring into his flesh, soul, and Tao foundation. His physical body transformed with Tao patterns emerging on his feathers, bloodlines turning into Tao rivers as his soul merged completely with the chaotic five-element, Tao no longer separate. The mixed origin, three heavens indeed. Yuan Shi praised, noting that the laws and the method of cutting the three corpses upon attaining Tao were already on par with Ming's, even without the assistance of the three entities, showcasing Kong Xian's exceptional talent. Caw! With a clear cry of the peacock, the realm of the five elements instantly converged. The five-colored divine light on Kong Xian's tail feathers continuously infused the power of the laws. Guangchengzi squinted slightly, laughing heartily. Truly worthy of being my disciple. I said, why did I not see the five directions banner during the attainment of Tao? It turns out he had long merged it into his tail feathers, gathering the source. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he reconstructed the realm of the five elements, merging them into one. Behind him appeared a grand world with five-colored divine light, traversing it, a small five-colored banner fluttering at its center, radiating the pressure of a supreme treasure. From this moment on, within this realm of the five elements ceased to be five techniques, but rather five complete paths, mutually generating and transforming within the chaos, forming a realm of their own, independent of the heavenly Tao of the vast wilderness. Moreover, with the spiritual treasure of Kong Xian's unification of the three corpses possessing two supreme treasures, Kong Xian had already secured his footing among the saints of the heavens. Observing the realm of the five elements held in his palm, rich with the energy of the five elements, Guangchengzi and the Sanqing could not help but nod. Mastering the chaotic five-element laws, he could establish the order of the five elements, capable of creating and destroying them, reversing yin and yang. Thank you, Master, for protecting the law for me, Kong Xian bowed. Guangchengzi shook his head, saying, it is all your opportunity. Oh, I feel truly gratified that you can attain Tao. Looking at Jin Peng still immersed in the Tao beside him, he softly said, you should take Jin Peng back. I also need to begin my breakthrough. Kong Xian's heart shook. Master is going to break through. Does that not mean he will transcend the realm of the saints, just like the Grand Master? There are some things you are not suited to witness. I will explain the Tao to you after I attain it. Now return to the vast wilderness. Yes, disciple takes his leave. In the chaos, four streams of light flickered continuously. After an unknown duration, the lights descended, dispersing the surrounding chaotic energy. This place is far from the primordial world. The heavenly Tao will not sense it. Yuan Shi gazed steadily at the speaker, Guangchengzi, and sighed. All right, if you insist on this, all I can do as your master is to support you. Guangchengzi bowed. If not, I will be truly unsettled. The three pure ones exchanged glances, and the three treasures of heaven emerged in their hands, their energies connected. Yuan Shi spoke solemnly. Then let us begin. Rest assured, with the three of us here, not even the chaos demon god can harm you in the slightest. Guangchengzi took a deep breath of chaotic energy, circulating it within his body until it transformed into holy power. He took out the heavenly demon tower, the Honghuang measuring ruler, and the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow tower, which flew before the three pure ones. The heavenly Tao of the demon realm seemed to sense danger and began to stir uneasily. Chaos pearl emerged. A sphere the size of a fist appeared in his palm, radiating divine light. As soon as it manifested, the surrounding chaos began to tremble, and chaotic energy surged into it. The chaos pearl devoured it like a gluttonous beast. Guangchengzi's eyes narrowed sharply. Come on, today I shall uncover the problem that has plagued me for countless years and see what lies within. He made a sword gesture with his fingers and thrust it fiercely toward the heavenly demon tower, while the chaos pearl trembled slightly. Countless chaotic Tao patterns burst forth from the pearl, forming a net that directly covered the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. The heavenly Tao was immediately enraged and black, as ink the chains of the demon realm's laws shot out, carrying the terrifying might of annihilation and boundless resentment, crashing violently toward the Chaos Pearl. Yet before the Chaos Pearl, all demonic laws were as fragile as paper. The pearl inhaled slightly, unleashing the power to swallow the heavens. All chains of the demon realm, fierce, malevolent energy and laws of slaughter were drawn into the pearl, dispersed by the essence of chaos, returning to nothingness. The essence of the heavenly Tao of the demon realm emitted a mournful roar. Even Guangchengzi could not help but furrow his brow, but the Chaos Pearl had already locked time and space, sealing off all escape routes, trapping the chaos in this place. The pitch-black essence of the heavenly Tao, representing the ultimate will of the demon realm, was gradually pulled into the Chaos Pearl. Guangchengzi immediately sent forth his divine sense, following its footsteps into the chaos, exploring the deepest part of the Chaos Pearl alongside the essence of the heavenly Tao. This place was indistinguishable from chaos itself. As he delved deeper, he felt as if he were about to lose himself within the Chaos Pearl. Finally, a familiar aura gradually emerged ahead, causing Guangchengzi's divine sense to pause, and a sudden fear gripped him, making him hesitant to proceed. But the essence of the heavenly Tao surged forward. Guangchengzi gritted his teeth and followed closely. Soon a series of incomprehensible runes floated at the center of the chaos, bearing the aura of calamity, fragmented and torn, while at the bottom lay a light sphere emanating the familiar aura. "You have arrived," a weak voice echoed, sending chills down Guangchengzi's spine. The chaotic energy here began to tremble, as if sensing something it feared. Guangchengzi's divine sense transformed into a human form, while his physical body whooshed into the chaos. The three pure ones changed their expressions and quickly stood back to protect the Chaos Pearl. Inside the Chaos Pearl, Guangchengzi's physical body and primordial spirit were both present. He felt a complex array of emotions as he sensed this aura. Bowing respectfully, "Junior Guangchengzi greets the great god Pangu." A light laugh resounded. "Shouldn't you address me as your grandfather?" Guangchengzi felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly adjusted, replying, "Grandson greets grandfather." Though he bowed respectfully, the auspicious clouds surrounding him were filled with spiritual treasures, keeping a considerable distance from the light sphere. "You are quite cautious." Pangu seemed to chuckle. "However, this reassures me." Guangchengzi squinted. "What do you mean, grandfather?" "Children are just children, unable to remain calm." Pangu sighed helplessly. "Are you not worried about your three pure masters?" "Oi. Since grandfather has said this, I will not test further." Guangchengzi's expression grew serious as he looked at the primordial energies of the three pure ones floating around the light sphere. "Then please tell me, why are you hidden within the Chaos Pearl? Why do you absorb the primordial energy of the three pure father gods? And why influence them with the Tao?" Pangu's light sphere trembled, gradually transforming into an innate Tao body, still appearing ethereal. However, the overwhelming aura that once split the 3,000 demon gods and opened up the heavens pressed down directly upon Guangchengzi, who swept away the oppressive force with his blue lotus. "Am I truly this weak?" Pangu murmured. "Yet your blue lotus has proven quite effective. Although it is not a chaos supreme treasure, it is most suitable for you." Guangchengzi remained silent. At this moment, Pangu was indeed weak, barely possessing the strength of a saint. This was also why he had called his physical body forth. In this state, Pangu was not his opponent. "Let me think about how to answer your questions." Pangu sighed deeply. Guangchengzi did not rush him, but watched as a layer of skin formed over the essence of the heavenly Tao, causing its aura to drop significantly. Pangu absorbed it, sneering. "This was originally mine. I am merely returning what is rightfully mine." Guangchengzi watched coldly. Even after absorbing this, Pangu's aura did not rise, but his body had solidified considerably. "Did you forget that I was brought here to this Chaos Pearl by you? Did a stream of light not enter from the Buzhou Mountain back then? It was because I sensed the aura of the chaos." Guangchengzi revealed a nostalgic expression, recalling the first time he ascended Buzhou Mountain. He had not noticed at the time, and it was only later while replaying the memory that his master had told him about it. "The Chaos Pearl once assisted me," Pangu smiled, "but now you are its master. As for the primordial energy of the three pure ones, you have stayed by their side for too long and have absorbed their essence. I also retain some for maintaining my form. Once you leave, give it to them. It will be sufficient to support them in making another breakthrough. And as for influencing them with the Tao of Pangu, I would not do such a thing," Pangu said somewhat helplessly. "They are too weak." Guangchengzi's mouth twitched. He never anticipated such a reason. As a child of the Tao, if they were to unite their efforts and walk the Tao of Pangu, they would surely reach the realm I once achieved. However, they cannot make another breakthrough. But with the three treasures of heaven gathered, the Pangu axe is my most important supreme treasure, and their primordial spirits and blood contain my traces. Over time, as the Tao of Pangu revives, it will influence them to ascend. Of course, if they can achieve a breakthrough, they can also devour the Tao of Pangu as nourishment, which would mean my child has surpassed me, and I would be glad to see it. As for devouring the heavenly Tao, I have already stated that it is originally mine. Please enlighten me, grandfather. Guangchengzi glanced at the waning heavenly Tao. Although he still maintained the status of a primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal, his aura had noticeably diminished. After I opened the heavens and created the earth, I left behind a spiritual shadow to seek out those fates. Pangu sighed softly. But the evolution of heaven and earth has been too rapid. The power that originally belonged to me has been extracted by the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could the so-called infernal heavenly Tao grow so swiftly? Pangu looked at Guangchengzi, his tone unreadable. You should know the difference between the Great Thousand World and the primordial world. Guangchengzi nodded. Indeed, the Great Thousand World couldn't even support a single saint, while the primordial world could sustain dozens of saints. This is the disparity. What about your power? It is retained within the essence of heaven and earth. Guangchengzi scratched his cheek, feeling a bit awkward. As the primordial world expanded and the essence of heaven and earth elevated, the power belonging to Pangu must have been decomposed and absorbed. In the end, it's still his fault. Guangchengzi took a deep breath. Regardless of whether what this being said today was true or false, it resolved some of his doubts. However, he asked, has the great deity ever considered resurrection? Pangu angrily scolded, nonsense. When have I ever fallen? Off. Guangchengzi was shocked and looked up. Had he not fallen? Then what was this? I am but a spiritual shadow left behind. My true self has long attained enlightenment. This shadow exists solely to fulfill the cause and effect of the Chaos Pearl. Pangu sighed softly. But since he recognizes you as his master, he must believe you can restore him. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment and nodded seriously. I can. You have great confidence. Pangu was somewhat speechless. Without it, the great deity wouldn't pay attention to a humble monk like me. Guangchengzi replied calmly with a smile. Where is the true form of the great deity? Pangu chuckled briefly. Grandfather, great deity, you certainly switch titles quickly. You must feel that no information can be extracted. I will remain within this Chaos Pearl, waiting for you to merge in the future. I will lend you a helping hand. Pangu said calmly. As for my true form, it is not something you should know now. You need not worry that I will seize your body if I were to do so. Choosing you would be far more convenient. You are the master of the Chaos Pearl and should be able to sense my current state. A candle flickering in the wind. Guangchengzi commented appropriately, noting that he could only exist within the Chaos Pearl, relying on the protection of the essence. If he ventured outside, he would dissipate in less than one yuan meeting. Pangu's eyelids twitched. Good grandson, you truly know how to speak. Guangchengzi cleared his throat. I misspoke. Enough, Pangu said with impatience, looking at Guangchengzi. This little fellow was making things worse. I will help you extract a portion of the essence of the infernal heavenly Tao for your breakthrough. Do not directly consume it. The path you walk is ultimately not the path of the world. Guangchengzi nodded. This was indeed his plan. Thank you, grandfather. Can the law of slaughter be extracted? You are looking for convenience. Pangu said unenthusiastically, gently clenching his palm, as the phantom of the Pangu axe immediately appeared. Guangchengzi blinked. Oh, what a sharp aura, but there wasn't much strength. Spit out the law of slaughter. Pangu said lightly to the infernal heavenly Tao, and then turned to Guangchengzi. If it does not comply, you go outside and bring in the three treasures of opening the heavens. Good. Guangchengzi pretended to fly outside, and the heavenly Tao immediately trembled. A blood-red law filled with the aura of slaughter flew out, transforming into a spear of slaughter, and the aura of the heavenly Tao immediately weakened. The insights of Luo Ho over countless years. A look of obsession flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. He had already reached the realm of primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal. In the current infernal realm, only chaos and a few laws of slaughter supported it. Pangu pointed and droplets of liquid fell from the infernal heavenly Tao. The light of the laws shone brightly, each containing immense power. The infernal heavenly Tao could no longer maintain its form and began to become ethereal, barely remaining at the realm of primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal. However, Guangchengzi felt he could battle it without relying on external objects. This should be enough. Pangu pushed over the essence of the heavenly Tao. Guangchengzi focused his gaze. There were about 20 drops, which was indeed considerable. Any more, and the heavenly Tao would fall in realm. The essence of chaos gathered into a bowl, catching the essence of the heavenly Tao. Pangu nodded. The heavenly Tao had no power to resist any longer and transformed into a sphere, falling to the side. You know how to break through. All I can do is help you with this. Pangu said calmly. After your breakthrough, you will know of the existence of the Tao realm. There should be a method to restore the Chaos Pearl there. Tao realm. Guangchengzi repeated these 2 words. Indeed, if an ordinary primordial were to hear these 2 words, they would be lost in thought, forgetting them upon hearing them. But here I am present. Pangu explained to him, the Chaos demons should all gather there. They are all your enemies. Pangu's words were filled with killing intent. I understand, child. Guangchengzi nodded gently. He was born of the primordial world. With just this point, his enmity with the Chaos demons was irreconcilable. You may go. I must also fall asleep now. After Pangu finished speaking, the essence of the 3 clear ones separated and transformed into the colors of beginning azure, primal yellow, and profound white, drifting around Guangchengzi. Child takes his leave. I will certainly repair the Chaos Pearl soon. Guangchengzi bowed and left with all that he had taken. Pangu's expression was complex, his eyes filled with sorrow. 3 clear ones in the ended is the karma I owe as a father. I hope this essence can lend you a helping hand. His voice faded into the chaos, and even Guangchengzi did not hear it as he transformed into a sphere of light, falling into a deep sleep within the depths of the ruins. Whoosh! The chaos energy surged, and divine light illuminated the Chaos Pearl. The purple-robed Taoist burst forth, and the 3 clear ones eagerly pulled him to carefully examine. What happened? Yuan Shi's voice was laced with anger. Why did it take so long? My 3 masters could not enter the Chaos Pearl, as if blocked by something. Looking at the anxious expressions of the 3 masters, Guangchengzi smiled wryly. The situation is urgent. I truly had no time to inform my masters, but this matter is of great importance. The 3 clear ones understood, and the Honghuang measuring ruler and the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower rose, shrouding the area completely. Guangchengzi recounted everything word for word. The expressions of the 3 clear ones changed constantly, as they could not help but glance at the Chaos Pearl. Thus the spiritual shadow of the Father God resided within. Maintain a sense of vigilance. Yuan Shi furrowed his brows. Perhaps what he said is true. If it comes to seizing, you are more suitable than us. After all, ever since Guangchengzi stepped onto Kunlun Mountain, it has been as if he were arranged, and surely the Chaos Pearl had shown signs of change back then. Guangchengzi nodded. He was indeed the core born with the Chaos Pearl, thus everything had an explanation. This is the essence given by that being. With this my master should also be able to attain enlightenment. The 3 clear ones accepted it, casually speaking gently. You should break through first. What's important is you. After you resolve your own Tao and the Panga Tao, we will consider our own breakthroughs. In the midst of chaos, boundless and formless, where time and space do not exist, and there is neither beginning nor end. A Taoist in purple stood amidst the chaos, his figure continuously enlarging, and the sinuous veins beneath his skin reveal the powerful force. The chaotic aura surrounding him constantly entwined, as if sensing a familiar presence flowing around him, with everything here shifting according to his will. In the center of the chaos stood the true form of a demonic god, billions of miles of light and darkness intermingling. On his left there was eternal light, golden radiance, illuminating the world, incinerating the falsehoods ruling over the order of life and death. On his right, there was endless darkness, ink-like shadows devouring the heavens, all laws returning to silence, slumbering in the abyss of nothingness. Guangchengzi had his eyes tightly shut. He had mastered the 2 laws of light and darkness existing at the pinnacle of the 9 layers of chaos. However, if the light were too sharp, it would easily break. If the darkness were too heavy, it would easily stagnate. If the 2 could not coexist, he would never reach the summit. The realm of the supreme golden immortal of chaos was vastly different from that of the great Luo golden immortal. The 3,000 great laws of chaos encompassed both light and darkness, yet lacked the 2 laws that could fuse them into one. He could sense it. The light demonic god had fallen, but the dark demonic god still existed. To shatter the boundaries of the supreme golden immortal of chaos, he must thoroughly combine light and darkness, forging them into his own unique law of light and darkness. Otherwise, he could only break through using the law of light. The moment the eyes of the true form of the chaotic demonic god opened, his left eye shone with light that illuminated the ages, while his right eye's darkness devoured the heavens. Surrounded by light and darkness, in equal measure, a point of golden radiance appeared in his palm. This was the purest essence of light, a gift from his former master Hongjuan, to aid in breaking through. Now it could only provide slight assistance, allowing the dark law, which absorbed demonic energy, to achieve greater balance. Crack! Guangchengzi exerted a slight force with his palm, and the essence of light shattered instantly, streams of golden radiance drifting out. The law of light suddenly manifested, devouring it. For small stones fell from the celebratory clouds. They appeared ordinary, but emitted a rich power of law. The laws of light and darkness immediately became lively. Guangchengzi's brow furrowed slightly. This was the remaining essence of his Tao, a treasure capable of directly enhancing the power of the laws. Everything was prepared. Guangchengzi took a deep breath of chaotic energy, slowly bringing his hands together. Light and darkness crashed against each other with a thunderous roar, and the powerful resistance made it difficult for Guangchengzi to endure. His complexion gradually paled, yet he did not cease his actions. A small bowl suddenly floated down from the celebratory clouds, drops of the essence of the heavenly Tao merging within it. The rich essence of law firmly entangled the light and darkness, gradually merging. Guangchengzi finally let out a sigh of relief. He felt his essence continually enhancing as light and darkness intertwined tightly, the golden light untainted by darkness, and the ink-like shadows not staining the light, the two extremes reversed, cycling endlessly. Yin gives birth to yang, darkness gives birth to light. Yang gives birth to Yin, light gives birth to darkness. The two supreme laws of light and darkness merged into one in the chaos, transforming into a grand Taiji diagram spanning millions of miles. The golden and black energies flowed harmoniously, existing without beginning or end, neither tainted nor pure. A look of joy appeared on Guangchengzi's face. He let out a long howl, and in that instant, light and darkness were no longer opposing. Yin and yang were no longer divided. Light entered darkness without extinguishing, and darkness merged with light without turbidity. The dual paths unified, transforming into the great path of light and darkness. Merge! Guangchengzi shouted softly, and three figures descended from the celebratory clouds, as if melting, drilling into the great path. The patterns of the Tao around him transformed entirely, golden light and ink intertwining to form the rhythm of the Taiji Tao. His physical body, divine soul, Tao foundation, and essence all leaped into an unparalleled new realm. Boom! A pressure far exceeding that of the great Luo Golden Immortal of Chaos erupted. The chaos rolled back, time and space froze, and all paths bowed down. The moment he opened his eyes, light incinerated the falsehoods, darkness devoured time and space, intertwining light and darkness transformed into a divine wheel of Taiji, slowly rotating in the center of chaos. The laws of heaven and earth could no longer restrain him. Light cannot be confined by brightness, darkness cannot imprison the obscure, yin and yang cannot determine their essence, and the great path cannot bind its form. This is the supreme golden immortal of chaos. Guangchengzi sighed softly, and immediately the chaos settled down. The chaotic storms, divine thunder, and other calamities dissipated at the sound of his words. Even the chaotic energy dared not flow. In the primordial world, all considered the great Luo Golden Immortal of Chaos the ultimate goal of cultivation, believing that attaining the state of chaos, escaping the cycle of reincarnation, and enduring through the ages was the highest form, yet they did not know that above the great Luo, there was still Taiji. Although the great Luo Golden Immortal of Chaos has transcended the heavens and earth, mastering one law and ruling a realm, he ultimately cultivates only one path, masters only one principle, and guards only one world. The Tao has its limits, and laws have boundaries still restricted by the framework of the great path. However, the supreme Golden Immortal of Chaos is no longer just cultivating one path. He has fused the Tao into himself. If Guangchengzi's opposing paths can merge within him, transforming into Taiji, there will be neither birth nor extinction, neither beginning nor end. The great Luo Golden Immortal of Chaos still walks within the Tao, while the supreme Golden Immortal of Chaos exists freely on the path. The great Luo Golden Immortal uses laws as weapons, while the supreme Golden Immortal of Chaos uses Taiji as a boundary impervious to all laws, with all paths bowing down. Buzz! The chaos began to tremble. Guangchengzi's eyes were interwoven with light and darkness, and he sensed the joy of chaos. In the distance, the three pure ones felt a sense of trepidation. They could not muster the slightest thought of resistance against the demonic form that Guangchengzi transformed into. In their minds, only a transcendent law stood in the chaos, and in their perception, the laws of light and darkness were the pillars of chaos. If the laws of light and darkness collapsed, even chaos would perish. The next moment, a golden and black light column shone upon Guangchengzi's demonic form. He trembled, gripping his hands tightly, allowing this law-light column to merge. This was the law of light and darkness he had fused alone, a new law to complement the great path. At this moment, the great path revealed its anomalies, imprinting the laws upon him. The chaos continuously produced these anomalies as the chaos birthed lotus blossoms, auspicious clouds, and the dance of dragons and snakes, distorting time and space, and the threads of causality trembled. This was the great path bestowing him with a baptism of rhythm. Guangchengzi's eyes were tightly shut, feeling the enhancement of the laws, while the great path cheered for him. Uncertain how much time had passed, he finally opened his eyes, and the expression in them was obscure. The Great Path truly valued him. Good news, he had added a new law to the Great Path comparable to the top 10 laws, which could become a pillar of the Great Path. Thus the Great Path descended with favor, granting him its protection. Bad news, this was a law he established himself, and how to enhance it would depend on his own comprehension. This was a path never walked by anyone before. A deep contemplation flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. This was also good. This great path of light and darkness was solely under his control. To the current Guangchengzi in relation to the Great Path, he was like the great Luo Golden Immortal of Chaos in the primordial world, having no connection in laws, thus more free. Darkness, demonic god, surely your Great Path law can also elevate me. You can await your demise. Whoosh! A divine light suddenly flew in, piercing directly into Guangchengzi's sea of consciousness. He had no time to react, and the three pure ones' expressions changed drastically upon seeing it. When Guangchengzi retracted his aura, they regained their calm, but at this moment Guangchengzi seemed to have been attacked. Guangchengzi closed his eyes, feeling the supreme aura in his mind. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, and divine light burst forth, dispelling all the chaotic energy before him, giving rise to two grand worlds of gold and black. The three purities inhaled a breath of chaotic energy. Is this the power of a primordial Taiji Golden Immortal? With just two beams of divine light, he could create vast worlds far surpassing a primordial de Luo Golden Immortal. However, seeing Guangchengzi still in contemplation, they did not dare to disturb him. Guangchengzi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the chaos. It seemed he could see deeper within, where points of light in his sea of consciousness converged into a line connected to a realm of laws. No, that is not a world, but a place where the essence of laws converges. Even the heavens and earth appear particularly small there. A single drop of the essence of laws could create a world. It is unimaginable that such a treasure lies hidden in the chaos. Who? Guangchengzi let out a long sigh. No wonder Hongjuan and Senior Yang Mei always said that he had to break through to the primordial Taiji Golden Immortal to understand. In his perception, ordinary primordial de Luo Golden Immortals were merely stepping stones there. Without the protection of strong masters, he was just a drop of water in the sea of laws. Although he had broken through, he was by no means powerful and needed to proceed cautiously. I apologize for causing concern, esteemed masters. Guangchengzi shook his head, bringing his thoughts back and bowing to the three purities. His dark, golden robe transformed back into the familiar 8 treasures longevity, purple cloud garment. The former was a manifestation of his own laws, corresponding to the true form of the light dark demon god. In front of the three masters, he preferred to maintain his usual appearance. Your power, Yuan Shi said hesitantly, while Laozi and Tong Tian watched him intently. This was the first time they had witnessed someone break through to the realm of a primordial Taiji Golden Immortal. In our perception, you are not an innate Tao body, but rather a manifestation of the laws of world that can rival those of the primordial chaos. Tong Tian looked somewhat puzzled, but gazed directly at Guangchengzi, who was still the familiar disciple. Guangchengzi chuckled softly, because this is what it means to be a primordial Taiji Golden Immortal. When a primordial de Luo Golden Immortal acts, it is through the crushing of laws and the annihilation of divine abilities. A primordial Taiji Golden Immortal only needs to move their divine thought, and with the turn of the Taiji, all the opponent's divine abilities, laws, mysteries, and powers can be drawn into the cycle of yin and yang, turning strength into weakness, offense into defense, and killing into harmony. Listening to Guangchengzi's explanation, even the chaos began to manifest the worlds of light and darkness. He shrugged somewhat helplessly. It is just as such, my body is now one with the Tao, and every move I make can cause a change. If it were merely the singular law of light, it would be impossible to achieve these things. It could only merge with the light or elevate it, resting upon the great Tao. However, like me, who merges light and darkness, or the Hongjun masters, Hongjun Heaven Tao, we both walk the path of embodying the laws. As for Yang Mei, Guangchengzi speculated that he also sought to evolve the unity of time and space. The gaze of a primordial de Luo Golden Immortal remains above the laws, walking the path of the laws, while a primordial Taiji Golden Immortal must comprehend the primordial essence. Regardless of any great Tao or law, all reside within my Tao. There is no need to comprehend everything. One only needs to forcefully extinguish or merge with their own great Tao, returning to the primordial unity. This is the essence of the primordial Taiji Golden Immortal. Guangchengzi's continuous narration left the three purities entranced. Such immense power. My master's great Tao. Yuan Shi glanced at Laozi and the third brother, noticing the divine light shimmering in their eyes. Indeed, the three esteemed masters are one and born together, accompanied by the Pangu great Tao. Such a fortunate endowment is an evolution of the universe in itself. Guangchengzi felt a tinge of envy, but a strong master meant he was strong too. Well, after I break through, I will be able to help you. Yuan Shi smiled broadly as the paths of the three brothers were indeed interconnected. With the immortal Tao as support, that would be sufficient. Guangchengzi nodded, touched. His master really thought of everything for him. Disciple plans to refine the law of slaughter and add another means. You can do it. With the protection of the three masters, no one can disturb you. Yuan Shi confidently assured him. Guangchengzi waved his sleeve, and the realm of light and darkness emerged. At this moment, the realm slowly rotated, tearing through the chaos with light and darkness clearly delineated, as if they had not merged at all. Guangchengzi, however, paid no mind. A blood-red spear appeared in his hand, representing the law of slaughter of the primordial Taiji, Golden Immortal. The realm of light and darkness suddenly began to rotate, with gold and black colors continuously merging, as the essence of the primordial extinguished everything, even the law of slaughter, dissolving within. Within the realm of light and darkness, where light shone brightly, all illusions, inner demons, and old paths were completely incinerated. In the depths of darkness, all enemies and calamities, as well as the fires of the heavens, fell silent. The law of slaughter was no longer a technique of killing, but transformed into the foundation of the great Tao. Using slaughter to affirm the Tao and establishing heaven through battle, achieving balance between light and darkness. With a thought, Guangchengzi's entire being was woven into the primordial Taiji diagram, within which countless killing stars revolved. Every beam of light contained the rhythm of the path of killing, and every wisp of darkness held the power to slay gods. With a thought, the realm of light illuminated, incinerating the souls of the guilty. With another thought, the realm of darkness collapsed, annihilating the forms and spirits of the enemies. The Taiji revolved, light and darkness devoured each other, and the law of slaughter instantaneously covered the heavens. Wherever the law reached, nothing could withstand it, and no life could escape. He looked at the realm of light and darkness with satisfaction. This was the original intention of my path, integrating the law of slaughter into my practice. Walking the path of light and darkness, how could I allow the law of slaughter to occupy the core? It is just that the greater methods of light and dark Taiji are transformation and extinction. How could one not feel exhilarated using the slaughter as a direct weapon? Within him, sacred power surged like a sea of stars, etching the path of slaughter into every inch of his meridians. Every drop of immortal blood contained the essence of light and dark Taiji, with the laws of the great Tao actively converging. All methods resonated, and the sound of the Tao reverberated through the chaos. With his eyes wide open, his left eye radiated light and life, his right eye embodied darkness and annihilation, and a scar of slaughter crossed his pupil, uniting the three laws into one, solidifying his Tao fruit. The realm of light and darkness slaughter is pervasive. Taiji rotates, ultimate judgment. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed with a strange light. You possess a profound understanding of our great Tao. Guangchengzi's form trembled as the primordial Taiji diagram around him gradually closed. The law of slaughter returned to his body, no longer violent and fierce, leaving only the oppressive essence of primordial infinity and tranquility, as deep as the abyss. Disciple was taught by the master. Naturally, the great Tao was influenced. Guangchengzi looked gently at the three purities. Disciple uses light to initiate and darkness to conclude, while slaughter is the core of judgment. Yuan Shi's mouth twitched, and Laozi and Tong Tian were equally speechless. When Guangchengzi was still a primordial Deluo Golden Immortal, the realm of light and darkness merely served to extinguish, leaning more towards evolution, while Kong Xian's five elements realm was the epitome of destruction. Now both master and disciple had attained the Tao, yet they had completely reversed their paths. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly, knowing that he was about to enter that Tao realm. How could he not go all out? The means, of course, should be as ruthless as possible. Master, do you intend to break through amidst the chaos? Guangchengzi gently inquired. Disciple still has some resources left for master to use. Guangchengzi spoke as the 4 drops of the essence of the heavenly Tao in the small basin shimmered with divine light, causing even the surrounding chaos energy to tremble. This was the most primal power in the world, being the root source of an entire realm, accommodating the existence of 3,000 laws. Guangchengzi only used it as an adhesive. After all, the heavenly Tao could govern 3,000 laws, and thus could be used to merge the laws of light and darkness. However, the energy itself was immense enough to assist the 3 pure ones in attaining enlightenment. After all, Guangchengzi had only seen 2 heavenly Taos since his emergence. Without Yang Mai's assistance, even if he sank the demon realm, the heavenly Tao of the demon realm would simply be devoured by the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos, leaving him no chance to acquire the essence of the heavenly Tao. As for the vast worlds established by the saints in the primordial chaos, even the heavenly Tao had not been birthed there. It was completely a garden of the saints. Even if there was a heavenly Tao, it may not have the opportunity to grow into the Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal. After all, there were very few saints in the primordial chaos who could break through to this realm. It's somewhat beneficial for my master to break through as well. Yuan sure observed the few drops of the essence of the heavenly Tao and nodded slightly. However, we do not plan to break through at this time. As you mentioned earlier, our own Tao is too close to the Tao of Pangu. Tong Tian looked at Guangchengzi, his tone gentle yet firm. Although the Tao of our Father God is the way forward, we are the three pure ones, not the second Pangu. Guangchengzi chuckled softly, looking at the silent Laozi disciple. Guessed that master would respond this way. Regardless of how the three masters choose to act, disciple will support your decisions. Yuan sure laughed heartily. With a disciple like this, what more could one ask for? Let us go. After returning to the primordial chaos, you will use the realm of light and darkness to help suppress the Tao of Pangu. We must first certify our own Tao before transcending the immortal path, and the merit of establishing the Tao can also be shared among the three of us. Guangchengzi looked at the remaining piece of the source of the Tao in his palm, which was no longer of use to him. He would see to which disciple it would be given. However, they had spent quite some time in the chaos, and not a single chaos demon god had appeared. Could it be that they all went to the Tao realm? Primordial chaos. A Yuan meeting had passed since the demon realm merged with the primordial chaos, yet the beings of the primordial chaos had not calmed down at all. The elevation of the essence of heaven and earth continually raised the realms of the cultivators in the primordial chaos. Furthermore, the new species born from the fusion with the demon realm, which inherently leaned towards the laws of the demon realm, had been living in the primordial chaos for some time, ultimately causing the malevolent energy within them to be easily triggered, bringing some harm to the beings of the primordial chaos. There were also some demon clans stained with karma, known as the two tribes of demons, who often resorted to evil methods to enhance their cultivation, prompting the disciples of the Tao sect to mobilize extensively to confront them. Meanwhile, the Emperor of War in the heavenly court, Guangcheng, frequently ordered the heavenly soldiers to descend to exterminate the demons, causing a flurry of activity in the primordial chaos. All this concentrated on the lower-tier cultivators of the primordial chaos, while quiescent great beings were rarely seen. They were either in secluded meditation in their blessed lands or attending lectures from the saints. The 12 ancestral witches attaining sainthood gave them hope as they did so, without relying on the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, nor were they Honghuang, the 12 Golden Immortals, instantly revealing a path forward to the cultivators of the primordial chaos. The three pure ones and Guangchengzi returned to the primordial chaos world under such circumstances, all four feeling a familiar aura, as this was the world they had existed in for countless years. Guangchengzi's brow twitched, and he gazed directly towards the direction of the Xixiao Palace, where two auras were particularly prominent, brighter than the sun star in the darkness, and he could finally sense them. However, those two auras were stronger than his. It seemed the primordial chaos had sensed something, emitting a slight tremor, as if expressing joy to welcome the returning wanderer. However, Guangchengzi still did not reveal himself, leaving the celestial saints somewhat puzzled as to why there was a change in the world. Master, let's go to the Xixiao Palace. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment and looked towards the three pure ones. Yuan Shi's expression changed slightly as he exchanged glances with Laozi and Tong Tian, and all three speculated master is about to depart. Let us go. Laozi sighed softly. His voice was faint, but just loud enough for the few to hear. It is time to bid farewell to master. Guangchengzi lowered his eyelids, and his figure vanished, only to reappear outside the heavens. Here everything was as usual, the laws permeating the place where the Tao ancestor resided, Xixiao Palace. The great doors slowly opened, and two elders dressed in purple and green Tao robes turned their gazes towards him. Guangchengzi felt a jolt in his heart as the light and dark Taiji manifested, gradually spinning and dissipating all pressure, allowing the spiritual energy before him to flow once more. Indeed, Hongjun revealed a hint of a smile, nodding in satisfaction. Disciple pays respect to master ancestor and greets senior Yang Mei. The four of them bowed simultaneously, and Hongjun nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Mei's expression was solemn as he looked at Guangchengzi and the three pure ones entering together, speaking in a deep voice. You are just a step away from entering the mid-stage realm. Did you perhaps devour the heavenly Tao of the demon realm? Naturally not. Guangchengzi shook his head. I have my own way of the light and dark heavenly Tao to pursue. Why should I walk the path of others? Establishing the Tao. Such a great commotion will surely be sensed by any chaos demon god. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow and remained silent. So what? Would they dare to come to the primordial chaos? Although it is about establishing the Tao, it cannot be raised to such a level. Hongjun smiled without speaking. Yang Mei snorted lightly. You old fellow, just speak plainly. 3 corpses. Guangchengzi laughed and said, I have reintegrated with the 3 corpses incarnation providing support for my breakthrough. After all, the 3 corpses incarnation also contains a part of the source. Yang Mei inhaled sharply. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had seen these 3 corpses, which were 3 incarnations of the Hunyuan 9th layer. Hongjun chuckled lightly. The 3 corpses are limited by the true self and cannot break through to the Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal unless they plunder other laws, but in comparison to their own realm, that is negligible. However, from now on, if the 3 corpses incarnation is destroyed, it will truly be annihilated, and it can no longer be severed out. Guangchengzi sighed slightly. That was somewhat regrettable. That is already sufficient. At our level, we should not let the 3 corpses incarnation do anything. Hongjun said calmly, with the aid of the Dao certification Spirit Treasure, one can also contend with an ordinary Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal. Initially, he dealt with the causality demon god this way, but having gone to the Dao realm, it was likely that it would not be of use. The 3 pure ones lowered their gazes. This was also a path they had to take. After breaking through in the future, the path of the 3 corpses would come to an end. Yang Mei smiled. Indeed, at their level, the power that the 3 corpses incarnation could exert was minimal. How you choose to walk your path in the future is up to you, but we cannot offer much assistance anymore. Yang Mei said softly. Guangchengzi nodded. I understand. Hongjun shook his head and smiled. This young man's path was much easier than theirs, already standing on the same realm as the poor Taoist, albeit with some differences in cultivation. Since you have returned, I also plan to depart. Leave? After Hongjun finished speaking, a silence enveloped the Zixiao Palace, and Yang Mei's expression was calm, clearly indicating that the two had already made prior arrangements. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze, knowing that the two were heading to the Dao realm. As for the Sanqing, they trembled slightly, though although they had suspected this day would come, they still felt a complex mix of emotions. After your breakthrough, you should already be aware of that place. I, along with Yang Mei, will be able to establish a... Hongjun's gaze swept over Sanqing and Guangchengzi in turn. With our strengths, we will surely be able to make further breakthroughs after we go there. Guangchengzi raised his head. The 2 before him were on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal realm. Such cultivation would not make them weak even in the Dao realm. At the very least, with Yang Mei's spatial law escape would not be an issue. Now that you have broken through, it won't be long before the Sanqing disciples do as well. With you guarding the primordial chaos, I can rest easy. Hongjun continued to discuss various matters in the primordial chaos, wanting to clarify everything. The heavenly Dao, he pondered for a moment. I was thinking of helping you before, but given your current realm and the assistance of humanity, there is no need to fear. However, if you are worried it may cause disruptions, I will still seal it within the Zixiao Palace. Guangchengzi shook his head. Thank you, Master Ancestor, but there is no need for that. I still have matters to attend to. Let it be. Hongjun cast a deep look at Guangchengzi and said nothing more. In that case, I will say no more. Just ensure that someone is arranged to guard the primordial chaos when you leave. Hongjun hesitated slightly. If no suitable candidates are available at that time, you can hand the heavenly Dao over to Nuwa. The Sanqing remained silent, all looking towards Guangchengzi. Although Nuwa currently had a good relationship with them, there were past grievances to consider. If they left with Nuwa in charge of the heavenly Dao, the Kunlun disciples surviving in the primordial chaos was not something they could directly accept. Hongjun sighed. His disciples with Sanqing able to break through only left Nuwa. He thought of it as his last assistance to her as a master. If there are no other suitable candidates to oversee the heavenly Dao in the primordial chaos, let Nuwa take charge, Hongjun said again. After all, she is also your junior sister. If you are concerned about the Dao sect, you can have her make a Dao oath. Sanqing looked at Guangchengzi, their brows slightly moving, but after thinking it over they refrained from speaking. This matter involved their disciples, and it was difficult to commit. Yang Mei couldn't help but glance sideways. This old man seemed to have truly begun to soften his heart. Sanqing and Guangchengzi were clearly unwilling, but due to Hongjun's stature, they couldn't directly voice their opposition, only expressing their dissent through silence. Guangchengzi raised his head. On this matter, I agree with the Master Ancestor, but if there are any other suitable candidates, such as Kong Xian, I will not allow Aunt Nuwa to oversee the heavenly Dao. Hongjun paused momentarily, unable to stifle a sigh. Compared to Nuwa, Sanqing was naturally closer to Kong Xian. Enough, do as you wish. All are disciples who have severed their 3 corpses. One is his progeny, and the other is a successor. They are ultimately all his disciples. After he leaves, many cultivators in the primordial chaos will probably never see him again. Oh, why worry so much? Sanqing's expressions softened. It was good that their master had come to terms with it. Hongjun looked steadily at the 4 of them, considering his disciples to be debts. You 3 need not worry about your breakthroughs, only you will establish the immortal Dao. In the future, you will inevitably have to venture into the chaos to establish your path. At that time I will also sense it. I just cannot congratulate you. Sanqing bowed respectfully. Your words are too kind, master. Hongjun shook his head. If you truly manage to establish the Tao, you will later become the true ancestors of the immortal Tao, far more valuable than my title as Tao ancestor. Master, you jest. No matter what, I will always be your disciple, he replied. Tong Tian is still so good with words. Hongjun couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how Tong Tian had once deceived him into giving several shared spiritual treasures when he came to the Xixiao Palace. I did not speak falsely. The immortal Tao originates from you, master, and I am merely expanding it. Tong Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Hongjun snorted lightly, glancing at Yang Mei, who nodded slightly. He then said seriously, the chaos demons outside the primordial chaos are still transforming the chaotic energy. With you here, they can still be kept at bay. When you leave, you can slay them, merging their essence into the primordial chaos to elevate the world. Guangchengzi paused momentarily at the murderous intent in his eyes, then nodded gently. This master ancestor also had a decisive disposition when it came to killing you. Although he had originally planned the same, it was truly a case of heroes seeing alike. Controlling their imprints within the heavenly Tao, I believe the heavenly Tao will not trouble you over such trivial matters. Hongjun smiled, for the essence of the demon gods merging into the primordial chaos was beneficial to the heavenly Tao. I understand, master, Guangchengzi replied, cheerfully glancing at the outside of the Xixiao Palace, where invisible entities were descending, clearly the heavenly Tao making its presence known. Hongjun couldn't help but look as well. It seems that as I depart, the heavenly Tao has also relaxed considerably. This statement carried profound implications. Guangchengzi smiled without speaking. The heavenly Tao of the demon realm was still in his hands, and the heavenly Tao must be very envious. Moreover, with the master ancestor leaving, the heavenly Tao no longer had to worry about being coveted. If he wished to become the master of the primordial chaos, now it was merely a matter of convenience. By uniting the paths of the earth and the two Tao, even the fundamental laws of the primordial chaos could be replaced with the laws of light and darkness. What could the heavenly Tao do? Once I leave, this Xixiao Palace will be entrusted to you to oversee. Guangchengzi was taken aback, but Hongjun's expression was serious. He was clearly not joking. If you wish to take the heavenly Tao, Hongjun smiled, there is indeed a suitable place for it. If you do not wish to, then keep it as your Tao ground. After all, he had nothing else to give you. Good, then I shall accept it. Guangchengzi did not decline, and Hongjun laughed heartily. In that case, I shall take my leave. All matters of the primordial chaos will be entrusted to the four of you henceforth. The two stood from the cloud platform, and Sanqing and Guangchengzi also wore solemn expressions, bowing deeply. Disciples, respectfully send off the master ancestor. I will wait for you in the Tao realm. Yang Mai's voice echoed in Guangchengzi's ears. When the four raised their heads, the Xixiao Palace was shrouded in tranquility, and no other figures could be seen. Sanqing all revealed a sorrowful expression. The master who had taught them for many years had completely departed the world of the primordial chaos. Sanqing sighed silently, and Guangchengzi also fell silent. Moi. The four frowned tightly as a vast sea of laws floated in, merging into the Xixiao Palace, and making the place even more mysterious. Guangchengzi's mouth twitched. There truly were imprints of 3,000 laws here, but the creation jade plate had been taken away. Who would have thought that the heavenly Tao had its sights set directly on the Xixiao Palace? Sanqing was also somewhat speechless. However, aside from this location, there was indeed no suitable place to accommodate the heavenly Tao. They couldn't very well follow them to Kunlun, could they? In the future, we can allow the disciples under us to come to the Xixiao Palace for cultivation. Guangchengzi smiled. After all, there were traces of the laws here, and no one lived here. In the future, we can allow the disciples under us to come to the Xixiao Palace for cultivation. Guangchengzi smiled. After all, there were traces of the laws here, and no one lived here. In the Pingxin Palace, Hutu sat quietly, the wheel of reincarnation emanating divine light that enveloped her. The purple light of reincarnation flickered, and the myriad beings of wood, stone, flowers, grass, flying birds, and beasts revolved around, ultimately returning to the Tao. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Hutu's eyes suddenly opened. The wheel of reincarnation floated into her palm, and she looked puzzled. This was the netherworld, yet someone managed to approach the Pingxin Palace without disturbing her. The door slowly opened, revealing a Taoist in purple robes standing with the dark sun and dark moon on his back. His handsome face and the smile at the corners of his mouth were even more striking than the sun in the starry sky. Hutu's pupils constricted in shock as she stood up. She scanned the surroundings with her divine sense repeatedly, and after the wheel of reincarnation enveloped her, her expression began to change continuously. You broke through? Hutu asked hoarsely. Indeed. Guangchengzi smiled slightly and pointed with his finger. Hota showed no reaction, merely watching as the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram flew over and isolated her. At that moment, the wheel of reincarnation began to flicker with divine light, shaking violently, and the Taiji diagram shattered instantly. As expected, the netherworld is the sister's domain, Guangchengzi said with a helpless smile. Although he had the advantage, he was still not a true match for Hutu in the netherworld with his own strength. However, the netherworld had grown significantly over the years. Hutu was somewhat lost in thought, glancing at the wheel of reincarnation before looking up at Guangchengzi with a complicated expression. Is the Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal that strong? Oh, that's not the case. It's just that this humble Taoist is comparatively strong, Guangchengzi chuckled. Hutu fell silent for a moment, then looked at him seriously. If others said this, I would not believe it. However, since it is you who spoke, I trust it completely. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. Sister, you trust this humble Taoist so much. You have done many things that defy common sense. Hutu shook her head, and tea appeared on the stone table, inviting Guangchengzi to sit. Your realm of light and darkness used to isolate laws, yet now it can even sever my connection to the netherworld. A look of wariness flashed in Hutu's eyes. If you had wanted to strike just now, you could have taken my life directly, right? The killing intent contained within was subdued, yet it could not escape her perception. Indeed, sister has keen insight, Guangchengzi said as he sipped his tea. My realm of light and darkness further isolates the laws. For someone as strong as sister, yet without a realm, it becomes the greatest nemesis. Hutu rolled her eyes. How many people are in my situation worthy of you doing this? Why so serious, sister? Just telling a joke. Guangchengzi laughed heartily. It's merely an application of a great Tao law, just a capability that the realm of light and darkness had before, simply extracting the essence. Guangchengzi maintained a serious posture, continuously explaining the nuances of breaking through realms and detailing the abilities of the Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal, causing Hutu's expression to change repeatedly. Previously, only Hongjun Daozu had reached this realm in the primordial chaos, yet the Daozu would not share these insights with her. She could only rely on the netherworld to continually reinforce the laws, realizing the profundities of the Tao today. After a long time, the Tao sounds within the Pingxin Palace finally settled down, yet no unusual phenomena appeared. For Hutu, however, every word was like a pearl, and she couldn't help but sigh. How true. Guangchengzi understood her meaning and chuckled softly. At my level, I no longer require various phenomena to signify my identity. Hutu nodded. Looking at the wheel of reincarnation in her hand, she suddenly said, if I were to merge with the netherworld. No, Guangchengzi hurriedly interrupted. That is far too dangerous. What Hutu meant was to merge herself into the netherworld to break through to the Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal, but in doing so, she would become the spirit of the netherworld, and the netherworld would instead serve as her vessel. What kind of wild idea is this? To open up just like that? I was just joking. Hutu shook her head. She certainly preferred to break through on her own. Sister might sense whether the wheel of reincarnation has been occupied. No, Hutu replied confidently with a smile. I have often relied on the power of the netherworld. If someone occupied the wheel of reincarnation, I would have sensed it. Guangchengzi stroked his chin. It seemed that the reincarnation demon god had indeed died completely, but he didn't know if it was due to not reviving or if it had been killed again by another demon god. Sister should comprehend the laws of reincarnation, after all, encompasses many aspects, making it inherently more difficult than other great Daos, Guangchengzi advised earnestly. All right. Hutu smiled, gently hesitating as she looked at Guangchengzi. What about the killing intent in your realm of light and darkness? Oh, I stripped the killing law from the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, Guangchengzi casually remarked. A great Tao law of the Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal has significantly enhanced my strength. Hutu smiled wryly, a ball of pitch-black divine soul appearing in her hand, its aura weakening, having already fallen below the saint level. I followed your instructions to purify it continuously, using the wheel of reincarnation, but 30,000 years ago Luohu's divine soul was nearly shattered, and even the heavenly Tao's essence was greatly spilled, causing the entire divine soul to begin fracturing. Hutu sighed helplessly. I used dozens of drops of reincarnation liquid to stabilize its divine soul, yet the netherworld took this opportunity to absorb a significant amount of heavenly Tao essence. No wonder the strength of the netherworld is somewhat beyond my expectations, Guangchengzi nodded. It should be due to the moment I merged with the killing Tao, but it matters little. I had originally intended for Sister to gradually extinguish his consciousness. Previously, he had not broken through and was helpless against Luohu's divine soul, which was protected by the heavenly Tao essence. Now that he had broken through, Hutu had also completed the matter he entrusted to her, and that plan could begin. The demon realm is indeed close to the netherworld, and the netherworld has absorbed some heavenly Tao essence from the demon realm, eyeing the netherworld over the years, Hutu said with a light smile. Guangchengzi's Zhongtian magic tower descended, and he chuckled. Truly a delectable morsel, but I plan to return the heavenly Tao to the demon realm, so I will trouble sister to help guard it. What do you intend to do? Huda frowned and asked. The demon realm is now a part of the primordial chaos, but this heavenly Tao has been significantly depleted. Leaving it in the demon realm could nurture it, and besides I do not wish for the heavenly Tao to advance too quickly. I am quite helpless in this regard, Guangchengzi said. Hongjun and Yang may have both left. Although I can confront the heavenly Tao if it absorbs the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, then no one in the primordial chaos will be able to control it. What about him? Huta pointed at the deranged Luo Hus divine soul. He has now lost some essence and his consciousness, and even if he is reincarnated he will only be a new being. Exactly what I want. Guangchengzi clapped and laughed. Although the essence on him has diminished, he still retains a part of it. The heavenly Tao has been tantalizing me for so long, and I want to see how he will act. You must not mess this up. Huta gasped. If you intend to return the heavenly Tao to the demon realm, and this fellow is reincarnated, he will inherently be drawn to the demonic path. What I want is exactly this, Guangchengzi said with a meaningful smile. Moi. Huta looked puzzled. The reincarnation of Lahu inherently contains the essence of the demon realm, which has the potential to regain control over it. Moreover, with the demon realm now integrated into the primordial world, although all beings in the primordial world face tribulations, given Luha's qualifications, she couldn't believe he wouldn't reach the pinnacle. If I don't give the opportunity, how will the heavenly Tao act? Guangchengzi's expression was indifferent. However, the heavenly Tao emphasizes balance, and is restrained by the three paths of immortals, mortals, and spirits, so it cannot do as it pleases. The primordial world is now filled with demons and monsters, and it is time for a leader to emerge. Do you want to capture them all at once? Hutu asked in confusion. But with the demon realm present, the demon clan cannot be exterminated. If the heavenly Tao wants to devour the demon realm's heavenly Tao, it must pay a price. Guangchengzi sneered. I used the reincarnation of Lu as bait to see what changes will occur when the heavenly Tao devours this portion of essence. As for the demon realm with three master guardians, even if Lu has the qualifications of a saint, the three demon ancestors will not give him this opportunity. Huta said solemnly, what do you want to test? Guangchengzi shook his head. Sister will know after the fact. I am merely speculating. Once it becomes a reality, you will see for yourself. Just be extra careful then. Although I don't know what you intend to do, you shouldn't harm me. If you need help, just say so, Huta said earnestly. Then sister, please keep an eye on the neighboring realm. Once I integrate the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, the heavenly Tao will definitely find an opportunity to enter. Guangchengzi thought for a moment and gave Hutu a task. He couldn't constantly monitor the demon realm. The incarnations of the three master guardians might not be able to stop the heavenly Tao. All right, you can rest assured, Hutu replied without a second thought. Looking at the spirit of Lahu beside her, she hesitated. Are we really sending him to reincarnation like this without any tricks? Guangchengzi smiled confidently. No need. He is a sacrifice meant for the heavenly Tao. Even if he achieves enlightenment and becomes a saint, it won't change anything in my palm. That's true. Huda mumbled as she pushed Luha's spirit into the wheel of reincarnation, and the two quietly watched him descend into the path of beasts. Guangchengzi was taken aback, and Hutu also looked dazed. They exchanged awkward smiles. Let's have some tea. Hutu casually tidied her hair, while Guangchengzi's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. After a while, the two finally burst into laughter. Not to mention, how could they forget that this was Lu? The wheel of reincarnation determines the path based on the merits and karma of living beings before their death. The cultivators they had previously sent were all virtuous, yet they had forgotten Luhu's past identity. He was a demon ancestor, and he must have caused countless deaths during the great cataclysm, all of which were his karma. Now in reincarnation under the wheel, all beings are equal. Moreover, this is the underworld that can confront the heavenly Tao. What does it matter that Lahu was once the demon lord? He must still face the judgment of reincarnation before he can be reborn. They merely forgot that Lahu was directly judged to the path of beasts. Never mind, he has the essence of the heavenly Tao of the demon realm to protect him. He will eventually step into the demon realm. Guangchengzi smiled helplessly. Since fate is like this, he need not intervene further. As for using merit to reduce his karma, he wasn't that idle. He would rather refine a few spirit treasures for Wukong with those merits. The reincarnation of the demon ancestor will surely stir up a storm of blood and chaos. Guangchengzi's expression remained neutral. It has been a long time since the primordial world faced a catastrophe. Although there are heavenly tribulations, the number of cultivators continues to increase. This can alleviate the burden on the heavenly Tao, especially since the heavenly Tao values balance. Do you mean to say that with a leader of the demon path emerging, a child of destiny will also arise in the primordial world? Huta raised an eyebrow. Naturally, we cannot allow the demon path to dominate alone. Guangchengzi chuckled softly. I just wonder to whom will the child of destiny belong. Whoever it is, they will be part of the Taoist lineage. Huta pouted. That's true. Currently, all paths of the immortal Tao belong to the Tao lineage. As long as they are disciples of the immortal Tao, that is enough. Kunlun. Wukong. A familiar voice rang out, causing the golden-armored divine monkey to tremble. He slowly turned around and tears streamed down his face. Father Saint, son Wukong rushed over to hug Guangchengzi's arm. Why has Father Saint been gone for so long? I've been all alone in the primordial world, and there's no one to talk to. Kong Xian's golden Peng's mouth twitched. Wasn't it you who caused all the chaos in the heavenly court? Although he occasionally looked at Kunlun with some disappointment, you have been living quite comfortably. It is Father's fault, but Father also needs to cultivate. The closed-door training inevitably takes some time. Wukong, can you forgive Father? Guangchengzi kindly patted the monkey's head, amazed at how he still had this same disposition after such a long time apart. But Father Saint cannot leave again. Wukong pouted, pulling Guangchengzi to sit down. I can't guarantee that I won't leave, but if I do, I will always leave an incarnation behind. Guangchengzi thought for a moment and chose not to deceive him. After all, he would eventually have to go to the Tao realm. Can I go with you? Wukong asked softly. Guangchengzi shook his head. It's too dangerous there. Even your senior brother Kong Xian cannot go. Kong Xian was taken aback, and Wukong suddenly became anxious, realizing that his senior brother had already achieved enlightenment and become a saint. If even a saint cannot go, how dangerous could it be? Father Saint, please don't go. It's too dangerous. I don't want you to go. It's all right, don't you trust me? When has Father ever suffered a loss? Guangchengzi smiled reassuringly. Wukong turned his back, angrily refusing to acknowledge his father. Guangchengzi chuckled, such a childish temperament. Is everything sorted? Yuan Shi pushed over a cup of tea and asked softly. The heavenly Tao of the demon realm has returned to its place, and Master must have sensed it. Sister Hutu will help watch over it, but there was a little mishap with Luha's reincarnation. Guangchengzi showed a helpless expression and recounted that small incident. For a moment, even the three pure ones were left speechless. He will surely return. Laozi took a sip of tea. By the way, Jin Peng, this object is for you as a compensation from your master. Guangchengzi dropped a small black tower from the clouds. Although this object is not a supreme treasure, it is connected to the demon realm. Now that the demon realm has merged into the primordial world, it can exert the power of a congenital supreme treasure within the world of the primordial. Jin Peng's eyes lit up, quickly accepting it. Disciple thanks Master. Indeed, when Master said he would give him a supreme treasure, he delivered. Even if it wasn't a true congenital supreme treasure, it was still able to exert the power of one. You have already slashed through the three corpses. I wonder when you will achieve the Tao of Honghuang. I hope you succeed soon, Guangchengzi said with a smile. Master, please rest assured, I will not make you wait too long. Jin Peng patted his chest and promised. Guangchengzi nodded. Has Kong Xian also advanced a level? Is Yin Jiao in closed-door training? Yin Jiao. Kong Xian and the Golden Peng chuckled awkwardly. Wukong immediately turned around to tattle. Third senior brother hasn't cultivated diligently for years. He's been socializing freely across the primordial chaos. Only after being reprimanded by elder brother 10,000 years ago did he finally retreat into seclusion for cultivation. Oh, you're no longer angry with your father? Guangchengzi teased, gazing at him. Wukong gave a light snort. He simply didn't wish for his divine father to depart, yet the latter remained resolute, leaving him utterly powerless. Guangchengzi stroked Wukong's monkey head and looked toward Kong Xian. So, while this master was away, could you as elder brother not rein him in? Please forgive this disciple, Master. Both I and second brother were deep in seclusion, which allowed third brother the chance to slip through our oversight. Yet he has not neglected cultivation. He is now secluded, severing his evil self. Kong Xian, ever compassionate, pleaded leniency on Yin Jiao's behalf. Enough. Guangchengzi sighed deeply. Among my disciples, Yin Jiao possesses the weakest innate talent. I shall let him be. Still, you must urge him diligently, guiding him swiftly to the peak of quasi-sagehood. This master perceives he lacks the spiritual fortitude to sever his obsession self. What do you intend to do? Laozi suddenly asked. He must be properly secured. Otherwise, once we depart, will my disciples become prey to mockery and contempt? A glint of icy resolve flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. He would never allow his disciples to suffer ridicule across the primordial chaos, no matter what each had been personally accepted by him. He still held the human Tao Jade talisman of the netherworld, and with those accumulated merits, elevating Yin Jiao was entirely feasible. Our Wukong remains the most reassuring. Guangchengzi smiled warmly upon son Wukong. He has already reached the pinnacle of quasi-sagehood, truly obedient. Wukong scratched his head in mild confusion. I'm not quite sure myself. Yet my comprehension of the combat law advances with astonishing speed, progressing ceaselessly moment by moment. A gentle silence settled over the assembly. Of course, it was the convergence of primordial essences and the blood of ancient deities at work, coupled with Guangchengzi's own Dao attainment. Wukong's celestial fortune now surpassed even that of the celestial sages. You need not follow the three self-severance path like your two senior brothers. Pursue the law path alone, Guangchengzi instructed Wukong. Understood, father. Wukong grinned broadly. Tontian sighed softly. Only Duo Bao has attained Dao in these years. Wu Dang remains motionless. Duo Bao commands the Golden Immortal Dao. His attainment was inevitable. All knew this, and indeed during their absence he had gloriously expanded the Golden Immortal Dao, integrating the Six Zhang Golden Body Scripture with the Enlightenment in Dreams Divine Art, and the Faith Manipulation Arts to successfully attain Dao. Fantian had entrusted Wu Dang with the Jade Talisman that suppressed the demonic ghost realm, hoping the Jie sect would produce another sage to preserve its Dao lineage. Yet across countless eons Wu Dang had still not attained Dao. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian paused, then bowed respectfully reporting to Third Patriarch. Aunt Wu Dang has devoted these years to relieving suffering and saving sentient beings. She manifests as Li Shan Laomu, amassing merit. Perhaps her merit remains insufficient for Dao attainment. For disciples of their generation, grand meritorious deeds are scarce. Merit must be painstakingly accrued drop by drop. In ancient times, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti had sworn solemn vows before the heavenly Dao to attain enlightenment through merit, but such oaths were utterly unthinkable for disciples of the Taoist sects. Tong Tian's expression softened. Indeed, the primordial chaos today bore little resemblance to its former self. Even heaven and earth had expanded beyond measure. How then could merit be so easily amassed? Why not bestow the accumulated merit upon Aunt Wu Dang, master? Guangchengzi proposed. Once Yin Jiao reaches the pinnacle of quasi-sagehood, I intend to grant him this merit to aid his Dao attainment. Laozi and Yuanshi's lips twitched. How familiar this sounded. The three pure ones' creation merit originated from their father Pangu, and Guangchengzi's current course echoed that precedent with uncanny resonance. Tontian was about to nod, then hesitated, offering an apologetic smile. After our Dao attainment, the Hongmeng purple chi may be retrieved. I intend to reserve it for Jin Ling, but this merit suffices for only one sage's ascension. Not scarcity, but inequity, is the true peril, Kong Xian murmured sorrowfully. Then Yuanshi spoke decisively for his younger brother, divide it equally. As for the remainder, let fate decide between them. As masters we cannot lift them bodily onto the sage throne. Guangchengzi coughed dryly. After all, he had already arranged everything for his own disciples. This master did not refer to you. Yuanshi habitually defended his protege. You differ from them. In truth, it was a matter of closeness. Were it for Guangchengzi, the three pure ones would go to similar lengths, yet for other disciples an inherent distance inevitably remained. Where is disciple Honghuang? Guangchengzi asked, lightly glancing at Kong Xian. He understood his master's affection well, but why had Honghuang also failed to attain Dao? At these words, Kong Xian and the Golden Peng exchanged looks of profound admiration, then bowed deeply to Yuanshi. Congratulations, Second Patriarch. Uncle Honghuang is currently in seclusion attaining Dao. Oh, Yuanshi himself was startled, and even Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Honghuang had outpaced Wu Dang. Uncle Honghuang pursued merit, celestial fortune, and physical refinement simultaneously. Kong Xian spoke with evident awe. He long since reversed his ancestral dragon form, and to rescue Zhu Long he sacrificed all three of his self-avatars as offerings to seal the sea abyss. Guangchengzi too felt a faint astonishment. This younger brother possessed extraordinary audacity. To sacrifice three self-avatars before attaining Dao meant forfeiting the very essence of his sacred treasure, an irreplaceable loss for cultivators such as themselves. Master surely knows. The dragon clan's karmic burdens have long since been cleansed. By releasing Zhu Long, they gained not only a new quasi-sage of peak cultivation, but also permanent relief from the sea abyss's corruption. Moreover, this act earned Uncle Honghuang immense merit. The dragon clan's prestige surged dramatically, and they tirelessly lobbied all races, consolidating celestial fortune, evoking the splendor of the era when ancestral dragons still ruled. Kong Xian remarked a touch wryly. 10,000 beasts pay homage to Tsong. Guangchengzi tapped his desk thoughtfully. Has the Huayun cave said nothing? That is precisely where Uncle Honghuang's brilliance lies. Kong Xian praised. Though the myriad races submit to humanity, their subjugation rests largely upon the Huayun cave's suppression. Humanity dwells within the 9 provinces. Its dominion over the myriad races has gradually weakened, for great Luo cultivators may not enter the 9 provinces barrier, while humanity's expansion inevitably requires the alliance of other races. The Dragon Clan seeks to reassert sovereignty over the beast races, to exchange this supremacy for an alliance with humanity. No, more precisely for a pact between dragon and human clans. The dragons become humanity's totem, aiding them in subduing the myriad races. Guangchengzi fell silent for a moment, then murmured softly, a masterful stratagem, though the myriad races remain blind to its subtlety. Master's insight is flawless. The myriad races have endured humanity's dominance for too long. With the emergence of the demon race, internal dissent has grown. Yet the Dragon Clan's maneuver inflicted heavy losses upon them. And ultimately, as non-humans, they find dragon sovereignty far more acceptable than human rule. Kongshan scoffed. It's merely their adherence to the law of the jungle, naturally incompatible with humanity. Though humanity is mighty, the races still reject its worldview. Short-sighted fools, Yuanshi retorted, incisive and unyielding. After Yuanshi finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the myriad races were indeed a group of short-sighted individuals. Although the saints of the Fire Cloud Cave would not act lightly, if the myriad races rebelled, the actions of the human race would inevitably lead to damage. However, with the Dragon Clan intervening, the Fire Cloud Cave could conveniently shed this burden and eliminate some dissenting voices within the myriad races, while the Dragon Clan would directly become the spokesperson for the myriad races, still maintaining a good relationship with the human race. Though the two clans claimed to be allied whenever the human race faced troubles, how could the Dragon Clan remain idle? The effort would still fall on the myriad races. Honghuang might have painted a grand vision for the myriad races, promising that once he attained enlightenment and became a saint, the myriad races would have better days ahead, which was certainly preferable to being under the human race. Guangchengzi spoke with clarity, looking at Yuanshi. I didn't expect that Honghuang, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, has also learned to be cautious. Tong Tian sighed, recalling that in his impression Honghuang was straightforward and would read the room, but he hadn't expected him to grasp the larger picture so precisely. The disciples of the Chan school indeed all inherited the true teachings of the second brother and knew how to leverage the situation. Congratulations, second brother. Tong Tian clasped his hands together while Lao Zi chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Yuanshi smiled and looked at Guangchengzi, saying, it is also thanks to your careful guidance back then that Honghuang has the opportunity he has today. Indeed, your contributions are the greatest. Tong Tian also realized that the batch of disciples from Kunlun Mountain back then had all received Guangchengzi's teachings. You flatter me, master. Guangchengzi chuckled. Having the beast path in hand is indeed a powerful weapon to subdue the myriad races. Kongshan laughed, saying, what master said is indeed true, and compared to the myriad races, the Fire Cloud Cave is naturally closer to our Kunlun. This is also a significant reason why the 3 sovereigns agreed to let Uncle Honghuang subdue the myriad races. After all, we are all of one family, and regardless of how the myriad races cycle, ultimately, it is still a matter of switching hands. Even if Honghuang attains enlightenment and becomes a saint, he would not be foolish enough to harm the feelings between the human race and Kunlun for the benefit of the myriad races. What a great strategy. Guangchengzi felt a sense of emotion, realizing that his former junior brothers and sisters had all stood up, and even if they departed, he need not worry about Kunlun's status. Master, Kongshan hesitated to speak. Go ahead, is there anything you cannot say in front of your master? Guangchengzi was somewhat puzzled. Kongshan took a deep breath and cautiously asked, Master and Grandmaster have returned, but will you not call back the other uncles to Kunlun? After his return and attaining enlightenment, he had exerted his might to let the beings of the primordial know that Kunlun had gained another Huanyuan de Luo Jinxian, but Guangchengzi and the Sanqing had yet to show themselves, so he had to stay in Kunlun to mediate matters of the Dao, while Jinpeng was also in seclusion in Kunlun. This time it was still the Sanqing who returned to Kunlun Mountain first. Kongshan sent a message to Sun Wukong, but had said not a word about the other disciples. Not for now, Yuanshi directly refused. I have important matters to discuss with your master. They will not be staying long after their return, and we plan to call them back before we leave. Of course, during this period, if anyone can return to Kunlun, it would also count as their opportunity. They had given all the opportunities they should to their disciples, and with the Sanqing still up there, even if they had yet to attain enlightenment, they would be safe. Upon hearing this, Kongshan bowed respectfully, and did not say more, instead accompanying Guangchengzi and the others to drink tea, gaining a few words of guidance before going to do what he needed to do. Master, shall we begin now? Guangchengzi asked softly, looking at the Sanqing on the high platform. Yuanshi nodded gravely. Indeed, the primordial is comparatively safe. If we were in the chaos, you would need to help suppress the Panga Dao, and with no one to guard should we encounter the chaos demon god. Guangchengzi blinked. It seemed that their foreman group might truly face peril there. This conference has lasted more than a year, and the immortal path is already able to stand firm. If it were not for your breakthrough, I would have planned to use the immortal path for enlightenment first, Tong Tian chuckled. This only proves that the mandate of heaven know the Tao is with the three masters. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. Yuan Shi lightly tapped him twice as his disciple knew how to speak. Laozi looked around, took a deep breath. Let us begin. The great Tao interference that had troubled them for so many years was finally going to be resolved. Guangchengzi's green lotus soared into the void, and the light imprint stood alongside it. Following his enlightenment, these two items had already surpassed the innate treasures, as the spiritual treasures of enlightenment naturally grew alongside their master. Before him the light and dark Taiji emerged, and his determined gaze reassured the Sanqing, who nodded in agreement to Guangchengzi. Yuan Shi stood in the center, Tong Tian on the left, and Lao Zi on the right. The three figures trembled in unison as the three qi of the beginning, origin, and mystery appeared, and the Tao of the Sanqing immediately became manifest. Before the chaos was divided, before the primordial was determined, the Tao was born prior to heaven and earth, the ancestor of all paths. A Taoist suddenly appeared, embodying the pinnacle of strength, the singularity of creation. The giant opened the heavens and the earth, and the beginning, origin, and mystery qi evolved from its legacy, forming the Tao body of the Sanqing. Yuan Shi Tianzuan held the chaotic pure qi slicing through the void. Ulingbao Tianzuan exhibited the rhythm of the extermination sword, establishing yin and yang. Udao Tianzuan transformed the principles of Taiji, giving birth to all things. Guangchengzi watched the evolution of the Sanqing Tao until the Sanqing stood independently. Yuan Shi controlled the order of creation, Lao Zi governed the constancy of existence, and Tong Tian presided over the return of the final calamity, ultimately evolving the universe. At that moment, an even grander force suddenly emerged, intertwining with the Tao of the Sanqing, continuously altering their power. Its Tao was without tears, unmatched and unopposed, disregarding yin and yang, avoiding reincarnation, and not involving causality, determining the cosmic structure solely with absolute power. This was the Panga Tao, and Guangchengzi found himself in a moment of reverie. The Panga Tao represented creation and origin, the power of breaking the deadlock, while the Sanqing Tao signified inheritance and order, a system of preservation and education. The Panga Tao is the unique manifestation of creation from nothing, while the Sanqing Tao is the plurality of ordering from something. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze. The three masters to this day had not dared to attain enlightenment, fearing that their own Tao would be assimilated by Pangu. This was indeed the power of creation, the source of all. Should it move, chaos would shatter, and should it be still, all things would return to silence, and at the slightest disagreement, heaven and earth would revert to primordial chaos. At this moment, the Sanqing Tao each had a supporting force, exuding a sense of transcendence, various laws manifesting above, plunging straight down into the depths of the primordial, surpassing both the Sanqing Tao and Panga Tao, thus preventing the further assimilation by the Panga Tao. Watching those chain-like immortal paths firmly restrain the two Daos, Guangchengzi took a deep breath. He knew this was his opportunity today. If he could not completely resolve this issue, then the three masters would ultimately escape the fate of becoming the second Pangu. However, the Panga Tao should not be wasted. Grandfather had said before that he hoped the Sanqing masters could forge their own paths. As a grandson, it wouldn't be too much to slightly deceive his teacher and obliterate his ancestors, would it? Master, I have a bold idea, Guangchengzi said subtly, looking at the Sanqing. Three authoritative gazes fell upon him simultaneously, and Guangchengzi did not keep them in suspense. Rather than separating the Pangu Tao, why not transform it into nourishment, to nurture the Daos of the three masters? Transforming into nourishment, to devour, embracing the entirety of one's own Tao. Although these words were spoken by Guangchengzi after witnessing Pangu from the chaos pearl, the three pure ones paid them no heed, for this was the Tao of Pangu, the mightiest among the ancient chaos demons. Even though the three pure ones aspired to surpass Pangu, it remained merely an ideal. Whether they could truly achieve it was beyond their knowledge. At least none of the other chaos demons had managed to reach the same realm as Pangu, otherwise the Honghuang world would have ceased to exist long ago. This matter is quite difficult, came the voice of Yuan Shi from within the Tao. After all, it belonged to Pangus Tao. If they could devour it, it would undoubtedly be beneficial, but it must first be decomposed, or otherwise to enter directly would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. The power of Pangus Tao was far too formidable, and thus they would become trespassers. At that point, they would be forced to follow the path of Pangu. Guangchengzi calmly stated, I will use the Yin-Yang Taiji to obliterate it. As he spoke, he gently tapped his forehead, revealing a peculiar smile. If all else fails, we can let the master of Pangus Dao take action himself. Silence enveloped the summit of Kunlun. Even the three pure ones were stunned into silence by these words. It was akin to having the person concerned handle their own corpse, let alone the Dao was far more significant than the physical body. Grandfather, did you hear that? Guangchengzi felt no embarrassment, once again stroking his forehead as he lifted the veil over the Chaos Pearl. Buzz! The Chaos Pearl quietly manifested, pulsating twice at his forehead, and then a thought was transmitted, yes. Huff! It was unclear who let out a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere instantly became more awkward. Grandfather has agreed. Guangchengzi pressed the Chaos Pearl back down, as if nothing had happened, smiling as he gazed at the three pure ones Dao, as if he could still see the awkward expressions on his master's faces. After a long time, the Dao of the three pure ones subtly trembled, and a low voice suddenly echoed, "Immortal Dao resolve." Guangchengzi's expression grew serious. This meant that the three pure ones had consented to his proposal, and thus he must proceed with caution. As the immortal Dao dissipated the dominance of Pangus, Dao suddenly manifested before Guangchengzi. The overwhelming power of creation enveloped the Dao of the three pure ones, dissolving it, while an ideology of strength was incessantly injected. This is the situation. If it continues like this within 5 Yuan meetings, we will completely walk the path of Pangu. Yuan Shi's voice was calm, evidently accustomed to such a state. Guangchengzi's expression was grave, and he spoke with determination. "Rest assured, Master, I will definitely assist you in resolving this matter today. Do not feel too much pressure. If it becomes untenable, remember to preserve yourself." The voice of Tongtian resonated, and Guangchengzi's eyes flickered, catching the implication of his words. If Pangu were to take action at this opportunity, he need not concern himself with them, for soon they would be at their weakest moment. "Rest assured, Master, I will be careful," Guangchengzi replied solemnly. Within the Chaos Pearl was merely a spirit shadow. Even with the addition of Pangus Dao, he had his methods to contend with it. Laozi's voice remained steady as ever. "Then let us begin." "Good." Guangchengzi agreed, watching as the Dao of the three pure ones began to intertwine, and the Honghuang world began to emerge from the chaos, initially as tiny singularities which gradually evolved. Yuan Shi Tianzuan wielded the pure qi of chaos, slicing through the void. The millet pearl in his hand shattered with a resounding crash, while Dao Tianzuan rotated the principles of Taiji, giving birth to all things. Lingbao Tianzuan wielded the sword of immortals, annihilating heaven and earth. The three pure ones returned to tranquility until they were reborn once more. Suddenly Pangus Dao trembled, and the three treasures of opening heaven resonated. Yuan Shi Tianzuan wielded the Panga banner to delineate yin and yang, opening the chaos, while Laozi held the Taiji diagram to stabilize earth, fire, wind, and water, as the bell of chaos echoed, suppressing all destructive entities. Guangchengzi inhaled a breath of spiritual energy. How powerful was Pangus Dao? It forcibly influenced the three pure ones' evolution of the cosmos. No wonder the three masters found it difficult to escape, even when collaborating. "I will isolate with the Yin-Yang Taiji, assisting the three masters in thoroughly establishing their Dharma forms." Guangchengzi narrowed his eyes, observing the three pure ones standing still. He then tapped his forehead, saying, "Once we complete this, I hope Grandfather will act to shatter Pangus Dao, lending strength to the three masters. If so, after the three masters attain Dao, they would undoubtedly become even more powerful than him. Otherwise, they would have to attain Dao first before dealing with Pangus Dao." The Chaos Pearl pulsed twice in his sea of consciousness, indicating its stance. Guangchengzi's Yin-Yang Taiji instantly flew forth, and the luminous seal fell down, its bright impression suspended above a dark base resembling a dividing line within the Taiji. Outside of Honghuang, chaos began to tremble. A golden black light pillar suddenly pierced through the membrane of heaven and earth, directly embedding itself into Guangchengzi, while the beings of Honghuang remained oblivious. Only Hutu in the underworld, holding the wheel of reincarnation, looked towards Kunlun Mountain with a solemn expression. "Green Lotus, divine light, descend." Guangchengzi shouted as the floating green lotus unleashed the divine light, causing the forms of the three pure ones within the Tao to tremble. If this green lotus divine light were to descend upon them, it could very well revert them back to their primal state. Crack, and formless sound suddenly resonated, and the three pure ones felt a wave of relief as their connection with Pangus Dao was severed. The Yin-Yang Taiji swiftly passed, directly covering Pangus Dao. "Quickly evolve the Dao." Guangchengzi urged sharply, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his lips. He had shielded Pangus Dao with the Yin-Yang Taiji to prevent it from entangling the three pure ones again, but after all, Pangus Dao revered strength, and its counterattack had wounded him. The three pure ones watched Guangchengzi get injured, feeling a pang of heartache, Yet they knew this was not the time for hesitation. The three paths converged instantly. Open, stabilize, conclude. Three towering figures emerged at the beginning, middle, and end of the Tao, and gradually a universe began to take shape. Yin-Yang enhancement. Guangchengzi waved his sleeve, and another Yin-Yang Taiji manifested, yet it was notably weaker than the luminous seal and the green lotus enhanced version. A fierce intent flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes as he lightly bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. The Taiji immediately shone with golden and black hues, appearing even more radiant than the Yin-Yang Taiji that bound Pangus Tao. Disciple. The void of the universe trembled as the voices of the three pure ones echoed simultaneously. Do not mind me. You must not let your efforts go to waste. Guangchengzi bellowed. Despite his pale complexion, his aura remained unyielding. The three pure ones fell silent, and Guangchengzi in his frustration knew they were worried about him, but given the current situation their hesitation was unjustifiable. Hurry and act, or my essence blood will be for naught. All right. Yuan Shi's voice trembled slightly as the Panga banner suddenly flew forth, illuminating the entire universe with the millet pearl in his hand, while Laozi's Lingbao resonated with a humming sound. The Yin-Yang Taiji descended instantly, and a wave of cosmic creation surged forth, the vast power of laws permeating Kunlun Mountain, causing all beings to kneel, even the heavenly Tao prostrated under this aura. Before the chaos, the three purities transformed. The primordial supreme opened the heavens and the earth, igniting the first thread of Tao rhythm from the light, breaking the darkness, and illuminating the obscurity, marking the beginning of all transformations, while the darkness descended into the first layer of emptiness, concealing silence, and storing the void, becoming the foundation of all existence. Light and darkness coexisted from the moment the primordial opened the heavens. One illuminated the chaos, while the other concealed it. The primordial was the essence, and light and darkness served as the means, together forging the foundational path of the newly opened world. Once the heavens and the earth were established, the deity of virtue resided in the world, calming the cosmos, transforming effortlessly, and maintaining the order of the universe. Light illuminated the heavens, shining on immortals and mortals alike, discerning good from evil, manifesting myriad forms, while darkness lurked in the nine abysses, concealing all mechanisms, hiding shapes and impurities, nurturing the cycle of reincarnation. Light did not invade the depths of darkness, and darkness did not obscure the brightness of light. As the calamity of heaven and earth approached, all laws returned to the void, and the deity of spiritual treasures gathered his aura back to the profound, destroying the heavens and the earth, returning to chaos. Light gradually withdrew, returning to its origin, transforming into a primordial radiance. Darkness gradually receded, embracing the unity, condensing into a thread of primordial tranquility. The duality of light and darkness was neither born nor extinguished, neither impure nor pure, returning to the ultimate nothingness alongside the Tao rhythm of the three purities. Light symbolizes the end, darkness the beginning. The three purities embody the return. The three merged and embraced, returning to the chaotic void, representing the ultimate scene of the conclusion of heaven and earth, the return of all paths to the origin, and the restart of reincarnation. Suddenly light and darkness withdrew, the heavens and the earth returned to nothingness, and three figures reappeared, revealing the true nature of the Tao. At the beginning of creation, the primordial established the foundation. Amidst existence, the deity of virtue stabilized the world. At the end, the deity of spiritual treasures returned to tranquility. The cosmos began to flow, the three purities emerged together, performing the great Tao, and the heavens and the earth came into being. Creation is not the beginning, existence is not eternal, and conclusion is not the end. The three purities are the Tao, and the Tao is the three purities. Without beginning or end, the primordial unity prevails. Sensing the movements within the light and dark Taiji, Guangchengzi tapped his forehead and said coldly, "I ask grandfather to take action." The chaos pearl instantly manifested, a spiritual shadow floated out, and with a wave of his hand, the three treasures of opening the heavens flew to him, condensing into the Pangu axe in his grasp. A look of inexplicable emotion flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes as he tightly clenched his fist, revealing two objects in his palm. One was a pitch-black small coffin emanating an endless aura of malevolence, and the other was a small banner exuding an evil presence with 6 tails inscribed with the name Pangu. Pangu remained unaware, looking at the slowly opening light and dark Taiji, and swung the Pangu axe towards the Panga Tao. Boom! Axe lights flew everywhere, and even Guangchengzi could not help but be submerged within it. This was the spectacle of opening the heavens and the earth. Unlike when the Pangu axe split the chaos in the primordial age, giving rise to the Honghuang world, what he was handling now was his own Panga Tao. The axe lights were profound, appearing in Guangchengzi's eyes, as if a skilled butcher were dissecting an ox, constantly deconstructing the Tao and melding it into different laws, returning to the three purities Tao. Guangchengzi fell into silence. No wonder Pangu was the foremost of the chaotic deities and the child of the Tao. With just a few swings of the axe, he deconstructed his own Tao and transformed it into a Tao suitable for the three purities masters. At this moment, the Tao universe transformed by the three purities was filled with Pangu's aura. However, unlike before, the current Pangu Tao rules had become like rootless duckweed, continuously merging into the three purities Tao, completely becoming a supplement to it. The Pangu Tao encompasses everything, requiring the three purities to work together to share the burden of its transformation. Now the three purities have stepped out with their own Tao, absorbing the Pangu Tao in a posture of creation existence, in conclusion, truly becoming the inheritors of Pangu. Not just a bloodline descendant, but also an inheritor of the Tao. Pangu stood quietly in the realm of light and darkness, his form somewhat transparent. Although he was the master of the Pangu Tao, he was ultimately just a spiritual shadow. Without the aid of the Pangu axe, he could not deconstruct the Tao. "Thank you, grandfather," Guangchengzi bowed in gratitude. At this moment, he truly recognized Pangu's strength. It was indeed reasonable that even 3,000 chaotic deities could not withstand a single swing of his axe. The master of the Pangu Tao shapes establishes and transforms, determining the cosmic pattern with absolute power. Meanwhile, the three purities assumed the role of inheriting Pangu's might, establishing the foundation of Honghuang through existence and concluding at the end of heaven and earth. The continuity of heaven and earth is all within their Tao. If Pangu truly aimed at the Honghuang world, the opening and evolution of Honghuang, then, after the arrival of immeasurable calamities leading to the world's destruction, the life of the Honghuang world would reflect the fruit of Pangu's Tao. At that time, he would also ascend and transcend through the Honghuang. However, the current scene was not like this. His Tao had fully integrated into the three purities Tao, without any reservation. At this moment, Guangchengzi could finally set his mind at ease and approach Pangu's spiritual shadow with the demeanor of a grandson. "After all, the child of the primordial resembles me the most," Pangu sighed softly. His Tao began with creation. Both its evolution and conclusion must wait until the heavens and the earth are open to proceed. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. The primordial master once opened the three purities heaven, also known as the primordial heavenly king. If in the future he can replace you in the impressions of all beings, that will be when he becomes the ruler of creation. Indeed, that will be when he stands on the same level as me. Pangu gazed deeply at Guangchengzi, and his form swayed slightly. Guangchengzi was taken aback and quickly stepped forward to steady him. "Grandfather, are you all right?" "No problem, just a bit drained." Pangu gasped for breath, about to say something, when his gaze landed on Guangchengzi's palm. The heavenly suppression coffin and six-soul banner were still glowing faintly. The name Pangu on the six banner tails was particularly clear, containing the laws of light and darkness, with a blood-red killing spear fixed upon it. Pangu let out a cold laugh. If he had made any sudden moves earlier, that killing spear mixed with cursed power would have struck out. Guangchengzi cleared his throat, nonchalantly putting away the two items. Just in case it wasn't that he hadn't used them, so why get so angry? "You thick-skinned brat." Pangu frowned at Guangchengzi, struggling to find suitable words for a long time. Guangchengzi's expression was calm, as if he were not the subject of the conversation, and he offered a disingenuous verbal apology. "I know I was wrong. Will you dare to do it again, next time?" Pangu completely lost his temper and had no choice but to compromise. Forget it. I was still thinking you might suffer losses in the Tao realm, but with your thick skin, now taking precautions, and being ruthless and decisive, you will definitely thrive there." Guangchengzi's expression darkened instantly. "Grandfather, don't mix personal feelings into this." Pangu raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. "Today's performance of yours has made me understand. Once you get there along with the three purities children, you will have nothing to fear. Yes, if the master breaks through, his realm will definitely be higher than mine," Guangchengzi said with a smile. "You have also gained quite a bit." Pangu looked at the light and dark Taiji before him, speaking softly. "This time, you personally experienced the Tao of the three purities. You have gained new insights into the flow of light and darkness. It won't be difficult to break through next time." Guangchengzi smiled without speaking. Indeed, this was his opportunity. "All right, this time I have exhausted too much energy and need to return to sleep." Pangu appeared weak. "Once you reach the Tao realm, if there is anything you cannot handle, call upon me. I can only assist once." Guangchengzi, upon hearing this, came back to his senses, gently tapped the chaos pearl, and a layer of divine light flickered and vanished. Pangu transformed into flowing light and entered it to sleep. Guangchengzi smirked as he gazed at the emerging Yin-Yang Taiji before him, realizing that indeed he had gained great benefits, as Pangu had said. As the three pure ones manifested the universe, his path of light and darkness participated fully. They were inherently connected. From this moment forth, his realm of light and darkness would carry the characteristics of the three pure Tao, emerging from nothingness, and once again returning to tranquility and rebirth. Now Kunlun had calmed down. Guangchengzi beckoned, and the Qinglian and Guangyao seals returned to Qingyun, while the chaotic world no longer changed. The celestial saints hovered in the void, their complex expressions focused on Kunlun. This humble Taoist has gained some insights during seclusion, and I apologize for disturbing you fellow Taoists. Guangchengzi's voice emanated from Kunlun, accurately reaching the ears of each saint. We dare not offend. Whether it was Shinong Xuanyuan or Niwa Zhuangmu, they all looked respectful, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Guangchengzi watched as Kong Xian flew out from the Mi Luo Palace, and continued, the three masters are still in seclusion. We will discuss Tao together with you all once they emerge from their retreat. We shall obey the commands of the saints, fellow Taoists masters. The celestial saints slightly bowed and withdrew their divine forms. Luohu has returned to the demonic path, transforming into a pangolin. The voice of Hutu echoed in his ear. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered as Hutu continued, I believe you want enter the demon realm this lifetime. There are no signs of the heavenly Taoist essence being activated. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow and transmitted a message, then I shall trouble you, sister, to keep an eye on him. Just let the disciples of the Tao sect take action. As he spoke, Guangchengzi's expression froze. A pangolin. Rest assured, sister, I will handle it. This statement carried a hint of amusement, leaving Hutu confused. All right, I will continue to pay attention. After saying this, he returned to the underworld. Guangchengzi waved his sleeve, creating a realm of light and darkness that separated the three pure ones. Watching Kong Xian approach with the golden pung, he softly said, Your ancestor is fine, he is merely comprehending the Tao. Go call Xian Du here, I have matters to discuss. Kong Xian tilted his head. The golden pung understood, letting out a cry, and soared high into the sky towards Shuyang Mountain. Master has been in seclusion for 30,000 years, and everyone above the Great Luo in the wilderness has sensed the changes in Kunlun. Moreover, in recent years there have been joyful sentiments spreading throughout the wilderness world. Kong Xian curiously examined the realm of light and darkness, finding it impenetrable even with his fourth-tier saint realm. Guangchengzi pondered silently. The three pure Tao directly pointed towards the evolution of the universe, and it was only natural for the world to respond. After all, they were performing the Tao in Kunlun. The chaos dared not approach, and as for the Zhixiao Palace, it was better to avoid it. He truly had no confidence in the heavenly Tao now. As for the joy in the wilderness, it must have been caused by Pangu's manifestation, for compared to the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, the wilderness would instinctively draw closer to Pangu. Seeing Kong Xian's curious demeanor, he sighed inwardly. Without a great opportunity, Kong Xian might struggle to break through to the realm of the primordial Taiji Golden Immortal. His eyes glinted coldly, unaware of the fall of the five elements demon god. If he could obtain the source of his laws, Kong Xian might still have that opportunity. Disciple, Guangchengzi fixed his gaze on Kong Xian, making him tense up. He stuttered, Master, do you have something to instruct your disciple? If nothing unexpected happens, you may struggle to break through to the realm of the heavenly Tao. Kong Xian was taken aback, then chuckled lightly, saying, Master, I have just reached the midstage of the primordial realm. Currently, the only ones in the wilderness who surpass my cultivation are Niwa, the ancestor of Xuanyuan, and senior brother Xuanyuan. The others at the same level are no match for me. As for the heavenly Tao realm, I haven't thought that far ahead. After attaining the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, he realized how difficult it was to elevate one's saint realm. The Confucian sect was already quite powerful among humanity, and during this Yuan meeting, he had only managed to elevate one realm. Let alone the heavenly Tao realm, even the ninth layer of the primordial realm seemed a distant goal. Guangchengzi remained silent, producing a stone that appeared unremarkable and dull, far less conspicuous than the stones on Kunlun. Yet the Tao rhythm emanating from it made Kong Xian's heart leap. He could sense his own laws expressing a longing. This object is called the source of Tao. Oh, it can directly enhance your laws without any side effects. Guangchengzi tossed it to Kong Xian. Use this for cultivation. Oh, it will help you elevate one more realm. Kong Xian gaped. He had never imagined such a divine object existed in the world, one that could even enhance the saint realm. Master, you should use it. This object is useful for saints, so it must also be beneficial to you. Kong Xian struggled to avert his gaze, pushing the source of Tao back. Guangchengzi shook his head and chuckled. The source of Tao is indeed useful to me, but at my level, I would need 1,000 of them. I only have one left, and I can only give it to you. What about the little junior brother? Kong Xian inquired. I don't know how long it will take Yukong to attain Tao. Guangchengzi sighed. You should know that your master and ancestor will eventually leave. At that time Kunlun will have to rely on you. Although Hutu is here, distant water cannot quench a near thirst, you must stand on your own. Moreover, to master the heavenly Tao rather than be a puppet of it, you must at least reach the 6th layer of the primordial realm to ensure your safety. Take it with you. Guangchengzi said decisively. I have my plans, and you will understand later. Thank you, Master. Kong Xian's eyes turned red as he bowed deeply, then carefully stored the source of Tao. Guangchengzi nodded and said solemnly, I do not know how long I will remain in seclusion. These years I will teach you the Tao, and you can also summon the other disciples of Kunlun back. I must ensure that after I depart Kunlun remains the foremost power in the wilderness. Yes, I shall abide by your teachings, Kong Xian replied respectfully. The demon clan is showing signs of resurgence. You must keep a close watch. When Xiandu arrives, I will give further instructions. Guangchengzi's brows momentarily furrowed but quickly relaxed. In the future, I may take action. You must protect the wilderness alongside others. Kong Xian was taken aback, raising his head in disbelief. Master was going to take action and wanted them to protect the wilderness. Who were they going to confront? Guangchengzi showed no interest in explaining. He watched a beam of golden light approach accompanied by a young man in a gray Dao robe. The figure was slender and tall, dressed in a plain Dao robe with dark patterns draped in a light purple cloud cloak. He wore a Tai Chi jade sash at his waist, his countenance pale and emotionless with eyes resembling deep pools hiding stars. He exuded a sense of familiarity, holding a Tai Chi whisk in his hand. Xiandu greets the Holy Father. Seeing Xiandu bowing respectfully, Guangchengzi slightly nodded. It has been many years. You have also broken through to the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm. Thanks to the fortune of the Tao sect with Master and the 2 uncles absent, I alone have enjoyed the fortune of humanity. It truly is embarrassing. If I did not break through, how could I justify it? Xiandu smiled lightly. You still know how to smile. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. I truly thought you had greatly developed the path of forgetting emotions. Holy Father, do not jest. Xiandu coughed lightly. Over the years, he had to manage the disciples of the Tao sect, and it was difficult to make decisions without a serious demeanor. Guangchengzi chuckled softly. You have noticed, the 3 masters are in seclusion, and I need your efforts from the humanity sect. Do you need help from the human sect? Xiandu frowned, looking at the void concealed by Guangchengzi, unable to see anything. He hadn't even met his master since his return. But why the human sect? Xiandu questioned. May I ask, Holy Father, since the 3 teachings have now all returned to the Tao sect, why should the human sect take action? Looking at him, bowing and greeting, Jin Peng also glanced around, standing alongside Kong Xian, both with expressions of confusion. Guangchengzi sighed. The 3 purities masters have evolved the universe, and the wilderness is currently developing. According to the great Tao of the 3 purities, this is indeed the foundation of the world, but with the Tao sect rising again, how far can it truly go? However, the human sect is different. It was personally founded by the master of the highest purity to certify the teachings of the heavenly Tao. Since the development of the wilderness, the only truly thriving sect has been the Golden Immortal Tao of Duo Bao, while the other 3 teachings can only be said to be developing steadily. The intercepting sect did rely on the flourishing of the Shang dynasty, but it was stamped out by him, and now with the 3 purities master in seclusion, if there were to be sufficient fortune to support it, it would undoubtedly aid in establishing a ruler. With the 3 purities as one, the 3 masters could also break through from their seclusion sooner. The Master of the Heavens has already severed ties with the intercepting sect, while the teachings of the expounding sect have all the younger brothers focused on merging with the 9 honorable positions of the Jade Purity Sacred Realm. Furthermore, since the wilderness is still predominantly human, it is only natural for the human sect to take the lead. Xiandu pondered for a moment and said earnestly, I request guidance from the Holy Father. No matter how to flourish, it is not something he can accomplish, but as the only direct disciple of the human sect, the fortune he can enjoy is second only to that of his master. For both public and private reasons, he must do his utmost to assist. Now that the demon clan has reignited, the most convenient way is of course to slay demons and eliminate evil, which will also gather fortune. A smile flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. Luahu reincarnated as a pangolin, is it? I shall send you some gifts. Xiandu hesitated. The wilderness does have demons, but they have been routed by the disciples of the Tao sect, and the heavenly soldiers led by the Emperor of the Honghuang, basically unable to form a climate. How could they gather the fortune needed for the flourishing of the human sect? What are the 8 scenes called? Guangchengzi smiled lightly, and the 8 scenes palace of the highest purity palace on Kunlun Mountain suddenly radiated divine light, evolving the 8 trigrams in the void. Xiandu's expression changed, staring blankly at the 8 scenes palace, the 4 corners of heaven and earth harmonizing with the 8 extremes. Guangchengzi pointed, and each of the 8 trigrams revealed a spiritual shadow. Xian gaze flowed through the trigrams, his aura merging with them, while Kong Xian and Jin Peng stood quietly by waiting for his response. Before long, Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide, his aura erratic as if hidden within the heavens and earth. "Thank you, Holy Father." Xian bowed, his face filled with joy. "Master said not to worry about you, and you indeed did not disappoint us." Guangchengzi looked at Xian in surprise, filled with admiration as he said, "Your understanding of the laws has deepened further, truly deserving to be the one to carry forward the human sect." No wonder the master of the highest purity previously refused to give Xian the yellow jade plate of the Tao. It turns out he already understood how Xian's future path would unfold. The human sect is ultimately meant to be left for the human race. Xian smiled humbly. "Holy Father, you flatter me." Kong Xian and Jin Peng looked at their master uncle in astonishment. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by the Grand Master. With a human body, he has surpassed many great powers in the wilderness. Such comprehension is indeed formidable. The 8 Scenes Palace corresponds to the 8 Immortals, which is precisely the opportunity for the flourishing of the human sect, Guangchengzi said with calm assurance. These 8 Immortals may not necessarily possess high cultivation, but their significance is immensely profound. Xian nodded earnestly. Indeed, men and women, young and old, rich and poor, are the representatives of the 8 Immortals of the human sect. They come from the human race to spread the teachings and guide humanity towards goodness. All 8 categories of common people can attain the Tao and become immortals. Now that you understand, there is no need for me to elaborate further. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Only the head of the 8 Immortals is particularly important. Take this object to reincarnation. With his qualifications, he is more than enough to be your disciple. A warm masculine aura emerged from Guangchengzi's hand, leaving Xian and the others dumbfounded. "Master, is this a primordial divine demon?" Kong Xian's eyes widened. Over the years, only the little junior brother had been born with a primordial divine demon body. They had not seen a primordial demon god since. Can Master really evolve a primordial demon god? Jin Peng was even more astonished. But why do I feel no connection with Master? Xian nodded alongside him. Today's scene was far beyond their expectations. Guangchengzi shook his head and sighed. "You were born too late. There are some facts you do not understand. This is the essence of the Eastern King who was once conferred as the head of the male immortals. He fought the demon Emperor Dejuan for the position of the Heavenly Emperor, but was ultimately suppressed by the great array of the Zhoutian stars, and his essence fell into our hands." Pure Yangqi. Kong Xian gasped lightly. He had heard of this Eastern King, but did not expect his essence to fall into the master's hands. The 3 could not help but look towards the direction of the Western Kunlun. That pure Yin energy transformed into the head of the female immortals, the Western Queen Mother, had already attained sainthood. This Eastern King surprisingly died so early at that time, they had not even been born yet. His consciousness has long been shattered. Even if he reincarnates, he will no longer be the former Eastern King. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. However, being the pure yang essence of a primordial divine demon, attaining quasi-saint status is not a problem. Kong Xian silently watched. These seniors have truly gained advantages by being born early. The pure yang Tao, the Heavenly Emperor's fate, do not mention being my disciple. Even being a disciple of the heavenly saints is sufficient. Xian smiled bitterly. In terms of essence, he could not compare to this one. Guangchengzi said, "Junior brother, there's no need to belittle yourself. In the wilderness, one's background does not determine everything. One must also have opportunities to ultimately attain the great Tao." Kong Xian paused. He could not help but look towards Guangchengzi's back. What could the 3 purities master even be considered? Ahem, your master is naturally beyond this. Guangchengzi awkwardly tossed the pure yang essence away. This pure yang aura is in no way comparable to the direct lineage of Pangu. The pure yang Tao is most effective against evil demons. You take these spirit treasures with you. 8 spirit treasures flew out of Guangchengzi's sleeves, each shining with divine light. Xian hesitated, unsure whether it was appropriate for the eldest senior brother to produce spirit treasures for matters concerning the human sect. Take these. This pure yang sword was originally the accompanying spirit treasure of the Eastern King, and while it belongs to the top tier, it is still remarkable. The others are merely high-grade primordial spirit treasures. Guangchengzi pushed the 8 spirit treasures forward, and a small clock fell from the auspicious clouds. Let this object protect Jiao when he emerges from seclusion. This is also the accompanying spirit treasure of the Eastern King. Jin Peng could not help but blink. Wasn't it said that the Eastern King fell at the hands of the demon race? How is it that both the essence and spirit treasures are in the master's hands? Xian accepted them respectfully, bowing. "Thank you, Holy Father. You may go now." Guangchengzi nodded, watching Xian descend the mountain and enter the 9 provinces. Now he could finally feel at ease. This pure yang essence has never been reincarnated directly, omitting the process of the Eastern Emperor. In the future, Lu Dongbin will also qualify as the third direct disciple of the human sect. In the void, the sun emitted its resplendent light rays of solar flames cascading down as the shadowy figure of the Fusang tree flickered, startling the celestial beings of the heavenly court. In the Yaoqi, a black-clad cultivator with a battle axe and fierce eyes stood beneath the pillared dais, appearing imposing, yet lacking any authority before the two seated figures. A dignified female voice resonated throughout the Yaoqi, asking, "Why has Marshal Tianpeng come to the Yaoqi today? Could it be that the Ziwei Emperor has something to convey?" Tianpeng slightly raised his brow, looking at the furrowed brow of the golden-clad man, feeling an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, while the woman beside him with her dignified demeanor was none other than the Empress of the Heavenly Court, Yaoqi. Reporting to the Great Celestial Venerable and the Empress, it is indeed the Emperor who summoned this humble Taoist, Tianpeng said, with a bitter smile, realizing that after all these years his master had chosen to accept disciples once more. Tianpeng was the named disciple accepted by Xuandu, in the past a leader among the four saints of the North Polar under the Ziwei Emperor, commanding the Heavenly Court's naval forces, and the North Polar Exorcism Institute, overseeing the Milky Way, yet not directly under the Heavenly Court, but instead obeying the orders of the Ziwei Emperor. What important matter does my friend Jinling have? Is it not about claiming dominion over the Sun Star? Yaoqi glanced at the Sun Star radiating light and smiled slightly. As masters of the starry sky, what significance was there in controlling the Sun Star? Could it be that there was... Tianpeng opened his mouth, looking at Haoyan with his eyes closed, feeling a sense of sorrow in his heart. His identity was precisely suitable for reporting this matter, being a subordinate of the Ziwei Emperor, a legitimate disciple of the Tao sect, and holding an official position in the Heavenly Court, intertwining several factions, leaving him no way to evade. Replying to the Empress, my master has recently accepted 8 disciples, 1 as a personal disciple, and 7 as named disciples. The personal disciple is the one who triggered the anomaly of the Sun Star. The Emperor has sent me to report this to the Great Celestial Venerable. Yaoqi's eyes flashed with shock. She naturally knew who Tianpeng's master was. It was one thing for Xuandu to accept other disciples, but to take a personal disciple was something that truly established a leader for the human teaching's 3rd generation. Yaoqi frowned, not understanding why Haoyan was behaving so out of character. Haoyan, however, let out a bitter laugh, unable to help but look at the Sun Star. So, it is... Yaoqi frowned, not understanding why Haoyan was behaving so out of character. Haoyan, however, let out a bitter laugh, unable to help but look at the Sun Star. So, it is him. After so many celestial meetings, even I had forgotten about this person. Is your master harboring other plans? Haoyan asked, his gaze filled with oppressive weight. This matter, I do not know, Tianpeng replied. Tianpeng shook his head. He dared not lie about the strength of the Great Celestial Venerable, saying my master only mentioned that he has accepted a personal disciple, but did not elaborate on anything else. However, the Emperor instructed me to convey to the Great Celestial Venerable and the Empress that the Sun Star should have a master now. Yaoqi pondered. Qijingzi had long since gone to the Yuqing sacred realm, and now the Sun Star was suppressed by the chariot of Guangchengzi. The Sun Star was one of the 3 noble stars reigning supreme when Jinling had not yet broken through. Does the Ziwei Emperor have any other intentions? Perhaps regarding my position as the Heavenly Emperor? Haoyan suddenly looked towards the starry sky as if he could directly perceive the activities on Ziwei Star. Tianpeng trembled and quickly lowered his head. I would not dare. Yaoqi was taken aback. Why would you say such things, senior brother? Haoyan shook his head, sighing. Sister, do you still remember the candidates for the position of Heavenly Emperor that our master once mentioned? Yaoqi was startled, unable to help, but looked towards the Sun Star. Tianpeng perked up his ears. The master of the Great Celestial Venerable and the Empress, could it be Hongjun Daozu? Unexpectedly, by merely bringing a message, they could also hear a secret matter. Haoyan glanced at him and continued, indeed, to hold the position of Heavenly Emperor, one must possess a Heavenly Emperor's destiny. With the pure yang solar and minor yang attributes, anyone else who ascends must face backlash. The solar destiny of Dijuan and Tai was early suppressed by Guangcheng Daozu. Initially, our master considered having Guangcheng Daoxing ascend as the Heavenly Emperor. Though he does not possess any of these 3 destinies, his merits and fortune would be sufficient to suppress any backlash. Yaoqi's face revealed a hint of regret. Indeed, Guangcheng Daoxing was unwilling, which is why it fell to the 2 of us. Now someone with the pure yang destiny has returned. Haoyan could not help but sigh. I never expected that this person would still have a chance for existence. It must be Guangcheng Daoxing's doing. You mean Dong Wanggong? Yaoqi exclaimed in disbelief. That individual had been appointed by their master as the foremost male immortal. At that time, the 2 of them were merely little attendants in the Zixiao Palace. No wonder Senior Brother was so out of sorts. A person with the Heavenly Emperor's destiny to control the former leader of the starry skies, and also be the first among the third generation of human teachings. Regardless of the circumstances, the two of them could not act against him. If Guangcheng Daosheng were willing, with just a light push, this person could immediately ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor, and even they could not voice any objections. This matter I truly do not know. Tianpeng bowed. He was merely at the late stage of Deluo, only now realizing these matters, and his master had not spoken of it. Enough. Hao Yan pondered for a moment, and then looked at Tianpeng, speaking softly. Guangcheng Daosheng is not that kind of person. He would not act with favoritism. With the sun-stars anomaly, it seems that individual has only just reincarnated. Go and report to the Ziwei Emperor. Just say that I understand and thank him for his reminder. Tianpeng acknowledges the decree. Senior Brother Yaoqi called out worriedly as she watched Tianpeng depart. Do not worry. Hao Yan smiled slightly. Just as he was about to say something, a purple jade talisman flew into Yaoqi, landing before the two of them. There is no Dongwang Gong, only the future Sun Star Lord, the direct disciple of human teachings, Lu Dongbin. The voice of Guangchengzi emanated from the jade talisman. Thank you, Dao friend. Both Hao Yan and Yaoqi bowed in gratitude as the jade talisman trembled slightly and flew towards the Guangcheng Emperor's palace. Senior Brother is indeed formidable. Guangcheng Daosheng truly does not harbor any such intentions. Yaoqi let out a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. Hao Yan also exhaled, saying, it is not that I can foresee Guangcheng Daosheng's methods. Rather, based on his style of action, I believe he would disdain such affairs. Furthermore, our relationship is close. He would not act in this manner. Moreover, you now manage the affairs of the heavenly court, all supported from behind by me. Unless Dongwang Gong no Lu Dongbin can immediately attain the Tao and become a saint, otherwise he absolutely cannot stabilize the position of Heavenly Emperor. Yaoqi sighed faintly, as she was now at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, and without 3 tokens of faith feared she might never attain the Tao and become a saint. Unable to cut off her attachments, she lacked confidence in the laws of the Tao, and this might very well be her peak. Fortunately, Senior Brother had already attained the Tao and could protect their family. In these years, pay more attention to the primordial chaos. Guangcheng Daosheng likely has significant plans for allowing Dongwang Gong to reincarnate at this time. Rest assured, Senior Brother, Yaoqi replied solemnly, putting away her dejected expression. Hao Yan furrowed his brow, feeling an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. The Guangcheng Imperial Palace. The floor tiles, paved with azure and white jade, have silver sand embedded in the seams, forming a formation for weapons and warfare. The ever-burning lamps, fueled by dragon saliva and star sand, emit a faint golden light that illuminates the palace. The entire Imperial Palace exudes a majestic and solemn atmosphere, with a faint golden thunder aura lingering year-round. The wind whistles past the eaves, and the sound of bronze bells is deep and resonant. Under the clear clouds and bright stars, the mingling of black and gold hues showcases the palace's grandeur. A golden-armored divine monkey lay unceremoniously on the imperial throne, playing with the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand. The table was adorned with a dazzling array of innate spiritual fruits, yet he paid them no heed. The soldiers beneath the throne were accustomed to this, and continued discussing various matters. The two leaders, one in black and the other in white, sat in silence with their eyes closed, only listening to the opinions of others. Enough, this is so annoying. The divine monkey on the throne sat up impatiently. If the human race takes action, it will save you a lot of effort. The demon race cannot stir up any great waves now. Wait until the humans are exhausted, and then you can act again. Yes, we obey your command. The group of heavenly generals quickly acknowledged, not daring to provoke this irritable figure. Every time it's just the same matters, yet you discuss for so long. If there's a next time, it'll send you all down to the mortal realm. The emperor calms down. A white monkey stepped forward and bowed in apology. Old Bai, why are you also following them in their nonsense? Wukong's expression darkened. The leader in black hurriedly mediated. Yes, I will follow the emperor's command, and ensure next time the report is concise and clear. Go down to play, no go down to work then. Yes, we take our leave. A crowd of people exited the Guangcheng Imperial Palace in a grand procession. Suddenly, a purple jade talisman flew in, enveloping the white monkey, startling the gods, who all bowed and saluted, shouting the names of saints or heavenly lords. Father Saint. Sensing a familiar aura, a beam of golden light rushed to the palace entrance. You may withdraw. The gods then continued to leave, with only 4 remaining in the Guangcheng Imperial Palace. The jade talisman transformed into a spectral figure of a Taoist looking at Sun Wukong with kindness. Bai Zhe pays respects to the saint. Shen Gongbao pays respects to Senior Brother. Yuan Hong pays respects to the Heavenly Lord. Father Saint has been in seclusion for so long, yet does not allow me to return to Kunlun Mountain. Wukong stood somewhat displeased at the side of the throne, while the spectral Taoist chuckled softly. I just came out of seclusion not long ago, and you still need to oversee the Guangcheng Imperial Palace. It is not suitable for you to frequently stay in Kunlun. Guangchengzi shook his head. Wukong nodded seriously. My son's battle laws are indeed not suitable for frequent seclusion. You two have done well over these years. Guangchengzi glanced at Bai Zhe and Shun Gongbao, both of whom had considerable merit, and their auras had deepened significantly. Bai Zhe had already reached the threshold of Quasi Saint, and Shun Gongbao was on the verge of a breakthrough, indicating they had made progress over the years. Saint's senior brother is overly complimentary, I only strive to assist the Emperor. The two replied simultaneously. Wukong snorted lightly. They had indeed assisted, albeit a bit too strictly in his view. Very well, Wukong's temperament is such that I do not wish to change him. Guangchengzi chuckled softly, feeling quite satisfied with the two of them. They could convince Wukong, and would not change his character. Indeed, they had worked hard. I am not one to not reward merit. Take these two spiritual treasures to assist Wukong well in the future. Two spiritual treasures appeared in the void, radiating the fluctuations of top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. The two were ecstatic. Top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Bai Zhe only had one precious graphic of this level, and it was not suited for offense. Thank you, Saint. I will certainly assist the Emperor well in the future, the two said as they took the spiritual treasures, looking at Sun Wukong with eager eyes. Only Wukong wore an expression of dissatisfaction, thinking that these two would have to pay more attention to him later on. So annoying. You may go down now. Guangchengzi nodded, then looked at Yuanhong. Currently Yuanhong was at the peak of Deluo, but with his keen insight he could easily see that this was a sign of his potential being exhausted. Back then he had taken Yuanhong's origin of the long-armed monkey to give to Sun Wukong. At that time Yuanhong's path of cultivation was almost at its limit. Over the years he had relied on laws and merit to reach the peak of Deluo, but it had stopped there. Does the saint have any orders for this little demon to carry out? Yuanhong asked, trembling in his heart, lowering his head and not daring to speak loudly. Father Saint Old Bai has been very diligent over the years. Wukong also helped by saying a word. After all, Old Bai was the one who had watched over him in Honghuang Mountain. After he assumed the position of the Guangcheng Emperor, he had transferred Yuanhong to the Heavenly Court. Now Yuanhong's status among the immortals in the Guangcheng Imperial Palace was only below Bai Zhe and Shun Gongbao, and his cultivation ranked among the top, making him a rare powerhouse. Father knows. Guangchengzi smiled. I came this time specifically for him. Wukong was taken aback, while Yuanhong remained quite calm. In front of this figure he had no power to resist. Please give your orders, Saint. Do you still remember when I promised to ensure your path to Quasi Saint? Yuanhong's body trembled. That was a promise made by Guangchengzi when Wukong was born, asking him to look after him in Honghuang Mountain. After so many years he had almost forgotten it. If he had not lost the origin of the long-armed monkey, it would have been difficult for him to attain Quasi Saint status. After all, not being in the Guangcheng Imperial Palace, he would not have gained as much merit and might have been tempted by the demon race. Throughout these years, he had seen many backgroundless demon races ultimately fall into the ranks of demons. To help you achieve Quasi Saint status is very simple for me, but whether you have truly devoted yourself to Wukong, I cannot just brush you off. Guangchengzi patted the monkey's head, his tone tinged with amusement. Wukong looked on curiously. It was no secret that Yuanhong found it difficult to attain Quasi Saint status. After all, the primordial world had undergone multiple dimensional ascensions, and in recent years many Quasi Saints had emerged in the primordial world. Yuanhong truly could not break through. An ordinary Quasi Saint is not worth much. Today I will fulfill your wish. In the future you must continue to assist Wukong well, understand? Guangchengzi did not reveal any majesty, yet Yuanhong respectfully knelt and replied, Disciple will strictly follow the saint's orders. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, noting how well he climbed the ladder, but there was no need to hold it against him. He took out an item, and instantly a wave of pressure enveloped the entire Guangcheng Imperial Palace. Yuanhong's eyes widened in shock as he felt the powerful attraction. The laws seemed to be shouting, and he exerted all his strength to suppress the urge to seize it, hoarsely asking, May I ask, Saint, what is this? This is a law of immense power that I sought specifically for you. This item can ensure your cultivation reaches the peak of Quasi Saint. Guangchengzi's gaze was deep. This was naturally a trivial strand of the immense power law he had intercepted when Pangu decomposed his own Tao, perfectly suited for Yuanhong. After all, this law is forceful and domineering, immensely heavy, representing absolute physical power. It does not concern itself with subtlety, only states, I am heavier than you, tougher than you, and can hit harder than you. It is not like the law of strength that commands myriad paths, and is quite suitable for Yuanhong. Many thanks, honored celestial sovereign. Your disciple shall henceforth loyally assist the great emperor and ensure he remains unclouded by deceit. Hong tightly gripped the stone coffer imbued with the law of immense power, his eyes burning with fervent longing, yet his voice rang with unwavering resolve, not entirely lacking in wit. Guangchengzi let out a light chuckle. Though Sun Wukong was indeed the Guangcheng emperor, he held no fondness for intrigue and scheming. While Bai Zhe and Shen Gongbao served him faithfully, Guangchengzi still feared they might gradually usurp Sun Wukong's authority and seize control of the Guangcheng imperial palace. He had no intention of allowing his own son to become a mere puppet. Though Sun Wukong possessed unmatched martial prowess, he was vastly outmatched in the subtle art of manipulating hearts and minds, especially against Bai Zhe, once the supreme commander among all demonic generals, and Shen Gongbao, who had navigated the cataclysmic Fengshen calamity with consummate skill and emerged triumphant. Should Hong attain the rank of quasi-sage, he would become Sun Wukong's most steadfast ally, and only then could Guangchengzi truly set his heart at ease. Wukong, you must not slacken your efforts these years. The 8 immortals of the human teaching are soon to assume their destined roles. Thereafter the demon race will stir fully into motion. You must lead the celestial warriors and divine generals to act decisively and without delay. Guangchengzi's tone turned grave, so much so that Hong's expression tightened with apprehension. Yes, your son understands, Sun Wukong replied solemnly. When even the Holy Father spoke with such gravity, it could only signify matters of utmost consequence. Guangchengzi's gaze stretched deep and distant. The current pangolin was but Luo Ho's ordinary incarnation, a being reborn countless times across the wheel of samsara, before finally emerging as a creature of the primordial chaos. Guangchengzi had merely seized this opportunity to accumulate merit for the 8 immortals, and thereby usher in the great flourishing of the human teaching. Yet having vanquished this pangolin, the next Luo Ho to arise would undoubtedly be a supreme demon lord awakened to the primordial essence of the demon realm. Guangchengzi wondered how the heavenly Tao would respond. Though this fragment of the demon realm's heavenly Tao essence offered some benefit to the heavenly Tao, its ultimate ambition was surely to devour the entire demon realm's heavenly Tao whole. Moreover, the 3 Pure One's demon ancestor avatars could not appear openly within the primordial chaos. With Ho-Tu safeguarding the demon realm, the heavenly Tao had no choice but to employ Luo Ho as its instrument, to bridge the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, for the two were intrinsically intertwined. Then indeed the contest of wits and power would begin. Your duty is to protect the living beings of the primordial chaos. Keep the celestial warriors and divine generals ever ready, and under no circumstances permit the demon race to harass the 9 provinces. Having spoken, Guangchengzi vanished without a trace. Sun Wukong drew a slow, deep breath, his expression stern. Old Bai, go into seclusion first. You'll break through swiftly with this law's primordial essence, then return to aid me in assuming full command. Yes, I humbly obey His Majesty's decree. Hong bowed respectfully. Sun Wukong felt a faint awkwardness, but as their eyes met, both burst into laughter. Such solemnity simply did not suit them. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed within the primordial chaos. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, Jin Peng and Xuandu stood beside Guangchengzi, their gazes fixed upon the 9 provinces. Venerable Father, the 8 immortals are on the verge of assuming their ordained positions, Xuandu said lightly. For these past years he had devoted himself utterly to their cultivation. For this flourishing of the human teaching was wrought by their own design, not preordained by the heavenly Tao. It was already fortunate the heavenly Tao had not placed obstacles in his path. First, Xuandu had personally guided Lu Dongbin through reincarnation. Then he had meticulously selected suitable vessels for the remaining 7 immortals, and even orchestrated trials for Lu Dongbin, ensuring the 8 immortals would undergo tribulations and enlighten humanity. A look of ease softened Guangchengzi's countenance. Since this endeavor targeted Luo Ho, reliance upon the heavenly Tao was impossible. Fortunately, he oversaw the celestial rebirths, ensuring the 8 immortals could promptly return once summoned. Now that the 8 immortals had assembled, the annihilation of the pangolin would mark the culmination of their accumulated merit, and the long-awaited flourishing of the human teaching would finally commence. He raised his head as if gazing directly upon the heavenly Tao coiling above Zixiao Palace. You showed wisdom, not summoning some Tongtian Taoist to desecrate Master Tongtian. Were you to do so, this Taoist would march forth immediately to challenge you in battle. Soon, very soon. Guangchengzi murmured softly. With the pangolin's demise, the heavenly Tao's next move would be revealed. It could never wholly favor the demon realm. Inevitably, it would deploy its chosen vessel of fate to consume the demon realm's heavenly Tao essence. The question remained, how would it unfold? The 8 immortals' cultivation remains modest. Even Lu Dongbin attained only the rank of Great Luo Immortal. Jin Peng sighed. Xuandu shook his head, his expression one of gentle exasperation. Nephew, you attained golden immortality the moment you entered this world, and shortly thereafter you and Kongxian both achieved the great Luo realm. When I first entered our master's sect I was but an ordinary immortal. Attaining great Luo in a millennium is already extraordinary. Though we have guided them, they ultimately draw upon the human teachings, sovereign fortune. Lu Dongbin is a great Luo immortal. The other 7 are perfected immortals of the Tai rank, more than sufficient. Guangchengzi cast a sidelong glance at Jin Peng. This disciple had always been proud, surrounded daily by cultivators of profound attainment. Though the primordial chaos now flourished, great Luo immortals were still rare treasures, not common sights. I have already spoken with Lord Hao Tian. Upon Lu Dongbin's ascension, he shall assume the post of Solar Star Sovereign. Bearing the pure yang essence, his attainment of quasi-sagehood is merely a matter of time. As for the remaining 7 immortals, they too shall ascend to the great Luo realm. Thereafter they may accumulate merit among mortals, performing benevolent deeds and guiding souls, thus honoring the august title of the 8 immortals of the human teaching. Many thanks, Venerable Father. Xuandu exclaimed, overjoyed. His elder brother had quietly secured the futures of his disciples all along. Jin Peng, your heart is unsettled. The closer you draw to enlightenment, the more vital it is to remain calm. Go walk among mortals more often. Yes, disciple obeys. Jin Peng's expression flickered. Had his master perceived arrogance in him? Guangchengzi shook his head, saying no more. How many sacred beings dwelled within the primordial chaos? Even should Jin Peng attain the rank of Honghuang Great Luo Immortal, his cultivation would still not rank among the foremost of the celestial sages. After their departure, given Jin Peng's temperament, tranquility would likely vanish from the primordial chaos. Should Sun Wukong also achieve enlightenment, Guangchengzi suddenly felt a pang of headache. He glanced toward Miluo Palace. Kongxian, must you not show some vigor for your teacher? If you refuse to grasp the reins of the heavenly Tao, how shall you shield the disciples of Kunlun? Within the 9 provinces, 8 radiant streams converged, each occupying a cardinal or intercardinal direction, to form a vast formation. Trapped at its center was a pangolin steeped in demonic qi, roaring ceaselessly at the 8 immortals with the overwhelming aura of a great Luo peak cultivator. Lu Dongbin, sword in hand, the pure yang sword, stood astride a blade light, his sword, qi shattering all laws. Pure yang radiance cascaded downward steadily, dispelling the demonic qi. Tai Guili stroked his gourd with serene composure. Zhong Hanli wielded the banana leaf fan, summoning wind and rain. Zhang Guilao held the fish drum mounted upon a paper donkey. He Xingu cradled a lotus blossom, its tranquil light shielding the 8 immortals. Lan Saiha carried a flower basket untainted by mundane dust. Han Xiangzi held a purple gold xiao flute to his lips, its melody nurturing all life. O Chao Guojiu struck jade tablets to still raging storms. The Qiankuan Bagua formation rose majestically from the earth. Its power, amplified by the 8 immortals' unique abilities, bore down relentlessly upon the pangolin. Yet the beast, seemingly bereft of reason, charged blindly at them, heedless of death. Suddenly a jet of pitch-black liquid surged from its body, spreading miasmic malevolence so intense that even Guangchengzi atop Kunlun Mountain narrowed his eyes. Was the primordial essence manifesting at last? At that very moment, stellar energy descended abruptly from the solar star, bathing Lu Dongbin in its luminous might. Empowered by the solar star's blessing, his pure yang treasure sword unleashed torrents of razor-sharp swordlight. Its pure yang radiance blazing with incandescent brilliance, causing demonic qi to vanish like snow beneath the sun's true fire. The black liquid receded instantly. With a final agonized shriek, the pangolin collapsed, its form dissolving into fine ash. We succeeded. He Xingu was the first to laugh, her lotus in hand radiating a pure light that continuously purified the surrounding demonic energy. Lu Dongbin also summoned the sunlight, the pure yang celestial light enveloping the entire formation, while the other immortals displayed their abilities, beginning to repair the nearby damaged mountains and vegetation. The disciples of the Tao sect swiftly exterminated the demons on the outskirts, and as the battle concluded, a hidden flicker of ethereal light darted towards the underworld unnoticed by all. Guangchengzi's ears twitched lightly, a smile flashing in his eyes as news from the earth goddess arrived. Luo, who was reincarnating again. Observing the merits descending, the 8 immortals and many Tao disciples experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. This was indeed a fulfilling moment. Indeed, the luck of the human teaching has begun to rise, Xian Du said joyfully. Guangchengzi cast a glance behind him. It was just the beginning, and they would need to wait a bit longer. I only hope to provide assistance to my master and the others. With the 3 pure ones emerging from seclusion, their cultivation will surely advance significantly. Supporting them with the luck of the human teaching is the best solution Guangchengzi could think of, as it was once the Pangadao. To fully digest and absorb it into their own, one cannot know how long it might take. The name of the 8 immortals has already spread. They only need to fulfill their responsibilities. Guangchengzi said, his eyes slightly moving as a silver figure flew towards the 9 provinces. Yang Jian has also emerged from seclusion. Truly the younger generation is formidable. Xiandu spoke with a hint of nostalgia, noting that the younger generation had grown with Yang Jian also reaching the Quasi-Saint realm. Truly their Dao sect was flourishing. Guangchengzi nodded slightly, watching as Yang Jian descended upon the 9 provinces, taking out a jade talisman and proclaiming loudly, "The supreme, boundless, floating, radiant celestial sovereign commands the heavens and earth are positioned yin and yang harmonized since Pangu opened the distinction of purity and turbidity. The 3 pure ones established the profound principles, and each realm performs its duty. All beings follow their nature." However, with the separation between immortals and mortals and the resurgence of demonic energy, only those of great virtue can harmonize the cosmos and stabilize the 4 seas. Tai Guai Li, who saves the distressed, controls the energy of metal, governs the dispelling of calamities. Han Zhongli, who refines pills for others, controls the energy of fire, governs the transmission of the path to the world. Zhang Guolao, who practices hidden cultivation, controls the energy of water, governs longevity. Alan Kai, he who disperses wealth to aid the poor, controls the energy of wind, governs carefree existence. He Xingu, pure and compassionate, controls the energy of earth, governs the transformation of women. Han Xiangzi, who plays the flute to summon phoenixes, controls the energy of wood, governs elegant music to guide others. Chao Guojiao, who abandons nobility for cultivation, controls the energy of earth, governs the transformation of the powerful. Lu Dongbin, who embodies pure yang and slays demons to save countless lives, controls the energy of metal and is the foremost of the 8 immortals. U8, embodying the image of the 8 trigrams, gather the power of the 8 directions, enduring countless tribulations without retreating, guiding sentient beings without bias. Now I decree you all to return to your rightful positions and be recognized as the 8 immortals of the upper cavern, placed among the celestial ranks, freely roaming the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, traversing the 4 seas and 9 provinces, governing the blessings of the mortal realm, calming the malevolent energies of the 4 seas, and protecting the peace of the 3 realms. As the words fell, boundless light poured from the jade talisman, the aura of the 8 immortals continuously rising. Their treasures radiated immense power, and 8 beams of celestial light shot up to pierce the clouds, causing everyone in the 9 provinces to kneel in reverence, the name of the 8 immortals echoing throughout the primordial chaos. Previously merit had descended, but some in the primordial chaos were indifferent. Now, with Yang Jian personally reading Guangchengzi's decree, the gods all appeared solemn, as this was a platform for the 8 immortals. Though their cultivation was not high, the fact that Guangchengzi paid them personal attention meant they should take this more seriously. "Thank you, Holy Father," Xiandu said, somewhat moved, as all 8 were his disciples, and Guangchengzi's actions were to help them gain fame. The primordial chaos is vast. They must continuously guide sentient beings. When will the name of the human teaching resonate throughout the chaos? It would be better if I did it myself. Guangchengzi gently shook his head, manifesting in the 9 provinces enough to once again elevate the luck of the human teaching, all for his master. Moreover, the fire cloud cave would not say anything, as the 8 immortals are all of human origin. What else does Yang Jian need to do? Jin Peng frowned. The decree had already been read. Why was he not leading the 8 immortals away? Now that the 8 immortals had returned to their positions, they should first report to heaven before descending again to assist sentient beings. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed, laughing heartily. Hao Qian is truly clever. Then Yang Jian took out another jade talisman, which, unlike the previous one, exuded a noble aura. The skies opened up, golden rays shone down, celestial music resounded, and bells and drums shook the heavens. As the jade talisman shattered, the sound of jade chimes was clear, the golden bell loud, the sheng and shao melodious, and the qin and se harmonious. The music resonated through the 3 realms, dispelling all evils, calming the hearts of mortals, soothing the souls of spirits, and enhancing the Tao fruits of immortals. Auspicious clouds formed, heavenly flowers rained down, and a fragrant mist spread throughout the 3 realms and 10 directions. When did the grand ceremony of the great celestial sovereign become so extravagant? Jin Peng was astonished. This uncle was usually very approachable and did not travel with such spectacle. Today, even if he needed to read the decree, it need not be so grand. Compared to this, master appeared quite ordinary earlier. Xian Du's eyes flickered with deep thought as he murmured, "It is for the Solar Star Lord. Ah, it still shows respect for the Holy Father." Guangchengzi smiled helplessly. He is indeed overthinking. Heotian's actions also served to curry favor with him. After all, having the Heavenly Emperor, this sage proclaimed Lu Dongbin's appointment as the Solar Star Lord is far more grand than a mundane ceremony, but he has no intention of replacing the Heavenly Emperor. How in the Golden Palace of the Supreme Ultimate naturally commands the heavenly authority of the Supreme True Jade Emperor, decreeing here is the foremost of the 8 immortals, Lu Dongbin, with the title of Pure Yang, having completed his tribulations with great merits, shining alongside the sun, dedicated to saving sentient beings, walking the path of guiding others, slaying demons, and dispelling evil, with evident merits aligning with the Tao of Pure Yang, and is worthy of the solar position. I hereby confer Lu Dongbin as the Solar Star Lord of the Sun Palace, also overseeing the Pure Yang, guiding the righteous transformation of the Emperor Lord, presiding over the 9 heavenly suns, commanding the gods of the Sun Palace, governing light, commanding flames, illuminating the 3 realms, dispelling darkness, harmonizing the 4 seasons, and protecting all beings. As the decree concluded, a radiant sun suddenly shone brightly in the eastern sky, golden rays illuminating the vast expanse, flames blazing, piercing through the darkness of the 9 nether. Lu Dongbin transformed into pure yang golden light, soaring into the sky, merging with the sun, surrounded by flames, embodying the Tao's essence, officially elevated to the position of Solar Star Lord. The pure yang source combined with the solar energy awakened countless mighty beings, and even a female immortal emerged from the western Kunlun, nodding slightly at Guangchengzi, then casting a complex gaze towards the 9 provinces, recalling the pure yang source of a former Tao companion. Yang Jin also showed a look of surprise. Such a robust origin, no wonder it was valued by Xindu and taken as a personal disciple by his uncle. It would not be long before another quasi-saint mighty being appeared in the 3 realms. Since you are ready, let us go to the heavenly court together. Yang Jin nodded at the 8 immortals. At this moment, the 3 realms were filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The tides of the 4 seas calm the 5 peaks, secure the human realm, enjoying harmonious weather, and all the birds singing as the common folk beheld the golden light stretching high above, kneeling in reverence. The 8 immortals ascended simultaneously, each revealing their true forms. Tai Guai Li with ethereal mist rising, Han Zhongli with pure yang energy, soaring, Zhang Guolao wrapped in radiant light, Lan Kai, he walking upon clouds, He Xiangu spreading lotus petals, Han Xiangzi calling forth phoenixes with his flute, Chao Guojiao's jade tablet shining, and Lu Dongbin radiating sunlight. The 8 rays of celestial light converged into the 8 trigram immortal diagram, swirling in the void, complementing the sun, moon, and stars as the heavens and earth harmonized. All beings worshipped, and the 3 realms trembled in celebration. Taoist friend Lu Dongbin. The Queen Mother of the West stood atop the western Kunlun, her voice resonating as Guangchengzi watched the 8 immortals enter the heavenly court, smiling as he said, "You guessed correctly, my friend, he is now merely the direct disciple of the human teaching Lu Dongbin." All the Taoist friends of yesteryear. The Queen Mother of the West sighed, recalling how the former Eastern Prince was once so spirited, so proud, when he was conferred as the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor, yet unfortunately, he failed to see the unfolding situation. Guangchengzi shook his head. If he had retired in time like you did back then, waiting for the defeat of the demon race, perhaps he could have claimed the position of the Heavenly Emperor. After all, he was a person destined for the Heavenly Emperor's fate. The Eastern Prince's cultivation level was indeed among the top tier in the primordial great powers, but he was still not among the very few at the highest level. Tai Yi possessed the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Jin Yuanzi wielded the Earth Book, unparalleled in defense. The 12 ancestor witches were also immensely powerful. Most importantly, there were the 3 pure ones, the direct heirs of Pangu, overshadowing the primordial realm. Who could the Eastern Prince possibly defeat? The Queen Mother of the West was much wiser. The title of the foremost female immortal was merely a name. Nuwa had been accepted as a disciple by the Tao ancestor, and did not act as recklessly as the Eastern Prince. Moreover, though there were few female great powers in the primordial realm, each possessed profound cultivation. By retreating in a timely manner, and never using the title of the foremost female immortal to suppress others, she was able to attain the revered status of a saint. Enough of this. The Queen Mother of the West smiled helplessly. What you say is true, my friend. Without strength to leap forward is merely to invite one's own demise. I was merely reminiscing about an old acquaintance from years gone by. Oh, I feel a bit nostalgic. Now he is just Lu Dongbin, the foremost of the 8 immortals. It is I who has acted out of line. Pure Yin and Pure Yang are inherently related. Guangchengzi chuckled. Once the 3 pure ones finish their retreat, may I pay a visit? Of course you may. Guangchengzi nodded with a smile. Watching as the Queen Mother of the West vanished, Jean Peng blinked, realizing that these old seniors indeed held secrets among themselves. Master, I shall go as well. Go ahead, Guangchengzi nodded. However, great changes are imminent in the primordial realm, so you must be cautious. Before the fall of the pangolin, the source of the heavenly Tao had already awakened. In the next life, he will undoubtedly become a great demon. The heavenly Tao is about to act. He must remain vigilant. Jin Peng was taken aback. That which could make Master so serious was certainly not simple. He bowed slightly, saying, "Yes, I understand, Master. Saint Father, I too shall return to the 8 Scenery Palace." Xuandu began to take his leave, knowing that after the 8 immortals left the heavenly court, they would surely visit him at Shoyang Mountain. Guangchengzi watched the two leave, his gaze deep, contemplating the closed retreat of the Master of the 3 Pure Ones and the absence of the 3 ancestors of the demon realm. Heavenly Tao, let me see what you will do. 10,000 years later, in a mountain hollow in the west, demon energy surged and demonic creatures roamed freely. Demonic trees continuously spewed forth demonic energy, shrouding the area in a dark demonic domain. Countless demon races knelt on the ground, ceaselessly prostrating themselves before the altar, chanting convoluted sacrificial phrases. The blood pool before them bubbled as it continuously flowed toward the altar. Soon a dark shadow appeared atop the altar. The demonic energy in the mountain hollow and the blood from the blood pool rushed together, even pulling the essence from the bodies of the demon races below. A pitch-black lotus seed suddenly emerged, draining all the demonic energy from the area, evolving into a 9-rank black lotus, and a figure in black emerged upon the lotus platform. He wore a flowing black robe, his long hair cascading down to his waist, his skin pale, with sharp brows and deep black eyes that carried an air of authority and detachment, intimidating without needing to show anger. "I am Wu Tian." His voice was deep, and as his words fell, strands of demonic energy immediately appeared in the void with the demon races below, showing fervent expressions, repeatedly shouting, "Wu Tian, demon ancestor." Buzz. The primordial realm suddenly shook, awakening countless great powers as the saints of the various heavens changed their expressions, sensing the resurgence of calamity energy in the void, realizing that the demon race was showing signs of revival. Within the great thunder sound temple atop Mount Sumeru, a cultivator seated on a 12th rank merit golden lotus suddenly opened his eyes, halting his recitation of scriptures as all the immortals below opened their eyes in confusion, looking at him. "Dare I ask, thou Master, what has happened?" The white-clad immortal, holding a clean vase, slightly bowed, questioning in confusion. "Wuliang Tianzuan, the demon race has revived from the ashes." Duo Bao also showed confusion. The demon realm was firmly held by the 3 elders of his family. Why would there be an opportunity for the heavenly Tao to let the demon race return? "You all guard the mountain gates closely, I must go take a look." After speaking, Duo Bao stepped out of Mount Sumeru, following the sense directly to that mountain hollow, only to see a black lotus devouring everything, leaving him no time to intervene. Destruction, black lotus. Duo Bao's expression changed as he murmured to himself, "From the aura, it does not seem to be a saint, but why does it contain the power of the heavenly Tao?" He continued to calculate, but could only deduce that this was the new demon lord of the demon realm. Wu Tian. Heavenly Tao. Duo Bao furrowed his brows tightly. What did this mean? How could it give birth to the demon lord? With a wave of his sleeve, a streak of light flew out. His expression was distressed. The master had not informed them to return after his retreat, and the senior brother had sent word for them to focus on their cultivation. How could the demon lord be emerging at this juncture? The primordial realm has given birth to calamity energy once again. Could it be that another great calamity is about to unfold? Realizing this, Duo Bao's expression changed drastically, his eyes flashing with a struggle. In the end, he did not take a step forward, but turned back to Mount Sumeru. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi leisurely sipped tea, watching the primordial realm give rise to calamity energy, his expression unchanged. A streak of light landed on the table, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Wu Tian. Isn't there no heavenly Tao in the demon realm? What a good name. But what will you do?" Duo Bao is now the master of the Western Golden Immortal Tao, not some so-called Buddhism. There is no concept of the unity of Buddha and demon. Hao Ian is also revered as a saint. I want to see how you will become the demon lord. But who will be the child of destiny? It cannot possibly be Wukong, for no matter what, the current Wu Tian will not be a match for the peak Kwasa Saint Wukong. Even with the power of the heavenly Tao in hand, Wukong could still suppress him. The heavenly Tao must always appear impartial. If it were to directly favor the demon realm, Guangchengzi could unite with Hutu to directly suppress the heavenly Tao with the earth and human paths. Cry. The golden phoenix called out as the 2 female immortals rushed from Fengqi Mountain. Guangchengzi's expression stiffened, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he looked beyond the heavens. "Master's nephew, something has happened." Nuwa descended from the golden phoenix without any pleasantries, while Feng Luo, beside her, also bore an anxious expression. Though she was now a Quasi-Saint great power, she still could not conceal her emotions. Master Ant, please take a seat first. Guangchengzi spread his hands, inviting the two to sit down. Feng Luo took a deep breath, pouring tea in turn, while Nuwa directly took out a red embroidery ball. A red thread extended out, and the power of the heavenly Tao continuously manifested, carrying the force of predetermined fate, causing Feng Luo's expression to darken instantly. Is it Yangchan? Guangchengzi said coldly. Nuwa was taken aback, gently tapping the red thread, and instantly the scene of Mount Huashan emerged. How does Master Nephew know? I have yet to evolve it. Is it possible that the heavenly Tao is giving a warning? Guangchengzi let out a cold laugh. Was it not the doing of the heavenly Tao? The involvement of my Kunlun must be related to Yangchan, which is why both the Master Uncle and Feng Luo are so concerned. Guangchengzi picked up his teacup and took a sip, casually dismissing the matter. One cannot simply say he is a prophet. Chan'er is to undergo tribulation, a tribulation of love. Nuwa's expression darkened as she slammed her palm onto the stone table. If not for Guangchengzi using his magical power to sustain it, the teacups on the table would have shattered. Senior brother, why would Chan'er face a tribulation of love when she is so close to achieving the Tao of Quasi-Saint? Feng Luo tugged at Nuwa's sleeve, urging her to remain calm, and continued, moreover, Master actually predicted that Chan'er would bear a child. With that, both of them bore a murderous intent. The Queen Mother of the West had long established a heavenly tribulation, and whether it was the deities giving birth or Nuwa's perfection, if Yangchan were to have a child, wouldn't it mean sacrificing all her merits? It is clear that a child destined by the heavens would undoubtedly be extraordinary, but after years of cultivation, how could they abandon all their merits for a child they have never even met? They could not simply let it go. Guangchengzi sneered. Not only that Yangchan is on the verge of a breakthrough, and it has been ages since a child of the celestial beings has been born in the three realms. One can only imagine how vast this child's future will be. Nuwa's face fell. The human race was created by her, and she certainly would not look down upon them. However, even so, she had to admit that having a human match with Yangchan was a significant disparity. Although Yangchan was her nominal disciple, she was personally taught by Nuwa. Watching her grow from a swaddled infant to the graceful Holy Mother of Huashan, how could she simply let her disciple sacrifice everything? She had no intention of making such a losing deal. While Yangchan was the connection between Nuwa and Kunlun after so many years of teaching, how could there have been no feelings? Junior nephew, do you have a way to sever this heavenly destiny? I remember that your Azure Lotus Divine Light can isolate the connection between the Hongmeng Purple Qi and the Heavenly Tao. A fierce light flashed in Nuwa's eyes as she spoke with a murderous aura. Guangchengzi shook his head. If the Heavenly Tao makes a move, even if this humble Taoist can sever it, it would merely be replacing one person with another. However, this time it is highly likely that Yangchan will directly achieve the Tao of Quasi-Saint. Nuwa and Feng Luo paused, a hint of hesitation flashing across their faces. Yangchan had been in closed-door meditation for tens of thousands of years, but had never taken this step. Even Chanjiao was stuck at the peak of the Great Luo. Chan'er is my little sister's disciple, favored by Master's fortune, yet she still cannot break through. Is it because her foundation is too shallow? Feng Luo stroked the teacup in her hand. If this is an opportunity. Nuwa hesitantly looked at Guangchengzi. Must it be this way? To sever this opportunity means Yangchan will have no chance of achieving the Tao. Guangchengzi asserted, after all, even Yang Jian relied on the merits of the Golden Immortal from the journey to the west to make a breakthrough after tens of thousands of years in closed-door meditation. Of course, if Yangchan could obtain an immense opportunity, such as if Nuwa was willing to give her a drop of sacred blood, or if the primal chaos elevated once more, she could achieve the Tao. However, giving up this opportunity would in a sense place her on the heavenly Taoist blacklist. Junior nephew, it seems you are determined to have Chan'er bear this child. Nuwa's brow twitched, her gaze instantly turning cold. Guangchengzi remained unfazed, taking a sip of tea. This child will be the child of destiny. Nuwa's hands clenched into fists as she thought of the ominous aura that had emerged before the primal chaos. She said in a deep voice, the demon race. Feng Luo's expression also changed. Is it the child of destiny to deal with the demon race? Indeed, this is the result of my battle of wits against the heavenly Tao. Guangchengzi smiled coldly, causing Nuwa to feel a chill. Feng Luo was nearly torn apart. How could a humble Quasi-Saint engage in a battle of wits against the heavenly Tao? So you intend for Chan'er to bear this child? Guangchengzi gazed at the power of the heavenly Tao within the red embroidered ball, images flashing in his eyes. The choice made by the heavenly Tao was indeed remarkable. For Yangchan's path, they had to exert their utmost effort to assist, and even Nuwa's attitude showed signs of softening. Barring any unexpected circumstances, the heavenly Tao would not tear its face with him and would never let Yangchan lose her foundation. Thus the father of this child must have an extraordinary background. The child of destiny confronting Wu Tian, but with so many standing behind this child, even if he and Nuwa and Hao Yin did not take action with figures like Yuding Yang Jian and Neza, how could Wu Tian possibly be a match? To slay Wu Tian would not allow for the heavenly Tao source in the demon realm to go unscathed. His original intention was merely to use this as bait to see how much the heavenly Tao could improve after devouring it. But the heavenly Tao aimed to consume all of the demon realm's heavenly Tao. But the problem is with them around the heavenly Tao would never succeed. What is the point of staging such a performance? To slay Wu Tian consume the heavenly Tao and become the lord of the demon realm. Guangchengzi's hand stopped tapping the stone table. So this is how it is. The child of destiny must possess the power of the heavenly Tao. By devouring the heavenly Tao source on Wu Tian, his cultivation would surely rise rapidly, and the heavenly Tao would effectively consume the demon realm's heavenly Tao. But for this child of destiny, the best supplement for his continued cultivation would be the demon realm's heavenly Tao. As those who could balance the heavenly Tao and the demon Tao figures like Yang Jian would undoubtedly take this seriously, and the heavenly Tao awaited this opportunity. As long as he could enter the demon realm, it would be a chance for the heavenly Tao. Only then could one not be sure whether the child of destiny would be Yang Chan's child, or if it would be under the heaven. Now that matters have come to this, Yang Chan is destined to face a tribulation of love. This humble Taoist and the master uncle can intervene to sever this heavenly destiny, but from that point on Yang Chan's path will be severed, and a new child of destiny will still be born. Guangchengzi sighed, waiting for Nuwa's choice. Then who can match with Chan'er? Nuwa closed her eyes for a moment. To sacrifice merits, yet it is also an opportunity to achieve the Tao of Kwasi Saint, this humble Taoist. Guangchengzi shook his head, but it should not be Yang Chan losing her merits, right? The heavenly Tao would not offend him to such an extent. Moreover, Nuwa is also a saint of the heavenly Tao. To offend her administrators so deeply for the sake of the demon realm's heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao should not engage in such a losing deal. How can an ordinary mortal possess so many merits? After all, he is the child of the celestial beings and new child of destiny. One can imagine he will be extraordinary. Feng Luo gave a bitter smile. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered as he exchanged glances with Nuwa, both looking towards the red embroidered ball. Besides merits, one could also sever the child's source, or use the sources of both parents as a substitute. What if it were a reincarnated great being of extraordinary abilities? Then that would certainly not be an ordinary mortal. The red thread gently moved, and a young scholar-like figure ascended Huashan. Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with divine light, while Nuwa kept calculating. The power of the heavenly Tao within the red embroidered ball fluctuated continuously until the young man's appearance was reflected in their pupils. Moments later, both seemed to have seen something disgusting, their faces clouded with gloom. How could it be him? Nuwa said with disdain. Guangchengzi also smiled bitterly. The heavenly Tao truly has its capabilities, actually managing to pick Yaoshe from among the multitude of beings. The medicine master. Feng Luo cried out in shock, staring incredulously at Guangchengzi and Nuwa. Is it the medicine master I am thinking of? Indeed, it is he. Nuwa seized the red embroidered ball tightly, as though she could crush the young man ascending Mount Hua with her bare hands. Feng Luo's gaze turned complex. Master, senior brother, perhaps we should abandon this plan. Little sister believes Chan'er would rather forego Tao attainment than become the medicine master's Tao consort. Though the medicine master as the child's father would naturally sacrifice his primordial essence, leaving Chan'er utterly unharmed. This arrangement remains profoundly repugnant. The heavenly Tao does possess a peculiar knack for selection. Guangchengzi sighed deeply, a wry, almost exasperated smile flickering across his face. The medicine master had indeed been a true spirit reincarnated, yet his memories had remained dormant for millennia. And yet the heavenly Tao had still found him. Moreover, upon the medicine master's emergence, Jane would inevitably protect this child at all costs. With Nuwa and Hao Tian also aligned, this child of fortune stood already sheltered beneath the auspices of several celestial sages. Sever it, now. Nuwa commanded coldly. Chan'er would never consent. Of course, even were Chan'er willing, Nuwa would still forbid it. Fengshi Mountain held no desire to entangle itself with Jane in any manner whatsoever. A flicker of intricate emotion passed through Guangchengzi's eyes. This was precisely the heavenly Tao's flaw. It understood neither the human heart nor the weight of loyalty. No matter how great the benefit this union might confer upon Yangchan, Nuwa's stance rendered opposition inevitable. Very well. A blue lotus bloomed in Guangchengzi's palm. Nuwa touched the red embroidered ball with a fingertip, and together they prepared to sever this predestined fate. Wait. Nuwa paused, startled, as the heavenly Tao's power at her fingertip gradually dissipated. They were already poised to act. Why halt now? Uncle, the child of fortune must be born, by any means necessary, Guangchengzi declared gravely. Nua's expression instantly darkened, but he continued, "We need not rely on the medicine master. We may simply choose another." "So Chan'er must still bear this child?" Nua asked resigned. "A path to attaining the rank of quasi-sage lies before her, clear and immediate. And the candidate I propose I believe shall not offend Chan'er's sensibilities." Guangchengzi stroked his chin, a faint mischievous smile playing upon his lips. Nua frowned puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Luo murmured softly, "Senior brother, you speak of Neza?" "Neza?" Nua gasped, then faltered, then grasped the implication, then nodded in quiet approval. Guangchengzi gave a light, knowing chuckle. "So my junior sister perceived it too." Feng Luo smiled faintly. "Neza has long adored playing beside Chan'er, and Chan'er for her part bears him no ill will. Yet neither has recognized the depth of their bond. So I have never spoken of it outright. She, as the goddess who presides over marital destiny, was uniquely suited to weave the threads of fate, a task effortless for a celestial sage such as herself. Surely she, as the goddess who presides over marital destiny, was uniquely suited to weave the threads of fate, a task effortless for a celestial sage such as herself. Surely the heavenly Tao will grant me this courtesy, will it not?" Guangchengzi cast a cold glance toward the red embroidered ball. In his palm, myriad mortal forms shimmered into view. Nua's eyes flickered. "Human Tao?" A faint rumble of thunder trembled through the void, as if heaven itself raged, yet its intent remained ambiguous. The heavenly Tao's power upon the red embroidered ball began to shift and recede. With her sage vision, Nua discerned that the predestined fate enshrouding the medicine master's reincarnation had already dissolved. "Junior nephew, you truly..." Nua broke off speechless. A single sentence had compelled the heavenly Tao to reverse its decree. Guangchengzi hummed, pleased, deeming it prudent of heaven to yield. "Then the red thread shall be your domain, uncle." "Naturally. Yet since this matter originated with me, I shall shoulder the merit required to offset the child's primordial essence." As Guangchengzi spoke, golden wheels of merit blazed forth behind his head, bathing the summit of Kunlun Mountain in radiant sacred light, as if transforming it into a realm forged entirely of virtue. Nua stared stunned. Such an abundance of merit could not merely elevate one to sagehood. It could propel even her to the 8th tier of the Honghuang realm. With a gentle motion, he plucked a small ring of merit from the halo, condensing it into a luminous orb within his palm. Nua and Feng Luo instinctively closed their eyes. Such extravagance was almost unbearable. With this alone, Yang Chan could forcibly shatter her restraints and ascend to quasi-sagehood. "Junior nephew, you are truly the embodiment of supreme virtue and sanctity." Nua murmured, dazed. She had never witnessed such a profusion of merit. Beside her, Feng Luo nodded solemnly. "A trivial matter," Guangchengzi replied indifferently. To him such merit held no value. Soon it would serve to aid Yin Jiao's own Dao attainment. Nua shook her head lightly and murmured, "Enough." With a subtle flick of her finger, a single crimson thread vanished from the red embroidered ball, soaring straight toward the celestial court, winding itself around a youth clad in fiery lotus armor. "This palace is acted. I have already dispatched Neza toward Mount Hua. Upon arriving and witnessing Lu Yinchang's relentless pursuit of Yangchan, Neza will surely erupt in fury. In that heated moment their hearts will align, and the matter shall resolve itself seamlessly." Nua and Guangchengzi exchanged lines like actors in a celestial drama, then shared a knowing smile. As for Lu Yinchang, the medicine master's reincarnation, he meant nothing to them. They had nearly forgotten him altogether, yet having been singled out by the heavenly Tao, his fate was sealed. Sure enough, not long after, a young man, battered and bleeding, was cast down from Mount Hua. Guangchengzi's eyes widened slightly. Neza has truly matured. He had expected Neza, consumed by rage, to slay Lu Yinchang outright, yet the youth had restrained himself. Most likely Chan'er calmed him. Feng Luo giggled softly. Well then, Guangchengzi conceded, mildly disappointed. He held Lu Yinchang in utter contempt, but given his station, deigning to strike him would have been beneath him. Nua uttered a soft cry of surprise, gazing toward the figure who had just rescued Lu Yinchang. A man robed in yellow, his face sallow, bearing an air of compassionate sorrow. "Even this?" Guangchengzi exclaimed, astonished. To encounter Jane under such circumstances, truly this former master and disciple were bound by extraordinary karmic ties. Yet Jane could not perceive Lu Yinchang's true identity as the medicine master's reincarnation. Only Guangchengzi and Nua could, the former through cultivation mastery, the latter through her resonance with Yangchan's fortune granted authority by the heavenly Tao itself. "Let it be," Nua sighed, shaking her head. "With Jane present, at least one karmic knot shall be resolved. His skill in guiding souls remains beyond doubt. After all, for countless years Jane had diligently fulfilled his ancient vow, not a moment of idleness. Even if Lu Yinchang recounted his humiliation at Neza's hands, Jane would offer no aid. Guangchengzi gazed upon the blue lotus in his palm. Its divine radiance softly swept across his skin, coalescing there into a single lotus seed, which he placed before Nuwa. When their child is born, let it be administered as a protective talisman. Nuwa accepted it with a graceful sweep of her hand and affirmed agreed. Master, perhaps we should return. Feng Luo offered a gentle reminder. Given the precedent of Yu Ding and Yao Ji, these two would certainly dare not proceed with marriage without formal announcement. As Yangshan's master and grandmaster, their presence was indispensable. My master remains in seclusion. I must remain here to guard the mountain. I shall not attend, Guangchengzi declined. Convey to them, however, that I shall forge a spirit treasure for their child. Wu Tian is it? Let us see whether the Pangu axe can cleave you asunder. Nuwa looked startled. Spirit treasures forged by Guangchengzi were no ordinary artifacts. Still, whatever the outcome, it would assuredly bring no harm to Chon'er. Then this palace shall depart for the celestial court with Luo heir. There at least the gathering will be large. Guangchengzi nodded. Indeed. Yu Ding and Yang Jian would both be present. Neza unquestionably would receive a stern chastisement. The air resonated with a deep hum as resplendent rays of light burst forth, and a thunderous roar echoed through Kunlun, reminiscent of the creation of the world. A blue lotus swayed gracefully, its heart revealing a world of shifting dimensions, and a sharp, imposing aura suddenly surged forth, soaring into the sky. Then a chaotic, jade-colored axe emerged, radiating an air of primal chaos, its handle inscribed with the script of the Yushu Palace. Though it was only the length of a forearm, the gleaming edge shimmered with a cold light, causing the surrounding void to tremble under its sharpness, hinting at the possibility of fracturing. Guangchengzi looked at the small axe with a smile, as if a phantom of the Tao flashed in his eyes, all shattered beneath this singular strike. The Pangu axe is the supreme treasure that opened the heavens and the earth, having once forcefully split apart chaos to create the primordial world. This axe is the Yushu Kaitian axe, crafted by Guangchengzi as a replica of the Pangu axe. He had comprehended the Panga banner and the extermination sword array multiple times, naturally understanding the Panga banner's ability to destroy all laws, and its unmatched cutting power combined with the sharpness of the extermination sword array sufficient to sever the demonic Tao source within Wutian. Looking at another mountain-splitting axe resembling the first floating within the blue lotus, Guangchengzi shook his head. That was intended for Yangshan's child, but to slay Wutian, the Yushu Kaitian axe was required. As 3,000 years passed, Guangchengzi silently calculated, sighing. This time the crafting of the weapon had indeed taken quite a while, but the gains were substantial, deepening his understanding of the path of creation. When the three clear masters emerged from seclusion, he would borrow the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the Chaos Bell to empower the Yushu Kaitian axe, ensuring its might would rival that of any innate supreme treasure. Once in the Tao realm, it would surely surprise those fellows. My! Guangchengzi, standing atop the mountain peak, exclaimed in surprise. Yangshan's child had only just been born for less than 100 years. Yet this little one possessed an immense origin, attracting phenomena upon birth, even drawing the attention of the Tao. Although Nuwa had anticipated this, she still felt a bit startled. She had bestowed a strand of creation energy, allowing Guangchengzi's lotus seed to be consumed by the child, yet still felt a twinge of unease. Yang Jian and others were aware of this child's mission and planned to have him emulate their past efforts of splitting the mountain to rescue their father. However, unlike before, both parents were suppressed, and Yangshan just happened to need this time for seclusion. As for Neza, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian had dealt quite harshly with him, especially since Neza had been punished when he married Yangshan. Now it was a familiar process. This child named Qinxiang was to be tested by Yang Jian. Observing this, Guangchengzi couldn't help but shake his head. Now that Qinxiang had grown up, Yang Jian had still been letting him roam free. What could he possibly teach? This was the child of fate, destined to constantly engage in battle, and he must contend against the demonic tribe. Presently, the demonic forces in the primordial world had grown considerably, with many heavenly soldiers and generals from the Guangcheng Imperial Palace already descending, and the 8 immortals were also making a name for themselves in the primordial realm. The Yushu Kaitian axe suddenly shot out from Kunlun, carrying Guangchengzi's will as it flew toward the heavenly court's judicial heaven god house. Disciple Yang Jian pays respects to Master Uncle. The silver-armored young general sensed a familiar aura and quickly bowed. Guangchengzi appeared, a phantom holding the Kaitian axe in hand, causing Yang Jian to feel a heavy pressure. This child Qinxiang is not suited for your guidance. Yang Jian was taken aback, exclaiming, but he is the disciple's nephew. You lack the resolve to be harsh with him. Guangchengzi replied calmly, he needs to fight. You often give him leniency because of Yangshan. At this rate, when will he ever grow? The demonic tribe has already gathered strength, and Qinxiang is the child of fate. His task is to confront that Wutian demon ancestor. Yang Jian opened his mouth, but Guangchengzi interrupted with a light snort. Have you forgotten how you and Yang Jiao split the mountain to rescue your father back then? Oh, Yang Jiao arriving in haste looked somewhat awkward. How long ago had that been? Moreover, wasn't it you master uncle who played the villain back then? Blame everything on the demonic tribe, saying Yangchan and Neza were tainted by demonic energy. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered as he hatched a bad idea. Set him a goal. He only needs to eliminate Wutian and Mount Hua will open on its own. Does master uncle mean that my third sister will also attain the Tao then? Yang Jian's eyes lit up. Indeed, Guangchengzi nodded. Let Yaoji take Qinxiang to the Gaochen Imperial Palace. This disciple Wukong can take him under his wing. Don't forget how I cultivated you before the journey to the west. This is a spiritual treasure I refined. In the future, he can use it to battle Wutian. A top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The two couldn't help but gasp. Oh, such a powerful spiritual treasure was produced effortlessly by this master uncle, truly extravagant. Will the child of fate be this powerful? A golden light appeared as Hao Yan manifested, bowing to Guangchengzi and asking solemnly. After all, they could all see the peculiarities surrounding Wutian. No matter how much Qinxiang grew, would he really be able to match Wutian? Guangchengzi scoffed lightly. No worries. He is the child of fate, born of the Tao. The Tao clearly intended to devour the demonic Tao source within Wutian, and only through Chengxiang's hands could this be accomplished. Before that, the laws would surely be relaxed to allow him to comprehend. Heoshan's expression was uncertain as he thought of the recent undercurrents in the primordial world. Yangchan and Neza's child had actually drawn the Tao's attention. Thus this child. I understand your concerns. Rest assured I have already taken action. Guangchengzi replied with a calm smile. Heoshan's eyes flickered as he recalled the lotus seed Nuwa had given to Qinxiang, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Indeed, this Tao friend had anticipated this matter. Guangchengzi replied with a calm smile. Heoshan's eyes flickered as he recalled the lotus seed Nuwa had given to Qinxiang, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Indeed, as Guangchengzi spoke, both Yang Jiao and Yang Jian's expressions twitched. The pinnacle of Croissant was still insufficient. They hadn't even reached that realm yet. Hao Yan glanced at Guangchengzi, both shaking their heads. Such a Qinxiang could be said to be pushed forward by the Tao, forever lacking the opportunity to attain the Tao, yet it would still be enough for ordinary cultivators. Yang Jin, you may go. You can have Wukong teach Qinxiang the 9 turns mystic art. After he attains the golden immortal realm, he can descend to the mortal realm with the heavenly soldiers and generals to subdue demons and vanquish evils. Yang Jin, you may go. You can have Wukong teach Qinxiang the 9 turns mystic art. After he attains the golden immortal realm, he can descend to the mortal realm with the heavenly soldiers and generals to subdue. Watching Yang Jiao and Yang Jian descend to find Yaoji, Hao Yan shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Tao brother. Guangchengzi waved his hand nonchalantly. After all, I am a member of the Tao, a disciple of the 4th generation of the Chan school. It was merely a casual effort. He gazed longingly at the Gaochen Imperial Palace, thinking that having a disciple at the pinnacle of Croissant was already quite good. As for him, he also needed to start preparing. The Tao would not allow Qinxiang to grow too slowly. Boom! The spiritual energy in the wilderness trembled incessantly, awakening numerous powerful beings who were astonished as they gazed at the two figures clashing in the void. A white-clad youth had a resolute gaze, exuding a fierce aura as he wielded a massive axe, cleaving the air and creating rifts, while his opponent was a black-clad man with long black hair cascading down to his waist. Standing atop a black lotus, his expression remained unchanged, yet an alluring aura of malevolence emanated from him, causing many onlookers to feel a surge of inner demons. The 8 immortals and countless heavenly soldiers were locked in fierce combat with the demon clan. Among them stood several cultivators, including Sun Wukong, Yang Jiao, and Yu Dingfeng, each holding a formation plate to stabilize the void. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi watched the battle with great interest. Truly, the heavenly Tao was formidable. In merely 30,000 years, Qinxiang had grown to the peak of Croissant, which was quite impressive. Over the years, he had sensed that Wu Tian had attempted to infiltrate the demon realm multiple times, but had been thwarted. Now the hopes of the heavenly Tao rested solely on Qinxiang, while the 8 immortals had nearly reached the zenith of their efforts against demons over several millennia. The Taoist sect was well aware of his intention to elevate the fortunes of humanity, and they actively promoted his teachings, causing the influence of the human sect to nearly rival that of the Taoist sect. The 3 pure ones also began to stir. Occasionally celestial energies would surge from the areas isolated by his yin-yang taiji. Guangchengzi knew that the 3 pure ones were about to emerge. The matters concerning the heavenly Tao were nearing completion, and the 3 pure ones would soon achieve their goals, finally resolving the affairs of the wilderness. Observing the evenly matched combatants, Guangchengzi raised his head. After all, with Wu Tian's connection to the demon realm's heavenly Tao, even with equal cultivation, Chanjiao would not be his opponent. Indeed, the void began to ripple gently, and the gazes of all the heavenly saints converged here as the heavenly Tao quietly intervened. Empowered by the heavenly Tao, Chanjiao fought with increasing vigor, while Wu Tian gradually faltered, and their battle edged closer to the demon realm. Open the heavens. Chanjiao roared, unleashing a sharp light from his axe towards Wu Tian, imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao and the ability to pierce all, tearing through the void and leaving the celestial beings speechless. This strike was more than enough to slay them. The destructive black lotus suddenly closed, enveloping Wu Tian. The axe light struck upon it, causing black fragments to silently fall, and soon the entire black lotus began to crack, revealing Wu Tian, once again blood trickling from his mouth as he glared hatefully at Chanjiao. So this is the child of fate cultivated by the heavenly Tao to deal with him. Truly remarkable. The heavenly saints were taken aback. The heavenly Tao power that Chanjiao had just harnessed was already comparable to that of a first-tier saint. The heavenly Tao was indeed generous. Can't wait, huh? Guangchengzi smirked. Now that the heavenly Tao was in a precarious position, it could only follow the path he had predefined for it. No matter what, it had to obtain the original source of the demon realm's heavenly Tao from Wu Tian. At the entrance of the underworld, a yellow figure flickered, nodding slightly towards Kongtong Mountain. Wu Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and scanned his surroundings. He was completely surrounded, and a golden figure stood behind Sun Wukong, guarding him closely. Under the onslaught of the 8 immortals and numerous heavenly soldiers, the demon clan was beginning to falter. It wouldn't be long before they were utterly eradicated, and his mission of leading the demon clan to prosperity seemed impossible. Thus he had only one place to go. A flicker of ghostly light flashed atop the black lotus, suddenly piercing through the void towards the demon realm. Chanjiao showed no expression, closely pursuing Wu Tian, and the two quickly arrived near the demon realm. Sun Wukong and the others followed closely behind, forming a protective line for Chanjiao. Together they could severely injure Wu Tian, but they could not completely eliminate him. Only Chanjiao could ensure Wu Tian's downfall. However, their mere presence here exerted pressure on Wu Tian. Wu Tian prepared to die. Chanjiao raised his jade void open heaven axe and spoke coldly, over these thousands of years, how much evil have you wrought in the wilderness? My father and mother also fell victim to you, forced to be suppressed at the bottom of Mount Hua by my uncle due to your demonic influence. If I kill you today, the wilderness will return to peace. So allow me to help you meet your end. Wu Tian was momentarily stunned, then his expression cracked open in rage. Nonsense. What does my relationship with your parents have to do with me? I have never even met them. In the void, Chanjiao and Sun Wukong lowered their heads, feeling guilty, while Yuding remained calm, glancing at the younger generation. After all, they were still young and too sensitive. He said loudly, Chanjiao, don't listen to him. Your parents had no choice but to enter seclusion because of him. Chanjiao's eyes turned red instantly as he shouted furiously at Wu Tian, did you hear that? My grandfather would never lie to me. Feng Luo and Jin Peng, standing on the other side, gave Yuding a thumbs up. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. Yuding lightly brushed his sleeves, transmitting to the others, it's merely the art of words. Guangchengzi smiled at this scene. Oh, everyone grows over time, and even the straightforward Yuding has learned. At this moment, however, Wu Tian felt a sense of despair. He realized he could not escape today. Sensing the demon realm so close, even if he rushed in, he would not have time to seize control of the demon realm and prove his status as the demon ancestor. Wu Tian lowered his gaze, his eyes filled with a frenzied, killing intent. His pitch-black pupils were chilling, and he raised his head again, sneering, you are merely a child of fate, pushed forward by the heavenly Tao to challenge me. Otherwise, even if you cultivated for 3 yuan hua before me, you would still be an ant. Chanjiao showed no emotion, a hint of mockery crossing his eyes as he chuckled, unfortunately, you will be disappointed, for I am indeed the child of fate, meant to deal with you. Wu Tian's face twitched as he glared at Chanjiao through gritted teeth, but soon he calmed down. It was clear he was destined to fall at the hands of these people. Then come and take my final move. Wu Tian's eyes were deep, causing Chanjiao to stiffen. In a desperate struggle, he would surely fight to the death. This final strike from the demon ancestor would not be easy to receive. He raised the jade void open heaven axe, its sharp light entwined with the power of the heavenly Tao, creating an oppressive force that caused Sun Wukong and the others behind him to change color. The power of the heavenly Tao had grown even stronger. Wu Tian spread his arms wide, the cracks on the black lotus beneath him multiplying, yet the aura of destruction surged into his body. His primordial spirit was connected to the black lotus, and the two were gradually merging. Boundless and unrestrained annihilation. A deep voice filled with killing intent emerged from Wu Tian's throat. Xiang's gaze sharpened as he felt himself enveloped by the laws, and he swung down with his axe. Ha ha, kid, you're still too young. I am the demon ancestor. How can you believe what I say? Wu Tian's wild laughter echoed through the void. Heavenly demon disintegration technique explode. Boom. The deafening sound of an explosion erupted instantly as a powerful force burst forth. Coupled with the axe strike from Xiang, even the Jin Peng, a being of the three-corpse quasi-saint level, began to show signs of change in his expression. Such an attack was beyond his capability to withstand. One of the two was harnessing the power of the heavenly Tao, while the other was self-destructing using the essence of the demon realm. Neither was something he could contend with. The dark aura manifested amidst the explosion, causing damage at the juncture where the demon realm met the primordial world. A remnant soul shrouded in the dark aura flew into the demon realm, while the petals of the destroyed Black Lotus lay in ruins, leaving only a fragmented base to support the remnant soul. Xiang, stop him. Wukong shouted angrily as they could discern that Wu Tian was plotting a scheme to enter the demon realm under the guise of a righteous path. The power Wu Tian carried bore a striking resemblance to the heavenly Tao, and his intent to rush toward the demon realm was all too evident. Xiang vanished in an instant, dashing toward the direction in which Wu Tian had disappeared. Suddenly a woman in yellow appeared, and the entire world fell silent. Wu Tian's expression of wild laughter froze on his face as he felt everything around him become solidified. Breathing became difficult, and even his eyeballs could not move. A massive axe came crashing down, and it seemed everyone heard a mournful wail from the heavens and the earth, as if something had shattered. Xiang's expression turned pale, yet a majestic aura suddenly emerged from him, swallowing toward Wu Tian. I bow to Lady Pingxin. Several voices echoed as Jin Peng Yuding and the others all bowed in respect, while the saints of the heavens also inclined their bodies slightly. Huta nodded and softly said, "Rest assured, I am entrusted by my younger brother to guard the demon realm, and will not allow any people to disturb its peace." Her tone was grave, and the eyes of the saints turned toward Xiang in unison, as they all sensed the heavenly Tao feasting, and what it was devouring was none other than the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. In the next moment, the primordial world trembled, and all beings seemed to feel the joy of the heavens and the earth. Huta's expression was inscrutable as the heavenly Tao grew stronger. A figure in purple robes appeared in the void, observing everything with great interest. I bow to the celestial master, senior brother, fellow Taoist master. The voices of reverence resounded from all corners of the primordial world, more imposing than when Hutu first appeared. However, Hutu remained indifferent. Wukong stepped forward, tugging on Guangchengzi's sleeve, and asked, "Father Saint, is Xiang all right?" After all, he was his disciple, and it seemed something had gone awry, prompting even the Father Saint to show himself. "Rest assured, with this humble Taoist here, nothing will go wrong." Guangchengzi smiled calmly, allowing Wukong to oversee Xiang, also to lend him some fortune to help him attain the Tao. After all, this was a direct intervention from the heavenly Tao, and some offerings were necessary for teaching Xiang. "You all stay back," Huta said, taking a step closer to stand beside Guangchengzi. The expressions of the crowd changed suddenly, and Wukong quickly gestured for the heavenly soldiers to return to the heavenly court. Watching Huta's reincarnation disc emerge, many powerful beings in the primordial world fell into a daze. Even this master of the earth Tao was going to take action. But who would her opponent be? One by one, saints emerged, including Jin, who had not been seen for a long time, standing off to the side. Nuwa shot him a disdainful glance, her concern shifting toward Xiang. Now she could no longer sense Xiang's aura. Instead, what filled the void was that elusive heavenly Tao. Guangchengzi's expression finally turned serious as demonic energy surged from Xiang. Then a vast and majestic law began to intertwine. Initially distinct, the two began to merge. He could feel the essence of the heavenly Tao continuously elevating, growing stronger at a rapid pace, causing him to gasp in spiritual energy. In the past, the heavenly Tao absorbed the saintly laws of Zhuanti, but did not elevate this quickly. Now, merely approaching the source of the saintly heavenly Tao of the demon realm was enough to surpass the previous situation. This was simply terrifying. If the complete heavenly Tao of the demon realm were to be entirely devoured, he could hardly imagine how much stronger the heavenly Tao would become. Would it directly break through to the realm of Pangu? Nuwa Jin and Shi Wangmu all trembled as an immense power radiated from them, causing the expressions of the three to change slightly. The elevation of the heavenly Tao also raised their own powers, and they could draw upon even greater forces from the heavenly Tao. Huta's expression shifted. Xinyuanzi, Mingi, and Hao Yin stood behind her, their expressions serious as they fixed their gazes on Nuwa and the others. Although the power they had just gained did not exceed the first heaven, it still required years of arduous cultivation. With the heavenly Tao elevated only once, Nuwa and the other heavenly Tao saints had gained such great benefits. Let me enter the demon realm. Xuanyuan looked toward Guangchengzi, his face devoid of joy or sorrow, as if everything was beneath his notice. Observing the unique aura of authority emanating from him, Guangchengzi's lips curled slightly. What identity are you using to speak with this humble Taoist? The Lord of the Heavenly Tao, or my disciple? Xuanyuan's expression showed no change as he stared directly at the demon realm. You know that was supposed to be mine. No, no, no. Guangchengzi shook a finger in front of him. This belongs to the primordial world. It was split from the primordial itself. You simply arrived early and made preparations ahead of time. Unfortunately, you left no safety measures, did you? Xuanyuan's eyes flashed with anger. He had not anticipated Guangchengzi's audacity to seize the heavenly Tao and flaunt it before him, ultimately preventing him from consuming it. I now bear the power of two paths. You cannot stop me. Is that so? Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. But this humble Taoist never engages in battles without certainty. A green lotus appeared in his right hand, scattering divine light, while the images of all beings emerged in his left. Guangchengzi's momentum began to rise rapidly, soon surpassing the midstage of the Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal Realm, moving toward the later stage, directly chasing the heavenly Tao. Hutu gently pursed her red lips. Humanity had grown stronger, and indeed the human race had advanced significantly over the years. The reincarnation disc in her hand spun continuously as the power of the earth Tao surged forth, confronting the heavenly Tao. King Lianzi, protect me. Guangchengzi's voice rang out with mirth. A strand of clear light suddenly manifested at Xuanyuan's chest as a struggle appeared on his face, and the majesty of the heavenly Tao diminished significantly. Nuwa sighed in relief. This was the clear light Guangchengzi had previously instructed her to have Xuanyuan consume. Indeed, this disciple had a backup plan. Observing the divine light of the green lotus resonating with Guangchengzi's, Xuanyuan's aura grew stronger, and the aura belonging to the heavenly Tao began to recede. Nuwa's expression suddenly changed as she tightly held her forehead. Shi Wangmu and Jane also groaned as they received the command of the heavenly Tao to forcibly breach the demon realm. No. Nuwa cried out in anguish, a trace of blood marking the corner of her lips. Nephew, quickly take action. He seeks to force me into making a move. The path of creation enveloped him as the heavenly tribulation roared and illusions manifested in the void. The three saints of the heavenly Tao were all using their own means to resist the will of the Tao. Whether it was their pride as saints or the illustrious achievements of Guangchengzi, they would not become puppets of the heavenly Tao, nor would they act against Guangchengzi. In Kunlun, three beams of light shot up into the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Presumptuous! Do you dare disturb my master during his seclusion? A flash of anger flickered in Guangchengzi's eyes. The three pure ones were in seclusion. Everything was normal. He had not left Kunlun precisely to protect his three masters. Previously, he sensed signs of his master emerging from seclusion, which prompted him to confront the heavenly Tao. It was within his expectations that the Tao would compel Nuwa and the others to act, for they were all saints of the Tao, and it would not abandon these powerful allies. Yet the three pure ones awakened at this moment, which was too coincidental, undoubtedly influenced by the actions of the heavenly Tao. They were on the brink of a breakthrough, while it would not lead to failure. Just yet advancing through the primordial Taiji Golden Immortal Realm was exceedingly difficult. A delay at this moment could mean an unknown amount of yuan would be needed to make up for it in the future. As the azure lotus vanished, the Yusu open heaven axe flew directly towards him, its sharp intent forcing Zhen Yuanzi and the other saints to retreat continuously. A killing intent flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes as he grasped the axe, empowering it with human Tao strength, and raised the Yusu open heaven axe, striking down towards Xuanyuan. Open heaven. A long yet fleeting voice echoed from Guangchengzi's mouth, and Zhen Yuanzi and the others became entranced, witnessing the traces of the Tao. But Ho Tu's expression kept changing as she murmured, Father God. What she saw was not Guangchengzi, but rather the Pangu Father God, who once opened the heavens. The 12 ancestral witches appeared one by one, sensing the profoundness of this open heaven axe light. Earlier, Xuanyuan had also used this method of opening the heavens, but to them it seemed too superficial, merely relying on his own laws and the power of the heavenly Tao to strike that axe, purely imitating. Yet at this moment, Guangchengzi truly executed the open heaven axe, his cultivation surpassing Xuanyuan by an unknown margin. The gap between them was so vast that countless connections could not fill it, and Guangchengzi had also personally experienced the path of Pangu. When the three pure ones transformed the universe, Guangchengzi had witnessed and experienced Pangu's disassembly of his own Tao firsthand. Now, as he wielded the open heaven axe, although his strength was not as formidable as Pangu's in the past, the essence of the Tao was not far off. especially since this Yusu Open Heaven Axe was imbued with the essence of Pangus Banner, naturally carrying the aura of Pangus Axe. Earlier it had also struck the heavenly Tao of the demon realm, making it particularly effective against the Tao. Suddenly the prehistoric world darkened for a moment. After an unknown duration, a ray of light appeared in the void, and a world began to be born. As a long time passed, the heaven and earth started to decay, returning to darkness once more. At the moment of the world's destruction, tribulation energy condensed with killing intent upon the axe blade, and was instantly unleashed. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. It turned out that barely a moment had passed, yet they had personally experienced the process of the world's decline. Each person had laws manifesting around them, staring blankly at Guangchengzi. Before him, Li Qinxiang had his eyes tightly shut, his face pale, as paper gently falling to the earth, but no one dared to make a sound. Guangchengzi's killing intent directed towards the void, the red glow flashing on the Yusu Open Heaven Axe, exposing the law of slaughter, exuding killing energy. Boom! The heavens and earth began to tremble, thunder and lightning erupted, and endless destructive phenomena appeared. The sound of rain falling echoed as blood rain began to descend from the void. The saints appeared pale, and the beings of the prehistoric world bowed continuously towards the void, all sensing that the heavens were wounded. Ho-Tu blinked and saw Guangchengzi furious, about to strike again. She directly stood in front of him. "Stop!" Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with cold light, and Ho-Tu's heart skipped a beat. His killing intent was overwhelming. "We cannot strike again. If the heavenly Tao is destroyed, even the prehistoric world will be harmed." Guangchengzi's figure paused, and a weak voice echoed in the void. "I did not awaken the three pure ones." Although this voice still bore an air of authority, it was almost negligible. Looking at the giant web of the heavenly Tao, which had begun to become transparent, the saints bore complex expressions. The lofty heavenly Tao had been gravely wounded by Guangchengzi in a single strike. At this moment, the heavenly Tao felt quite wronged. It had not expected that Guangchengzi would act so abruptly, especially employing Pangus Open Heaven method, which was highly restrictive against it. Moreover, this guy did not listen to explanations at all. If the three pure ones were to break through, it could also share some essence of the Tao, for they were all saints of the heavenly Tao. It was not foolish to awaken the three pure ones for no reason aside from gaining three more enemies. What benefit would it bring? But now it had been severely injured, and the heavenly Tao essence it had absorbed from the demon realm was nearly depleted. One move had brought it back to square one, a tremendous loss. Guangchengzi halted his advance, and Ho-Tu finally breathed a sigh of relief regarding the self-inflicted plight of the heavenly Tao with a sympathetic expression. The three paths of heaven, earth, and man lacked intelligence. They acted solely on instinct. Absorbing the heavenly Tao of the demon realm was immensely beneficial to them, which was why the heavenly Tao persisted relentlessly. "If my master is harmed, I will surely make the heavenly Tao of the prehistoric world perish." The paths of the immortal earth and man can also operate within the prehistoric. Ho-Tu's expression changed drastically, while the others dared not speak. If that were the case, the future cultivation laws and development of the prehistoric world would entirely lean towards the immortal path rather than maintaining the current balance. Guangchengzi reigned in his aura, his complexion turning pale. Relying on the strength of the human Tao, he had nearly unleashed his full power in a single strike. He now felt somewhat weakened, but the human Tao continuously provided him with strength, and he did not wish to reveal any sign of weakness. On Kunlun Mountain, the three colors of blue, yellow, and white slowly converged. The immortal path suddenly emerged, having almost fully solidified its power, vastly surpassing that of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal. With a ripple in space, three figures instantly appeared beside Guangchengzi, one with all white hair, one with a dignified countenance, and one with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. The Panga banner suddenly manifested, and Yuan Shi's eyes gleamed with killing intent. The four swords of immortal execution instantly formed a formation encircling the area, while the yin and yang energies of Taiji dispersed, binding everyone. "Who has harmed you?" Yuan Shi supported Guangchengzi, his voice laced with anger. He scanned the surroundings and finally fixed his gaze upon the distant giant web of the heavenly Tao, where the myriad rays of axe light from the Panga banner flickered, causing the surrounding void to continuously shatter. Sensing the familiar light of the open heaven axe, the heavenly Tao immediately grew excited, sending forth a message with a strong desire to survive. "It was not me." Ho-Tu closed her eyes briefly. They truly were a close master and disciple. Having just emerged from seclusion, they began to protect each other. Guangchengzi reached out to grasp the Panga banner, looking with concern at Yuan Shi. "Is my master unhurt?" Seeing the three pure ones safe and sound, the assembly of saints finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, then turned in shock to Guangchengzi. This madman nearly obliterated the heavenly Tao. I'm fine, it's all fine. Yuan Shi coldly scanned the crowd, sending forth a surge of sacred power, while Laozi and Tongtian also sheathed the Taiji diagram and the four swords of Zuzhen. That's good, that's good. Guangchengzi's voice carried a tone of relief. Huta closed her eyes, looking at the weakened heavenly Tao, unable to find the words to say. Now the heavenly Tao was completely at the mercy of Guangchengzi, and the three pure ones. How it would be handled was entirely up to them, and she had no say in the matter. Yuan Shi gazed at the heavenly Tao, his eyes gleaming with cold light as the gates to the demon realm slowly opened, exuding an aura of ferocity. Three figures stepped forth. The three pure ones emerged from their retreat, and the three demon lords who had been in deep slumber within the demon realm woke, as well, having previously acted only on instinct while remaining within the demon realm. The laws of the heavenly Tao and the void rippled, yet they never surged forward. The atmosphere remained tense for an indeterminate time until the spiritual energy resumed its flow and the space was no longer stagnant. The saints' expressions flickered as the heavenly Tao departed. Laozi looked toward the heavens, where the heavenly Tao returned to the Zixiao palace. Tongtian snorted lightly, and a small clock of chaotic color appeared before the gates of the demon realm, leaving everyone in a daze. Even Huta's lips twitched. They could all see that the three pure ones had been fishing for compliance. If the heavenly Tao had dared to plunge into the demon realm to devour it, it would have faced the combined might of the three pure ones. Today the heavenly Tao might truly face annihilation. Congratulations to the three senior brothers for emerging from seclusion. Nuwa stepped forward, her demeanor now calm, no longer the flustered figure she had been when controlled by the heavenly Tao. Nuwa's gaze swept across the three pure ones, finding their realms unfathomable. They seemed to be everywhere, embodying the very essence of heaven and earth, devoid of any trace of their former roles as saints. Thank you, junior sister, Laozi replied calmly, having already understood what had transpired. They were quite pleased that Nuwa had chosen not to assist the heavenly Tao. Guangchengzi's complexion had returned to a healthy hue as he pointed downward, and Chanjiao began to awaken. The aura of the heavenly Tao that had clung to him had completely vanished. He was now merely himself. Merit. Guangchengzi raised his head toward the Zixiao palace. Regardless of everything, the eradication of Wutian had turned the resurgence of the demon clan into a mere illusion, and there should be merit descending. The crowd was taken aback, watching as profound yellow clouds of merit manifested in the void, dispersing among the cultivators who had participated in this battle. Boom! A green pillar of light erupted from Mount Huashan, the essence of life spreading forth, causing all the flora and spiritual plants on the mountain to flourish wildly, and countless beings began to take shape. Law pressure enveloped the area as a fiery red figure accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman flew in like a comet. The law of life. Yuan Shi chuckled lightly, gazing at Nuwa. Congratulations, junior sister. Feng Luo also wore a smile as he stepped forward to examine the newly enlightened Yangshan, nodding in satisfaction. Nuwa smiled, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, senior brother. However, she sighed, turning her gaze to Feng Luo. Only Luoer has inherited my legacy, who I thought Chan'er might also grasp the law of creation. Though the law of life was powerful, it was ultimately a subordinate law to the law of creation, lacking a certain elegance. It is easy for you to speak, Sister Nuwa. The law of creation ranks among the top 10 laws. It is not so easily attained. Huta shook her head, observing these individuals who, after exhausting themselves, were now seeking to push their decisions. Nuwa chuckled softly, glancing subtly at Guangchengzi. While this guy's light and darkness might not rank in the top 10, when considered separately, their combination undoubtedly surpassed her law of creation. His disciples practiced both the 5 elements and yin-yang. Sun Wukong's combat law only grew stronger with each battle, while Yin Xiao's gravitational law derived from the law of force, each one extraordinary, leaving no room for her as a senior. After Huta finished speaking, she also cast a glance at Guangchengzi, remembering that this guy was also. At this moment, those who had received merit gradually regained consciousness and began to pay their respects to the three pure ones. Yuding's expression was one of excitement. He hadn't seen his master for several Yuan meetings. Laozi looked at the 8 immortals and the Xian Du who had come to pay their respects, pausing momentarily on Dong Wanggong, softly instructing a few words before falling silent. Guangchengzi watched with great interest as Neza Yangshan and Qinxiang reunited. A father at the mid-stage of quasi-saint, a mother at the early stage of quasi-saint, and a son at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. He inappropriately thought of that tale of forbidden love. Bai Suzhen had emerged from the Leifeng Pagoda, and Su Xian had already passed the imperial examination, needing no guidance. Meanwhile, Neza and Yangshan had just come out of Mount Huashan, and Qinxiang was already at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Oh, what a win. Disciple, thanks Master Uncle for your planning. Neza and Yangshan are deeply grateful. Xinxiang gives thanks to Master Ancestor. Watching the three bow in respect, Guangchengzi smiled. It's not my fault that I let you three be separated for thousands of years. How could that be? Nezo exclaimed. If it weren't for Master Uncle Xinxiang would not have had such an opportunity, and Sister Yang Chan would not have been able to attain the quasi-saint realm. The arriving Yuding and Yang Jian families glanced at him. They were now all one family, and it was inappropriate for them to act directly. Xinxiang, this Yusu Kai Tian axe still has its uses for me. I'll give it to you. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly as a gray-gold small axe descended from the auspicious clouds, also radiating the aura of a top-notch innate spiritual treasure. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Xinxiang, filled with excitement, paid his respects, waved the axe, feeling it fit his hand perfectly. Disciple does not dare to compete with Master Ancestor. Although there were deviations in the process, my cultivation is for rescuing my parents from the mountains. This axe shall be called the Kaishan axe. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow and smiled. As you wish. The Kaishan axe was an ordinary top-notch, innate spiritual treasure, merely sharp in nature, while the Yu Su Kai Tian axe had broken through the heavenly Tao and possessed the characteristic of being capable of breaking all things. Such a fine item he was reluctant to give away, especially since the heavenly Tao was not seeking trouble. It would not be prudent to strike at it again. This item is quite good. Yuan Shi reached out, casting a proud glance at Laozi and Tongtian. Yu Su Kai Tian axe, a splendid name. His Yusu Palace was not named after the 8 sceneries or the Bayou. Laozi maintained a calm demeanor while Tongtian scoffed. My disciple's path of refining tools surpasses all. Guangchengzi felt a bit awkward. It was only because Yuan sure wished to be recognized as the Lord of Creation that he named it Yusu. He truly had no other intentions. In the future, with the enhancement of the 3 treasures of creation, its power will not be weak. Laozi sensed the might of the Kai Tian axe, stroking the Taiji diagram with a smile. Indeed, you happen to lack a formidable weapon. Yuan Shi nodded as his Sanbao Yurui, while akin to Guangchengzi's Guangyao Seal, for smashing, still had the Panga banner for offense, and Guangchengzi was exactly in need of one. Tongtian wore a smile. In the future, I will use the Zhuzhen sword Qi to sharpen the axe blade, enhancing its power even further. Nuwa and the others felt a momentary suffocation. Don't spoil your disciples too much. This axe can even break the heavenly Tao, and you want to enhance it further. Yuan Shi returned the Kai Tian axe to Guangchengzi, his gaze lingering on Jane for a moment, holding his stare until Jane broke into a cold sweat before averting his eyes. You all may return. I must journey into the chaos. Guangchengzi's expression grew serious while the 3 pure ones appeared solemn, and then he added, Disciple will protect the master. In the vast and chaotic void where there is no anchor above and no root below, endless and boundless, the mysterious expanse is silent and tranquil, filled with surges of primordial energy. For figures traverse this realm amidst an ocean of chaotic energy that rages like a storm. Let's do it here. Yuan Shi halted, surveying the surroundings. Good. Guangchengzi replied solemnly. With his current cultivation, he was more than capable of safeguarding the 3 pure ones. Don't wear that expression. You can see my current cultivation level. It's merely a matter of walking through the process of proving the Tao. Yuan Shi smiled slightly, while Laozi remained silent, indicating that Guangchengzi was overly tense. I'm just a bit worried, Guangchengzi said with a bitter smile. After all, the 3 masters were about to cross a significant realm and establish the immortal path. Who knows what tempests might arise in the chaos? Rest assured. The 3 pure ones stood firm side by side. Guangchengzi sighed and took a step back, quietly observing the actions of the 3 pure ones. In the center stood Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzuan with the 3 treasures Rui shimmering with divine light beside him and the Panga banner standing at his side. 3 flowers bloomed simultaneously and 5 energies converged, governing the principles of heaven and earth, exuding an aura of majesty, as if they were the heavens themselves, their eyes filled with the stars, illuminating the past and future. On the left was Taiqing Dao Tianzuan holding a coiling dragon crutch with the Taiji diagram draped behind him. The primordial yellow energy surrounded him, embodying tranquility and non-action akin to chaos itself. Without uttering a word or making a movement, he embodied the convergence of all laws. On the right stood Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan wielding the Qingping sword with the chaos bell hovering above him. The bell's sound stabilized the chaos while the illusory forms of the 4 extermination swords hovered behind him. The sword energy pierced the skies, teaching, without discrimination, wielding absolute authority over the ages, capable of shattering the heavens with a mere thought. The 3 energies of Shixian and Yuan emerged from the 3 pure ones, dispersing the surrounding chaotic energy. Yuan Shi Tianzuan gently tapped the 3 treasures Rui and a black that suddenly appeared, into which the chaotic energy rushed in a frenzy. The Panga banner shattered the chaos, breaking through the illusions, completely reforging the principles of heaven and earth, the order of yin and yang, the movements of the stars, and the cycles of life and death. The past, present, and future intertwined, with the river of fate flowing in his eyes, revealing all secrets, illuminating every detail. Within the Taiji diagram, there was neither black nor white, neither yin nor yang, yet in an instant it evolved into a division of yin and yang, forming the four symbols and setting the five elements at peace. The Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth emerged from Laozi's head, surrounded by myriad rays of light, unyielding through the eons. The virtues of countless teachings converged upon him, transforming into an eternal foundation of the Tao. At that moment, Tong Tian let out a clear howl toward the heavens, a sound that pierced through the chaos, as the Qingping sword pointed directly at the Grand Path. The illusory forms of the four extermination swords materialized, resonating together, while an array floated in midair, cleaving the chaos apart, creating an eternal fissure. The sound of the chaos bell echoed with chaotic, killing intent, flowing around, yet devoid of any malevolence, transforming instead into the purest treasure of the Tao. "Come here." The three pure ones simultaneously called out, and Guangchengzi felt a tremor within himself as he stepped into the path of the three pure ones. Light and darkness intertwined as the three pure ones focused their energies on him. Guangchengzi slowly closed his eyes, embracing the Tao rhythm of the three pure ones. At the beginning of creation, the heavens and earth were ordered, and the principles returned to the truth. Yuan Shi's gaze was dignified as he slowly rose. The foundation of existence is tranquility and non-action, the ultimate source of Taiji. Laozi transformed into Taiji, standing atop the Grand Path. At the end of all things, slaughter leads to the end of the world. All beings return to one. Destruction flowed in Tong Tian's eyes as heaven and earth returned to chaos. Three primordial energies surged from the heads of the three, merging at the center of chaos, transforming into a divine light of three colors akin to the opening of heaven and earth. When they reappeared, their forms became indistinct, leaving only three supreme Tao rhythms imprinted upon the primordial chaos. Once more, the illusory form of Panga materialized, wielding a mighty axe, establishing the balance of heaven and earth with a single swing, further dividing yin and yang. 3 axes represented the 3 talents, while 4 axes formed the 4 symbols, and 5 axes embodied the 5 elements. The chaos continually shifted, seemingly giving rise to an equally vast world where all things coexisted, ultimately leading to destruction, then returning to chaos. Within the chaos, the formlessness of Taiching, the correctness of Yuqing, and the intensity of Shangqing reemerged as the 3 beams of divine light resonated. The 3,000 great paths harmonized, the primordial purple energy surged, and the cosmic source trembled with sacred sounds reverberating through infinite time and space. The 3 beams of pure light merged, the Taiji, Yuan Shi, and Ling Bao seals combined into one, leaving their names upon the Grand Tao, as the fruits of the 3 pure ones imprinted upon the primordial chaos, unyielding, through eons, eternally unbreakable. At this moment the chaos gently trembled, revealing hues of gold and black. A Taoist in purple robes suddenly opened his eyes, and his divine light directly dispersed the chaotic energy, his presence rising significantly beyond before. Not bad, not bad. Yuan Shi surveyed Guangchengzi with satisfaction. You've reached the mid-stage of Honghuang Taiji. Your journey through the evolution of the world has not been in vain. I must also thank the 3 masters. Guangchengzi bowed. Had it not been for personally experiencing the 3 pure ones' proof of Tao, he would have needed countless years of arduous cultivation to achieve a breakthrough. However, the 3 pure ones indeed absorbed the entirety of the Pangu Tao, transforming it into their own grand path. Now their cultivation has directly crossed from the initial stage to the mid-stage realm. Had they chosen to inherit the Pangu Tao back, then they would likely now be at the late stage of Honghuang Taiji. Observing Guangchengzi's rise in cultivation, the 3 pure ones wore smiles, though a fleeting sorrow crossed their eyes unnoticed by Guangchengzi. Tong Tian maintained a calm demeanor and cheerfully remarked, "So this is the Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal." Guangchengzi nodded. Indeed, only by reaching this realm could one truly grasp its intricacies. Above the Huanyuan, there are no calamities. Within the Taiji, there is neither birth nor extinction. The 3 pure ones, based on the characteristics of the Grand Tao further enhanced by the absorption of the Pangu Tao, are truly exceptional. They are the masters of laws, wielding the source Tao, compelling even the sages of laws to submit or retreat. They are capable of creating and destroying worlds, opening the heavens with a thought, returning to chaos with another, reconstructing the rules of the universe, and are impervious to all laws, rendering all attacks ineffective, free from karma, and their fate elusive. This is all a legacy of Pangu, leading the 3 to achieve perfection. Three streams of flowing light suddenly emerged, penetrating the sea of consciousness of the three pure ones. Guangchengzi paused momentarily, realizing that this was the message of the Tao world transmitted through the proof of the three pure ones. Before long, the three pure ones simultaneously opened their eyes, tasting the words Tao world. Guangchengzi smiled, saying, "Indeed, I will go there with my masters." Yuan Shi's spirit stirred as he laughed, saying, "Indeed, but first I must establish the immortal path." Guangchengzi stepped back, quietly watching the actions of the three pure ones. It was reminiscent of when he established the path of light and darkness. The immortal path stood tall amidst the chaos, radiating a transcendent aura. The sound of the grand Tao echoed through the chaos, each word akin to stars, every sentence resonating with the grand Tao. The primordial yellow energy swept across 3,000 miles, erasing all illusions, all karmic fires, and all causal connections. From henceforth in the chaos, besides the chaos demonic deity, the path of the immortal Tao became walkable. Regrettably, cultivators who are not Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortals cannot linger in the chaos for long. Any world opened within the chaos generates a path on par with heaven and earth, the immortal path. Congratulations, Master, on establishing the immortal path. Guangchengzi cupped his hands and congratulated. The three pure ones wore expressions of joy. Ever since they were accepted as disciples by Hongjuan and passed down the immortal path, they finally surpassed the once grand primordial Tao ancestor today, turning the immortal path into their own. Deep within the chaos, in an unnamed place, the elder in purple robes glimmered with divine light, his aura suddenly rising as he continuously spoke to the elder in green beside him. Beyond the world of primordial chaos, 10 chaotic demonic gods were diligently transforming the chaotic energy and subsequently injecting it into the primordial world. Their faces were expressionless, as if they were mere machines devoid of the pride that comes with being chaotic demonic gods, while the laws and principles within them were entwined with dense heavenly Tao runes, rendering them incapable of even suicide. For figures flew out from the depths of chaos and stopped in front of these chaotic demonic gods. Their expressions suddenly changed, clearly recalling that it was the very individuals before them who had captured them. Master. Guangchengzi glanced sideways, wanting to hear what the Sanqing had to say. Yuan Shi's gaze was calm as he softly said, "You take action." Guangchengzi nodded. This was precisely the decision they had made long ago. The three masters had attained enlightenment, and they did not know how long they would be away from the primordial world. Even if others were in charge of the heavenly Tao, these chaotic demonic gods remained a hidden danger. It was better to completely eradicate them and merge them into the primordial world. Over the years, thank you all for transforming the chaotic energy and helping to elevate the primordial worlds. The leading wind demon god felt a jolt in his heart, trembling as he looked at the four before him, forcibly squeezing out a smile as he stammered, "What are you saying, friend? It is our fortune to transform spiritual energy for the primordial world." Guangchengzi smiled, looking quite satisfied at the several chaotic demonic gods. "If you say so, it would be inappropriate for me to take action directly." "Friend, no, what does Master mean by this?" The wind demon god wore a flattering smile, but his eyes were filled with fear. "Forget it, consider it as if you lived once for free." A glint of killing intent flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes, and the chaos immediately solidified. The wind demon god's flattering smile froze on his face as his true form began to shatter instantly. With a gentle blow from Guangchengzi, the shattered fragments of the 10 demon gods merged into the primordial world, having been birthed from chaos, significantly enhancing the primordial world's spiritual energy. "I truly am diligent and frugal." Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, prompting a disapproving glance from the Sanqing. Observing the 10 strands of law power still exuding Tao rhythm from the chaos, Guangchengzi furrowed his brow. The 5 elements laws were perfectly suited for Kongxian. With a flick of his sleeves, he gathered all the laws. Guangchengzi's lips moved slightly, and the Sanqing nodded in agreement, not refuting. The 4 of them stepped into the primordial world, and the immortal Tao immediately enveloped the Sanqing. Phenomena such as golden lotuses in the sky appeared endlessly, signaling the return of the primordial world's master. The Sanqing closed their eyes to sense the changes. They were now vastly different from before. The saints of the heavenly Tao were still within its confines, restricted by it having to avoid calamities and respond to fate. In contrast, the primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal had already transcended the 3 realms, was no longer within the 5 elements, had escaped the cycle of reincarnation, and stood independently above the heavenly Tao, sharing its status. From now on, there would be no more heavenly Tao saints in the primordial world. Only the primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal remained indestructible through all tribulations, eternally immortal, the supreme existence of the primordial world for all eternity. The 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man manifested. The fortune of the primordial world surged, and the spiritual energy condensed and fell like liquid, as if returning to the beginning of creation when the primordial world was lifeless, and everything was just beginning with no loss of essence. Roar! A dragon's roar rose from the east. See a massive dragon body coiling above it. The waters of the four seas surged, transforming into the appearance of myriad dragons paying homage as all spirits of the primordial world prostrated their scales and shells ringing in unison, while all beasts in the primordial world looked excitedly toward the East Sea. Their divine beast clan finally had a true saint. The true waters of the four seas wrapped around the majestic dragon body, its eyes resembling the chaotic sun and moon piercing directly into the sea eye of the four seas. From this point onward, there would be no danger of upheaval in the sea eye. Countless divine beast phantoms surrounded him, merging one by one, and his aura continuously heightened. As the dragon body trembled, billions of miles of seawater returned to their place, adding a spirit of the dragon to the dragon veins of the primordial land. Within the heavenly court, a tall figure of a monkey stood tall, exuding a fierce aura throughout the primordial world. Its supreme will to battle heaven and earth filled countless cultivators' eyes with a blood-red hue, as they felt their chests swell with combat intent, showing no fear of battle, but rather a thirst for it. Guangchengzi's mind stirred, the chaotic energy from the membranes of heaven and earth infused into him, as the four primal monkey essences of earth, water, fire, and wind continuously merged. With a resounding bang, his aura finally peaked. Break! A massive golden staff shot into the sky as if to pierce a hole in the heavens, a small tower, merging into the heavenly court to maintain stability. Finally, the spiritual energy storm gradually calmed, and the cultivators above the heavenly court also restrained their auras. I didn't expect to encounter them breaking through right after returning. Yuan sure smiled, watching the giant dragon flying from the direction of the east, see his eyes filled with satisfaction. With 2 Yuan meetings completed, it is indeed time for enlightenment. Plus, with the disciples merging the bodies of those few into the primordial world alongside our fortune aiding it, truly is a good opportunity. Guangchengzi chuckled, watching the golden light swiftly approaching faster than the yellow dragon as he tightly embraced his arm. Father Saint has finally returned. Sun Wukong was overjoyed, holding on to Guangchengzi without letting go. You, even after attaining enlightenment, are still this way. Guangchengzi gently tapped his nose, smiling affectionately. Wukong was unbothered. No matter how I attain enlightenment, I am still Father Saint's child. I pay my respects to Master Uncle and Senior Brother. The dragon body transformed, a robust yellow-clad cultivator stood in the void, bowing to the four. Yuan sure nodded, a gentle force lifting the yellow dragon. Not bad, you're at the second level of the Saint realm, and your years of hard cultivation have not been in vain. Typically, those who attain enlightenment as saints of the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man start from the first level of the primordial realm, like the initial Junti, yet the yellow dragon had gathered the fortunes of myriad clans and understood the laws well, allowing for such current cultivation. Sun Wukong attained enlightenment through the battle law and the 9 turns mystic art, but his foundation was different, having a cultivation level 1 tier higher than the yellow dragon, demonstrating the innate advantage of divine demons, aligning directly with the initial Kongxian. Guangchengzi looked toward Kunlun, where the golden rock had already attained enlightenment, also at the 3rd level of the primordial realm. Their next generation in Kunlun had grown up as well. Father Saint has been away for 2 Yuan meetings. I have missed you greatly. Wukong tugged at his sleeve, acting adorably. Guangchengzi sighed with a smile and patted Wukong's head to comfort him. Let's go. Yuan sure glanced around the primordial world. All cultivators who met his gaze, whether above or below the saints, dared not be negligent and bowed in respect. Guangchengzi looked towards the direction of the Zixiao Palace with a complex smile. The heavenly Tao had been relatively obedient over the years, although there was Hutu watching over the demon realm, it had not attempted to breach it again. However, the heavenly Tao had regained its former strength, and if it were to devour the laws within his sleeve, it would undoubtedly progress further. Forget it. Guangchengzi shook his head, nodding to Hutu, who had revealed herself at the entrance of the underworld and vanished into the void. The disciples respectfully greeted their master uncle, and senior brother. Numerous disciples stood in their positions, bowing as they saw the 3 purities and Guangchengzi return. Rise. For cloud beds appeared, and the disciples beneath them wore excited expressions, aware that their master and senior brother had once again broken through, otherwise they would not have summoned them back. Guangchengzi surveyed the surroundings. His 3 disciples had already attained enlightenment. Jiao, although still only having severed the good and evil corpses, had reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm. It seemed these 2 Yuanhua had not wasted their time, likely assisted by Kongxian and Jinpeng. As for the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan teaching and the disciples of the Jia teaching, their cultivation had also improved. Their levels were sufficient to support the three teachings standing in the primordial chaos. Even in their absence, Kunlun would still maintain its title as the foremost in the primordial chaos. Xian Du Qijingzi and Wu Dang go outside the mountain to welcome the fellow Taoists in. Guangchengzi paused for a moment, fixing his gaze on Shou Yangzi before speaking. The three purities were momentarily taken aback, nodding in agreement to several people, while the expressions of the other disciples varied, exchanging glances without a word. Master Uncle's human teaching only had Xian Du as a disciple, which was understandable, but the Chan and Jie teachings also had Shou Yangzi and Jinling. Yet senior brother directly overlooked these two. Regardless of their thoughts, Guangchengzi remained silent, watching as the three brought over the heavenly saints and quasi-saints from the primordial chaos. The four exchanged glances, and the sound of Tao resonated throughout Kunlun, causing various phenomena to appear in the primordial chaos. The entire primordial chaos fell silent. Countless beings listened as the Tao sound continuously broke through. Some successfully transcended their realms, while others returned to the underworld. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Tao sound gradually subsided, and many cultivators atop Kunlun broke through consecutively. At this moment, the three purities and Guangchengzi had reached parity with the heavenly Tao. Their teachings were essentially revealing the laws similar to how the heavenly Tao unfolded its fundamental principles for observation. Just as the once silent Xinxiang had broken through to the peak of the quasi-saint realm, in merely 30,000 years the current actions of the three purities and Guangchengzi were akin to that. Observing that many quasi-saints had made breakthroughs, the heavenly saints also reaped some rewards, especially Kong Xian and Jinpeng. They were brothers and had been personally taught by Guangchengzi. Moreover, their elements of the 5 phases and yin-yang were exceptionally compatible. Kong Xian successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Honghuang realm, but without significant opportunities his future progress would be gradual. "Leave the heavenly saints behind, you may go," Guangchengzi said calmly, issuing a dismissal. "Yes, we thank the 4 heavenly lords." Hundreds of quasi-saint great powers departed, leaving only saints or disciples of Kunlun. "You handle it," Yuan Shi said, nodding to Ho Tu. The latter smiled, her eyes flashing with excitement. Guangchengzi unfolded the celebration clouds, dropping everything except for his own spiritual treasures. Looking at the shimmering spiritual light before him, he illuminated the entire Kunlun summit, as if it were a world of spiritual treasures. Even the heavenly saints were taken aback by his grand display, and the three purities exchanged glances, surprised by Guangchengzi's extravagant generosity. For a moment, heavy breaths filled the Kunlun summit, yet no one dared to reach for the treasures before them. Kong Xian, with a sorrowful expression, could no longer contain himself, and spoke. "Is Master truly leaving for good?" In an instant, hundreds of eyes turned towards Guangchengzi and the three purities, and he did not deny it. Indeed, this humble Taoist and the three masters are leaving the primordial chaos to pursue the great Tao. Ho Tu's gaze flickered slightly, while Nuwa and others' expressions shifted continuously. With these 4 leaving, it was feared that the primordial chaos would descend into chaos. What about Master? Nuwa's expression suddenly changed, as she seemed to have overlooked a very important matter. Before the 2 Yuan gatherings, Guangchengzi had battled against the heavenly Tao, and at that time Hongjun had not appeared. She had always believed that Master was in seclusion. However, now that the three purities and Guangchengzi were both leaving, having broken through their realms, it made no sense for Master Hongjun to remain in the primordial chaos. Master Uncle Master has long since departed. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, dropping a heavy bombshell. The crowd was in an uproar. Had Guangchengzi not mentioned it, they would have remained unaware. Even Haoshan's expression was constantly changing. Had Master left long ago? Nuwa's expression was sorrowful as her gaze swept over the 4. Her eyelids trembled slightly, and the words left unspoken could only be expressed as a sigh. What could she say? Ultimately unable to keep pace with others, perhaps she would remain trapped in the primordial chaos forever. The three purities closed their eyes, mimicking Guangchengzi's actions, unleashing countless spiritual treasures that piled up like small mountains atop Kunlun. Duobao has already attained enlightenment. Oshouyang Jr. brother has established a connection with the three purities. Enlightenment is just around the corner. You shall take over the position of Yuqing, becoming the true king of Yuqing. As for the Chan teaching, let Qijingzi take over. Nuwa and the others' expressions varied, but none spoke up. This was an internal matter of Kunlun, and they did not feel it appropriate to intervene. Shouyangzi rose and bowed. He understood when senior brother instructed Qijingzi to welcome the myriad immortals of the primordial chaos. Yet Qijingzi wore a tense expression, although he was the head of the 12 Golden Immortals, there was still Shouyangzi above him. He had never considered taking charge of the Chan teaching. Guangchengzi, however, did not look at him, and continued, the human teaching only has Xian Du, there is nothing more to say. The leader of the Jie teaching is Wu Dang, and Jin Ling junior sister can focus on her cultivation. Yes, I shall obey senior brother's command. Master, please come. Guangchengzi tilted his head, looking at the three purities who were slowly opening their eyes. The immortal path suddenly enveloped them, and Xuanyuan and Xian do experience fluctuations resonating with it. Only the disciples of the Jie teaching showed no reaction, and Tong Tian could only silently sigh. If only Duo Bao were still in the Jie teaching. Now that we have attained enlightenment, the immortal path is not inferior to the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Xian Du and Xuanyuan can already resonate with the three purities realm, and the merging with the 9 immortals and 9 saints is just around the corner. Once you attain enlightenment and become saints, you will have the prospect of governing the immortal path in the primordial chaos. After Yuan Shi finished speaking, not only did the disciples below gasp, but even Nuwa and the others inhaled sharply. Did this not mean that Kunlun could produce 2 strong beings equivalent to the heavenly Tao in the future? Even if the 3 purities and Guangchengzi departed, there would still be no one to shake Kunlun's supreme position. Thank you, Master, Uncle Master, for paving the way for your disciples. Xian Du and Xuanyuan beamed with joy. Today their 3 mentors had solidified their inheritance, while the disciples of the Jie teaching were anxious. Tong Tian felt somewhat helpless. His disciples had not lived up to expectations, but he could not say anything. Disciples of the Jie teaching must also strive. You possess good potential. If you can trigger the resonance of the Shangqing realm, you may also hope to govern the Shangqing immortal path in the future. Guangchengzi consoled. Jin Ling's expression was one of shame. Having been in the starry sky for many years, she had not understood the laws to the Honghuang realm. Guangchengzi sighed, silently attributing it to the Jie teaching's defeat and the loss of fortune, which could not be compared with the Chan and other teachings. It simply depended on whether Jin Ling would have opportunities in the future, as the ruler of the laws of Gold Rushou had already attained enlightenment. However, the Sword Monarch and the laws of slaughter in the primordial chaos remained vacant. The 3 purities exchanged glances, and a hint of purple light appeared at their fingertips, drawing everyone. We have already departed from the heavenly path. This Hongmeng purple qi is of no use to me, Laozi said, as the Hongmeng purple qi gently floated before Xuandu. Whether you wish to merge with the Ta Ching position, or use this Hongmeng purple qi to prove your path as a saint of the heavenly Tao, it is up to you. You are the only disciple under my teaching. Xuandu remained calm, observing the Hongmeng purple qi without a flicker of emotion, and silently accepted it, bowing. Thank you, Master. I will take good care of the human teaching and ensure that the name of Ta Ching remains untarnished. The other disciples silently watched this scene. Master Bo only had this one disciple, and Xuandu naturally deserved the Hongmeng purple qi, but what about them? Yuan Shi glanced at Xuanyuan and tossed the Hongmeng purple qi to Qi Jingzi. The other golden immortals exchanged silent glances, while Qi Jingzi slightly gasped for breath before finally reaching out to accept it. Thank you, Master. Xuanyuan chuckled lightly, his expression gentle. Congratulations, junior brother. You will also need to shoulder responsibilities and work with me to promote the teaching. Qi Jingzi respectfully bowed to him. Yes, I will obey senior brother's command. Let Xuanyuan take the position of the leader of the teaching. Guangchengzi smiled. That is only natural. Yuan Shi nodded. Xuanyuan was destined to inherit the position of Yuqing, so he would naturally preside over the teaching, while Qi Jingzi could only serve as the deputy leader. I obey your command and greet the leader. Qi Jingzi said, leading the other disciples to pay their respects, acknowledging his position as the leader. Xuanyuan spoke some pleasantries, and everyone's gaze turned to Tong Tian. Duo Bao's expression was complex. He had already departed from the Jie sect, and how Jie sect handled things was no longer his concern. Wudong is the leader. This will not change. However, Jin Ling has worked hard for many years. This Hongmeng purple qi will be given to you. Jin Ling was stunned, and Tong Tian raised the corners of his mouth. If you cannot attain the position of Shangqing, then use the Hongmeng purple qi to prove your path as a saint of the heavenly Tao. I have disappointed, Master. I will follow Master's arrangements. Jin Ling replied, his lips trembling with a hint of shame. Everyone has their own opportunities. You need not feel this way, junior sister. Guangchengzi gently raised his hand, a soft force lifting Jin Ling. Your operation of the Great Star Array has brought you more merit than the other disciples. This is undeniable. Thank you for your comfort, senior brother. Jin Ling forced a smile. Guangchengzi nodded and chuckled lightly. It is now my turn to speak. Everyone immediately perked up, knowing this individual would surely be exceptional. In total, my disciples, including Xuanyuan number 401, is my biological child. Now all 4 have attained their paths, and I have nothing more to give. Everyone remains silent. Your achievements can only be surpassed by Hongjun Daozu. 3 mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortals, and 1 human Dao Saint. and Kongxian also produced a human Dao Saint. The remaining Yinjiao and Qinxiang are both at the peak of Quasi Saint, a teaching ability that even surpasses the three pure ones. Wukong, you are already a mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, but in the future you must listen to your three senior brothers and not cause mischief. Yes, I will listen to Father Saint. Sun Wukong's eyes were red. He knew that Father Saint would certainly leave. Kongxian and Jin Peng exchanged glances, and Xuanyuan also stood up to bow. I will surely take good care of junior brother. Guangchengzi sighed. He knew what Sun Wukong was thinking, but he could not agree. You currently possess a supreme treasure, and I have nothing more to give you. I only hope for your safety. Father Saint must also be safe. Wukong sniffed, his voice choked. All right, Father Saint promises you that. Guangchengzi smiled, gently looking towards Yinjiao. Among my disciples only you have not attained your path. Yinjiao scanned the room with an arrogant expression. Master once said that I could only break through to the peak of Quasi Saint in this life. With Master protecting me, and having senior brothers above and junior brothers below, I am already very satisfied with my current cultivation. Others looked at Yinjiao's display of arrogance. Oh, what does it mean to only be able to break through to the peak of Quasi Saint? They don't even know if they have that opportunity. Guangchengzi gritted his teeth, looking at him with a forced smile. Yinjiao quickly deflated. I know I was wrong. You are the destined disciple of your master, so I will naturally make plans for you. Guangchengzi finished speaking, and a yellow jade token flew in front of Yinjiao. He glanced around at the various human Dao Saints. This is the token to preside over the human Dao. If you are not of human descent, you cannot attain this path as a saint. Xuanyuan, accompanied by the various saints from Huayun Cave, bowed. Thank you, Master Tianzuan. Yinjiao blinked. He did not expect to have such an opportunity. Over the years, he had held a mindset of going with the flow. If it were not for the previous two Yuanhua, where his two senior brothers pressed him to enter closed-door cultivation and continuously taught him, he would have only reached the late stage of Quasi Saint at most. Looking at Yinjiao's hesitance, Guangchengzi said impatiently, Take it and attain your path as soon as possible. Yinjiao hesitated, feeling that he did not have so much merit. Guangchengzi ignored him. He would arrange everything well. You want to attain the position of Saint Yu, I cannot be unfair to anyone. After Guangchengzi finished speaking, a purple-black lotus flower fell from the celebration cloud. Heoshan's expression slightly changed. As an earthly saint, he could naturally see the connection between the reincarnation purple lotus and the underworld. My disciples cannot lack supreme treasures. You are destined to be an earthly saint, and this item is perfectly suited for you. Guangchengzi pushed the reincarnation purple lotus forward, turning to Hudu. Please take good care of it. Rest assured, Hudu took a deep breath. The reincarnation purple lotus represents the entire underworld, equivalent to a small reincarnation disc incomparable to a mere human Dao. Thank you, Master. Yinjiao said excitedly, bowing repeatedly to the high seat. It turned out that Master had prepared everything for him. Everyone remained silent. Now, under Guangchengzi, only Xuanyuan had no innate supreme treasure. This merit is enough for you to elevate your cultivation several levels after attaining your path. Guangchengzi's merit golden will dispersed from behind his head, all flying towards Yinjiao, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Such a large amount of merit could only be surpassed by that of Pangu during the creation of the world. Guangchengzi turned a blind eye, watching as Yinjiao was submerged in the aura of merit. The three pure ones also began to act, dropping their own merits, while Wudong Jinling and Qi Jingzi were overjoyed. As for Xuanyuan, you have no supreme treasure, and I do not have much to give you. Just continue to preside over the human Dao. Guangchengzi lightly waved, and the human Dao's myriad spirits enveloped Xuanyuan. Everyone's expressions remained unchanged, if this had long been decided. Xuanyuan's aura continuously rose, and the saints from Huayun Cave also began to rejoice. I will definitely take good care of the human race. Xuanyuan bowed. Nuwa's eyes flashed with worry as she discreetly glanced towards the sky. Guangchengzi seemed to sense something and smiled inwardly, but unfortunately he had no such plans. I have no surplus spiritual treasures, Yuan Shi suddenly spoke. However, this celebration cloud of the heavens is transformed from the righteous aura of the Father God. Although it is neither innate nor postnatal, its defense is no less than that of an innate supreme treasure, so let it remain in Kunlun. A white cloud floated out, its five-colored radiance illuminating the heavens. The Hongming world appeared faintly, with the golden lamps and jeweled decorations of the celebration cloud continuously hanging down, causing everyone to be envious. Let it remain in the Yuqing heaven. Guangchengzi suddenly spoke. Yuan Shi glanced at him and readily agreed, knowing that leaving it in Kunlun would be difficult to distribute. The current celebration cloud of the heavens had only the power equivalent to an ordinary innate supreme treasure, and he could no longer make use of it. Xuanyuan's eyes flickered slightly, realizing that this was a compensation from senior brother. Choose a few treasures for yourselves from these spiritual artifacts, Guangchengzi said, pointing at the mountain of treasures. We have nothing else to offer. Yuan Shi closed his eyes momentarily, and several treasures suddenly appeared before the figures of Ci, Hangwen Shu Pu Xian, and Zhu Lu's son as a form of compensation from him as a master. After all, the four of them had shifted their cultivation to the Golden Immortal lineage, losing the opportunity to align with the Jade Purity 9 saints. Watching them finish their selections, Guangchengzi waved his sleeve, and a treasury rose from the ground with the words Treasure Pavilion inscribed upon it. This will be the treasury of Kunlun in the future. You must work together to instruct the disciples under you. Duo Bao gazed at those three characters in a daze. Guangchengzi looked at him kindly, saying, although you are a golden immortal Duo Bao, you are still a disciple of Kunlun. This can be considered a mark left for you by your brothers. Yes, I understand, elder brother, Duo Bao replied. Even though there are conflicts between the Dao lineages, I will always be a disciple of Kunlun. He bowed deeply to the Sanqing. Guangchengzi nodded with a smile, and the space shifted slightly. Tong Tian felt something appear in his sleeve. With his divine sense, he sensed it was the original source of the wind demon god's laws. He discreetly glanced at Zhao Gongming and nodded. You all can return to the three palaces now. Guangchengzi waved his hand, signaling the other After bowing, Yu Ding and Lu Dongbin departed, heading towards the 8 Scenery Palace and the Jade Void Palace respectively. However, Yun Xiao and the others hesitated, looking upwards and unsure whether to go to Mi Luo Palace or Baiyu Palace. Tong Tian moved his lips, and the other saints exchanged glances, casually closing their eyes. Me. Tong Tian had just begun to speak when Guangchengzi interrupted directly. Let's go to Baiyu Palace. Yun Xiao and the others were shocked. Laozi and Yuan Shi looked over as well, while the other saints remained still as if asleep. Only Tong Tian was nervously twitching his lips, unsure of what to say. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, continuing, let's go to Baiyu Palace. Mi Luo Palace will serve as the discussion place for the disciples of the three teachings in the future. Tong Tian fixed his gaze on Guangchengzi, who did not shy away. Rest assured, master. Those matters have long passed in my heart. With so many Yuan meetings, if he still could not see his position in Tong Tian's heart, he would truly have wasted his path to the Tao. Let's listen to you, elder brother. Let's go to Baiyu Palace. Tong Tian waved his hand, and Yun Xiao led the other disciples in bowing before flying towards the Shangqing Peak, which they had not returned to during the past Yuan meetings. Guangchengzi glanced around. Present were the saints of heaven, as well as disciples who had obtained tokens to certify their status as saints. The earthly Tao has always been governed by Sister Hutu, while the human Tao belongs to Xuanyuan. Now only the heavenly Tao lacks a ruler. As Guangchengzi finished speaking, Nuwa suddenly opened her eyes wide. The other saints followed suit, fixing their gaze upon him. Among the heavenly Tao saints present apart from Nuwa, there were only Zhuangmu and Jane. Jane was definitely not an option, and although Zhuangmu's cultivation surpassed Jian's, her seniority was still too shallow. My disciple Kong Xian, having received teachings from this humble Taoist, and accompanied the Sanqing for many years, has independently attained the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal and is fully capable of governing the heavenly Tao. Impossible. Nuwa rose abruptly, her eyes filled with fury as she retorted, Kong Xian has just broken through to the mixed Yuan 7th layer. His cultivation is insufficient. Moreover, I am about to break through to the mixed Yuan 8th layer, becoming a heavenly Tao saint. How can he possibly govern the heavenly Tao over me? Nuwa glared fiercely at Guangchengzi. In the past, the human Tao oscillated between Xuanyuan and Kunlun without her involvement. Now that these four were about to leave, she had not expected Guangchengzi to actually dare to give the heavenly Tao to Kong Xian, bypassing her, the saint with the highest cultivation after Hutu in the primordial times. Guangchengzi's expression was indifferent. Indeed, when it came to personal interests, Nuwa could not remain calm. He had intended to leave her some face. Beneath them, aside from Kong Xian, who had certified as a saint, there were also Yin Jiao and others who had obtained the primordial purple chi and the human Tao Jade talisman, all watching. Sigh. Guangchengzi sighed, raising his head to scan the crowd, his voice cold. Master uncle, let me be clear, I do not trust you. Nuwa clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling. Apart from the saints of heaven, there were also younger generations who had not yet attained the Tao. Today, Guangchengzi's rebuttal left her with no face as a saint. Kong Xian is a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, not a heavenly Tao saint. How can he govern the heavenly Tao? Guangchengzi smirked slightly back. When I was still a 3-corpse true saint, the heavenly Tao still favored me. How can a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal govern the heavenly Tao? Nuwa was momentarily stunned, and the other saints silently shook their heads. Indeed, it was true back then. However, at that time the primordial purple chi was automatically drawn by the heavenly Tao, clearly wanting Guangchengzi to attain the status of a heavenly Tao saint first before governing the heavenly Tao. But did he not give it up? That's not the same. Nuwa gasped for breath, murmuring to herself. It is the same, master uncle. Guangchengzi raised his brow, his gaze sharp. Even though I was previously a mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortal, the heavenly Tao has aided me many times. These matters are well known to the beings of the primordial world. The eyes of the Sanqing turned towards her, and Nuwa felt as if she was being stared at by three fierce beasts. Her anger-fueled mind instantly cooled. Kong Xian, surrounded by the Golden Peng and Sun Wukong, was clearly ready to achieve the Tao, and the Kunlun disciples were silently supportive. Xuandu slightly bowed his head, showing respect to her as the Saint Mother of humanity. Nuwa scanned the crowd, and the other saints remained silent, their expressions unreadable. However, it was clear that with the Sanqing and Guangchengzi now, they could cover the sky with one hand in the primordial world. Realizing this, once again Nuwa's eyes turned red, her expression dejected. After a while she quietly said, "It was my misstatement." Even if she had reconciled with Kunlun, what did it matter? These few would always distrust her. Guangchengzi's gaze was profound as he scanned the gathering, finally looking at Nuwa. "Master uncle, no matter what thoughts you all have, allowing Kong Xian to govern the heavenly Tao is my selfish desire. As I and my master leave, I must leave something for my disciples to rely on." Over the years, Kunlun has dominated the primordial world. These people might not harbor resentment. If they were to leave, what if someone's thoughts began to wander? Wouldn't my disciples become fish on the chopping board? Xiangzi and Xuandu were still in the celestial path, and it was uncertain how long it would take. Kunlun must have its own powerful heavenly Tao expert. No matter how much Xuanyuan was Kong Xian's junior brother, his first priority would always be the human race, and he could not possibly always stand by Kunlun's side. The saints took a deep breath and slightly nodded towards Guangchengzi. "We will obey the orders of the heavenly venerable." Nuwa looked despondent, and Hota comforted her by patting her hand. Guangchengzi turned to the Sanqing master. Yuan Shi waved the Panga banner, followed closely by the Taiji diagram, and the Chaos Bell, a sharp killing intent directed towards the sky. The heavenly Tao reluctantly manifested in Kunlun, and the Sea of Laws floated before Guangchengzi. Nuwa gave a wry smile. This was the gap. With just a slight threat from the Sanqing brothers, the heavenly Tao voluntarily appeared. "Spit it out." Guangchengzi sneered, with the green lotus swirling around him. The saints looked puzzled. To spit what out? The origin of the heavenly Tao trembled slightly, and a disc resembling a transformation jade plate appeared, but this object was entirely purple. Nuwa exclaimed, "Primordial purple chi." "Indeed, it is the primordial purple chi from ancestor Honghuang." Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. After Master broke through, he did not bestow the primordial purple chi that belonged to him, but instead merged it into the heavenly Tao. This object had been intertwined with the heavenly Tao for a long time, and it represented the most powerful strand of primordial purple chi. To govern this strand meant to govern the heavenly Tao, and even the heavenly Tao would not easily give up this strand of primordial purple chi. The Sanqing's gazes were profound, and through this the heavenly Tao derived much of the mysteries of Hongzhen's heavenly Tao, which is why it was so fixated on Guangchengzi's light and dark laws, and the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. This object is most deeply entwined with the Tian Tao. It is fit to serve as the instrument that governs the Tian Tao. Guangchengzi cast a glance at the Hongmeng purple chi, a trace of puzzlement in his heart. Yet where was the ninth strand of Hongmeng purple chi of the Tian Tao? Legend said it had fled into hiding. Perhaps that ninth strand of Hongmeng purple chi lies beyond the Tiandao's control. Only so can sentient beings carry the possibility of change and continually transcend. Disciple. Guangchengzi looked toward Kong Xian and spoke sharply, signaling him to receive it. Kong Xian drew a deep breath and produced a small five-colored flag, which radiated the fluctuation of a primordial treasure. The gathered sages wore expressions of slight astonishment. None had expected that the innate five-element flag had truly been consolidated. Nuwa regarded him with an unruffled look. This was not the spirit treasure harboring Kong Xian's three corpse incarnations. In that case, Kong Xian possessed yet another primordial treasure. Every disciple under Guangchengzi seemed to have one. The Hongmeng purple chi flowed into the five-element flag, and Kong Xian's aura surged abruptly. He felt that with the lift of a finger he could erase his former self. Was this the power of the Tian Tao? But if Master and the three ancestral masters merely issue a slight threat, and the Tian Tao willingly submits, bearing its weakness, how immeasurably mighty must they be? Realizing this, Kong Xian's spirit trembled, his aura subsided, and returned to its previous calm, all power condensing within his body, ready to unleash an earth-shattering blow when released. Watching Kong Xian awaken so quickly from such power, even Nuwa, who had just lost face, could not help but look on with admiration. She sighed softly, shook her head, and closed her eyes. Guangchengzi and the Sanqing laughed aloud. They had not been mistaken. Kongxian's nature remained steadfast. Congratulations to you Tianzins. The sages clasped their hands in congratulation, yet felt a measure of defeat. The younger generation in Honghuang had truly matured. Given time there would be another Guangchengzi. Many thanks, many thanks. Guangchengzi laughed heartily at Kongxian. Disciple, though you preside over the Tiandao, Master Uncle Nuwa was not wrong. Your cultivation is somewhat lacking. Kongxian bowed. I humbly request your guidance, Master. Your 5-element principles are also a foundation that sustains the world and of benefit to the Tiandao. Yet you must not rely solely on the Tiandao. Raise your cultivation sooner. From Guangchengzi's sleeve flew 5 sources of law, flashing cyan, red, yellow, white, and black, leaving the sage's agape. These are lower-tier roots of the 5-element laws, but they belong to that system. Refine and absorb them, and you may advance another realm. Guangchengzi relaxed his features as if he had merely given away a common postnatal spirit treasure. Nuwa's brow throbbed fiercely. She could sense that the aura of these 5 laws rivaled her own. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Those chaotic demon gods had exhausted their potential long ago and lost so many roots, it counted for little. Disciple, thanks, Master. Kongxian's eyes glowed red. His master truly had thought of everything for him. Guangchengzi shook his head, a gentle force supporting Kongxian, and 4 more laws flew forth. Let these merge into Honghuang as well. They will augment the primordial essence of heaven and earth. Great virtue of the Tianzuan. The sages bowed with genuine reverence. Heaven and earth rose and expanded once more. Meritorious qi descended. Guangchengzi's fingertip lightly touched the disciples who had yet to prove the Tao. As they offered thanks, he merely shook his head, mild and serene. Kongxian governs the Tiandao. In the future, although the 3 of you will oversee aspects of the 3 teachings, you must also heed his counsel. Guangchengzi looked to Xuandu and the others and spoke softly. We will obey, senior brother. After Guangchengzi finished his admonition, he seemed to recall something and suddenly laughed, drawing puzzled glances. He wasted no suspense and smiled. I merely thought that this is yet another cycle. I am only a disciple of the Sanqing masters and did not enter the 3 teachings Jade Archive. The 3 masters are the leaders, yet I also oversee affairs of the 3 teachings. At that the sages understood. Yuanshi showed a look of nostalgia. Indeed, Kongxian is not a 3 teachings disciple either, but in time Kunlun's disciples will inevitably rely on his care and toil. Huda's smile blossomed like a flower. This is the passing of a master-disciple lineage. Guangchengzi smiled, and the sages' minds finally relaxed. The Sanqing cast their eyes upon the Tiandao roots still entwined about Kongxian. Their lips moved. The Magia belongs to Honghuang. I would not wish it harmed before we return. Laughter dwindled, and the sages in unison looked toward the Tiandao, understanding that the Sanqing's words were meant for it. After all, its covetousness toward the Moji's own Tiandao was plain for any observant eye. The Tiandao stirred faintly and sent forth an intention of submission, then slipped into the 5-element flag and fell silent. You may go. Guangchengzi looked to the remaining sages. Aside from Hutu and Nuwa, they saluted and departed one by one. Xuanyuan hesitated to speak, but ultimately could only turn away reluctant and return to Huyan Cave. Jian wore a hesitant expression. Guangchengzi raised a hand. I know what Master Uncle wishes to say. Kunlun is now under Kongxian's stewardship. As long as you fulfill your grand aspiration, Kongxian will see it granted. Master Great Uncle, rest assured. I will tend the putti tree well, Kongxian replied with a smile. Very well then, I shall go to save souls. May the 3 senior brothers and the junior disciple travel smoothly. Jane performed a respectful kowtow and descended Kunlun Mountain. Even with meritorious power, you will still require time to truly prove the Tao. Guangchengzi looked at Wudong Yingjiao and the others, then, after a moment of silence, said quietly, Wealth clouds the heart, all the more so are a sage's opportunities. Be cautious when you travel. Huanglong Kongxian watch over them closely. Rest assured I will watch over them as well. Huta cast a glance and nodded to Guangchengzi. Nuwa followed suit and agreed. With a sudden rush, 4 small seals flew out, the interplay of light and darkness flowing as they settled before Kongxian and the 3 others, even Hutu, finding them somewhat overwhelming. A small penlong flat staff, the Sanbao Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword flew forth and hovered before Xuandu and the others. These contain the full force of my strike. Take them as protection, Guangchengzi said calmly. Nuwa felt a moment of suffocation at the sight. How little he trusted his disciples. With Kongxian commanding the Tiandao, who would dare provoke Kunlun's disciples? Return to the palace. Yuanshi spoke, and Kongxian and his companions received the jade tokens and left the summit of Kunlun. Hutu watched them depart and exchanged a glance with Nuwa, both hearts stirred. The Sanqing and Guangchengzi said little. Their fingertips touched the two's foreheads in unison, transmitting the process and insights for attaining the Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal. After an indeterminate span, the two slowly awakened. The Sanqing and Guangchengzi sat leisurely sipping tea. They had already entrusted matters to their disciples. Tong Tian had given the root of the wind law to Zhao Gongming. In time Chanjiao would gain another Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortal. Guangchengzi also entrusted Santian Island to Sun Wukong to oversee. After all, he loved to feast on all manner of spirit fruits. He was like kin, and a bit of favoritism could be forgiven. Thank you, senior brother Dao brother, for transmitting the method. Nuwa and Huta bowed slightly. It is nothing, Guangchengzi waved. If I have the chance, I will suppress the Zhaohua emotion. Then Master Uncle need not fear that no path remains ahead. Nuwa's features brightened with joy, and she poured him a cup of tea. Thank you, my junior disciple. Guangchengzi nodded, administering a rebuke, yet offering a sweet date in return, and so Nuwa would choose to maintain friendly ties with Kunlun. Very well, we shall take our leave. After a cup of tea, the four departed with Hutu and Nuwa rose from Honghuang together, and their forms vanished from sight. For silhouettes tore through the chaos, unsettling the tumultuous air. Yet as they advanced, the pressure mounted, and even the chaos itself seemed to thicken. According to the imprints, sensing it's just ahead, murmured the purple-clad youth. The three Taoists, old, middle-aged, and young, nodded in agreement. We have walked so long, did Master, and the others travel this long as well. Guangchengzi stroked his chin and laughed. Not necessarily. Senior Yangmei is the Lord of Space, and once dwelt within the Tao realm. His pace would surely outstrip ours. Perhaps he even left spatial coordinates behind. That may be so. Behind Tongtian, the Qingping sword rang with a clear metallic tone. Who knows how many adversaries await? I have longed for a proper fight. There will be many, Guangchengzi replied with a grin, though a grave light passed through his eyes as he looked toward the source of the radiance and stepped forward. Let us go. Sanqing exchanged a look and expression only they understood flashing between them, and they followed Guangchengzi in silence. After a long while, the four stood within the chaos, solemn, staring at the place before them. A realm whose scale dwarfed the entire Honghuang world by an unfathomable measure. There was no division of heaven and earth, no up or down, no north or south, no past or present. This was the Tao realm, the wellspring of all laws, the final refuge and nest of every chaotic demon god. In the void there were no mountains or rivers, only endless strands of Tao patterns flowing like an inverted galaxy, like surging bloodlines. Each faint filament was an unmanifest supreme law, and every shimmer made time and space shudder and congeal. Most terrifying of all, innumerable panes of glassy bubbles of light and color drifted and bobbed in the void, from specks no larger than dust to orbs as vast as stars. A single ripple sent waves across the entire Tao realm. They were no mere objects. A single bubble could embody the law of a Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal. Some bubbles carried the twin breaths of yin and yang, their ebb and flow deciding life and death. Some were entwined with threads of time and space, and a touch could roll back ages or sever the future. Some burned with the primordial fire of chaos, melting the very spirit of the mightiest. Others sank like abyssal prisons, enclosing reincarnation, causality, fate, and creation. Each such presence alone could support a saint's Tao foundation within Honghuang. Sanqing and Guangchengzi pursed their lips. Though prepared in mind for the Tao realm's potency, their readiness had been insufficient. Here, they all felt infinitesimally small. Guangchengzi's expression turned solemn, and a luminous seal immediately surfaced in his hand. In a place so extraordinary, those who survived were unlikely to be benign. From this moment on, they must prepare for battle. The four exchanged a look and stepped into the realm together. Guangchengzi's spirit stirred. The cultivation that had stalled between Honghuang and Hundun began to awaken the instant he entered, and even the laws quivered greedily, drawing upon the power of the Tao realm. Guangchengzi's gaze grew distant. No wonder those who had broken through to Honghuang would, Golden Immortal, received guidance from the Tao. This place was utterly saturated with law force, far harsher than the gentler laws of Honghuang. This was the most primordial of rules, as if the Tao itself had just been born unrefined and untamed. Here the air was laced with deathly and decaying qi. Ordinary cultivators who merely breathed could be forcibly imposed upon by law, their Tao foundations erupting and their bodies transmuting into Tao. Even a Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal must guard the heart carefully, unable to look, think, or contemplate too deeply. The Tao realm's laws were too primal, too overbearing. One prolonged glance, and the Tao would assimilate you. Thought crossed Guangchengzi's eyes as he measured the atmosphere. One would need at least the Honghuang sevenfold heavens to endure in this Tao realm. In the distance, the auras of the chaos demon gods drifted among the law bubbles. Born of Hundun and nurtured by the laws, they had long since merged with this world. Here they were not foreign fiends, but integral parts of the Tao realm itself. The laws were soil, the Tao was heaven, the bubbles were sanctities, and the demon gods were its spirits. Suddenly Guangchengzi clapped his forehead and emitted a muffled groan. Sanking's expressions changed sharply as they closed around him, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Guangchengzi relaxed and attuned himself to the thing within his sea of consciousness. Just now the Hundun Pearl had pulsed as if something within the Tao realm were drawing it. A longing, ravenous impulse desperate to devour this place. Guangchengzi could only force a wry smile. The Hundun Pearl seemed to overestimate itself. Stepping into this place, he already felt immense pressure. To swallow the entire Tao realm would likely require a breakthrough to the era of Pangu. Are you all right? Yuanshi asked with concern as Guangchengzi returned to himself. I'm fine now, Guangchengzi replied after a deep breath. He cast a glance over the floating bubbles. This was essentially a world opened by a chaos demon god, not as mighty as Honghuang, but stronger than 1,000 worlds. It was for this reason that Xuanyuan 5th to 6th layer demon gods could only live on the periphery of the Tao realm. Laozi lifted the Panlong Biangwai, and eyes deep strode in first. The instant he entered, a law woven from yin and yang coiled around the staff, lingering over it with intimate familiarity. This single law would be enough for Jinpeng to attain Tao, Guangchengzi observed with a smile. If the heavenly Tao came here, who would care for any demon realm's Tian Tao? Yuanshi chuckled. If it came, who knows who would devour whom? Indeed, Guangchengzi agreed, laughing until he could hardly restrain himself. Even the heavenly Tao would have to tread cautiously here. They fell silent after their laughter. Even the four of them now moderated their breath. Should the heavenly Tao appear, it would have to behave with restraint. But why are there no others here besides the demon gods within those bubbles? Tong Tian asked as he swept his gaze around. The place was too empty, not a single demon god in sight to query for news. Guangchengzi found it strange as well. By rights, this should be the stronghold of the Hundun demon gods. These beings born into Honghuang are not like us. They are cut off from ordinary information and are innately sensitive to laws, so they should have gathered here. Why then were there no traces? Let us go and see, Yuanshi pondered, then whispered, conceal your aura, but do not use your treasure. They nodded. The renown of the Kaitian 3 treasures was too loud. To display them would invite attack. And if Guangchengzi's Hundun Pearl manifested, the entire Tao realm might erupt. I am the humble Taoist Yaoshi. 3 masters, let us proceed. Guangchengzi smiled subtly, and an aura like that of the chaos demon gods emanated from him. Yujing, Laozi stroked his beard and regarded Yuanshi and Tong Tian with a grin. Yuli, Yu Chen, the two cried in unison. The master and disciples. Know the quartet of Hundun demon gods, pressed deeper into the realm. At the heart of the Tao realm something seemed to sense their approach. Patches of darkness stirred and countless eyes snapped open, some flooded with crimson, others unervingly calm, and upon close inspection each pair of eyes hid an intense murderous intent. Could it be that this senior is the bright demon god? A cultivator completely enveloped in a deep blue aura with skin radiating with melodic patterns suddenly asked. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. He indeed emanated the principles of brightness. As expected, the chaos demon god recognized others by the principles. Indeed, I am the bright demon god Yaoshi. Guangchengzi stated proudly. Based on your aura, you must be the sound demon god. Senior's discerning eye is commendable indeed. I am. The sound demon god replied, his 6 wings vibrating continuously behind him, resonating with heavenly sounds, yet his expression was hesitant, as if he wanted to say more. Guangchengzi snorted lightly. I have only just re-emerged not long ago, yet I have already slain the morning light and evening light demon gods, devouring their principles to restore my current state. Do you know where Hongjuan is? The sound demon god brightened. What does the senior mean? Oomph. A killing intent flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. Hongjuan has slain my recently re-emerged elder brother. As the bright demon god, I naturally must kill him to cut off the causal links. The sound demon god felt relieved. It seemed this one truly was the re-emerged bright demon god. After all, he was born from the 3rd generation of the original principles. The first was slain by Pangu, the second by Hongjuan, and now the third has finally grown up. Who are these 3? The sound demon god curiously looked towards the figures behind Guangchengzi. Laozi, who was adept in the yin-yang principle, spoke lightly. This is the balanced demon god Yu Jing. And this is the 10,000 laws demon god Yu Li. Yuanshi chuckled, his various divine abilities manifesting one after another, truly deserving of the name of 10,000 laws. And this is the annihilation demon god Yu Chun. The intent of finality on Tong Tian's body receded as he coldly gazed at the sound demon god. Just as he mentioned their auras being stronger than Guangchengzi's, the sound demon god dared not be careless. So the 3 seniors have also re-emerged. Congratulations, seniors. This was indeed the authentic second-generation demon god, fundamentally powerful and even stronger than the bright demon god. No wonder it was said that he devoured other brightness-aligned demon gods. His aura was still not as mighty as that of these three. We are here at the invitation of the bright Taoist to seek opportunities in this Tao realm. Yuan Shi scanned the surroundings, nonchalantly noticing that many demon gods were watching them, likely to ascertain their backgrounds. The Sound Demon God smiled. Then you have come to the right place, for this Tao realm truly belongs to us Chaos Demon Gods. In the Chaos era, with my kind of qualifications, I was at most at the 7th layer of Huanyuan, yet now I have reached the 9th layer of Honghuang. If there is an opportunity, advancing further is not impossible. Are there only demon gods of your level here? Guangchengzi arrogantly glanced at him, exhibiting the bright demon god's arrogance to the fullest. What about Taoists of the same level as me? The Sound Demon God's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly whispered, Senior, be cautious with your words. The waters of this Tao realm run deep. Laozi's eyes moved slightly. Speak up. The Sound Demon God swallowed hard, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Guangchengzi waved his hand, setting up a barrier of light that enveloped the area. The many demon gods, witnessing this pure essence of brightness, retreated in fear, their auras being scorched. Senior is indeed impressive, the Sound Demon God added with a hint of flattery. Please take care of me, little. Guangchengzi snorted coldly, becoming somewhat impatient, causing the Sound Demon God to tremble in fear and not dare to mention conditions again. He quickly added, What you may not know, Senior, is that although this Tao realm belongs to us Chaos Demon Gods, it has always been a survival of the fittest since its inception. He said this with a bitter smile, then gathered himself. Now this Tao realm is divided into 4 parts. The east belongs to time, the west to fate, the south to destruction, and the north is the territory of creation, and the 5 element seniors who are known as the 4 sovereigns. Oh. Guangchengzi exchanged glances with the 3 pure ones. Are their levels all the same? The Sound Demon God shook his head. This little god does not know. However, the Creation Demon God and the Destruction Demon God have always been adversaries. They once fought a great battle which ended in the victory of the Destruction Demon God, heavily wounding the Creation Demon God, who had to rely on the 5 elements Demon God to defend the northern territory. Guangchengzi stroked his chin, realizing that the Tao realm seemed quite stable. The 4 sides must possess equivalent strength, thus restraining each other. Among these 4 sides, the Destruction Demon God has the most volatile temperament. The other 3 sides have at least some demon gods, but the south has no other demon gods siding with it. There used to be, but unfortunately they were all exterminated by the Destruction Demon God and merged into the World Annihilation Great Mill. The Sound Demon God trembled as he spoke, for some of those who were exterminated included experts of the Honghuang Taiji level. The World Annihilation Great Mill. The 3 pure ones and Guangchengzi were taken aback, exchanging glances of surprise. This was the last chaotic supreme treasure, said to be capable of obliterating even chaos itself, yet no one has seen it, because chaos has always existed. However, annihilating ordinary worlds would certainly be effortless, and even the Honghuang world would likely not withstand a few strikes. After all, to be named annihilation, the calamities in Honghuang seem utterly insignificant under such a supreme treasure. Indeed, the Sound Demon God, filled with fear and envy, remarked, with the World Annihilation Great Mill in hand, other demon gods would never proactively provoke the Destruction Demon God. Instead, they would subtly take sides, assisting the Creation Demon God. Guangchengzi's heart stirred. If the Destruction Demon God devoured the Creation Demon God, his cultivation might once again elevate, possibly surpassing time and fate. Have the Time Demon God and Fate Demon God not engaged in battle with the destruction? Tong Tian suddenly asked. The Sound Demon God shook his head. No, these 2 seniors have never made an appearance. The Time Demon God has only acted against other demon gods. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed, and the Sound Demon God continued. The Time Demon God once invited the Space Demon God, but later for some reason the Space Demon God directly fled the Tao realm, and even the Time Demon God could not catch up. The 4 master and disciple exchanged glances, understanding that this must have been the time they encountered Yang Mei in chaos. What other news do you have? Yuan Shi inquired. The Sound Demon God glanced at Guangchengzi, bowed his head in silence. Tong Tian sneered, slowly drawing the Qingping sword, but the Sound Demon God gritted his teeth. If you kill me, Senior, you will not be able to gather any more information in this Tao realm. Wait a moment, Guangchengzi called out softly. Why do you say that? This Tao realm may be lacking in others, but it is not short of Chaos Demon Gods. Because I am the Sound Demon God, mastering the principles of sound. He stood proudly. As long as there is sound in this Tao realm, it cannot escape my ears. Guangchengzi looked at him in surprise, realizing that the Tao realm also had its own version of a 100-eyed sage. Very well, as long as you do not hinder me, I will naturally protect you. Guangchengzi huffed, lightly glaring at him. Surely, you do not expect me to swear a Tao oath. His expression was cold, causing the sound demon god to feel a surge of fear and repeatedly decline. I dare not, I dare not. He would be satisfied with a mere promise. If he truly forced this senior to swear a Tao oath, even if he were killed, no one would sympathize with him. The Honghuang Taiji had its own pride. The sound demon god lowered his head respectfully, saying, Senior has a causal relationship with Hongjun. He is currently within the Tao realm. Hongjun, where is he? Do you know his whereabouts? Guangchengzi asked impatiently, a feigned killing intent on his face. The demon of sound was aware of the grievances between the light demon and Hongjun. Without a hint of doubt, he whispered, Yes, several yuan meetings ago Hongjun returned to the Tao realm alongside the spatial demon. At that time their cultivation was approximately on par with these three predecessors, but they suddenly broke through later. I've heard that their cultivation is already comparable to the four dominators. The demon of sound spoke in a suppressed voice, carefully surveying the surroundings. Even with the light barrier concealing them, he still felt immense fear when mentioning the four dominators. Who did you hear that from? Aren't you the so-called most well-informed demon? Tongtian looked at him with a half. The demon of sound replied as a matter of course, because the time dominator has not made a move. The time dominator has long coveted the origin of the spatial demon. They have been in the Tao realm for quite a while, yet the four dominators have turned a blind eye. You must know that Hongjun is the guardian of the primordial world. The demon of sound's eyes flashed with resentment. If it weren't for Pangu opening the primordial world and slaying the 3,000 demons, they would never have fallen to this state. However, it was precisely because of this that the great Tao gave birth to the Tao realm. Every sip and peck is truly destined. Guangchengzi saw the hatred in his eyes and shook his head dismissively. It was merely a difference in stance. Nevertheless, since Master Hongjun has already broken through, and Senior Yang Mei has also gained something, it is good. After all, if he could slip away from the hands of time in the past, he can now protect Master Hongjun. But the demon of sound did not mention the creation jade disc, indicating that the master's actions were indeed quite cautious. The destruction demon possessing the world-destroying great mill could make many demons in the Tao realm anxious. If the creation jade disc were to reappear, everyone would surely go mad. After all, this Tao realm is governed by laws, and the creation jade disc is the most suitable treasure for comprehending the Tao. Thinking of this, Guangchengzi couldn't help but take a deep breath of the power of the laws. He could hardly imagine how much stronger Master would become here with this treasure. The three purities exchanged glances. Master Hongjun's cultivation had risen, perhaps related to them as well. It was only Yang Mei who asked, Do you know where those two are? Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, secretly cursing his own miscalculation. When the two left, they did not leave any tokens. Now, with such a vast Tao realm, their cultivation does not rank at the top, making it difficult to find them ostentatiously. The demon of sound smiled bitterly and said, Predecessor, you think too highly of me. I can only roam within the Honghuang Daluo realm. Beyond that, I can only gather some other information. As for Hongjun's whereabouts, I'm afraid even the four dominators are unaware. Guangchengzi was taken aback. Indeed, he had lost his mind, as such secret information was not something the demon of sound could uncover. Have the four predecessors always been together? The demon of sound suddenly spoke up. Yuan Shi's eyes flickered. What do you mean by that? The demon of sound suddenly drew close to Guangchengzi, lowering his head and daring not to say much. The three purities were puzzled. Laozi pinched a strand of the power of the laws and smiled. Are you afraid that we would make a move against you? He cautiously glanced at Guangchengzi and said, I have something I don't know if I should say or not. We are together and have fought side by side in the chaos. Just speak your mind. Tongtian snorted lightly. How dare a mere demon speak to him like this? If it weren't for being in the Tao realm where he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, he would have already cleaved this impertinent demon of sound with a sword. You are the extinction demon. Oh, I ask you not to destroy the dominator's territory. The demon of sound said in a deep voice, The world-destroying great mill does not discriminate, and the demons of the destruction aspect gain great benefits from this treasure. The destruction dominator surely wishes to become the true ruler of the destruction aspect. Guangchengzi's expression changed slightly. Indeed, he had previously mentioned that he had absorbed the origin of other light aspect demons to reach this level. Moreover, he had genuinely absorbed the light origin laws, so there was no reason other demons wouldn't do the same. Although Tongshan's path of conclusion was ranked higher than that of the destruction demon, at this moment his realm was still inferior to theirs. If he were to strike with all his might, he could certainly slay them. However, if his identity were exposed, all the demons in the Tao realm would probably hunt them down. I remember your good intentions. A hint of cold killing intent flashed in Tongshan's eyes suddenly vanished. The demon of sound did not dare to argue, and then looked up at Guangchengzi. Predecessor, you have just arrived in the Dao realm, and have no place to stay. May I ask for your favor to rest at my humble Dao hall? No need for that. Guangchengzi shook his head. What were you gathering here for? Given that there is a Dao hall, why gather in the Dao realm especially, without a single Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal demon? The demon of sound was stunned, and suddenly slapped his forehead. I actually forgot to report this matter to you. Please forgive me, predecessor. Just tell me. Guangchengzi's expression became serious. Indeed, something significant was about to happen. Although the Dao realm has countless opportunities, it is truly minimal in terms of improvement for a cultivator of your level. The demon of sound finished speaking, and Guangchengzi exchanged glances with the three purities indeed. Although their understanding of the laws felt lively here, it was insufficient to support their continued advancement. In the past, Yang Mei had said this place was a treasure land, and the Dao would convey coordinates after their breakthroughs, all indicating that this place held immense opportunities. However, at present it indeed does not live up to the name of the Dao realm. The first opportunity here is the source of the Dao. The demon of sound said, trembling. Guangchengzi coughed lightly and asked nonchalantly, what is the source of the Dao? The three purities also feigned confusion. As the recently revived chaotic demons, it was their first time in the Dao realm. Shouldn't they know what the source of the Dao that can enhance the laws is? The demon of sound's voice was hoarse. This item is nurtured by the Dao realm and has effects on some Honghuang Taiji demons, allowing them to directly enhance the power of the laws without any side effects. Is that so? Guangchengzi lightly patted his shoulder and smiled maliciously. Then why are you so afraid? Please spare me, predecessor. The demon of sound let out a cry of despair. Don't kill me. Speak the truth. Fantian snorted coldly, the killing intent enveloping the demon of sound, causing beads of sweat to stream down his forehead, and the sound of heaven on his wings ceased to sound. Yes, I will speak right away. The demon of sound wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, another way is to directly slay the chaotic demons. Even if the opponent's origin of laws is not suitable for oneself, as long as it is placed in the Dao realm for 10,000 years, it will transform into pure Dao origin without any other attributes. After saying this, he looked at Guangchengzi pitifully with fear and anxiety, saying, all four predecessors are at the Honghuang Taiji realm, while I am merely a small one at the Honghuang ninth layer. Even if it transforms into the source of the Dao, it will have no effect on you. He kept smiling apologetically, and Guangchengzi scoffed. Rest assured, I have no such intention. What other opportunities are there? What are the other opportunities? As soon as Guangchengzi spoke these words, the sound demon immediately changed his expression, showing a look of awe with a glimmer of obsession and desire in his eyes. His voice seemed to echo from the dawn of time. It is the center of the Dao realm, the Dao Tower. As his words fell, the three pure ones and Guangchengzi trembled in unison, for just after the sound demon uttered the words Dao Tower, a towering structure of 108 stories materialized before their eyes. Each layer of the world was as vast as the primordial chaos, and the Honghuang Daojingxian could be seen everywhere with laws flowing like rivers. It suppresses the Dao realm, an irreplaceable treasure that no demon god can shake. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the four felt as if struck by lightning, instantly breaking free from their daze and returning to normal. Guangchengzi showed a look of shock. Merely hearing this name was enough to stir their minds. This was likely more impressive than the treasures of chaos. What is so marvelous about the Dao Tower? Where is it? Since it is the center of the Dao realm, why have we not sensed it at all? Fantian fixed his gaze on the sound demon, questioning him one after another. Yuan Shi coughed lightly, signaling Fantian to calm down, and added, please clarify if this matter is so important that you can forget it. It seems you have quite a few ulterior motives. Predecessor, please forgive me, it was not intentional, the sound demon replied, trembling. Then it was intentional. Guangchengzi looked at him with a half smile. It is not that I wish to conceal anything, but the Dao Tower has not appeared at this time. The sound demon spoke with fear, watching the four killer gods, his voice sharp, afraid that if he delayed a moment longer he would be directly executed. Guangchengzi looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? The Dao Tower is indeed the center of the Dao realm, but it only manifests once every 10 yuan assembly, at which point all demon gods rush in to seek opportunities. Each time the Dao Tower opens, the Dao's origin is not only abundant, but can also pile up like mountains. However, without sufficient strength one cannot leave the Dao Tower at all. So you mean the Dao Tower will also transform the source of laws into the source of the Dao for us to absorb? A look of contemplation flickered in Guangchengzi's eyes. Then the current silence of the Dao Tower is to absorb the overflowing power of the laws. You are wise, and the four great sovereigns share this inference as well. The sound demon flattered with a smile. Please continue. According to your explanation, the source of the Tao has no effect on us. But what is it that other like-minded individuals are persistently entering for? Guangchengzi glanced at him without responding. As for this matter, I do not know. With my strength, I can only reach the 48th level of the 108 levels. The top level indeed has an effect on Hunyuan Taiji. Many predecessors have improved their realms after coming out of the Tao Tower, and some fellow practitioners have directly broken through to Hunyuan Taiji Jingxian. As the sound demon spoke, envy appeared on his face, but unfortunately, he did not have such an opportunity. Guangchengzi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that to break through he would also need to visit the Tao Tower. Yuan sure was about to ask when the Tao Tower would open next when the sound demon suddenly revealed a sneaky expression, causing him to turn his head in disdain. Speak plainly, Guangchengzi frowned. After all, he was a being of the Hunyuan 9th layer. There were only 5 of them here, so why act like this? The sound demon's expression instantly stiffened, and in a low voice that sounded squeezed from his throat he said, Predecessor also knows that I excel at gathering information. 3 Yuan assemblies ago, I unexpectedly learned that the Time's sovereign had spoken to his subordinates revealing that the Tao Tower contains transcendent opportunities. If anyone can obtain it, they can control the entire Tao Tower and dominate the Tao realm. At the very least, they would break through to the realm of Pangu. Transcendent opportunities. Guangchengzi's mind trembled, then he scoffed, take this with a grain of salt. Pangu as the son of the Tao fell, while opening the primordial chaos, and I have not seen him transcend. Moreover, reaching the realm of Pangu is no easy feat. Although he is our enemy among the chaotic demon gods, I dare not say I can break through to such a realm. And who knows if this is something the Time Demon intentionally allowed you to hear. The sound demon trembled upon hearing the stammering, what do you mean by that? With the Time Demon's cultivation, would he not be able to discover you eavesdropping? Yuan Sure said, gently glaring at Guangchengzi. This guy casually mentioned Pangu, as if he were a direct ancestor. Are you implying that the Time's sovereign intentionally let me spread this information? This Tao realm has experienced countless Yuan assemblies. If there were truly transcendent opportunities, why would the 4 great sovereigns continue fighting alone? As for breaking through to Pangu's realm, perhaps there is indeed such a chance, but not everyone can obtain it. Yuan Sure sneered. Indeed, perhaps upon seeing Hongjun and Yangmei break through, and realizing time was running out, they wanted to use this information to unite everyone. If they were to obtain this opportunity, their first action would be to destroy the primordial chaos. As for exterminating other demon gods, that is certain, but it will not be after the breakthrough. Gathering the strength of all demon gods, even if they obtain the opportunity, they would be required to take a Tao oath. Otherwise, none of the 4 great sovereigns can withstand the combined might of all demon gods. So you mean I have already caught the attention of the Time sovereign? The sound demon trembled uncontrollably, quickly clinging to Guangchengzi's leg. Predecessor, save me. Guangchengzi sighed helplessly. With such a cowardice, he still dares to claim to be the all-knowing of the Tao realm. How could he not analyze problems and integrate information at all? If the Time Demon can disclose this information, he must have already communicated with other demon gods. The demon gods below the realm of Hunyuan Taiji are, to put it harshly, just cannon fodder. They only want to stir the waters of the Tao realm. The Time Demon does not look down on you, don't worry. Guangchengzi comforted him half-heartedly. Really? The sound demon wiped his tears, his face full of hope. Guangchengzi perfunctorily nodded. When will the next Tao Tower open? In 2 Yuan assemblies, the sound demon replied honestly. I see. Yuan Sure calmed down and asked, what do you think? Let's take a stroll in the Tao realm. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, handing over a jade talisman filled with light. If you need anything, use this to contact me. Thank you, predecessor. The sound demon was overjoyed. Knowing this was like giving him a talisman for protection, symbolizing that a Hunyuan Taiji Jingxian level powerhouse stood behind him enough to spare him from becoming a target for other demon gods. After all, there were not many demon gods with such a level of cultivation in the Tao realm. Guangchengzi waved his hand to lift the barrier, indifferent to the gazes of the surrounding demon gods, and the 4 flew north together. That was the territory of the creation demon, which currently seemed to be the weakest side in the Tao realm. Stirring the muddy waters is the best way to catch fish. This world is filled with life. This was the first sensation experienced by the 3 purities and Guangchengzi upon entering the northern region. Even the act of breathing was accompanied by life energy, with countless spiritual roots and flowers blooming around them, causing Laozi and Guangchengzi's eyes to shine brightly. Both of them excelled in the art of alchemy. These spiritual roots were virtually non-existent in the primordial chaos, clearly bred from the Tao of creation. Once their properties were studied, they could undoubtedly refine pills beyond the mixed Yuan level, as these spiritual roots were akin to Quasi-Saint level cultivators in the primordial chaos. Laozi felt a bit restless. Before they left the primordial chaos, they had left the 4 remaining heaven-defying pills in the Kunlun treasure vault, and he hadn't refined pills in a long time. Let's just walk around here. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, and the 3 purities understood his intentions. After all, in the Tao realm, time and the powers of fate were unpredictable. Only by uniting creation and the 5 elements could they contend with these 3, and here, in this land of creation, they were truly like fish in water. After all, creation and the 5 elements would hardly join forces against 4 ordinary mixed Yuan Tai Chi Golden Immortals, right? Since you can't find Honghuang Master, when do you plan to hunt down the Dark Demon? Fantian casually asked as he helped Laozi pick a divine fruit. Yuanshi also looked over. One of Guangchengzi's objectives in the Tao realm was indeed the Dark Demon, yet he had been here for tens of thousands of years refining numerous pills with his elder brother without mentioning any plan to go out hunting. No need to rush, Guangchengzi said lightly. As long as the news of my disciple being the Light Demon spreads, the Dark Demon will naturally take action. At the very least, when the Tao Tower opens, the darkness will surely come. He coveted the primal laws of the Dark Demon, who likewise regarded him with envy. Who wouldn't want to comprehend the unity of light and darkness? If he managed to obtain him, the Dark Demon could potentially leap to par with the 4 great rulers. Watching him at ease, Yuanshi couldn't help but shake his head. The group exchanged a few more jokes when their expressions suddenly changed dramatically as they simultaneously turned towards the center of the northern world. There, a green pillar of light shot up from the ground, the essence of creation spreading forth and enveloping the area, while various spiritual roots thrived wildly around them. Truly the essence of creation, Fantian murmured. Guangchengzi nodded. This law was 100 times stronger than that of Ant Nua. No wonder the creation demon, who was not known for direct combat, would become one of the 4 rulers of this Tao realm. It doesn't seem like a breakthrough phenomenon. Guangchengzi's nostrils twitched as he exchanged a glance with Laozi. Both of them were adept at alchemy, and particularly sensitive to spiritual roots and divine fruits, so they could send a fragrant aroma. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are emerging, both of them exclaimed in unison, sighing after exchanging glances. Seeing the laws of creation starting to stir, it was clear that these were cultivated by the creation demon. Even if they got their hands on them, they could only be used for alchemy. Given their current identities, it was best not to expose themselves. It would be better to stay quietly here. What if their overwhelming power scared the Dark Demon away? Forget it, better to avoid trouble, Yuanshi advised. The divine fruits from the side of creation wouldn't be of much use to them. The most important thing right now was Guangchengzi's path. They needed to endure for the sake of future peace. Fantian sighed. Why couldn't they just have a battle? Boom! The sound of battle suddenly erupted, instantly capturing the attention of the 4. The fluctuations of the creation Tao. Laozi closed his eyes to sense for a moment. Who would be fighting the creation demon here? I sensed no other presence. Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with divine light, as the essence of brightness radiated from him, cautiously extending towards the northern center. The 3 purities stood by his side to protect him, while Fantian chuckled. Surely this isn't an internal conflict between creation and the 5 elements. Moi. Guangchengzi and Yuanshi turned their gazes over. Fantian momentarily froze, and his expression instantly brightened. I just guessed casually. But this really could be the truth. Guangchengzi thought to himself. After all, this was a battle occurring in the center. It couldn't possibly involve the other 3 entering into battle with them. Who wouldn't treat their own lair as an impregnable fortress? Just like the original Mount Shumi, where Jane and Zhuanti had set up numerous formations. Should we go take a look? Fantian said, clearly itching for action. Before Laozi and Yuanshi could speak, Guangchengzi immediately said, let's go. The dark law is suitable for concealment. I will provide cover. His robes instantly transformed to a deep black color, as if the light of this place had been devoured. A veil of dark holy power enveloped the 4 tightly as they hastened towards the center. In the void, 2 forces clashed against each other. The creation Tao echoed in the northern land, yet the 5-colored divine light swept through, gathering all the essence of creation, with both sides holding their ground against each other, unable to gain the upper hand. Guangchengzi was entranced. Compared to Kongxian, this scene was like a newborn child. The 5 elemental divine light focused on the green wood divine light, with the laws of wood continuously absorbing the essence of creation, growing stronger, and then flames erupted from within, scorching the surrounding essence of creation and causing it to dissipate. Yuanshi and Fantian observed their surroundings while many demons exchanged glances, evidently puzzled as to why these 2 would be fighting. They were divided into 3 factions. One followed the creation demon, another followed the 5 elements demon, and the last was completely neutral, evidently joining the northern land later on. Creation seems to be lacking some strength. Laozi commented at the right moment. Guangchengzi nodded as he too felt it. The creation Tao seemed somewhat waning, entirely lacking the power of the four great rulers spoken of by the demon of sound. It seemed severely injured from destruction. Explode. A cold shout echoed from within the five-colored divine light. The green-wood divine light, having absorbed sufficient essence of creation, empowered the five elements, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The essence of destruction clashed with the laws of creation, and a furious voice shouted, "Five elements, you truly are ambitious. What a joke! Do you really think this Tao realm belongs to you?" The five elements demon sneered. "You used my power to derive creation, using it against destruction. But the five elements are the foundation of the world, naturally capable of deriving destruction. Yet you were saved by me back then." The creation demon retorted indignantly. "I have long repaid you." The five elements demon's tone was icy. "Were it not for me, you would have been crushed by destruction long ago. I aided you for a long time. Do you expect me to always be your beast of burden? Then you intend to seize it." The creation demon's words were cut off as the five elements demon scoffed. "This is my reward. I cultivated this treasure, using my five elements' power for several epochs. Consume it, and I can surely break through. You know very well this is for my healing." The tone of the creation demon softened. "Once I break through, I will help you cultivate more." The voice of the five elements carried a hint of amusement. "You," the creation demon hesitated, "once you break through, you will probably seize my territory, won't you?" The expressions of the surrounding demons varied. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. It seemed these two were fighting over heavenly materials and earthly treasures. How powerful must it be to compel these two to seek a breakthrough? "Go seize it," Yuan Shi declared decisively. The three of them harnessed the Panga Dao and could certainly rival the four great rulers to some extent, but it was difficult for Guangchengzi to improve. "All right," Guangchengzi was about to agree when a sudden jolt occurred in his brow. "Who?" Boldly. Two furious shouts descended from the void, accompanied by the intent of creation and the divine light of the five elements directly shaking down. The surrounding demons changed their expressions drastically and hurriedly dodged. "Capture them!" The five elements demon roared, and the creation demon also issued orders. The demons standing in the void continuously unleashed divine light, shrouding the land of creation with various laws of power. Guangchengzi and the three purities were dumbfounded and quickly attacked a few times. As the battle continued, the void began to tremble and cracks appeared in space. The five-element laws transformed into the intent of destruction, enhanced by the laws of creation as the two demons started to join forces. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. The four of them originally planned to take advantage of the chaos, but who knew that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures had already been seized. They watched helplessly as the divine light retracted and two immense presences vanished from the creation temple. "I don't know who it is, but if this continues, escape might become impossible." Fantian took a deep breath, not expecting someone to get ahead of them. Laozi and Yuan Shi were also speechless. This commotion is truly unbearable. Who could hide so deeply? Could it be that the true dark demon god has arrived? "Be careful," Yuan Shi reminded. "If the situation becomes dire, we must reveal our identities to strike." Guangchengzi nodded solemnly. As long as they could strike, they could still hide. If they were cornered here, and their true identities were revealed, all the demons in the Tao realm would likely converge, seeking to kill them first. Creation has become furious. Laozi's gaze flickered as the aura of creation in the void transformed into weapons. Countless divine trees and precious herbs in the northern lands manifested as killing swords, continuously shooting towards the void. Guangchengzi felt a chill down his spine, tightly pressed against the three purities. They sensed a power that was completely different from the force of creation. So to break through the path of creation, one must risk life and death. Senior Sister Nuwa can indeed only reign supreme in the primordial world. Guangchengzi clicked his tongue as the dark curtain swallowed the attacking creation weapons, continuously sighing. According to the perspective of creation, the definition of life is that as long as one possesses the aura of creation within them, they are considered living beings. Therefore, if the aura of creation is extracted, one becomes a dead person. Watching many demons silently fall from the void, their forms instantly turning to dust, they had all their life force extracted. Truly one of the rulers of the four directions. Laozi's expression grew serious. If this individual is uninjured, they are indeed at the pinnacle of the primordial chaos, Tai Chi Golden Immortal. Guangchengzi's heart raced, feeling the movement of the aura of creation within him gradually slipping out of his control. Simply put, brutally, the current strength of this ruler of creation is sufficient to drain the aura of creation from any demon in the northern lands. If he advances further to reach Pangus realm, all the life forces in chaos will gather around him. At that time, with just a glance, he could cause all demons to perish naturally. Prepare to break through. The aura around the three purities gradually erupted, hinting at a fusion. The void surrounding the ruler of creation began to wail, causing Guangchengzi's eyelids to twitch. Goodness, even the void cannot bear this. With a poof, the void shook, ejecting two figures, one purple and one green, leaving Guangchengzi and the three purities dumbfounded. Yangmei, Hongjun, two voices shouted angrily from the void. The green-robed demon holding a lotus and the elder in the five-element robe appeared, their eyes filled with fury. I should have thought of this earlier. The only one capable of stealing the divine fruit before me is you. The creation demon's eyes flashed with killing intent. Yangmei is someone who can escape time. Yangmei sighed, looking upward. Friend, how about letting us go? In your dreams. The divine light of the five elements transformed into a sword, but was swallowed by space when it struck Yangmei, causing the five elements demon to look even colder. Friend, if I wish to leave, you cannot stop me. Yangmei scoffed. Oh really? The creation demon tossed the lotus in his hand, completely enveloping the area. If the two of us joined forces, even destruction would have to think twice. Hongjun, don't push your luck. The creation demon's face twitched, recalling why the two had clashed, as the five-element tower in the hands of the five elements flickered with divine light, gradually merging with the creation lotus. Yangmei and Hongjun stood still, quietly facing off against the two as the remaining demons surrounded them. Guangchengzi and the three purities mixed in, exchanging glances discreetly. This is the northern realm. It seems you cannot leave. The creation demon heavily slammed down, the intent of creation rising, and the barrier completely enveloped the area, imprisoning all the demons, far stronger than the restrictions set during the previous two's battle. Old man, it's up to you. Yangmei sighed as a spatial corridor appeared in his hand, a minuscule river of time flowing through, causing the surrounding aura of creation to decay, making the pupils of the creation demon and the five elements demon contract suddenly. No wonder you can break through. The creation exclaimed, you're doomed. I will capture you and possibly glimpse the secrets of time. The five elements demon's eyes were also filled with greed. The integration of time and space is something even time has failed to achieve. Now if Yangmei is given enough time, his strength will undoubtedly surpass the four great rulers. Unfortunately, he has no time left. Old man, it seems my threat is greater. Yangmei turned his head and mockingly smiled at Hongjun. Indeed, I haven't made a move for a long time. They seem to have forgotten that standing shoulder to shoulder with you is not. Hongjun said quietly as a treasure suddenly floated out from the auspicious clouds. The surrounding laws were continuously drawn in, and the immense pressure caused the expressions of countless demons to change dramatically. The Chaos Supreme Treasure. The creation demon trembled instantly. He was no stranger to the destruction caused by the demonic god with the world-ending mill. The creation jade disc. The voice of the five elements demon was filled with greed. This is the Chaos Supreme Treasure, most suitable for comprehending the Tao. The two exchanged glances as creation and five elements began to combine. With such a great opportunity, if they could obtain it, what would it matter if destruction held the world-ending mill? Now that they joined forces, they need not fear destruction. If they could also obtain the creation jade disc, then the world-ending mill would be theirs. Hongjun shook his head, observing the greedy expressions of the countless demons in the void. He knew that once this item was exposed, it would mean being added to the entire Tao realm's list of hunted demons. Let's make our move. Yangmei's spatial corridor trembled as countless spatial blades appeared around, slaying many demons who were caught off guard. The myriad laws are drawn break. Hongjun coldly uttered a few words, and the laws in the Tao realm were directly manipulated, subsequently exploding violently and breaking the barrier. The two transformed into streams of light and charged out directly. Did they really think they would do nothing and wait to be besieged? Don't let them escape. For figures shouted angrily and chased out. The barrier was broken, and the creation grunted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking dazedly at his side. Are these your subordinates? The five elements paused for a moment. I don't recognize them. Chase. Wretch, stay where you are. Die. Two voices seething with fury echoed from behind. Guangchengzi cloaked the three pure ones beneath a shroud of dark law, while spatial law pulsed ceaselessly around him. Yet a fleeting gleam of light flickered beneath his feet as he pierced through the void. Ahead, Yangmei and Hongjun did not even glance back. One spatial gateway after another bloomed before them. Their figures vanished in an instant, so swift that Guangchengzi and the three pure ones could only gape in awe. No wonder this space god had once escaped the Tao realm, despite matching them in cultivation level. Behind them, Zhao Hua and Wu Xing led legions of primordial gods in pursuit, throwing the entire northern realm into chaos. As Yangmei and Hongjun neared disappearance, a flash of light erupted from Guangchengzi. Spatial law coalesced upon him, propelling him forward in a single blinding surge of speed. Elder, take me with you. The radiant seal flared. a sight that left Hongjuan's mouth agape in shock. Even Yang Mei nearly misaligned a spatial gateway in his astonishment. The great Tao presides above. How had these four emerged so suddenly? Though their auras were deliberately veiled, Yang Mei acted without hesitation. His spatial corridor trembled, tearing open a rift ahead while shattering space behind, briefly halting Zhao Hua and Wu Xing. When the two primordial gods regained their senses, the six figures had already vanished. Wretch! Zhao Hua raged, petals of lotuses transforming into lethal blades hurled wildly into the void. Wu Xing's five-colored divine light swept back and forth across the emptiness. After a long silence, both lowered their hands, faces grim. The ground below littered with the corpses of fallen primordial gods. They could no longer trace Hongjun or Yang Mei. Not even a whisper of their aura remained. That one is not darkness itself. Darkness would be far more formidable. Zhao Hua spoke coldly. Wu Xing nodded in agreement. He wields light law, clearly masquerading. Their eyes met, and both recalled the primordial god of light and shadow who had established his Tao in the chaos eons ago. They know Hongjun, undoubtedly beings of the Honghuang. A murderous glint flashed in Zhao Hua's eyes. Shall we ally with time? No. Wu Xing swiftly interjected. They have already fled. We need only relay the news. As for grudges, time and fate bear far deeper enmity than we do. Zhao Hua gradually calmed, his gaze sweeping coldly over the survivors. Primordial gods trembling in fear, the northern realm's spiritual roots withered and lifeless. Let us return, Wu Xing murmured softly. Zhao Hua felt no embarrassment. The divine fruit was lost, and further discord would only invite annihilation by others. At their cultivation level, face held no weight, nor did pride. Moreover, they would return to investigate who had leaked the secret, who had sown discord between them. At the edge of the northern realm, space convulsed, and six figures tumbled forth. Guangchengzi took several deep breaths. The ordeal had been utterly exhilarating. He had merely intended to lie low in the Tao realm, never imagining he'd be drawn into such turmoil, or stumble upon old acquaintances while merely observing. Venerable ancestor, you truly strike without warning. Only for your sake, Hongjun retorted dryly. When did you arrive? Yang Mei and Hongjun stood side by side, scrutinizing the four, each cultivated to the mid-tier Taiji Golden Immortal realm, while the three pure ones surpassed even that. It was unexpected. You have done exceedingly well, Hongjun praised repeatedly. By establishing the immortal Tao, you have granted me the auspicious momentum I needed to break through. Without it, my ascension would have taken far longer. After all, he was the progenitor of the immortal Tao. The three pure ones' establishment of that Tao in the chaos had benefited him directly, lending crucial aid during his breakthrough. Your praise is undeserved, venerable master, the three pure ones replied in unison, bowing deeply. We have only dwelled in the Tao realm for 10,000 years. What did you mean, for Guangchengzi? Yang Mei and Hongjun exchanged a knowing glance, then burst into hearty laughter. Do you recall the primordial god of causality? Guangchengzi's expression shifted instantly. That divine fruit. Not quite, but close enough. Hongjun shook his head. At Zhao Hua's current level, a single divine fruit cannot anchor his Tao. Wounded by destruction, he naturally seeks to comprehend the unity of creation and destruction. This creation divine fruit. He himself cultivated it, absorbing boundless creative energy. Many primordial gods of the north have had their creative chi drained. Those spiritual roots you saw sprouted from their very corpses. Guangchengzi and Laozi exchanged a glance. They had been eagerly refining pills just moments before. Yet even with this divine fruit, healing alone cannot grant insight into the Tao of destruction, can it? Tongtian challenged. Did you not witness Wu Xing's transmutation of creation and destruction? Yang Mei chuckled. The Tao of the five elements is vast and profound. When these two join forces, even destruction dares not underestimate them. Their earlier battle. Guangchengzi hesitated. Precisely, we orchestrated it ourselves. Hongjun laughed aloud. Even without absorbing the Tao of destruction, Zhao Hua could fully recover using this fruit alone. Yet then Wu Xing would become expendable. Guangchengzi drew a slow, steadying breath. Venerable ancestor, you are truly formidable. Hongjun gave a faint, amused snort. Yang Mei's spatial corridor unfurled layer by layer, revealing the creation divine fruit once more, now encased within a shimmering spatial bubble, concealing its aura, lest Zhao Hua track it down. Consumed directly, this fruit can restore even the gravely wounded to life, Hongjun declared solemnly. After all, it embodies the power of creation itself. Venerable ancestor, you intend to bestow it upon your disciple. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered as he lifted his gaze toward them. Indeed, you are our hope for transcendence. Only when your cultivation ascends will our path forward become clear. Guangchengzi's head throbbed under their intense, unwavering gaze. Was he truly that promising? Why go to such lengths, venerable master? Your cultivation, and elder Yangmei's, far surpasses ours. Yuan Shi stepped forward, joining Laozi and Tongtian to stand protectively beside Guangchengzi. Hongjun gave a soft, dismissive hum. My reasons are my own. To secure this artifact, I even exposed the creation jade tablet. Surely no trivial matter. Moreover, he bears that, and therein lies our hope. We beg your venerable ancestor to enlighten us. Guangchengzi bowed deeply. I previously noted the transformative capacity inherent in the 5 elements. This divine fruit possesses the same property. Otherwise, how could creation and destruction, whose opposition dwarfs even your light and dark, Tao, ever be harmonized? Hongjun stroked his beard, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. I surmise you plan to break through by devouring the dark primordial god. That much is evident. Yet later stages will not yield so easily, unless you intend to consume him entirely. Guangchengzi shook his head. Such total absorption would let darkness overwhelm light. His light and dark, Tao, would lose equilibrium. I understand now, venerable ancestor. By using this divine fruit for transformation, my innate light essence combined with its creative energy, I shall ascend to the latest stage realm, perhaps even beyond, all without adverse effects. A worthy pupil indeed. Yangmei and Hongjun shared a warm, knowing smile. Then, venerable ancestor, your confidence suggests you have already located the dark primordial god. Indeed. Hongjun raised his eyebrows and smiled at each other. We have left our mark in the realm of Tao for several Yuan meetings, and we have long since left an imprint on the darkness. Thank you, master ancestor, for planning for your disciple. Guangchengzi bowed deeply. There was truly nothing to say about these two. The original source of brightness was given by Hongjuan, and now he was still keeping an eye on the dark demon's whereabouts. No need for such formalities, no need for such formalities. Hongjuan helped him up. Your matters are my matters. You are my disciple, so naturally I will plan for you. Master, does the dark demon have the same realm as you? Slightly weaker, but still in the later stage of cultivation. Hongjun smiled. Yangmei broke through after coming to the realm of Tao, and it was still thanks to the creation jade plate that he left a mark. The means of the path of space you should be able to understand. Guangchengzi nodded. It was no longer strange. Master, what kind of opportunity is there in that Tao tower that allows the 4 great rulers to achieve breakthroughs? Tongtian suddenly asked. Today, it could be seen that the other 3 demons had absolutely reached the peak in the realm of mixed Yuan Taiji Golden Immortal, and even the creation fell from this realm. Hongjun smiled, not asking how they knew about the Tao tower. They had been here for tens of thousands of years. If they still could not figure out the information of the realm of Tao, it would be better to return to the primordial era directly. He turned to Yangmei. You speak. There are fragments of the great Tao. Yangmei's expression was serious. What? The 3 pure ones, and Guangchengzi exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with shock. Fragments of the great Tao. Anything related to the great Tao is certainly not ordinary. Pengu, as the son of the great Tao, single-handedly suppressed 3,000 demons. This shows how powerful the great Tao is. Now they could not even touch the edge of the great Tao. It's not as serious as you think. In my humble opinion, it can be understood as impurities of the great Tao or corner scraps of the great Tao. Yangmei waved his hand to explain. The son of the great Tao is not so easily born. They only managed to break through in recent years, but the next time the Tao tower opens, the competition will definitely be fierce. Guangchengzi's expression grew serious. Yes, he also needed to break through quickly, or otherwise at his current realm, he would be no different from a small Karami in front of those few demons. However, his hesitation was noticed by his masters. Yuan Shi smiled gently. There's no need to worry about your master. You know our situation. Guangchengzi came to his senses. Yes, the disintegration of Pangu's great Tao allowed him to gain the opportunity to break through again. But he had witnessed the power of Pangu's great Tao firsthand. If the 3 masters did not suppress themselves, their cultivation would definitely be on par with Senior Yangmei. The opportunities in the Tao tower are countless. It would be much easier for the 3 masters to break through than for himself. Time is of the essence. We must immediately go and slay the dark demon. Tongshin's Qingping sword rang out behind him, and Laozi and Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Regarding Guangchengzi, they could not be careless. Good. Hongjun and Yangmei exchanged glances and directly agreed. Guangchengzi looked at the open space channel before him, lightly waved his sleeve to collect the creation divine fruit, and turned back to glance at the creation temple waiting. After I break through, I will come back for your lives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of breaking air rang out as 6 Taoists dressed differently appeared in the void, gazing at everything before them. A dark shroud enveloped everything here, swallowing all the laws and energies as though it were an Senior spatial laws are indeed essential for robbing and stealing. Guangchengzi joked as he looked at the old man in green. Just now Yang Mei casually opened a spatial door, and after they came out they arrived at this place. The dark place ahead is indeed the lair of the dark demon. Yang Mei proudly raised his head. Flattery, flattery. Hongjun's mouth twitched. Oh, was that a compliment? No wonder you two could play together. Let's settle this quickly. Tong Tian drew his Qingping sword and struck down directly. Master Hongjun's creation jade plate had already been exposed. They had shown traces, and soon they would be hunted by the demons of the entire Dao realm. Make sure to clarify before making a move. Yang Mei's eyelids twitched quickly, throwing out the spatial corridor. A glimmer of silver light suddenly appeared in the darkness, responding to the spatial corridor, concealing the commotion here. Hongjun also suppressed the creation jade plate over it to prevent the dark demon from escaping. They saw the sharp sword light being swallowed by the shroud, and a middle-aged man in a black robe appeared. His eyes were completely black without a trace of white, and a single glance could swallow a world. Something's wrong. Tong Tian frowned. His sword energy was silently swallowed and instantly refined. Does the dark demon have such abilities? The aura is off. Guangchengzi reminded, his eyes turning one gold and one black, exuding a light of brightness that illuminated the area. At this moment there was no need to hide anything anymore. You Yang Mei Hongjun. The dark demon's voice was somewhat hoarse. As soon as he spoke, Guangchengzi felt as if the holy power on him was being swallowed. Looking at the light and dark laws on Guangchengzi, the dark demon's expression changed drastically. Light and dark demon. Several yuan meetings ago, the light and dark demon established their path in the chaos. Seeing them standing with Hongjun, the dark demon's figure trembled. You are from the primordial era. Correct. Your reward will be your demise. Yuan Shi's Sanbao Yuli appeared, revealing the sun, moon, and stars, bringing a second light to this place. The Panlong crutch was waved by Laozi, and a wave of dark power was dispelled by the duality of yin and yang. The three pure ones gathered together, their auras interconnected, not inferior to the dark demon, directly protecting Guangchengzi. Hongjun and Yang Mei exchanged glances. The strength of the dark demon was even greater than they had imagined, which was not right. How could such a significant increase occur in just one yuan meeting? Guangchengzi's closed eyes suddenly opened, and the dark laws on him faintly resonated with this place. Feeling the strange energy, his expression turned horrified, swallowing laws. Hongjun gasped in surprise as the creation jade plate constantly shook. The laws were drawn, and from the dark shroud, laws containing the intent to swallow were peeled away, causing shock to flash in everyone's eyes. Good fortune, my friend. In just a short yuan meeting you have devoured the swallowing demon. Once you succeed, I fear that aside from those few friends, no one in this realm will be your opponent. Yang Mei sighed, recalling that he had once fought alongside Hongjun against the swallowing demon. He never expected to end up in such a predicament. The dark demon scanned the surroundings, lamenting that he probably wouldn't make it out today. Unfortunately, he couldn't witness the fate of these few people. When you attain the Tao, I should have crushed you. He looked at Guangchengzi, his face filled with killing intent. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. You were the one spying that day. What? Yuan Shi hurriedly inquired. When I attained the Tao of mixed yuan and returned to the primordial era, I sensed someone spying on me, but I was too weak then and never found any traces afterward. Hongjun coldly glanced at the darkness. Stop bragging. At that time I had already attained the Tao. If you dared to show up, I would have eliminated you and raised my disciples' cultivation. The dark demon shut his mouth. The dark shroud surged, trying to make a final counterattack. Anyway, you will not live long enough to accompany me. Let's all attack together. Yang Mei shouted coldly. Lulu struck down directly, and the purple bamboo staff, along with the three pure ones' Taoist treasures, struck the dark shroud simultaneously, followed by a fierce smash of the light seal. Hurry up! Yang Mei shouted anxiously as the spatial corridor enveloped several people, swiftly merging into the void and disappearing. Streams of flowing light arrived at this place, each taking the form of various chaotic demon gods. Their auras varied in strength, all radiating murderous intent as their divine senses swept across the area. After a long while, the many demon gods finally ceased their movements. Darkness has completely fallen. A demon god wrapped in flames said coldly. It must be Yang Mei, only he can merge directly into the void. One by one the demon gods spoke in clear words, and the place immediately erupted into chaos. Only a few demon gods' eyes flickered. News from the North Realm's place of creation had yet to arrive, but they were all subordinates of the other three sovereigns, aware that Hongjun possessed the creation jade disc. Unfortunately, this news only circulated among the upper echelons. These demon gods at the primordial level were merely cannon fodder. In a divine wood forest at the center of the Tao realm, the space rippled quietly as 6 figures stepped out. An elder in green waved a green willow, enveloping the area in spatial energy, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with relief, if you hadn't controlled him for a moment using the path of light and darkness, the darkness would have truly succeeded in self-destruction. Guangchengzi's face turned pale as the three pure ones continuously infused him with holy power to stabilize his condition. Once his complexion regained its rosy hue, he let out a sigh of relief, saying, there is indeed a gap in realms. I could only control him for a moment, and I was met with backlash. Stopping a self-destruction from a powerful adversary of the same level is truly difficult. Hongjun's expression turned contemplative. We must be more cautious in the future. If it weren't inconvenient for me to use the creation jade disc, I would never have allowed the darkness the opportunity to self-destruct. You should devour the essence of darkness. If you can elevate to your peak, we can truly establish ourselves in this Dao realm. Hongjun looked at Guangchengzi with intense eyes. You must understand that neither time nor fate has made a move this time. As his words fell, everyone fell silent. Indeed, with the powers of those two, there was not the slightest movement. They were definitely plotting something, and that was what worried them the most. Guangchengzi took out the radiant seal, and a relatively intact demon god's corpse fell from it. He held a wisp of dark law's origin in his hand, as if all the darkness in the Dao realm were converging here. You should devour the law, let the radiant seal absorb this corpse. Yang Mei steadied himself, and Hongjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, your radiant seal is merely based on the essence of light. Now that you are a demon god of both light and darkness, the dark aspect is somewhat weaker. By devouring the corpse of darkness, the proof of the Dao's spiritual treasure can truly maintain balance. Guangchengzi took a deep breath. Good, this time I can at least break through to the later stage, but reaching the pinnacle of the primordial Tai Chi might be somewhat difficult. Hongjun and Yang Mei exchanged glances. They understood that this was somewhat difficult, but they could only take a gamble. Wait! Laozi suddenly interjected to stop them. Guangchengzi was taken aback, and Hongjun was also somewhat surprised, not understanding why Laozi suddenly spoke up. Yuan Shi bowed to Hongjun. If I remember correctly, Master should have transformed from chaotic chi. Correct, Hongjun said proudly. Although he was not a top-tier powerhouse among the chaotic demon gods, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, strictly speaking, he was a demon god of chi. Chaotic chi is a special energy within chaos governing all origins of chi. Even the holy power within the primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal can be considered a type of chi, which shows how noble his origin is. Guangchengzi was astonished. No wonder the ancestor master could create the immortal Dao. We immortal Dao practitioners are also known as chi refiners. Hongjun chuckled, pleased with his clever disciple. Yuan Shi's eyes flickered. Although the creation divine fruit has the ability to transform, the origin of the dark law is indeed too biased. Guangchengzi also assisted us in establishing the immortal Dao. Since Master is the ancestor of Qi, if we borrow this to harmonize, we might be able to absorb the entire creation divine fruit. Being neutral and balanced, your Qi can indeed achieve this. Yang Mei looked at Hongjun and hesitated, saying, however, this will come at a great cost to you. Since we need to help Guangchengzi improve, please lend a hand, Master. The three pure ones bowed in unison, while Guangchengzi was left dumbfounded, not understanding what the three masters' intentions were. Hongjun's expression showed hesitation. The creation divine fruit could fully heal the injuries of the creation demon god, but Guangchengzi did not follow the path of creation. He could only extract the essence for transformation, and at least half of the energy would be wasted. However, if he added his own primordial chi, Guangchengzi would definitely be able to absorb it all. Moreover, Guangchengzi practiced the immortal Dao methods. A so-called chi refiner is one who refines all types of primal chi. If he has assistance, Guangchengzi is guaranteed to break through to the pinnacle of the primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal, equaling the three demon gods who would bring about the destruction of fate in the world. However, this would greatly harm him, and if he is not careful, he might fall in realm. After all, it requires his own. Hongjun looked at the three pure ones who remained, bowed, his expression inscrutable. After a long silence, he sighed, all right, you are not only my disciple, but also the hope of us all. Today I shall fulfill you. Thank you, Master. The three pure ones performed a deep bow, and with their heads lowered exchanged a silent glance before slowly rising. Guangchengzi had a bad premonition in his heart, tightly gripping Yuan Shi's wrist, his eyes filled with doubt. When did Master become so aggressive? He knew that Hongjun would agree, as the sunk cost was too great. After all, too much effort had already been invested in him. However, the three masters usually disliked putting too much pressure on Master, and Yang Mei, why would they ask Master to lend him a helping hand today? I know you are unwilling, but today we must eradicate the darkness. As Master said, neither time nor fate has made a move. We must remain vigilant. Yuan Shi's expression shifted slightly, showing no signs of abnormality to Guangchengzi. If they head to the primordial world, even with the three paths, it would be difficult to stop them. You are the one among us who can elevate the fastest and without any side effects. Yuan Shi's meaning was profound. Guangchengzi released his grip and lowered his gaze slightly. Indeed, Master and the others could also elevate quickly, directly devouring the Pangu Dao. However, that would render all their previous efforts wasted. They still had to walk the Pangu Dao, having no chance of transcendence. Now they needed high-end combat power. If time and fate were to strike, they must have the ability to fight back. I understand, Master. Guangchengzi turned around, nodded at his forehead, and bowed to Hongjun, silently, making a promise. I will trouble you, Ancestor Master. Hongjun shook his head with a wry smile. All right, as indeed stated by the disciples of the Three Pure Ones, my hope can only rest on you. Perhaps when time and fate strike, it will be up to you to protect us. Guangchengzi sat cross-legged, casting a spatial corridor to completely envelop the area, blocking the aura of the creation divine fruit. Hongjun stood before Guangchengzi, infusing a rich primordial energy into the divine fruit, causing the origin of the dark law to begin its transformation. Yuan Shi stroked his wrist, watching Guangchengzi continuously absorb the origin with a complex look in his eyes. In Shimu Forest, 10,000 years flashed by. A divine fruit as vast as a world continuously exhaled Zhaohua energy. The primal root of darkness poured into it, and within raged an intent of annihilation. Three forces standing in bitter parity. Yet as darkness swelled to consume and light devoured the Zhaohua, a violet energy poured in, seeming like the very foundation of heaven and earth. The source of the Tao instantly drew the two together and balanced the primordial qi within. As that energy suffused the divine fruit, it gradually turned gold and black, its emanation far stronger than before. The purple-robed Taoist inhaled deeply and slowly placed it into his mouth. The purple-robed elder, who had been channeling primordial qi, could not help but grunt, his frame wavering as if about to collapse. Fellow Taoist. Master. Yang Mei and Laozi stepped forward to steady him. Hongjun waved a weak hand and said, this humble Taoist is all right, only excessively depleted. Feeling the aura on him, the others fell silent. Hongjun's former realm had once ranked among the latest elite. Now it had fallen back to the level of a fresh breakthrough. Without a supreme treasure, even the Sanqing would struggle to suppress him. I must recuperate. You act as Guangchengzi's guardians. Watching the golden black column rising from Guangchengzi, Hongjun smiled wanly. At such cost, Guangchengzi's cultivation upon emergence would surely satisfy them. Yang Mei nodded. The old man had indeed suffered greatly, yet he had wholly transmuted the Zhaohua divine fruit's root, exactly suitable for Guangchengzi. Seeing him close his eyes to recuperate, the Sanqing exhaled. Yuan Shi cupped his hands and said, Elder, having come to the Tao realm for tens of thousands of years, we three brothers have made certain insights. With the immortal Tao growing so swiftly, we too must enter seclusion. Yang Mei blinked. So soon? Perhaps there has been a shift in Honghuang. The fortune of the immortal Tao is sufficient to sustain our breakthroughs, Yuan Shi replied. Laozi stroked his beard and laughed. Very well, rest assured, this elder will serve as guardian. Yang Mei was overjoyed. If the Sanqing could break through, their little fellowship would all reach the late stage of Hunyuan Taiji. Together, they could stand against time and fate themselves. Laozi nodded. From auspicious clouds drifted a small cauldron pagoda, and in Yuan Shi's hand appeared a purple gold measuring rod. Their auras harmonized, the myriad Tao laws were drawn in. The force was so great that Yang Mei's expression changed. As expected, no wonder, this is a supreme treasure condensed from the Taoist merits. Its power in the Tao realm exceeds that in Honghuang. Yuan Shi praised. Yang Mei nodded. He had been the one who advised Guangchengzi to bring the artifact. With these two objects guarding us, rest assured, I will fold this place into the Tao realm's void. Unless time and fate plow through the Tao realm, they will not find us. Yang Mei was confident. After all, the Tao realm was vast, and even the ripples of their battle had wrought little harm. If the time and fate demon gods could locate them so easily, he might as well present his neck. Yuan Shi bowed. Many thanks, Elder. The Sanqing took 3 positions to shield Guangchengzi. The Tiandi Xianhuang Linglong Tower and the Hongming Liangtian Rod enveloped them, so that even Yang Mei could not discern what they were doing. Beside Guangchengzi, 3 streams of primordial ancestral qi unfolded universes and surrounded him. From the opening of the immortal Tao to its flourishing in the world and eventual ending, a strange strand of primordial qi lingered, its quality subtly higher than that of the Sanqing's ancestral qi. Yuan Shi chuckled softly. Laozi gazed at Guangchengzi with a benevolent, heaven-reaching warmth. These disciples were the continuation of their lives. The 3 closed their eyes. Upon the great Tao, 3 silhouettes gradually appeared, continuously absorbing the Tao resonance emanating from a colossal being. Their momentum steadily rose. Within the Tao realm, countless demon gods prowled, wary of one another, yet exchanging tidings. The span of a Yuan assembly was enough for Hongjun and Yang Mei's names to spread throughout the Tao realm. News of their slaughter of the dark demon gods had leaked out, and demon gods across the Dao realm now knew that visitors from the Honghuang world had arrived, and that they wielded one of the chaotic treasures, the Zhaohua Jade Disc. Rumor had it, even the Lord of Destruction was beginning to stir. Yang Mai's face hid within the void. Watching a divine light depart, he sighed. Indeed, the 6 of them had become targets for all. Fortunately, over these years the place remained undisturbed. No demon god had discovered their trail. The other 5 still had not emerged. Only he, this guardian, could probe for news. The spatial corridor trembled, the space began to shred inch by inch. Yang Mei was alarmed and hurriedly summoned the Zhaohua Jade Disc above. Could it be those 3 had come? In the next moment, joy flashed in his eyes. Gold and black suffused the entire corridor, a light shone, pure darkness sank deep, like yin and yang fish alternating in luminance. A Dao sound detonated from the depths of the source, reverberating through the Dao realm. The laws of light and darkness fused utterly. Light birthed dark, dark nurtured light. Black and white intertwined into the Hunyuan Taiji principle, like a black and white Dao will spinning at great speed within Guangchengzi. The 3 crystallizations of body, primordial spirit, and magical power shattered together, then reconsolidated upon the light-dark Taiji foundation. Body immortal, primordial spirit, undying magical power infinite. An extreme pressure swept the Dao realm and vanished, causing countless demon gods' faces to pale. They had felt such weight when the 4 sovereigns had broken through. Had another supreme been born? Yang Mai's visage turned fearful. Such a powerful light-dark Dao, embedded within his co-born spirit treasure, was directly affected by the light-dark laws. If Guangchengzi had willed it, the treasure's fundamental principle could have been replaced in an instant, severing his link to the spatial corridor. At that moment, the local laws were summoned, curling incessantly around Guangchengzi. The chaotic chi shifted to gold and black. Where the light-dark Taiji passed, all 10,000 laws returned to the root. Yin and yang fell into order, and even the great Dao statutes yielded. For mighty pressures rose again. Hongjun and the Sanqing stood, their auras ascending faintly, echoing Guangchengzi. The 5 seemed to merge into one, a single Dao connecting them as primordial chi flowed at their core. Have you recovered? Yang Mei looked at Hongjun with astonished doubt. Indeed, Hongjun chuckled lightly. I have regained my former realm. Guangchengzi bowed. Disciple thanks Patriarch. Were it not for Hongjun, he could not have broken through to this realm. The Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal Peak, truly the apex of that state. The Sanqing stood beside him with closed eyes, silent. They too had advanced to the late stage. From this seclusion, all 5 had reaped profound gains. Why do you give this humble Taoist such an overwhelming impression? Yang Mei pondered. The time demon was of the same realm, yet it had not exerted such pressure upon him. Because of chaotic, primordial chi. Guangchengzi looked toward Hongjun. Patriarch's root has granted my light-dark Taiji the right to govern primordial chi. And the light-dark Dao is one I established personally step by step. Unlike the demon gods of the world who merely inherit. The immortal Dao is likewise. Yuanshi chuckled and Hongjun nodded. Yang Mei suddenly understood. After all, he too had inherited the space Dao of a former life. You have all broken through, what will you do next? Yang Mei asked softly as he watched Hongjun recall the Zhaohua Jade Disc. Naturally, we go to kill. A cold gleam flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. The corpse of the dark demon stamped by the radiant seal had long since vanished, yet the aura of this path-proving spirit treasure had grown markedly stronger. Who to kill? Yang Mei asked in confusion. Currently, the demons of the Dao realm are definitely united in their watch, and in another 50,000 years the Dao Tower will open. With our strength, we can easily deal with them. Guangchengzi nodded. Indeed, the senior and the ancestral master can combat time together. The 3 masters can contend with fate, and I can withstand destruction. The creation and the 5 elements are merely troublemakers. Only by joining forces can they engage in battle. In other words, they are also the most vulnerable to being defeated one by one. Hongjun twirled the creation jade plate with his fingertip. Indeed, this is a good candidate. It just happens to elevate our reputation. Even if we occupy the entire northern realm, we need not fear them coming for us. Indeed. Yang Mei turned his eyes and thought more about the matter, feeling it could be accomplished. Moreover, with the Dao Tower about to open, they have all reached the pinnacle of the primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal. They will surely desire the opportunity for transcendence within and may not engage with us. What if someone gets injured, allowing the others to take advantage? Wouldn't that be a loss? Didn't the creation and the 5 elements chase us before? Although Guangchengzi's lips curled into a smile, there was no hint of mirth in his eyes. What do the 3 masters think? Yuanshi replied, gently, you decide. Guangchengzi felt a stir in his heart, and continued, now that your cultivation is the highest, you are our leader. Whatever you say goes. All right, then, it's decided. Guangchengzi nodded firmly, though he felt some confusion. the gazes of the three masters seemed to hide something from him. No matter with his current strength what storm could the three masters stir up. If they dared to act out, he would suppress them all. After all, the three masters would not go hard on him. I have a question. Yang Mei stroked his chin. How should your current realm be described? The primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal had reached its peak, and they could sense Guangchengzi's current strength. Although Yang Mei could not defeat the worldly demons, he could still escape. Of course, this was due to his unique spatial laws, but among the Tao realm's figures, including Guangchengzi, he had not felt the sense of facing Pangu from the Chaos era. That was the nightmare of many demons. Before Pangu, they had no power to fight back. After Yang Mei finished speaking Hongjun, and the three Qing looked over. Guangchengzi frowned, seeming to ponder how to describe it. After a moment, he lowered his voice. There is no further advancement possible. The others were taken aback, and Yang Mei impatiently asked, what does this mean? Guangchengzi expressed some helplessness. It means there is simply no way to advance. I have no clues for a breakthrough, not even touching the barriers of the realm. However, I can sense the Tao is high above, yet I cannot even touch it. Hongjun looked at the creation jade plate in his hand, his expression inscrutable. In the chaos era, apart from Pangu, single-handedly suppressing 3,000 demons, figures like time and fate were merely at the late stage of primordial Tai Chi. Even I fell short a bit, but the emergence of the Tao realm has allowed all resurrected demons to achieve breakthroughs. This time the contest over the Tao Tower will certainly not be simple. Guangchengzi's gaze was serious. We must be wary of them. If an opportunity arises, both the senior and the ancestral master could potentially break through, at which point we would dominate the Tao realm. Therefore, they may not grant us this opportunity. Yuan Shi concluded decisively. Let's go first resolve the creation and the 5 elements. Guangchengzi weighed the radiant seal in his hand. This item had grown alongside him, and its power was now comparable to the current Chaos Pearl. Yang Mei reached out and summoned the spatial corridor into his palm. The light and darkness of the Tai Chi flashed, and before their auras could manifest, they disappeared from that place. In the northern Tao realm, within the creation temple, Tao friend, what do you think? The creation demon lord's expression was inscrutable. Although he had opinions about the 5 elements, the two could only join forces for now. How I view things doesn't matter. The 5 elements leisurely squeezed a fruit the size of a thumb and tossed it into his mouth. What's important is that time and fate have never shown up. Destruction is stirring, but it is always wary of us. You felt the pressure from before. It must be a companion of Hongjun that has arrived. Now what we should worry about is our safety. The creation was startled and then relaxed. The current formation was set up by him and the 5 elements together, and even Yang Mei could not enter silently. Let's wait for the Tao Tower to open. The creation said quietly, perhaps I can return to my peak, and you could find an opportunity for a breakthrough. At that time, with our combined strength, we would be unbeatable against any faction. The 5 elements nodded. The two exchanged knowing smiles. As long as they did not individually confront the strength of any side, they would remain good allies. You two Tao friends have such beautiful thoughts. You likely won't be able to enter this Tao Tower. A voice filled with mirth enveloped the entire creation temple, causing the two to instantly rise and look around warily. Yang Mei. The 5 elements' head was illuminated by the flashing light of the 5 elements tower, completely enveloping him. How did you get in? The creation demon lord scattered creation chi from the lotus in his hand, permeating the entire temple. He exchanged glances with the 5 elements, and as their laws intertwined, the dominating pressure that belonged to the 4 directions instantly surged. There's no need for you to worry about that. Yang Mei chuckled lightly, forming a figure from the condensed space. The spatial corridor in his hand completely covered the area. Thanks to the formation set up by the 2 Tao friends, otherwise I would have to think of a way to prevent the noise from leaking out. The faces of the creation and the 5 elements instantly turned grim, but as they looked at the gradually emerging figures, their pupils shrank. Had they all broken through to the late stage of the primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal? Moreover, the pressure emanating from the young man in purple was even stronger than their combined strength. Guangchengzi looked coldly at the two, speaking slowly. You 2 Tao friends once hunted me down before the Yuan meeting today. It is time to settle the debts. The creation flashed anger in his eyes and exclaimed, you all are guilty, and you are also in cahoots with Hongjun. What debts are there to settle? Oh, then perhaps I misspoke. Guangchengzi said nonchalantly, I owe you all debts, but these debts are too heavy. A senior once taught me that great kindness cannot be repaid. One can only repay kindness with enmity. When a person dies, the debt vanishes. Yuan Shi snorted lightly, casting him a glance, wondering what nonsense he had learned by following Xuanyuan all day. When I return to the Honghuang, I will certainly uproot the Bodhi tree from in front of your Moreau Palace. Of course, that is if I can return. Laozi subtly shook his head at him, and the hearts of the creation and the 5 elements sank. It seemed these figures were not planning to let them off. If you wish to kill me, you'd better see if you have the capability. The creation snorted coldly, and the five elements understood their laws, bursting forth. The five elements tower, landing atop the creation divine lotus, with the two laws continuously merging. Within the five elements, creation and destruction constantly evolved, ultimately converging into an energy sphere, flying toward the crowd. Their laws were contained within, carrying extreme pressure and energy, making it difficult for anyone other than Guangchengzi to breathe. Was this the power to contend with the masters? Guangchengzi threw out the radiant seal, revealing a manifestation of light and darkness in Tai Chi. The creation's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. Just as he was about to utter the word explode, Guangchengzi casually enunciated one word: transform. The light and darkness of Tai Chi enveloped the entire sphere like a massive abyssal mouth swallowing it whole, and then there was no reaction. The energy sphere vanished without a trace. The creation and the five elements grunted in pain, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Guangchengzi struck down with the seal, the celestial seal reappearing instantly, breaking the joint effort of the two. Yang Mei and Honghuang dealt with the creation demon lord, while the three Qing faced off against the five elements. Guangchengzi stood in the void, quietly observing the two battlefields. Dao friend, my brothers just broke through. I would appreciate your assistance in honing their skills. Yuan sure wielded the three treasures, Jade Rui summoning the three lights, facing the five elements divine light, without losing any ground. Laozi held the coiling dragon crutch without a hint of smoke and fire. The five elements' laws were transformed into yin and yang, causing the five elements demon lord to change colors repeatedly. The Qingping sword rained down thousands of green lotus flowers, each petal radiating sword energy, the piercing sword intent shaking the space around them. The five elements demon lord's face turned extremely ugly. Oh, any one of these three possessed strength that matched his, yet it had only been a Yuan meeting since they last met. Could they truly have improved to such a level? Guangchengzi's gaze flickered. The five elements demon lord appeared to be in a tight spot, but this fellow, relying on the five elements laws, was still managing well. His divine light could decompose many attacks, and the derived creation chi could even heal himself. It was evident that he had been in contact with the creation demon lord for a long time, and had developed a deep understanding of the path of creation. A sharp intent suddenly manifested in his hand, startling the two demon gods, who sensed a familiar aura and were momentarily struck by the attack. Rest assured, my friend, this is not the Pangu axe, Guangchengzi chuckled. This is merely a replica of the Yushu opening heaven axe that I crafted. How do you find its true essence? The five elements demon god turned pale, but Guangchengzi tossed this item to Yang Mei as his master had something better in store. The three pure ones understood immediately and took out the three treasures of opening heaven, speaking in unison, Pangu, and the three pure ones, please guide us. Observing the change in their auras, the five elements demon god seemed to relive a nightmare. He stiffened as all divine light converged on the five elements tower, making him appear indestructible. You are indeed descendants of Pangu. Fear flashed in the eyes of the five elements demon god. Pangu was the nemesis of all chaotic demon gods, an insurmountable nightmare. The creation demon god, on the other side, was not faring any better. Distracted, he was struck multiple times by the purple bamboo staff, and the Yushu opening heaven axe left deep wounds on him. Not bad. Tongtian looked at the five elements demon god with arrogance. Show us whatever means you. The five elements demon god's eyes showed both disgust and some fear as five beams of divine light descended from the five elements tower. Guangchengzi felt a stir in his brow. He sensed that the five elements laws of the entire Dao realm were being activated. I am the five elements demon god, and all the powers of the five elements are under my command. As the words fell, five beams of divine light expanded. Guangchengzi could sense that the chaotic demon gods cultivating the five elements laws in the Dao realm were collapsing one by one, their grand laws extracted completely. After all, the five elements belonged to the overarching principles, and anyone who was touched by the power of the five elements could not escape his control, just as he had established the paths of light and darkness with demons on both sides under his dominion. As he watched the five figures gradually take shape, each emanating the aura of a mid-stage golden immortal of the primordial chaos, they lacked consciousness, but bore an identical visage to the five elements demon god. The five avatars gradually merged into another five elements demon god whose aura was no weaker than his true self. This is my trump card. Even if you wish to kill me, you will have to break a few teeth first. The hatred in the five elements tone sent chills down one's spine, yet regrettably none present today were ordinary. The creation demon god on the other side also displayed a look of despair. With a master level being present and Honghuang wielding a chaotic treasure today, he and the five elements had no hope of escape. The laws within him began to shake violently. These were the laws of a former master. Once used, he would never recover as a column of light descended engulfing him. This was his final trump card, and the reason why the Destroyer Demon God had never dared to exert too much pressure. Seeing that both demon gods had revealed their trump cards, Guangchengzi finally displayed a serious expression. Indeed, these demon gods had their hidden techniques. Yuanshi swirled the Panga banner in his hand, countless beams of opening heaven axe light appearing on its surface. The powerful sharp energy caused the space to shatter inch by inch, while the Taiji Golden Bridge secured all earth, fire, water, and wind, preventing the two five elements demon gods from uniting. The sound of a bell seemed to resonate from the river of time and space, causing everything to begin to freeze. The five elements demon gods spewed blood like a fountain as that avatar was reduced to primordial energy under the assaults of the three opening heaven treasures, while the five elements demon god's true self suffered backlash, becoming weak due to the combined attack of the three pure ones. On the other side, the creation jade disc dominated myriad paths, drawing the laws of the creation demon god closer. Yang Mei struck him in half with an axe, but the resilient creation life form quickly restored his form, though his aura had weakened considerably. Now both demon gods were significantly diminished, their auras barely reaching the late stage of the golden immortal of primordial chaos, making them no match for any of the three pure ones. Honghuang remained calm, softly saying, "My friend, we are ultimately governed by the laws. You were harmed by destruction. Why are you not afraid of me? Destruction merely counters your laws, but I can directly invoke your laws. The creation jade disc's attacking power may not match that of the world-destroying mill, but its ability to comprehend the Tao is indeed unique." The laws converged upon it, leaving people in awe. Moreover, he had received 3,000 laws from the heavenly Tao of the primordial era, making him vastly stronger than during the chaos era. How could creation stand against him? Guangchengzi nodded slightly. Indeed, everyone had their means. As Yang Mei prepared to strike down the creation demon god, Tantian suddenly interrupted. "Wait." Honghuang frowned. What was Tantian planning now? Surely he wasn't considering letting them go. "It has been a long time since I tested the sword path. Disciple, your radiant seal has grown even more powerful, and the Yuanshi 9 seals have gained their own insights. Today let me demonstrate my sword path for you." Tantian smiled as he surveyed the group, finally settling his gaze on Guangchengzi. So Master Tantian was feeling envious. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. "Very well, while I specialize in intercepting the path to heaven and have some understanding, I have yet to witness the full extent of Master's sword path. I would be grateful for your demonstration." Laozi Yuanshi looked at Tantian with a complex expression and stepped back. Tantian bowed slightly to Honghuang. "In the past, Master bestowed the extermination sword array upon me, but now that I have attained the Tao, these four swords no longer keep pace with my cultivation. Thus I have reassembled the extermination four swords into a single extermination sword." As he spoke, a long sword filled with white light appeared behind him, exuding pure killing intent that made Honghuang frown involuntarily. He could sense that this sword had an absolute restraining effect on those of the immortal Tao. Guangchengzi remained unfazed. He had known about this matter on the way to the Tao realm. The axe blade of the Yushu opening heaven axe had been sharpened with this sword. "I have a deep affection for swords, and the spirit treasure of the three corpses unification is also an extermination sword." Tantian summoned a beam of golden light from the clouds, and the sharpness of the extermination sword made Yang Mei unable to help but glance sideways. "Lastly, there is my Perfefteo spirit treasure, the Qingping sword." Tongtian's Qingping sword emitted a green light, calm and serene, embodying the purest sword path laws. Perfefteo spirit treasures would enhance, along with their owner's cultivation, their aura on par with the other two swords. He threw out the extermination sword array diagram, and everyone turned to look. This diagram had been refined by Guangchengzi, eliminating the malevolent energy within, leaving only the purest sword path laws. "It's a pity one sword is missing." Tantian couldn't help but sigh, glancing at a corner of the diagram that lacked an equivalent treasure, feeling somewhat regretful. What does that matter? Among the chaotic demon gods there must be those who wield swords. Once we enter the Tao Tower, I will procure one from Master. Guangchengzi joked casually. Tongtian's eyes reddened, but he quickly concealed it. Big brother, second brother, it seems Guangchengzi still cares for his little brother. Guangchengzi felt a chill run down his spine. Why was his third master vying for affection again? However, this time Laozi Yuanshi did not press him, scolding lightly, "Hurry up and take action." The two demon gods trapped in the enhanced extermination sword array were already in despair as Tantian gently intoned "exterminate." With that, countless sword energies erupted simultaneously, and there was no scream. Tantian summoned back the array diagram, and the two demon gods had turned to dust. "It's done." Tantian smiled confidently, returning to his usual demeanor. With one more sword, even without relying on the 3 treasures of opening heaven, your strength would be sufficient to contend with the peak of the Golden Immortal of primordial chaos. Honghuang silently remarked. Sword wielders are instruments of slaughter. My disciple is indeed the strongest in slaying among the saints of all heavens. Tongtian furrowed his brow at the 2 avenues of origin appearing after the 2 demon gods fell, pondering how shall we deal with this. If we send them back to the primordial era, Aunt Nuwa and Kong Xian could quickly attain the Dao, Guangchengzi whispered. However, they should be sensing it now. No. Yang Mei intervened. If you intend to utilize the 3 corpses avatars, even with me opening a spatial passage, it would take tens of thousands of years for a round trip. After all, the 3 corpses avatars are not the true selves. I fear they would not make it in time for the Dao Tower's opening. Guangchengzi took a deep breath. I was being presumptuous. With the fall of these 2, the 3 of fate and destruction likely sensed it. We may not be able to leave the Dao realm. We can only wait here for the Dao Tower to open. Yuan Shi tossed the 2 laws of origin to Guangchengzi, speaking softly. Very well, then I shall speak of the Dao to master and ancestor. Guangchengzi smiled. As of now, no demon gods have come. It seems they have all given up on the creation demon god. Very well. Honghuang projected the creation jade disc, and the group sat cross-legged around it, listening to Guangchengzi's Dao sounds resonate. 50,000 years passed. In a flash, the entire Dao realm began to tremble as all eyes turned to the center of the Dao realm, where an immensely tall giant tower slowly ascended, as if it could connect to the great Dao above. The Dao Tower has opened. With a resounding tremor, countless demonic gods converged from all directions towards the center of the Dao realm, watching as the Dao Tower that connected to the Grand Dao rose one after another, rushing into it. Within the Hall of Fate, the yin and yang gradually faded, and Guangchengzi slowly opened his eyes. The other 5 individuals appeared spirited, clearly having gained significant insights. This is the Dao Tower. Aside from Yang Mei, the others murmured incantations. Only upon seeing it with their own eyes did they understand why this tower was worthy of being called the Dao Tower. The entire tower was suffused with the power of laws, each layer emanating an aura comparable to the late stage of the primordial Tai Chi. Even Guangchengzi felt small before this grand tower. Perhaps within this object lies an opportunity for transcendence, Guangchengzi murmured to himself as the chaos pearl deep within his sea of consciousness pulsed violently, and his own grand Dao resonated with a longing. What can you sense? Yang Mei exchanged a glance with Honghuang and asked urgently. The Dao Tower can help disciples progress further. Guangchengzi spoke with utmost certainty. No wonder time and fate had been waiting for the Dao Tower to open. They must have sensed this opportunity as well. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yuan Shi's expression was relaxed, his demeanor exceptionally gentle. With their current realm, once the 3 of them merged, even if they could not reach the power of Pangu, they would not be inferior to any ruler. Good. Guangchengzi laughed heartily, waving his sleeve lightly, enveloping the 5 individuals as they flew directly towards the Dao Tower. At the entrance of the Dao Tower, flowing light descended, revealing 6 figures. Guangchengzi lifted his head with a vague expression, and the vibration of the chaos pearl grew increasingly intense. Light and dark friend, I have long admired you. A figure gradually materialized, and Guangchengzi's pupils constricted, recognizing the voice that had come from several yuan meetings ago, now echoing in his ears. He could see the river of time flowing down from the beginning of the ancients, an old man with dark hair and a silver beard stepping down from the river, his gaze profound, his silver eyes resembling a starry river surrounded by shimmering streams of time, embodying thousands of years in a single glance. Guangchengzi's eyes were one golden and one black, the radiant seal shining in his palm, guarding the 3 Qing, with his back gazing at this indistinct worldly demonic god with a heavy expression. Why does the time friend admire me? I only see that light and dark friend has come to the Dao realm for a mere 2 yuan meetings, yet has stirred unrest in the Dao realm. A mist floated over, transforming into a solemn black-robed figure holding a book of fate in one hand and resting a fate scale in the crook of his arm. Hongjuan's expression was grave as he held the creation jade disc, while the 3 Qing connected their breaths, the 3 treasures of creation manifesting, gazing solemnly at the 2. Ha ha ha, so everyone has arrived. A wild laughter rang out as a black-clad youth appeared amidst the storm of destruction. His demonic form towered to great heights, covered in dark demonic patterns, with a terrifying demonic shadow looming behind him. Even the storm of destruction could only gently brush past him without causing any harm. Fellow Taoists, it has been a long time. Yang Mei and Hongjuan frowned slightly. Are the 3 of you waiting for us? The demonic god of destruction spoke first. Indeed, you managed to destroy creation and the 5 elements. Your strength is quite impressive. Fellow Taoist, you flatter me. Guangchengzi replied calmly, though he did not relax in his heart. He knew that the three would not strike before entering the Tao Tower. Yang Mei, why be so formal? The time demonic god chuckled softly. Time and space are one. Had you stayed here at the beginning, your cultivation would not be beneath my own. Looking at the worldly demonic god, Yang Mei smiled, but did not reach his eyes. If I had stayed here, I would have been stripped of my origin by you long ago. As he spoke, he cast a glance at fate, and a trace of subtle time energy began to flow from the spatial corridor in his hand, causing the smile on the time demonic god's face to cool. Indeed, at that time I suffered some losses due to a careless move against you. However, now my cultivation can surpass yours. I wonder if you still have a chance to step out of the Tao Tower. The time demonic god smiled ambiguously. You need not worry about that, Yang Mei retorted disdainfully, yet stood a little closer to Guangchengzi. A pressure rose from the demonic god of destruction, and Honghuang directly summoned the creation jade disc, both resisting and neutralizing each other. Not bad, not bad. The demonic god of destruction revealed a frenzied smile, deeply gazing at the others before being the first to step into the Tao Tower. Time and fate exchanged glances, their eyes sweeping over the three Qing. The three felt as if the river of time was omnipresent, binding them, and soon the names of the three Qing were inscribed on the book of fate leading to their demise. Guangchengzi snorted lightly, and the three Qing regained clarity in their expressions. The three treasures of creation radiated divine light, a domineering will awakening from within, causing the two demonic gods to momentarily freeze. This was the Pangu axe. It was my disrespect. The fate demonic god nodded slightly. The time demonic god chuckled lightly. Fellow Taoist, once we enter the Tao Tower, we will rely on our own means. After all, only one of us will survive after this, so let's see who can seize the opportunity. Guangchengzi smirked slightly, glancing at the Tao Tower, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. All right, fellow Taoist, let's see my means. He felt that he had already grasped what the Tao Tower was. The time demonic god's eyes flickered with a trace of amusement. I will not disappoint you. After all, I have prepared a grand gift for you. After speaking, time and fate departed together. Guangchengzi let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, I am truly growing more excited. We should also leave. Honghuang remained silent for a moment, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yang Mei. Guangchengzi nodded at the three Qing, and they entered the Tao Tower together. Laws gathered boundlessly here, akin to spiritual energy coalescing around everyone. The three Qing and Guangchengzi exchanged glances, having never experienced such a spectacle. Even the original source of the heavenly Tao in the primordial era was insignificant compared to this. No wonder the chaos demonic god's cultivation has risen so rapidly. If one can endure the pressure here, all innate gods and demons of the primordial era could become saints. Although Honghuang was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. The three Qing appeared uncertain. All were latest-stage primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortals, and the laws here were essentially ineffective against them. The Chaos Pearl in Guangchengzi's sea of consciousness turned lazily, his entire being exuding an ancient aura that even made Honghuang feel a pang of trepidation. Disciple. Yuan Shi's voice boomed in Guangchengzi's ears like a great bell, instantly bringing him back to reality. He took a deep breath. The Chaos Pearl began to emit faint light, and all the laws of the first layer dove into his brow, like fledglings returning to their nest. Even the remnants of the Tao source on the ground continuously disintegrated, rushing into him. The remaining chaos demonic gods were all horrified, not daring to linger for a moment. They hurriedly flew upwards. As the power of laws here completely vanished, the first layer of the Tao Tower began to disintegrate continuously. Guangchengzi felt the Chaos Pearl starting to restore, and he whispered, I want this Tao Tower. Good. The three Qing agreed without hesitation. Yuan Shi's gaze flickered slightly as he took out the Hongmeng measuring ruler and the Tiandi Shuangquan Linglong Tower, handing them to Guangchengzi. I have a supreme treasure in my hands that cannot be moved lightly now. Use it for your protection. Guangchengzi had no doubts. With the Pangu axe, the three Qing masters transformed into Pangu, they could traverse this Tao Tower. Yang Mei and Honghuang exchanged glances. They understood that this Tao Tower might be the key to the complete restoration of the Chaos Pearl. Let's go. The few of them flew towards the second layer with their spiritual treasures. Guangchengzi did not look back as he stepped onto the stairs, yet his form stiffened for a moment. He never expected that even the poor Taoist would become a destroyer of this replica. The three Qing and Honghuang did not care about this. The former hoped that Guangchengzi's cultivation would ensure their safety, while the latter viewed Guangchengzi as hope, the hope of transcendence. The six of them ascended layer by layer, while the Tao Tower crumbled layer by layer. Each layer of the chaos demonic gods perished along with the collapse of the tower, and the Chaos Pearl in Guangchengzi's sea of consciousness grew increasingly bright, the light of chaos around him becoming more dazzling. Simultaneously, a figure deep within the Chaos Pearl gradually awakened, feeling the restoration of the Chaos Pearl, revealing a relieved smile. On the 100th layer, time, fate, and destruction gathered here, protecting a portion of the demonic gods in silence. Many demonic gods appeared terrified on their faces, yet they did not dare to make a sound. Even though Hongjuan and others were exceedingly terrifying, these three rulers were the towering mountains pressing down upon them, especially the demonic god of destruction, who had eliminated at least 30% of the demonic gods in the Tao realm. As footsteps echoed, 6 figures approached, facing numerous demonic gods. Light and dark friend, you have reaped quite a harvest. The worldly demonic god's eyes reflected the flowing river, and the moment he made eye contact with Guangchengzi, flowers of time blossomed in the void, and with a slight motion of the laws of light and dark, the flowers began to wilt within moments. Good, good. The fate demonic god was delighted. You truly have gained significantly. On the fate scale, weights piled up incessantly, and the fate surrounding Guangchengzi seemed to show him being suppressed by different laws, all belonging to the path of fate. Guangchengzi snorted lightly, and the fate demonic god's hand, adding weights, instantly felt a resistance, as if witnessing the universe's birth. His body was being worn away in the light. Even fate could not leave a trace. Truly the descendant of Pangu. The fate demonic god groaned, a trace of blood appearing at the corner. The demonic god of destruction's expression slightly changed. He usually favored a bold and direct approach, relishing in violently annihilating chaos demonic gods. Yet the comprehension and application of laws by these two fellows surpassed his own, and if not for the aid of the world-destroying Great Mill, he could not utilize the laws as effortlessly as they did. You need not take action. Time smiled slightly, stopping the demonic god of destruction from taking out the world-destroying Great Mill. Fellow Taoist, will you yield or face death? Guangchengzi weighed the radiant seal in his hand. This Tao tower belonged to him. No one could take it away. His gaze swept across, and he even saw the trembling sound demonic god. The time demonic god sighed. In the end, we are still the joke. Does the grand Tao favor Pangu this much? The fate demonic god gently touched the book of fate, lamenting, who made that fellow the son of the grand Tao? The demonic god of destruction scoffed, I truly lost my mind listening to your provocations. Guangchengzi frowned, not understanding what these three were planning. Are the three of you giving your final words? Although the Chaos Pearl was gradually restoring and augmenting his combat power, these three were no pushovers. 1 against 3, he had no guarantee of victory. The Chaos Pearl is with you, right? The time demonic god took out the time sandglass, a treasure containing the time river of a vast world within each grain of sand. Guangchengzi raised his eyebrows slightly indeed. At this point, there was no need to hide anything aside from the Chaos Pearl. No other treasures in the Chaos could absorb the Tao Tower to this extent. O Grand Tao, does even the descendants of Pangu receive such favor? The fate demonic god's eyes were filled with regret. Once the three of us arrived at this 100th layer and unexpectedly obtained a portion of the shattered fragments of the Grand Tao. Or rather, we received fragments of laws bestowed upon us by the Grand Tao, allowing us to break through. Yang Mai's expression changed. He was expelled by these people working together back, then preventing him from reaching here. Otherwise, would today's pinnacle of primordial Tai Chi not have a place for him? After we broke through, we could no longer advance a step in the Tao Tower, and it remains the same now. Guangchengzi's brow twitched. He had not felt any resistance, and the three Qing exchanged glances, finding none either. The fate demonic god shook his head with a smile. See, you descendants of Pangu are truly favored. Even Hongjuan has benefited from this. Yang Mai's expression was somewhat grim. He could feel resistance, but not strong. Hongjuan comfortingly glanced at him, then coldly stated, this proves that I have good foresight, that even the creation jade disc can be wielded. To be treated like a dog, and still. How droll. You are unworthy to bear the name Hundun Majin, someone taunted. Behind the Huamia Majin, the Mishi Demo manifested. Waves of world-destroying aura surged forth, forcing the surrounding Hundun Majin to retreat. Hongjuan laughed loudly, remarking that the fellow was no better off now. Yuanshi cast a cold glance at Huamia Majin, and warned that their master was the progenitor of the Xian Dao and the teacher of Pangu, and the Sanqing, so such blasphemous words must not be spoken. Guangchengzi sneered and declared that their ancestral master had cared for his disciples deeply, nothing a crude creature like Huamia Majin could compare to. He looked to Hongjuan and vowed that they would see him die without a grave. Huamia Majin's face darkened. He snorted and turned away, unwilling to parley. Someone cried out for it. Shijian Majin sighed and declared that they were but pieces on a board, yet if they overturned the board they would make those above them pay dearly. Guangchengzi's expression grew severe as the Tiandi, Xianhuang Linglong Ta, and the Hongmeng, Liangtian Qi flew forth. With the Qinglian in his left hand and a hand seal in his right, he watched the three with wary vigilance. The Sanking's Kaitian Sanbao resonated together, and the phantom of the Pangu Fu sent the Majin into cries as though the axe's light were descending upon them. Hongjun and Yang Mei jointly urged the Zhaohua Yudi, each aiming it at a sovereign. Shijian Majin apologized to Huamian Majin for the trouble, and the latter snorted that he had chosen his own path, and it concerned no one else. Shijian Majin smiled, and with a wave of his sleeve sent the remaining Majin away from the Dao Tower, saying at least he had preserved a lineage for their Handan Majin. Guangchengzi barely glanced at them. They were but hundreds of Majin, the strongest only in the early stage of Huanyuan Taiji Jingxian. A mere tilt of an eyebrow would suffice. Time and fate cried out in unison. Two long rivers flowed from their bodies and began to merge. The Shijian Majin and Mingyun Majin exchanged a glance and intoned a sacrifice to their great Dao, calling the rivers to awaken. A strange vibration cut through the void as the two rivers fused, and Guangchengzi and the others' faces changed in alarm. Hongjun hurled the Zhaohua Yudi and its nets of Dao law at the river, but none of those measures had the slightest effect upon this conjoined current. From the river came the Shijian Mazhen's bitter voice, asking why since their breakthrough they should be denied success, when they themselves had no hope of true transcendence. The voice that issued from the river carried nothing but hatred. The Hundanju appeared at Guangchengzi's brow, releasing streaks of chaotic divine light. His Qinglian scattered its radiance, yet all efforts were in vain. Only the Sanqing stood together, their expressions tangled as they watched the river of time. In wan voices the two Majin intoned an ancient cadence. They would burn their divine soul's essence, Dao foundation, laws, and origin, to inflame time and fate, and awaken the primordial spirits. Their strange utterance pierced the void toward some distant place. Hongjun's face went pale when he realized the target. It was the Honghuang world. Yang Mai's green willow lashes struck again and again, but that force was unstoppable. They planned to awaken the two who had forged the Honghuang world's river of fate by sacrificing themselves to rouse those ancient beings. Hongjuan frantic slammed the Zhaohua Yudi down like a brick. The Hundanju at Guangchengzi's brow, however, began ravenously devouring the Dao Tower, so he could not free a hand and could only cry to his master for immediate aid. At that moment the river of fate flowed from the chaotic age through the Dao realm. Huamian Majin strode onto it and laughed wildly, announcing he would go first. He poured his sanguine laws into the Mishi Damo and hurled it down toward the downstream Honghuang world, where two figures had already materialized, the ancient Shijian Majin and Mingyun Majin themselves. The river of fate evolved from their true demonic forms. Linked with this river, destiny's power poured into the Mishi Damo, and the vast laws of the Dao began to strain even this Handan treasure. Hongjun and Guangchengzi stared in horror. This was the river of fate that contained the destinies of Honghuang's myriad lives. No cultivator beneath the Luo Jingxian had escaped it. Now its might drew so close to the Dao that even Honghuang's three ways together were no match. Tears brimmed in Guangchengzi's eyes as he saw Kongshuan Xianyuan and Hutu coughing blood, the cosmic embryonic membranes rupturing. Even Hua, the saint of creation, could no longer sustain them. With the two rivers of fate joined, even if Yang Mei opened the gate of space and time, pursuit would be futile. From beginning to end the time Mazhen's gaze had not rested upon them. Their intent was to obliterate Honghuang. Even if one achieved transcendence, it would be in solitary isolation. Yet with the Hundanju in a critical state of restoration, he simply could not move to intervene. Hongjun roared at the Sanqing to act, jolting the incapacitated Guangchengzi. Only then did he grasp why their three masters had been motionless when the time Majin struck. Seeing Guangchengzi's puzzled look, Yuanshi shook his head and explained that their adversary's strength had already surpassed theirs in essence, and with the river of fate bound to Honghuang, even their intervention would not prevent its destruction. Hongjun was left speechless. Yuanshi looked with a faint smile at Yang Mei, who kept studying the swaying river of fate. The elder had indeed devoted himself to Honghuang. Laozi reminded Guangchengzi that he still had 3 tokens unspent, asking him to recall them. Guangchengzi was taken aback. Indeed, he had reserved 1 token for each of heaven, earth, and man, the Hongmeng Ziki, once belonging to Honghuang Hongyun, the Huangyu Pai, given by Hutu, with the Luanhui Zilian, and the Renew reserved for the awakening of the human way. These 3 items were his means to check the 3 Dao, so he had withheld them. Guangchengzi was told to produce them at once. Yuanshi smiled as the 3 relics descended from Guangchengzi's auspicious cloud. Yuanshi took the Hongmeng Ziki, Tongtian grasped the Huangyu Pai, Laozi held the Renew. All 3 Sanqing were in the late stage of Huanyuan Taiji Jingxian, and the tokens were instantly assimilated. Yuanshi politely asked their master to draw upon the Xian Dao. Hongjun accepted without hesitation. Although Hongjun had not established the Xian Dao in the orthodox sense as its progenitor, he could still marshal some of its power even without the Sanqing taking part. At such a perilous hour for the Honghuang world, heaven and earth themselves would aid him. He instructed his master to maintain the Xian Dao, while he and his two brothers handled the heaven-earth and man-ways. Laozi added his own counsel. Hongjun attuned himself first to the Xian Dao, and the Sanqing intoned an edict invoking the mandates of Taiqing Laozi Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian, calling the heaven-earth and man Dao to return. Different heirs descended from the Sanqing. The rule of heaven, the bearing of earth, the multitude of man, each drawing down and guiding the three Dao. Thus the Sanqing engaged the river of fate in a titanic tug of war vying for the fate of Honghuang. By then the Hundun Zhu had finished devouring the Dao Tower, but had not yet regained the status of a Hundun supreme treasure. Guangchengzi's face shifted, but this was not the moment to address it. As he moved to aid Yuanshi ordered him to help their master, for one who had not founded the Xian Dao could not hold it much longer. Guangchengzi turned and saw Hongjun's face flushed and veins bulging. He hastened to channel the Xian Dao. The Sanqing cried out and commanded the Pangu Fu to unite. The Kaitian Sanbao fused in an instant, forming the Hundun treasure Pangu Fu. With the Sanqing's combined might, the Pangu Fu hewed at the river of fate. A lament resounded as the Majin phantom was finally dispelled, and the river of fate sank back into the Honghuang world. Hongjun relaxed for a breath, then sensed discord. Had the Sanqing not warned that the Pangu Fu would sever the river of fate? Before he could resolve the thought, the axes but came down upon Yang Mei, who had no power to resist, and was knocked senseless by the Pangu Fu's Kaitian intent. Both cried out in alarm, uncertain of the Sanqing's purpose. Suspicion flitted through Hongjun's mind. Might these three disciples seek to claim the chance for themselves? Guangchengzi's expression was a tangle of emotion. He could not believe the masters he had lived with would harm him on the path to transcendence. Laozi swung the Pangu Fu lightly toward Hongjun, who recoiled in horror. The Zhaohua Yudi rose to shield him, yet the axelight struck upon the Xian Dao itself and inflicted no damage. The Yudi seemed indifferent to that force, as if controlled. At Laozi's command, the Xian Dao was stilled. A tremendous force surged from the Xian Dao, the Sanqing's hidden contingency, a power only they could wield. Under its weight, Hongjun's body froze, and even his spiritual sense could not stir. Yuanshi pleaded for Pangu to act, and a figure drifted from the Hundun Zhu. Guangchengzi's face went ashen. When had Pangu and the three masters conspired together? Pangu observed that it was fortunate they had entrusted two supreme treasures to his control, for with the strength he had left he could not otherwise have subdued Hongjun. At Pangu's casual gesture, the Tiandi, Xianhuang Linglong Ta, and Hongming Liangtianqi trembled. These treasures were condensed from his world-opening merit, and he could innately command them. Instantly Guangchengzi became no different from Hongjun, able to sense the world but incapable of movement. Tongtian warned against unnecessary acts and cast forth the Zhuxian Jintu and the three treasures, ensnaring Pangu's phantom completely. Guangchengzi's thoughts unraveled entirely. He could not comprehend the master's scheme in summoning Pangu to bind him, then binding Pangu in return. What were they attempting? Hongjun beside him was equally bewildered. He had been unwittingly ensnared by these three errant disciples, and now could not even manage a wry smile. Tongtian scanned the ruins and remarked on the silence. A few Majin lingered in the Dao realm. Most had fled into chaos, and with the Dao Tower consumed by the Hundun Zhu, the Dao realm lay shattered. Tongtian made a playful face and mused that his disciple remained handsome, though why the furrowed brow? Tongshin's levity left Guangchengzi helpless. Even now he believed his masters would not truly harm him, yet Tongtian seemed roused by some primal nature and utterly unrestrained, with Yuanshi offering no rebuke. Laozi's gaze lingered across the Dao realm. Noting the remaining Majin, he casually expended a yin-yang breath to dispel them all. Only when he looked at Guangchengzi did his expression soften. Yuanshi looked upon Guangchengzi with a face of relief, assuring him that he understood the disciples' doubts and would explain everything in due course. Guangchengzi could not even raise his brow. Yuanshi went on to say that the Hundun Zhu was not yet whole. Having shattered into a born supreme treasure, it was not easily mended, but he would help him restore it. Yuanshi then revealed that they knew Guangchengzi's secret, and the disciple's heart sank at the realization that his masters had learned of it. Yuanshi soothed him, reminding that from the Jingxian realm he had been their pupil and bore Pangu's spinal marrow and blood. More importantly, he possessed their originating qi. With eyes wet, Yuanshi declared that Guangchengzi was their offspring, gently stroking his brow. The face resembled the Sanqing, the living continuation of their essence. Yuanshi explained that Guangchengzi's origins were extraordinary. He had been a true spirit lodged within the Hundun Zhu. At the end of the previous epoch, the Hundun Zhu was damaged, and he was wounded, as well, left with only scattered memories. Pangu had succeeded in opening the heavens with his assistance, yet the Hundun Zhu itself shattered. Guangchengzi stirred at the memory. If Pangu had not perished had he achieved the Dao. Yuanshi declared that father owed him a karmic debt, which they would repay, and so his teachers would repair the Hundun Zhu for him. With those words, Laozi and Tongtian poured the three ways of heaven, earth, and man into the Hundun Zhu, and Guangchengzi felt it gradually become whole again. Yuan sure blinked, and as if striving to hold back his tears, finally allowed one to fall, proclaiming that his disciple would attain the Tao. Alas, this was the Tao realm. A single latest-stage Hunyuan Taiji Jingxian was of little consequence here and could not provoke any omen. Laozi, sensing the breath emanating from the Hundun Zhu, expressed his satisfaction that it would soon be complete. Tongtian nodded and patted Guangchengzi on the shoulder, saying, "Disciple, in the past, I sacrificed you for the sake of the Jia sect, but now compared to you, even the Honghuang world is nothing. Do not blame me, my disciple." Guangchengzi felt anxious, yet found himself powerless, just like before when the Chaos Pearl continuously devoured the Tao Tower. Now the Chaos Pearl was devouring the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Even the entire Honghuang world was being consumed. The Chaos Pearl has reached perfection. While you may gain opportunities, you will only become an accessory of the Chaos Pearl, merely a spirit of the Chaos Pearl. Such a side path is unworthy of being my disciple. Yuan sure looked on disdainfully, and Guangchengzi began to have a bad premonition. Pangu, the primordial father, obtained the Tao because he is birthed from the Tao. As the son of the Tao, he could draw upon its power. Even if you defy the true form of the Chaos Demon God, you still fall short. Allow my two companions and me to lend you a helping hand. Guangchengzi's eyes filled with terror as he guessed what his master intended. The sons of the Tao had consumed Pangu's Tao. On the other side, Hongjun felt sorrowful for his disciple. As long as you succeed in proving the Tao, that is all that matters to me. Yuan sure wiped his eyes. In the past, I had several premonitions that one day we would part ways. Whether it was through your mouth or warnings from the Tao, I only received the accurate answer when consuming Pangu's Tao. Disciple, you will succeed in transcending. I will assist you. The three pure ones stood before Guangchengzi, solemnly promising him. However, Guangchengzi's mind was in turmoil. He wanted to speak, to shake his head, to refuse, but he felt powerless, only able to reject them with his eyes. The three pure ones turned their heads away, ignoring him. After a long time, the three pure ones regained their composure, putting smiles back on their faces as they turned to kneel before Hongjuan. Master, after years of guidance, I, your disciple, have let you down. Today for Guangchengzi, we three shall bear all the sins and borrow a bit of your vital energy. Hongjun's eyes filled with fury. Those three brats, this betrayal of the master and ancestor. When they consumed the source laws of the dark demon god, why did they insist on using my life energy to neutralize it? It turns out they were conducting an experiment. Even if Guangchengzi did not reach the peak of the Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal back, then they still had a way to elevate him. Everything they did was for this day. The three pure ones appeared calm, respectfully bowing 3 times and 9 times. All sins lie with me. Yuan sure murmured, then gently grasped, causing the celestial path to explode. Hongjun barely had time to utter his dying words as his entire being dissolved into vital energy, leaving only a wisp of divine soul lingering. Although the Panga Dao will grant you the identity of a Dao child, proving the Dao still requires years of arduous cultivation. If you were to open the heavens, you would face a tribulation. How could I bear to see you suffer such torment? Yuan Shi's eyes reddened. The Dao of my 3 forms is connected to your path of light and darkness. Our sacrifice is sufficient to elevate you. Now there is no one in the chaos who can compete with you. You can transcend. Guangchengzi was filled with unwillingness, his eyes even revealing hatred. Master, no, don't leave me. Don't make me hate you. Yuan Shi chuckled through tears. You and I are quite alike. No one can refuse the benefits I wish to bestow. Hurry. Laozi reminded, the Chaos Pearl is nearing perfection. Yuan Shi's spirit jolted. Indeed, with the Chaos Pearl reaching completion, Guangchengzi might be able to break free from his restraints. It seems there is no time left. Disciple, remember, your existence is the continuation of my life. If you dare to self-annihilate, you will erase all traces of us from this world. Yuan Shi's tone was ruthless, cutting off Guangchengzi's escape route. Tongtian sighed. What a pity I haven't seen my disciple find the treasure sword for me yet. Laozi shot him a glance, and the 3 spoke in unison, their fingertips shooting forth the primal energy towards Guangchengzi. One chi transforms into 3 pure ones open. Guangchengzi's body trembled as 3 streams of primal energy surged from his sea of consciousness, drifting outwards. After so long without using this divine ability, he had forgotten that these 3 avatars were formed from the primal energy of his 3 masters. The Taoist figures of Dan Yu, Lan Yu, and Song Yu appeared in sequence. The 3 pure ones watched as the familiar primal energy merged into them. The Panga Dao instantly connected with Guangchengzi, and he felt the call of the Dao, but soon after his physical body began to shatter. While he was indeed connected to the 3 pure ones Dao, the conflict with the Panga Dao was significant. Now he faced the same issues the three pure ones once encountered. A slight misstep could turn him into a vessel for the Panga Dao. Fortunately, you are also a celestial Taoist. Yuan Shi smiled with relief. My master is primordial energy, best suited for regulating the balance of all things. With his assistance, you will be able to integrate smoothly. No, Guangchengzi roared in his heart. No, you fulfill me, yet I will not forgive you. You abandoned Honghuang for me, but now you abandon me once more. His heart throbbed painfully. At that moment, he wished he had never reincarnated into the Honghuang world. That way his three pure ones masters would still live on. Even if they did not know him, they could still live smoothly. Since his birth, his very character had been shaped by the three pure ones. He was the continuation of their lives, but were not the three pure ones also the source of his life? Without them, he was nothing but a stranger, a fragmented, hollow individual. He gathered all his holy power and shook the laws, yet everything seemed to flow into the sea of mud, yielding not the slightest reaction. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tantian managed a difficult smile. Their primal energy along with their souls were continuously fading, and the Tao they had decomposed merged into Guangchengzi's body. Yuan Shi finally raised his hand, wanting to pat his head once more, but his form had completely dissipated. Guangchengzi watched helplessly as the hand disappeared just inches away from him. Clang! A heavy object fell, and Guangchengzi's bindings were released. The panlong stick, like a tree from the mortal realm, began to decay after countless years. The three treasures of the jade Rui shattered, and the Qingping sword broke. Tears of blood fell from his eyes as the proof of Tao and the spiritual treasures were intimately connected. Now that the treasures had shattered, it represented that their master had completely fallen. Master! Guangchengzi coughed, blood, his cultivation skyrocketing. The Tao descended, pouring all laws and primal energy into him, but Guangchengzi's divine sense surged wildly, unable to find even a trace of the three pure ones. Buzz! The chaos pearl pulsed, a pool of chaos residing within, landing on his forehead. Guangchengzi was engulfed in murderous intent, all his hair turning white in an instant as the killing intent stirred the chaotic energy, causing it to dissipate. It's all because of you, Dai. He wielded the Pangu axe and struck fiercely at the chaos pearl. Boom! The sound of an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Since the dawn of chaos, there had never been a collision of chaos treasures. Endless primal energy flooded the area, and Guangchengzi felt a sharp pain in his head before collapsing into unconsciousness. Wuji, the beginning of all things, the ultimate of the Tao. Everything in the world, including chaos, comes from the initial emptiness, having undergone the 5 primordial phases to give rise to chaos. At the forefront was Tai, formless and intangible, devoid of light, and named the beginning of divinity before the emergence of Qi. Taichu, possessing both divinity and Qi, was the beginning of form, yet lacked substance. Taizu, embodying both divinity and Qi, possessing form and substance, yet not yet complete. Taiji, when heaven and earth had not opened and chaos had not been divided, yin and yang embraced as one. At this moment, a Taoist opened his eyes. Confusion flickered in his gaze, but he quickly regained clarity, radiating light throughout the chaos. His eyes were filled with panic. Master, where is Master? The cry echoed through the chaos, sharp like a cuckoo's blood-curdling cry. Yet this chaos had just been born, and aside from him, no living being had come into existence. Looking at the 3 spiritual treasures beneath him, now devoid of spiritual light, Guangchengzi felt as if his heart were being cut. As the new Tao emerged, even chaos was being reborn. Everything was obliterated at the stage of Wuji, ultimately decomposing into chaotic energy. Perhaps it was because his subconscious had been protecting these 3 items during his slumber that they managed to survive. Guangchengzi stood tall. Everything in this chaos resonated with his heart's intent. Yet aside from the distant floating Pangu axe and chaos pearl and the world-destroying grinding mill, there was not a single familiar figure. Looking back over the miles, old friends are forever lost. Guangchengzi laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. He was the continuation of the lives of the 3 pure ones, the trace of their existence. He did not even dare to self-annihilate. Aside from him, no one else remembered the name of the 3 pure ones. Tears fell into the chaos, instantly solidifying into a supreme treasure. Guangchengzi stared blankly at this scene. The chaos swirled, emanating sounds of sorrow. The Tao wept, surely moved by profound emotions stirring the Tao heart. Why am I so strong, yet cannot find the 3 masters? Guangchengzi cried and laughed. His divine sense surged, sweeping through the entire chaos. Yet his tears fell, forming innate treasures, and still he could not find a trace of the 3 pure ones. Buzz! A disc floated out. Guangchengzi merely glanced at it before turning away. The creation jade disc, a treasure of chaos birthed in the new era. The chaos pearl stirred, and the primal energy within the chaos began to churn. A new era was dawning and the first living being was about to emerge. A divine soul floated out from the chaos, pearl merging with it, as the purple-robed Taoist holding the creation jade disc materialized. Upon seeing Guangchengzi's form, he couldn't help but be astonished. You? Guangchengzi lightly swept his gaze. Hongjuan could not utter a word. Although he was at the pinnacle of Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal at that moment, he could not withstand the gaze of Guangchengzi, who embodied the Tao. Do not be too sorrowful. Hongjuan could only awkwardly offer encouragement. He could see that Guangchengzi's hair had turned silver, indicating an issue with his heart. In such a situation, even he did not dare to suggest that Guangchengzi transcend. Guangchengzi stood motionless, clutching the three shattered spiritual treasures, his mind filled with the laughter heard in Kunlun in the past. Ever since Master went to the Tao realm, his behavior had been particularly strange, but he had not taken it to heart. Those seemingly meaningful words, the promises made, gnawed at his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Alas! A sigh echoed, startling Hongjuan. Was there someone else here besides him? Even he could only survive by relying on the Chaos Pearl, and with the Creation Jade Disc, he could progress further. What kind of cultivation was this that he hadn't sensed at all? Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with hatred as he wielded the Pangu axe, striking forward. You dare come. If it weren't for your instigation, Master would not have left me. But the Pangu axe passed through the illusion, causing no harm to the newcomer. As the axe blade descended, a world was born. Guangchengzi, filled with rage, unleashed a storm of destruction that engulfed heaven and earth. As long as I have your primordial spirit, I can recreate the three pure ones. Guangchengzi's eyes gleamed with madness, the Chaos Pearl responding to his thoughts as it struck downward towards Pangu. Seeing his frenzied appearance, Hongjuan had no time to pay his respects and hurried away. Pangu looked at him with pity. You can transcend. Get lost. Guangchengzi roared with fury. I am just an unimportant person. They abandoned me once more, I will retrieve them and imprison them by my side. Killing you will allow your primordial spirit to definitely recreate the three pure ones. Die. The world-destroying grinding mill and the Chaos Pearl charged at Pangu together. I am just a phantom. Killing me will not recreate the three pure ones, Pangu said without a hint of concern. Guangchengzi's eyes turned red. Master, can you truly not return? Ha ha ha. He laughed bitterly, his rage shaking the very chaos. I hate you all, hate everything here. If I cannot find my master, then chaos has no reason to exist. Guangchengzi clutched the three spiritual treasures tightly as the Tao continuously unleashed thunderous storms. Pangu's eyelids twitched, quickly shielding Hongjuan. With Master gone, I hate you all. I can't even dream of a trace of you. You left me alone, a mere wisp of a ghost in this chaos. Guangchengzi wandered through the chaos, dissipating all chaotic energy. Hongjuan's eyes filled with terror as he sensed that the Tao was departing towards extinction. Wait! Pangu suddenly spoke up, but Guangchengzi did not stop, his eyes filled with dead silence. Whether through self-extinction or not, it mattered not, since the Master was no longer present. Even if he remembered them, it only felt like a torment. Pangu took a deep breath, opened his palm, and three different colored light points appeared. Guangchengzi sensed the familiar aura, his form stiffening as he directly traversed space to stand before Pangu. He was extremely excited, trembling hands accepting the three light points, the true essence of his master. He pressed them against his face, murmuring, Disciple lied, I do not hate you. In fact, I do harbor a bit of hatred for being abandoned, but more so I miss you all. I truly miss you all. Tears streamed down Guangchengzi's eyes, but the chaos around him was emitting countless extraordinary phenomena, celebrating the Tao, expressing joy. Thank you, grandfather. Guangchengzi cherished the true essence, placing it in his sea of consciousness, for that was the safest place on him. Pangu opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. They were originally my offspring, though it is to repay karma. The most important reason is for your Tao. I initially wanted to find another universe for them to be reborn, but seeing you like this. Pangu looked at Guangchengzi's content expression and sighed. You must think clearly. With Hongjuan Tao friend present, you can transcend at any moment. No need. Disciple wishes to wait for the master to attain the Tao before transcending together. Guangchengzi directly refused. In an entire epic, only 2 or 3 can transcend. This is merely the beginning of the epic. You must wait until it is fully finished to transcend. Pangu reminded. No worries, the unity of the three clear ones plus I am enough. Guangchengzi felt the satisfaction from the three clear true spirits in his sea of consciousness and smiled. Enough. Pangu truly had no way to deal with him and could only comply with Guangchengzi's wishes. The previous epic had not yet reached its end, but it was completely destroyed by Guangchengzi in his rage. However, he also turned misfortune into fortune, spanning 2 epics, his strength surpassing even that of the original Pangu. I wish to wait for the master to be reborn to open a world that only the 3 clear masters exist in. Guangchengzi chuckled softly, causing Pangu and Hongjun to feel a chill run down their spines. The master did this for me, but he is still bound by karma with the ancestor. Let me repay it. Guangchengzi looked at Hongjun. When the heavens are opened, there must be a position for transcendence. How about letting the ancestor transcend instead? Hongjun was taken aback. He did not expect to have a chance. He thought it was already good to seize an opportunity at the end of the epic. Are you really willing to give it to me? Guangchengzi nodded. Consider it a repayment for the teachings of the ancestor. Good. Hongjun readily agreed with his heart, for seeking the Tao unmatched by anyone. Grandfather, please help. Oh, I do not wish to lose power. Guangchengzi looked at Pangu, who sighed helplessly, but ultimately, it was for his offspring. My phantom has just gathered the power of the Tao. Oh, I should not intervene in the new epic. But if it were to be passed on to Hongjun, Tao friend, it may conflict with the new Tao, so you too must not engage in conflict. As Pangu finished speaking, his consciousness dispersed, his form turning into the laws of the Tao merging into Hongjun's body. His Tao immediately became complete, with his aura continuously rising, though still weaker than Guangchengzi. The chaotic energy surged, evidently sensing the outsider. Guangchengzi's thoughts stirred, calming the chaos. Another Tao. Guangchengzi reached out, grabbing 3 strands of primordial energy. Hongjun's complexion turned pale, and he could only shake his head. The ancestor indeed used this chaotic primordial energy to shape himself. Some should be returned, and moreover the master also needs this item. Enough. Hongjun shook his head. I cannot intervene. You should open the heavens and create the earth. He pointed to the chaos pearl, indicating Guangchengzi to look. This contained countless true spirits, and the chaos pearl had also devoured the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. These were all beings from the primordial. Guangchengzi's expression was complex. Oh, like him, they were the remnants of an epic. He picked up the chaos pearl, feeling the immense primal laws within it. Having devoured an entire chaos and primordial world, it was no longer the previous chaos pearl. The master dislikes my gloomy demeanor. Guangchengzi murmured, his hair gradually shifting from white to black, the light of brilliance spreading over him, all aspects of the light law converging upon him, appearing vibrant, though compared to usual, he bore a hint of steadiness. You should not be called the chaos pearl anymore. Guangchengzi reached out and tapped, endless light radiating from it. Primordial Yang opens the tribulation. You shall be called the primordial Yang pearl, and I am the primordial Yang deity. As his voice fell, a green light flew from him, landing beneath him. The immense green lotus accompanied his proof of Tao, its aura surpassing that of chaos' supreme treasure. Guangchengzi sat atop it, a radiant seal imprinting before Hongjun, as if silently threatening. He gently blew towards the primordial Yang pearl, and a world floated out from within. The chaos instinctively sought to create various calamities to prevent the world from being opened, but under Guangchengzi's intention no fluctuations appeared. Hongjun watched as Guangchengzi could open the heavens with just a breath, silently, sighing. The level of the Tao allowed for such freedom. Guangchengzi reached out and summoned the creation jade plate, which had also experienced 2 epics. It contained more than 3,000 laws. With a gentle tap, the laws fell down. Hongjun said nothing, since transcendence was the aim, then let the karma be cut cleanly. Though the 3 clear ones had diminished his origin, it had also fortuitously granted him the chance to transcend. Otherwise, he could only take Guangchengzi's place, waiting for the epic to end before leaving. You are going to let the primordial Yang world surpass the former primordial world. Hongjun could not help but exclaim. This newly born world's origin was beginning to chase after the Tao realm. The masters this time have completely lost their identities as descendants of Pangu, but they must wait until they attain the mixed Yuan Tai Chi Golden Immortal to restore their memories. However, they love the immortal Tao, and the new world cannot accommodate such powerful beings of that level. Guangchengzi's gaze softened as he reached up to grab 3 strands of primordial energy, appearing in the azure primordial void of Tai Wu Yuan, the yellow primordial void of Qi Hun Tai Wu, and the black and white void of Ming Ji Tong, Xin Yuan, separated and fused alternately. Guangchengzi integrated the 3 true spirits into them, as if they were born as one with no rejection whatsoever. Go. Guangchengzi gently looked at the 3 strands of primordial energy, cautiously placing them into the primordial Yang realm. A strand of chaotic primordial energy separated from Hongjun and was infused within it. Subsequently, Guangchengzi evolved the immortal Tao, merging the remaining primordial energy into the immortal Tao, once again blending into the Tao. He bore a more ethereal quality. Hongjun sighed. Guangchengzi truly did everything he could. With his life essence as a link, the 3 clear ones naturally had an innate affinity for the immortal Tao. Moreover, as the immortal Tao merged into the Tao in a certain sense, they could also be considered children of the Tao. Thus, by the end of the epic, the 3 clear ones would also attain the Tao realm, truly a labor of love. Guangchengzi held the green lotus, integrating the three spiritual treasures into it one by one, the divine light flickering upon it. He already possessed the origin of the three clear ones, and at this moment re-refining the three spiritual treasures to return them to their origins naturally posed no conflict. Soon 3 brand new Panlong flat rods, 3 treasures Jade Rui, and Qingping sword reappeared. With a gentle push from Guangchengzi, they directly merged into the origins of the 3 clear ones, becoming the true companion treasures of the 3 clear ones, far more powerful than before. Destruction come. Destruction energy surged from the great annihilation mill, and a strand of the destruction law in the Tao descended, condensing into a destruction sword. Subsequently, various laws surged forth, and the extermination sword and the god extermination sword were forged, all of which were of the innate supreme treasure rank. Hongjun silently pondered as the Tao rhythm appeared on the creation jade plate, and a formation chart floated down. Master, the divine sword you wanted, disciple has forged it for you. Guangchengzi spoke gently. The merit of opening the primordial yang realm, forming a mysterious yellow merit tower and mysterious yellow celebration, clouds merging with the formation chart and gently falling into the primordial yang realm. He looked at the Pangu axe lying across the chaos, his expression unclear, and Hongjun quickly stopped him. At least it is a chaotic supreme treasure. Do not destroy it out of anger. Guangchengzi snorted softly and struck down with a fist, vanishing the Tao rhythm of Pangu without a trace, leaving only the sharp intention of opening the heavens. This is merely the opening heaven axe. Guangchengzi finished speaking, pressing down hard with his fingertip, shattering the opening heaven axe into 3 supreme treasures: Tai Chi diagram, primordial beginning, opening heaven banner, and chaos bell. With a wave of his sleeve, the 3 supreme treasures re-entered the primordial yang realm, landing beside the 3 clear ones. Feeling that the 3 clear ones had begun to gestate, Guangchengzi then tapped the primordial yang pearl, causing countless true spirits from the former primordial world to drift down, scattering into the primordial yang realm. Guangchengzi sighed in relief. It is complete. The Tao immediately resonated with heavenly sounds, and Guangchengzi felt a sense of urgency. He pointed toward Hongjun, conveying the intention of transcendence. Hongjun looked at him with a complex expression. Hand over the true spirit of Yang Mei to me, or I will find a masterless, chaotic world to assist him in evolving. The Tao should not fuss over such a trivial loss with me. After all, it is a spatial demon of chaos containing some essence of this realm. Guangchengzi looked towards the depths of chaos, where a reborn chaotic demon emerged, a silver-white true spirit, floating over and landing in a Hongjun's palm. Take care, ancestor. Guangchengzi watched as the transcendence intention on Hongjun became increasingly apparent and could only offer his blessings. Hongjun paused, then smiled. I look forward to you bringing the 3 clear disciples to transcend, and then seeking me. Guangchengzi cupped his hands, watching Hongjun no longer linger, his form gradually disappearing as he bid farewell. Watching the primordial yang realm continuously grow, Guangchengzi tightly wrapped his arms around it, as if embracing a lost treasure that had been found again, sinking into a deep slumber. The first to be born in the chaos was the ancestor of primordial energy, Hongjun Taoist, who then commanded the primordial yang deity to open up the heavens. The deity gently blew towards the primordial yang pearl, and the primordial yang realm was born. Since Hongjun Taoist was the ancestor of primordial energy, the entire world belonged to the thriving primordial energy. Suddenly, myriad rays of light descended in the chaos, and endless laws surged, as if celebrating something. In the primordial yang realm, a mountain range spanning untold billions of miles lay at the center of the world, which was the heart of the primordial yang realm, Kongtong Mountain. This mountain served as the foundation of the world, with the sun and moon rising because of it, and the stars arising from it. At this moment, endless auspicious clouds enveloped Kongtong Mountain, and the 3 Taoists appeared without disaster or calamity, receiving infinite merits from outside the realm that fell upon them. This was their reward as the first beings born in this piece of chaos. I am the Grand Master of Taiji. An elder with white hair held the Panlong flat rod, a mysterious yellow tower, suspended above his head, and proclaimed loudly, I am the Yuqing primordial beginning. A middle-aged Taoist with a stern expression rested his arms on the 3 treasures Jade Rui, holding the primordial beginning opening heaven banner in his hand, with a merit celebration cloud hovering above his head. I am the Shangqing Tongtian. The chaos bell rang loudly, and a youthful Taoist with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes sat atop the formation chart, continuously playing with 4 swords of extermination. Their ancestral chi connected heaven and earth, and as soon as they took form, they were mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortals. Feeling the connection from heaven and earth, the 3 involuntarily uttered a word, immortal. The 3 looked at each other, feeling that heaven and earth particularly favored them. Behind them, illusions of three realms emerged, gradually merging into a new realm, Mi Luo Tian. At this time, a Taoist outside the heavens slowly opened his eyes, a strand of spiritual light entering the primordial yang realm, mixing with the light of heaven and earth, flying towards Kunlun until it transformed into a young man in purple clothing. With each step onto Kunlun, the three clear ones felt a stirring in their hearts, sensing that this cultivator had a special affinity with them. The young man in purple blinked his moist eyes until he saw the three familiar figures. The suppressed longing erupted like lava. Guangchengzi could not express it. Now he finally saw them with his own eyes, truly and unmistakably. The three masters were finally revived. His eyes held a fervent obsession. This time, no one could take you away from me. He slightly lowered his gaze, not allowing them to see the madness in his eyes, his voice trembling with respect. Guangchengzi pays respects to the three heavenly sovereigns. Hearing of the three clear predecessors on Kunlun Mountain, I have come here to pay my respects.